Chapter 1. The Divine Beast Continent. The Black Gorge Tiger Tribe. On the first day of autumn, just as dawn began to break, the tiger tribe orc, Hutai, awoke. He turned his head to glance at his peacefully sleeping mate, Yuan Jing, and his heart softened at the thought of the unborn offspring nestled within her. Contemplating his impending departure for a hunting expedition, which would keep him away from home for several days, he tenderly caressed her swollen belly through the animal hide, feeling a pang of reluctance. Hutai was a three-striped orc with a square face, straight brows, and large eyes. His tall and robust figure made him one of the few three-striped beasts in the tiger tribe. The tribe's greatest warrior was their leader, Hujan, a four-striped beast and the only one of his kind within the tribe. 5 years prior, a beast tide had erupted, forcing the tiger tribe to migrate from the heart of the dark forest to its outskirts. Out of over 5,000 orcs, fewer than 2,000 managed to escape the devastation of the beast tide. During their flight, Hutai encountered Yuan Jing, a female from the Yuan tribe, who had lost all her kin to the same calamity. Together, Hutai and Yuan Jing journeyed to the present settlement of the tiger tribe in the Black Gorge. After the beast tide receded, under the leadership of the four-striped Hujan, they established their new home. Yuan Jing and Hutai became mates in the presence of the tribe's leader and their fellow orcs. This year marked the second year of Yuan Jing's adulthood, and she had been mated to Hutai for a year and a half. As a female from the Yuan tribe, she was not particularly close to the tiger tribe orcs, nor were they hostile towards her. Her quiet demeanor led her to interact little with the other tiger orcs. Typically, female orcs conceive after 2 to 3 years of bonding, yet Yuan Jing, having only mated for a year and a half, was already 6 months pregnant. This early pregnancy stirred envy in her fellow mate, Hua, who often sought her counsel, eager to conceive a child herself. Among the tiger tribe, Hua was the only one who shared a closer bond with Yuan Jing. The Yuan tribe was known for its delicacy and generally refrained from intertribal unions. Had it not been for the dreadful beast tide, Yuan Jing would not have become Hutai's mate. As they supported each other through the past year, their trust and affection deepened, and with Yuan Jing's early pregnancy, Hutai's love for her blossomed further. After donning his animal hide attire, Hutai gently tucked the hide around Yuan Jing before making his way to the rudimentary kitchen he had constructed in front of their stone dwelling to prepare her breakfast moringa, wood-grilled meat. In this primal world, meat was cooked without seasoning, relying solely on various types of wood to impart distinct flavors. The moringa would lend a slight spiciness to the meat, and soon the air was filled with a tantalizing aroma of spice, wood, oil, and the unique scent of grilled meat. Within the stone house, the scent of moringa with grilled meat roused Yuan Jing from her slumber. With her heightened appetite due to pregnancy, she couldn't help but swallow hard as she cautiously sat up, her belly noticeably round. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Hutai hurried into the stone house, supporting Yuan Jing as she stood. "The meat is ready. It's your favorite moringa with grilled meat," he said, and after placing the grilled meat into a stone bowl, he set it on the small stone table outside. Returning to the stone house, Hutai found a piece of hide and carefully placed it on the small stone stool for Yuan Jing to sit on. Concerned she might choke, he fetched a bowl of water from a nearby stone jar and placed it beside her, ensuring she could eat comfortably. Hutai then hurriedly consumed a few pieces of meat before heading to the tribe square to gather for the hunt. Hutai's stone house was situated in the central part of the Black Gorge. As a three-striped beast, he possessed 3 stone houses. The central larger ones served as their bedroom, while the smaller ones on either side were storage rooms. At the back, a small latrine had been constructed, and in front of the large house was a simple kitchen with a stone table nearby, next to a tall stone jar. Although Hutai's stone house was not elaborate, it exuded the warmth of daily life, and the couple enjoyed a peaceful and cozy existence. 3 days ago, the tiger tribe leader led a hunting party into the dark forest, where Hutai and the other members ambushed a solitary second-tier beast, a black-spot leopard. However, their attempt failed, and the swift leopard dashed to the left, sending Hutai flying several meters away. In an instant, he vanished from sight, along with the leopard, as if swallowed by the very darkness of the forest. Upon witnessing Hutai's disappearance, the tiger orcs rushed to the spot, desperately searching for any trace of him for miles, yet their efforts yielded no results. Deep down, several tribe members had already surmised that Hu Tai had likely encountered a spontaneously opening spatial wormhole. However, the inherently kind-hearted tiger orcs clung to a flicker of hope, expanding their search radius in the hopes of finding him nearby. As night fell and no sign of Hu Tai emerged, a heavy gloom settled over the tribe. Tales of spatial wormholes had circulated within the tribe for years, recounting how some orcs who encountered such phenomena were transported to the Beast King city beyond the Dark Forest, while others were said to receive divine inheritances from the beast gods, elevating them from mere two-striped beasts to the legendary nine-striped ones. Conversely, there were ominous tales of orcs being torn apart by the mysterious forces of space, vanishing without a trace. Despite the myriad of legends surrounding spatial wormholes, not a single orc who had disappeared into one had ever returned. The tiger tribe had already suffered grievously from the beast tide 5 years ago. Losing countless kin, every orc was precious to their community. The sudden loss of another member plunged the tribe into an even deeper sorrow. Upon returning to the Black Gorge, although the hunting party had brought back an abundant catch, the usual joy of their successful hunt was overshadowed by the absence of Hu Tai. Traditionally, the spoils of a hunt were shared generously with the elderly and young orcs left without support, with the remainder evenly distributed among the hunting party members. This time, however, each member willingly set aside a portion of their catch for Hu Tai's family. In Hu Tai's stone house, the hunting party members busily transported piles of game to the storage rooms flanking the bedroom. As Yuan Jing watched the comings and goings of the orcs, her hands anxiously fidgeted with the edges of her animal hide clothing, betraying her inner turmoil. Hu Hua's mate, Hu Gu, hesitantly approached Yuan Jing under the leader's subtle cue, slowly revealing the details of Hu Tai's mysterious disappearance. Meanwhile, Hu Hua offered her steady reassurances. Overwhelmed, Yuan Jing suddenly felt darkness envelop her, and she fainted. When she regained consciousness, Yuan Jing was not the same as before. Tossing and turning on the stone bed, she finally cradled her prominent belly and began to moan in frustration. "Oh heavens, let me just die instead," she lamented. "I merely sought a blessing on the mountain, yet tripped into this beastly world, and now I bear a child." Now, with her beastly husband missing and unable to hunt for herself, she faced the daunting task of providing for the little one growing within her. The original Yuan Jing had led a life of ease, untouched by hardship, but now, with her husband gone, she felt burdened with a multitude of problems. Yuan Jing wished she could simply die again. Indeed, this was not the body Yuan Jing had inhabited. She had once been an ordinary engineering woman in the 21st century, perpetually single and without even a fleeting romance. A staunch advocate of independence, she found herself unwillingly thrust into the life of a pregnant female orc in a world where her husband had vanished. She longed to return home, desperately yearning for her life in the 21st century. On the day she arrived in this world, she had forced herself to sleep repeatedly, hoping to awaken back in her own time. Each time she opened her eyes, she found herself still lying on the unforgiving stone bed. After pinching herself until tears streamed down her face, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, guided by the memories of her former life, and stumbled out of the bedroom. Gazing up at the 2 pale blue moons hanging in the sky, Yuan Jing understood with certainty that she could not go back. A sudden gust of wind swept by, chilling the air around her. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to make the best of her situation. Encouraging herself inwardly, she navigated her way back to bed, pulling the animal hide blanket over herself. To her surprise, despite the day's tumultuous events, she fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. As autumn has now descended, to navigate the impending frigid winter in this realm of beasts, it is imperative to not only gather sufficient provisions for the hibernation of the feline kind, but also to collect an ample supply of dry firewood. The beast husband, Hu Tai, is rather dependable. His storeroom is already stocked with the necessary firewood for the winter. However, Yuan Jing, wishing to thrive in this environment, must also secure an adequate supply of sustenance for the season. Given her inability to hunt and her imminent childbirth, she must devise a strategy to procure sufficient food without delay. The original identity of Yuan Jing was indeed that of a dependent on her beast husband. This is not to suggest that she was indolent, rather. In this world of beasts, it is customary for the females to rely on the males for sustenance, as hunting falls solely within the domain of the male beastmen, leaving the females unconcerned about food procurement. Certainly, Yuan Jing could select another partner within the tiger clan as long as a male beastman is willing to bond with her. Her worries about food would dissipate. However, as a modern woman from the 21st century, she is resolutely independent and would never entertain such an idea. She would rather expend her efforts to secure her own provisions. In truth, the divine beast continent does not suffer from the food scarcity depicted in prior transmigration tales. The beastmen experience intermittent feasting. In the divine beast continent, to which Yuan Jing has traversed, there exists an abundance of wild creatures, providing a wealth of resources for the beastmen. Therefore, food is relatively plentiful, and instances of beastmen perishing from starvation are exceedingly rare. The beastmen of the divine beast continent can cultivate and advance in power, classified from the lowest to the highest as follows: 1 pattern beastmen, 2 pattern beastmen, 3 pattern beastmen, 4 pattern beastmen, 5 pattern beastmen, 6 pattern beastmen, 7 pattern beastmen, 8 pattern beastmen, and 9 pattern beastmen. Although food is not lacking in the divine beast continent, hunting remains essential to acquire it. The young and elderly of the tiger clan may receive enough beast meat to stave off starvation. Yet this is merely sufficient to avoid death. To achieve true sustenance, one must rely on their own ingenuity. Moreover, it is crucial for beastmen to continuously consume rare beast meats and certain extraordinary treasures to hope for advancement. Solely relying on the ordinary beast meat distributed within the clan would make progression a distant dream. According to her memories, newly born male beast cubs require at least 1 serving of rare beast meat to awaken their internal martial veins. Only those who have activated their martial veins can cultivate and ascend in power. The more rare the first piece of beast meat consumed by a newly born male cub, the stronger the martial vein that is awakened, facilitating easier advancement in the future. Rare beast meat is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Within the tiger clan, the meat prepared for newly born cubs is relatively accessible, coming from the mutated spotted leopards. While this meat can indeed awaken the martial veins of newborn cubs, it only allows for cultivation up to the 2-pattern level, with any further advancement becoming exceedingly unlikely. Thus, Yuan Jing comprehends that to better survive in this alien world, she must not only secure sufficient food to endure the forthcoming winter, but also obtain even rarer beast meat, ensuring that the little one within her does not start off at a disadvantage. Although she is currently expecting what may likely be a female child, should this fetus turn out to be a male cub, relying solely on the clan stock of mutated spotted leopard meat would be insufficient. It is prudent to prepare for all possibilities, and thus she must swiftly acquire more rare beast meat. Listening to the distant clamor from the square, it is evident that the hunting team has returned. Yuan Jing hastens along the route etched in her memory towards the square. After all, she is now entitled to receive the beast meat distributed by the clan, albeit in modest quantities, yet even the smallest morsel holds value. Upon her arrival at the square, she spots a familiar figure, Hu Hua, gathered at the meat distribution point. Hu Hua's long hair is somewhat disheveled, yet her smile radiates warmth. Today, the meat distribution is overseen by Hu Hua's beast mother, Hu Yun, whose gentle demeanor and smile reveal deep-set wrinkles, reminiscent of the kindly old women she encountered in her previous life. Yuan Jing, you've come to collect your share of beast meat, as well? I was just about to bring it to you, she calls out. Yuan Jing, take it easy. Are you feeling better now? Yuan Jing, I shall speak to the clan leader and ask him to allocate more meat for you. Hu Hua discreetly whispers to Hu Yun, Mother, please give Yuan Jing a bit more meat later. She then playfully winks at Yuan Jing, who nods in response. Having expressed her gratitude for their kindness, Yuan Jing returns to her stone dwelling with the surplus meat she has received. Shortly after her return, a young woman with chestnut hair and a striking appearance approaches her, presenting a basket filled with wild fruits. Sister Jing, this is a gift from my mother. Please be sure to accept it. I must return to assist her with dinner preparations. I shall take my leave now." With that, she departs in a flurry. This young woman is the daughter of the clan leader, Hu Fei heir, whose beauty is matched only by her amiable temperament. With a father who is a four-patterned beast leader, by the standards of her previous life, she embodies the epitome of privilege and beauty. In 6 months, she will come of age, and in terms of background and appearance, no other female in the clan could rival her, destined to captivate countless male beastmen. Though the environment in this alien world is unfamiliar, Yuan Jing feels enveloped by the kindness of those around her. Her initial anxiety about being in a different realm gradually dissipates. Embracing this new reality, she is confident that she will eventually find her place within the world of beastmen. The stone house of Huda. No, it is now the home of Yuan Jing, situated in the central region of the Black Canyon, where one need not worry about safety. Unlike the fringes of the canyon, where wild creatures occasionally emerge, posing little threat to the fully grown male orcs, Yuan Jing finds herself in a different predicament as a pregnant woman, with her considerable belly hampering her movements. She would likely struggle even against the most ordinary of wild beasts. Yuan Jing is quite grateful for her missing orc husband, had he not constructed stone houses here. Her current circumstances would undoubtedly be even more challenging. Yuan Jing rummaged through the storeroom and selected a piece of tender beast meat. Then she gathered a small handful of firewood and proceeded to the kitchen to kindle a fire. The flames crackled and danced to life, and Yuan Jing placed the chunk of meat directly onto the fire to roast. Soon, the air was filled with a delightful aroma of cooked meat. Despite her gnawing hunger, she patiently tended to the meat until it was perfectly golden. Only then did she remove the meat from the grill and place it into a stone bowl on the table. Without a moment's hesitation, she devoured the meat voraciously. After all, her beastly husband was absent, though even if he were present, she would have thought little of appearances. Food was paramount, and her body had gone several days without a proper meal. Satiating her hunger was her utmost priority, rendering any notions of decorum utterly irrelevant. Life in this beastly realm was decidedly more monotonous than that of the 21st century, devoid of any leisure activities. Once she finished her meal, Yuan Jing found herself at a loss for entertainment. Sitting idly was tedious, so she decided to take a stroll around the tribe to aid digestion while sifting through the memories of her former self. In search of ways to acquire more beast meat, her current predicament felt akin to that of a single, pregnant woman in her past life. Relying solely on the meager rations distributed by the tribe was insufficient for true sustenance. As a transcendent traveler, it was quite a disgrace to barely scrape by. Autumn had just begun, and with winter on the horizon, it was prudent to make preparations sooner rather than later. As Yuan Jing walked, her mind was filled with thoughts, and before long, she arrived at the fringes of the southern edge of the Black Canyon. Although there was a possibility of encountering wild creatures here, such occurrences were infrequent. Under normal circumstances, it remained quite safe. Yuan Jing found herself wandering to this place almost unknowingly. Under normal circumstances, she would never have ventured here, especially considering the late season and the paramount importance of safety. As she gazed around, her eyes fell upon the crops that were so familiar to her from her past life, sunflowers. She had cultivated them on her own balcony and was intimately acquainted with this splendid plant. The sunflower seeds, which people commonly consume, are the mature fruits of the sunflower, containing a wealth of natural oils. Not only can they be eaten directly, but they can also be processed into oil. Though the sunflowers she observed were quite large, resembling basin-sized blooms, and their seeds were significantly larger, comparable to the size of pistachios from her former existence, Yuan Jing was certain they were indeed sunflowers. However, to be prudent, she plucked a seed, shelled it, and inhaled its aroma, which was unmistakably akin to the scent of sunflower seeds she remembered. With a bold heart, she even sampled the taste of the sunflower kernel, which was comfortingly familiar. She was unequivocally assured that these were sunflower seeds. In her memories, the beastmen of this realm lacked a culture of snacking on seeds, and few were even aware that such delicacies were edible. Although sunflower seeds could not satiate hunger, they offered a delightful diversion in this mundane beast world. In her previous life, sunflower seeds were a highly cherished snack, often prepared during moments of boredom, leisure, or gatherings with friends. They served to occupy time while providing a rich source of nutrition. Additionally, the natural oils in the seeds contributed numerous health benefits, and their excessive consumption rarely led to adverse effects. Indeed, sunflower seeds could be considered the epitome of snacks. Enjoying sunflower seeds was one of Yuan Jing's greatest pleasures. As a seasoned enthusiast, she was well aware of the benefits they provided. The delightful aroma of the seeds would stimulate the taste buds on the tongue, creating a sense of excitement that would extend to the digestive organs, thereby promoting the secretion of various digestive enzymes, such as saliva and gastric juices, facilitating digestion. Snacking on seeds before meals could enhance appetite, while enjoying them afterward could aid in digestion, particularly after consuming oily foods. Indulging in sunflower seeds could invigorate the entire digestive system, enhancing its functionality. Despite the numerous advantages of sunflower seeds, excessive consumption could lead to overheating. Yet this hardly diminished the affection people held for them. The act of sharing sunflower seeds while engaging in conversation had become a beloved form of entertainment passed down through generations, suitable for all ages. This was undoubtedly a classic pastime, and she felt an urgent need to introduce this activity within her tribe. Not only could it help her earn her first profits, but it would also significantly increase her presence within the community. Yuan Jing recalled that her previous self had limited interactions with the tribe. And although she had once had a beast husband for companionship, alleviating concerns about safety, now that he had mysteriously disappeared, she felt compelled to consider her situation more carefully. As a member of the Yuan clan, she was now without kin or allies. And her husband's family had tragically perished during the beast tide that erupted 5 years prior. She truly felt isolated. While those she had encountered, such as Hua Hua and Hu Fei'er, had shown her kindness, she remained wary. In a vast forest, one could never be certain of the nature of all creatures lurking within. She harbored genuine concerns that if she continued to remain inconspicuous, it was entirely possible that should misfortune befall her, no one would come to know of it. This urgency to establish a more pronounced presence within her tribe was the very reason for her fervent desire to engage more deeply with her community. Yuan Jing is an engineering student who has traversed time from the 21st century. Although many perceive female engineering students as embodiments of strength, she is merely an ordinary girl, not even qualifying as a tough girl. In her previous readings of time travel novels, the heroines, even those studying medicine, effortlessly crafted explosives and weaponry. As an engineering student with dual degrees in mechanical and chemical engineering, Yuan Jing feels a profound sense of inadequacy as she struggles to accomplish tasks that others, with less specialized education, manage with ease. Her arrival in this unfamiliar world was not of her choosing, nor did she possess the ambition to become a heroine. Rather, she yearned to be an occasional, unassuming fish out of water. Presently, her eagerness to assert her presence is driven by the need for survival. Alone and devoid of any martial prowess in this unknown land, her sense of security has significantly diminished. The pursuit of visibility, while questionable in its efficacy for enhancing her safety, provides her with a semblance of comfort. In the realm of human endeavor, actions are influenced by the heavens. In her quest to establish her presence, Yuan Jing diligently gathered over a dozen sunflowers, each the size of a dinner plate. As she assessed her capacity, she realized she could not carry any more and ceased her harvesting. Due to her Orcish lineage, she felt a remarkable increase in strength compared to her previous life. There was no way she could have managed such a feat before. Even more astonishing was the fact that upon returning home with her abundant sunflowers, she felt no fatigue whatsoever, a testament to her body's exceptional capabilities, far exceeding her expectations. Thus, her time travel has not been without its merits, at the very least. She has acquired this extraordinary physique. After all, the body is the foundation of revolution. Indeed, her quest to enhance her presence has gained additional resources. Yuan Jing, inherently an easygoing optimist, has now become preoccupied with various matters, leaving behind the trivial concerns that once occupied her mind. Yuan Jing intended to first create a sample of sunflower seeds. Should the experiment prove successful, she contemplated large-scale production. Without hesitation, relying on her memory, she ventured to the storeroom to retrieve a leather pouch, subsequently gathering the sunflower seeds from the sunflowers and placing them into the pouch for future use. As a woman in engineering, although Yuan Jing may not possess the capability to manufacture high-end items such as gunpowder or firearms, her practical skills are undeniably impressive. For instance, she adeptly shells sunflower seeds with remarkable speed. She procured a small, uneven stone slab, approximately the size of a bowl, and placed the sunflowers on a leather pouch, positioning them with the seed-bearing side facing down. With the stone slab in hand, she brushed the sunflowers as one might polish shoes in a past life. In a short while, all the seeds from a single sunflower cascaded into the leather pouch. In less than half an hour, Yuan Jing efficiently processed the sunflowers she had harvested, resulting in a pouch filled with sunflower seeds, estimated to weigh around 40 pounds. Yuan Jing could not help but marvel at the astonishing yield of sunflowers in this world. In her previous life, a single sunflower produced less than half a pound of seeds, whereas here, one sunflower's yield approached 4 pounds. The productivity had increased almost eightfold. Furthermore, the seeds were as large as pistachios from her past life. The thought of such delectable seeds made her mouth water in anticipation. Motivated by the prospect of culinary delights, she hastened her efforts. Relying on her memory, Yuan Jing effortlessly located a piece of breathable animal hide and swiftly crafted a pouch for her spices. She retrieved some fresh ginger from the storeroom and also selected aromatic wood chips, which bore a resemblance to garlic in fragrance, cutting them into thumb-sized pieces to place within the pouch. Though the wood chips were typically used for grilling, she was uncertain whether they would impart a garlicky essence to her spice pouch. Yet, it was a necessary compromise due to the scarcity of available spices. The freshly harvested sunflower seeds were free of debris, eliminating the need for washing. Yuan Jing poured half of the sunflower seeds directly into a large stone pot, adding an appropriate amount of water, salt, and a sachet of spices, and began to simmer over low heat. Once the pot reached a boil, Yuan Jing tasted the broth of the seeds. The saltiness was neither too strong nor too weak. To enhance the flavor, she added a bit more salt to the pot. When the sunflower seeds were thoroughly cooked and infused with flavor, she turned off the heat. As the water in the pot cooled, she used a small basket to retrieve the seeds, draining the excess liquid as she worked. To expedite the drying process, Yuan Jing decided to dry the seeds directly. She found a few inexpensive, flat baskets woven by local craftsmen, placed the drained, cooked sunflower seeds inside, and set the baskets on the original grill, igniting a gentle flame beneath to slowly dry them. Yuan Jing busied herself from noon until dusk, finally preparing over 20 pounds of sunflower seeds. The finished seeds were plump and bore a dark brown hue, their surfaces subtly reflecting a metallic sheen, offering an exquisite visual appeal. The flavor of the seeds was perfectly balanced between salty and savory, boasting a rich aroma and an exceptional crispness, ensuring that they did not dry out the mouth while indulging. The shells were remarkably thin and brittle, producing a satisfying crunch upon biting, allowing for easy cracking. The first bite was nothing short of astonishing, presenting a harmonious blend of aromatic spices without overshadowing the seed's inherent fragrance. With careful chewing, one could even detect a hint of sweetness. Although the variety of spices used in preparing the seeds was limited, the resulting flavor was unexpectedly delightful, rivaling that of high-end sunflower seeds from a previous life. To prevent the sunflower seeds from becoming damp, Yuan Jing placed them directly into a water storage leather pouch. This pouch, akin to waterproof plastic bags from her former existence, provided superior moisture protection compared to ordinary leather bags, allowing the seeds to remain dry for several months. After having dinner, Yuan Jing resumed her sunflower seed endeavors. Though there was no urgency in the preparation, she found it difficult to remain idle. Today, she had utilized a considerable amount of salt in cooking the seeds. Her frugal orc husband had amassed a decent supply of salt, yet she had no income at present, making her use of it quite conservative. With a bit of water remaining in the pot used for boiling the seeds, she intended to repurpose it for another batch of cooked seeds. However, she was mindful not to stay up too late. She turned off the heat once the sunflower seeds were thoroughly cooked and flavorful, proceeding to wash up and retire for the night. After all, being pregnant, staying up late would be irresponsible for both herself and her child. Wishing for a night filled with sweet dreams, Yuan Jing was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds outside the stone house. Inhaling a generous breath of fresh air, she mused to herself that this truly was a paradise untouched by industrial pollution. Stretching lazily, Yuan Jing soon found herself bustling about once more. In her haste to retire the previous night, she had neglected to drain the sunflower seeds soaking in the pot. Rising early, she paid little mind to washing up or having breakfast, hastily proceeding to drain the seeds. Following the drying procedure from the previous day, she effortlessly placed the basket of moist sunflower seeds onto the roasting rack, embarking on a new round of seed drying. With the experience gained from yesterday's endeavor, Yuan Jing found her tasks considerably lighter today. While drying the wet seeds, she simultaneously attended to her personal hygiene, prepared breakfast, and savored her meal. Just as she finished her breakfast, the sunflower seeds were also perfectly dried. Yuan Jing gathered the roasted melon seeds into a leather pouch. These seeds were plump and full, With thin shells and thick kernels, and even after drying, they retained a considerable weight. It was estimated that the dried seeds weighed nearly 40 pounds. Observing the two suns hanging in the sky, it appeared that it was just past 10 o'clock. At this hour, the orcs had only recently finished their breakfast. In her recollection, it was common for some female orcs and young cubs to stroll and converse in the tribe's square at this time. After all, entertainment activities within the tribe were scarce, making the square a bustling hub for those restless female orcs and young cubs to congregate. As more people gathered in the square, the atmosphere grew lively. Meanwhile, the male orcs had long since ventured out to hunt. Even if the male orcs were not hunting, they seldom loitered in the square. For unlike their female counterparts, they could continuously train and advance. In the 21st century, power was the aphrodisiac for men. In this realm of the beast gods, strength was revered among males, and martial prowess could be likened to an elixir of vitality. Male orcs were either on the hunt or on the path of training and advancement. Yuan Jing, with one hand clutching approximately 5 pounds of sunflower seeds and the other grasping a large stone bowl, made her way toward the square. As Yuan Jing arrived at the square, a considerable number of female orcs had already gathered there. A dozen or so young beasts were present as well, resembling small puppies. Fluffy and endearing, they either frolicked and chased one another or nestled in the embrace of the females, peering curiously around, utterly delightful. She placed a leather pouch filled with sunflower seeds beside a vacant stone table and poured a generous bowl of seeds into a stone bowl. Yuan Jing approached the clusters of female orcs, holding a large stone bowl. She distributed a handful of sunflower seeds to each orc, ensuring that the portions were relatively equal, with each receiving a modest amount. The commotion attracted attention, and given the scarcity of entertainment, the female orcs gravitated towards Yuan Jing, drawn by the lively atmosphere. As the crowd grew, Yuan Jing picked up a seed to demonstrate how to crack it open. The female orcs who received the seeds were overjoyed, sniffing their treats and mimicking Yuan Jing's actions as they began to savor the seeds. Those who had not yet received any looked at her with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. As the bowl neared emptiness, Yuan Jing bestowed the last handful upon the orc closest to her, then returned to the stone table to scoop out another generous bowl of seeds to distribute. A group of playful younglings also gathered around her, and she shared the seeds with them as well. The delighted younglings opened their mouths wide, eagerly tossing several seeds into their mouths, crunching joyfully while spitting out the shells, their antics undeniably charming. Every female orc and youngling in the square received a small handful of seeds, and Yuan Jing had finished distributing her little pouch. A sense of longing lingered among the crowd. The initial taste of the seeds was nothing short of astonishing, and those who had sampled them immediately fell in love with their flavor. Typically, the orc snacks consisted solely of various wild fruits, so this new treat was a delightful novelty. The female orcs, hailing from relatively affluent households with male orcs capable of hunting, were accustomed to ample supplies of meat. They were eager to exchange something in return for more seeds to share with their families, as they themselves had developed a fondness for the taste of sunflower seeds. In an age where spices were scarce, these seeds were indeed a delightful luxury. The female orcs eagerly inquired if there were any more seeds available, expressing their willingness to trade for them. Yuan Jing, displaying no reluctance, expressed her willingness to engage in an exchange. After all, as an elderly and infirm individual reliant on the support of her clan, she was not affluent. She conveyed to everyone her current need for beast meat and salt fruits, inviting those interested in trading to visit her stone dwelling. She clarified that the quantity of sunflower seeds she had prepared was rather limited, allowing each person to exchange for an amount equivalent to a stone bowl, which was comparable to a pound in her previous life. The reason for capping the exchange to a small quantity of sunflower seeds was Yuan Jing's desire for more beastmen to relish the joy of snacking on seeds. It was only by expanding the community's enjoyment of this simple pleasure that she could attract a larger clientele, alleviating her concerns about winter provisions. Presently, beast meat and salt fruits were the two most vital resources for Yuan Jing. The former served as her primary sustenance, while the latter was an essential nutrient for maintaining her energy levels, particularly as she was expecting a child and required additional nourishment. Relying solely on the meager support from her clan was insufficient. Thus, her utmost hope was to acquire beast meat and salt fruits through this exchange. Upon hearing the beastmen express their willingness to trade meat and salt fruits for sunflower seeds, Yuan Jing felt that she had largely achieved her objectives for the day. Yuan Jing decided not to linger any longer in the square. After bidding farewell to the assembled crowd, she made her way back to her stone dwelling. Observing Yuan Jing's departure, the other female orcs gradually left the square as well. Upon returning to her stone house, Yuan Jing prepared 2 bags filled with 5 pounds of melon seeds each. One bag she intended to deliver to the family of Tiger Flower. Despite her initial reluctance, Tiger Flower ultimately accepted the seeds and in return offered Yuan Jing 60 pounds of beast meat. Unable to refuse, Yuan Jing graciously accepted the gift. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude for all the assistance she had received from Tiger Flower's family, she had intended to offer them some melon seeds. But their gesture of returning meat was unexpected. Yuan Jing could not help but marvel at the kindness of the orcs in this place. Realizing that such favors could never be fully repaid, the second bag was taken to the chieftain's household, where they had also shown her considerable kindness. And she felt it was only right to express her gratitude. Only Tiger Fair was home at the chieftain's residence, and after some polite refusals, she eventually accepted the seeds after much persuasion from Yuan Jing. They exchanged some wild fruits as well. After completing these exchanges, Yuan Jing felt quite fatigued. Upon her return to the stone house, she was greeted at the entrance by 2 female orcs who had come to trade for melon seeds. "Please, come in and sit on the stone bench," she urged them, noting that both orcs had brought a basket of salt fruits for the exchange. Yuan Jing eagerly fetched 2 full bowls of melon seeds from within her home. The 2 orcs, not shy in the least, accepted the seeds and promptly took their leave. As they were in a hurry to return for lunch, more female orcs arrived throughout the day to exchange for melon seeds until all her seeds were traded away, leaving Yuan Jing in a state of tranquility. Looking into her storeroom, filled with dozens of baskets of salt fruits and approximately 300 pounds of beast meat, she felt a swell of delight. The beast meat was undoubtedly essential, a staple of her diet. Salt, too, held great significance as the currency of this land. With sufficient salt, the chances of acquiring rare beast meat would greatly increase. In the realm of divine beasts, only the merfolk residing by the sea possessed the technique of salt production, rendering the commodity monopolized by them. Orcs required a daily intake of salt to meet their bodily needs, thus the price of salt remained exceedingly high. The salt fruit trees, which flourish within the dark forest, yield a bountiful supply of salt fruits, making them relatively easy to procure. These trees bear fruit once a year, with a harvest cycle of approximately 20 days. However, the fruits do not have a long shelf life. If not processed within a week of picking, they begin to decay. Lacking the knowledge to extract salt from the fruits, the salt fruits have a consumable period of nearly 30 days. For the remaining 11 months of the year, the orcs must rely on salt or the fresh blood of animals to supplement their salt intake. Thanks to the abundance of salt fruit trees in the dark forest, the Tiger clan requires significantly less salt from the merfolk each year. Consequently, they accumulate a greater quantity of beast hides, leading to a more prosperous existence for the orc community. After confirming that no one was approaching her vicinity, Yuan Jing began the process of producing salt. She preferred not to be observed during this endeavor, at least for the time being. Her current state of poverty was dire. If she did not devise a means to procure sufficient resources, both she and the little one growing within her might be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. Should her future circumstances improve, she would contemplate sharing the method of salt production with the local orcs. Yuan Jing first ignited a small fire in the storage room on the left, subsequently placing the salt fruits over the flames to dry. While the salt fruits were being roasted, she heated water in a stone pot beside the fire. After removing the first batch of dried salt fruits, Yuan Jing placed a second batch over the flames to dry. The dried salt fruits were then crushed in a stone basin, yielding a fine salt fruit powder. Following this, Yuan Jing dissolved the salt fruit powder in hot water, thus creating a coarse salt solution. During the dissolution of the salt fruit powder, Yuan Jing fashioned a filter from a stone basin, which tapered from wide at the top to narrow at the bottom. The construction of the filter was rather straightforward. She began by creating a hole in the bottom of the basin, utilizing a chiseling tool that her inexpensive orc husband possessed. Combined with Yuan Jing's newfound strength as a formidable female orc, in less than 3 minutes, she successfully carved a hole in the bottom of the stone basin. Yuan Jing meticulously laid 3 layers of permeable animal hide at the opening of the stone basin. She then collected a substantial amount of black charcoal from the stove, spreading a generous layer of it across the bottom of the basin. Finally, she added 2 additional layers of permeable animal hide atop the charcoal, thus creating a rudimentary filter. The coarse salt solution, derived from dissolving salt-dried fruits, was poured into the filter, resulting in a clear, colorless, and transparent brine. Ultimately, by evaporating this transparent brine, she obtained fine, pure white salt. The salt that Yuan Jing personally crafted surpasses the quality of that obtained by her orc husband. despite the latter being less expensive. Transforming into a powerful orc matron, Yuan Jing possesses remarkable physical strength. With her prominent belly, she effortlessly transformed several baskets of salt fruits into fine salt within a mere few hours, yielding nearly 100 pounds of salt. A rough estimation reveals that the salt fruits contain over 90% salt, which undoubtedly accounts for Yuan Jing's swift production of fine salt. Logically, such a high salt content should render the salt fruits easy to preserve and resistant to spoilage. However, in this peculiar scenario, the salt fruits are surprisingly prone to decay. Nevertheless, given the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Yuan Jing's journey to this realm, the rapid spoilage of the salt fruits seems rather commonplace. She chose not to delve further into the issue of their deterioration. Yuan Jing set aside enough beast meat for her sustenance over the next 2 days, while the remainder was meticulously cured with salt. Once the curing process was complete the following day, she would be able to transform the beast meat into preserved delicacies. The quantity of meat being cured amounted to approximately 200 jin, requiring 3 jin of salt for every 100 jin of meat. Consequently, Yuan Jing utilized a total of 36 jin of salt for this endeavor. Previously, she had refrained from making preserved meat due to the excessive amount of salt required, which her frugal orc husband had managed to accumulate, totaling just over 20 jin. Yuan Jing has significantly increased her strength, yet her appetite has grown correspondingly. She consumes as much as 20 jin of beast meat in a single meal, totaling 60 jin each day. The 36 jin of salt she utilized to preserve the beast meat would only suffice for her sustenance for a mere 20 days. The government assistance provided to her tribe amounts to 20 jin of beast meat per person daily. Thus, if she is unable to store any food, she can only afford 1 meal each day. As winter progresses, while she will not perish from hunger, it is likely that she will be reduced to little more than skin and bones. Yuan Jing has traversed into a new realm, possessing a foundational understanding of essential knowledge. Furthermore, her adaptability is commendable. Upon her arrival, she immediately contemplated her means of survival, seamlessly integrating with her new form. Through this harmonious connection, she successfully accumulated her inaugural stock of beast meat in this savage world, alongside an ample surplus of nearly 90 pounds of fine salt. Yuan Jing felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Her frugal orc husband had diligently saved for quite some time to amass around 20 pounds of salt. Moreover, her husband was a formidable 3-stripe orc. With such ease, she had managed to earn an impressive amount of fine salt, which was truly remarkable. Most importantly, she had mastered the art of transforming salt fruits into culinary salt. Given that salt fruits were inexpensive and readily available, Yuan Jing could effortlessly produce fine salt in abundance. This not only satisfied her own consumption needs, but also allowed her to exchange the surplus salt for a wealth of supplies. With her newfound expertise in salt production, Yuan Jing could completely shed her previous identity as a pitiable being reliant on the meager provisions of her tribe, stepping into a life of comfort and abundance. Filled with a sense of self-satisfaction, Yuan Jing joyfully concluded another day in the beastly realm. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into her dwelling, the surroundings gradually became clearer. Adjusting her eyes to the changing light, Yuan Jing rose from her slumber. Today, she intended to continue crafting sunflower seeds to exchange for salt fruits. After hastily refreshing herself, she prepared a meal of roasted meat for breakfast. Once she had finished eating, she grabbed her leather pouch and set out to harvest sunflowers. This time, she brought along a small, uneven stone slab, using it to scoop the raw sunflower seeds directly into her pouch. After filling it with approximately 100 pounds of seeds, Yuan Jing returned to her abode. After setting down the pouch of raw sunflower seeds, she began to gather more. Before long, she had collected another 100 pounds. With her growing strength, her efficiency in work had greatly increased. By 10 o'clock, Yuan Jing had amassed around 200 pounds of raw sunflower seeds, exactly the amount she planned to use for her seed production today. She did not intend to become wealthy through the production of seeds. Rather, she wished to share her knowledge with the orcs in her tribe, fostering bonds among them. However, she soon realized that once the orcs learned the method of seed production, the sunflowers along the edge of the Black Gorge might be completely harvested. Thus, she quickly grabbed another bag to set aside some raw sunflower seeds for planting. She hoped to experiment with sunflower cultivation in the coming year. Yuan Jing strolled to the square and contemplated introducing the orcs to the sunflowers. Taking a turn, she first arrived at Tiger Flower's home and inquired whether Tiger Flower would accompany her to gather sunflower seeds. Upon tasting the flavor of the seeds, Tiger Flower, without a moment's hesitation, joined Yuan Jing's expedition. The two companions made their way to the chieftain's residence, Tiger Fair. Upon witnessing the two running hand in hand towards her home, wore a joyful expression. She had been feeling quite restless at home and eagerly anticipated a familiar face to come and play with her. Yuan Jing elaborated on her intentions, and upon hearing this, Hu Feier was filled with immense joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she expressed her eagerness to join. Sunflower seeds had indeed become one of her newfound delights. Previously, she had been reluctant to consume all the seeds Yuan Jing had gifted her in one sitting, often savoring only a handful at a time, treating those seeds as precious treasures. Thus, the three of them set off together to the edge of the Black Gorge to gather sunflowers. Along the way, Hu Hua and Hu Feier were exceptionally exuberant, chattering incessantly. Yuan Jing occasionally responded to them with a smile, considering their age difference of merely 3 years. They were essentially peers, sharing a considerable rapport. In their daily lives, the clan lacked recreational activities, and thus the act of harvesting sunflower seeds transformed into a form of entertainment. After teaching the two how to identify sunflowers, Yuan Jing produced her personal small stone slab and began to meticulously extract the seeds. The sight of her deft movements intrigued both Hu Feier and Hu Hua, who eagerly took turns using Yuan Jing's stone slab, finding the extraction of sunflower seeds surprisingly effortless, and they praised Yuan Jing for her cleverness. The trio managed to gather approximately 40 pounds of sunflower seeds before heading back. Noticing Yuan Jing's pregnancy, Hu Hua insisted on taking the leather bag filled with seeds from Yuan Jing's hands. Unable to resist Hu Hua's persistence, Yuan Jing reluctantly allowed her to assist. The strength of the beastmen made carrying the bag of seeds a trivial task, which was why Yuan Jing had initially hesitated to seek help. She preferred to handle matters independently, disliking to burden others. Furthermore, her naturally aloof disposition inclined her to avoid overly frequent social interactions. The three moved swiftly, soon arriving at Yuan Jing's stone dwelling. As Yuan Jing meticulously prepared the sunflower seeds, she elucidated the intricate steps to Hu Hua and Hu Feier. Upon learning that the 200 pounds of seeds required nearly 10 pounds of ginger, the two beast folk displayed little reaction. Although ginger was regarded as a precious remedy for colds and ailments, it was seldom needed by the inhabitants of this realm. They had an abundance of ginger growing by the small river in their tribe, which they could hardly consume. Thus, Yuan Jing's decision to utilize some ginger for seed preparation was readily accepted by them. However, when informed that approximately 3 pounds of salt would be necessary for the 200 pounds of seeds, both women were taken aback. Hu Hua's mate, Hu Ge, was also a 3-striped beast man, and his stockpile of salt was comparable to Yuan Jing's, amounting to around 20 pounds. The thought of Yuan Jing using up around 3 pounds of salt at once was astonishing to her. In her household, salt was a precious commodity, utilized sparingly to enhance flavor during meals, and they dared not waste it. In this beastly world, salt was indeed not easily exchanged. For Hu Feier, whose father was the chief of the 4-striped beasts, her family was certainly better off than Hu Hua's 3-striped household. Nevertheless, salt remained a valuable resource for them as well, typically reserved for occasions such as roasting beast meat, with any excess being too precious to squander. Thus, Yuan Jing's act of employing 3 pounds of salt for seed preparation was unanimously deemed wasteful by the two beast folk. Yuan Jing elaborated, explaining that the salt obtained from the sunflower seeds was sufficient for her sustenance for an entire month, and she had also traded for meat to satiate her hunger. Only then did the two beast folk begin to find this arrangement somewhat acceptable. After all, they had been indoctrinated from a young age with the notion that salt was an exceedingly precious commodity, and indeed, salt held great value. The act of utilizing such a substantial amount of salt to produce sunflower seeds was still difficult for them to comprehend, even in light of the seed's exquisite taste. Yuan Jing initially intended to teach only Hu Hua and Hu Feier, the two beast folk, how to create sunflower seeds imbued with a salty flavor. However, observing their deep reverence for salt, Yuan Jing felt compelled to revise her plans for the seed-making instruction. To facilitate this, she meticulously boiled 10 pounds of sunflower seeds in pure water, subsequently drying them to yield 8 to 9 pounds of flavorless roasted seeds. Additionally, she took 10 pounds of raw sunflower seeds and dried them directly to produce unseasoned seeds. The flavorless roasted seeds possessed a unique aroma, exuding a delightful crunch, while the raw seeds retained the fresh scent of sunflower, also offering a pleasing crispness. Both varieties received unanimous acclaim from Hu Hua and Hu Feier. To Yuan Jing's surprise, the absence of spices rendered the seeds unexpectedly delightful. The two beastfolk, having acquired the methods for crafting both flavorless roasted and raw seeds, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Yuan Jing. Together, the trio managed to prepare 200 pounds of garlic-flavored seeds, alongside 8 to 9 pounds of each type of flavorless seed by the afternoon. During this time, Hu Hua and Hu Fei returned to their respective homes for lunch. It was not that Yuan Jing wished to send them away. Rather, she had reserved her own rations, having cured all other beast meat, leaving her unable to host them adequately. The two willingly opted to return home for their meal, understanding Yuan Jing's situation and wishing to alleviate any burden on her. In the end, Yuan Jing generously distributed 10 pounds of garlic-flavored seeds to each of them and equally divided the flavorless roasted and raw seeds, ensuring each received nearly 20 pounds of seeds, ample sustenance for a considerable time. Furthermore, having shared the seed-making techniques with them, they were now capable of crafting their own, marking a fruitful visit to Yuan Jing's abode. Shortly thereafter, Hu Hua and Hu Fei returned in succession to Yuan Jing's home. Hu Hua presented a substantial piece of beast meat, estimated to weigh around 50 pounds, which Yuan Jing graciously accepted. Hu Fei brought along a basket brimming with wild fruits, which Yuan Jing received with a smile. Aware of the necessity for increased vitamin intake during her pregnancy, Yuan Jing was nearly finished with the fruits gifted by Hu Fei on a previous occasion. Thus, receiving another basket of fruit filled her heart with joy, as she truly lacked for nothing. After engaging in light conversation with the two, Yuan Jing encouraged them to share the seed-making methods with their fellow tribespeople. Yuan Jing was also considering the needs of the orcs within her tribe, pondering that if they had the capability to produce sunflower seeds themselves, it would add a new form of entertainment for everyone. Had Yuan Jing not specifically mentioned the possibility of informing other tribesfolk, the two of them would not have divulged the method of production to other orcs due to their integrity. They understood that this knowledge constituted a significant bargaining chip for Yuan Jing in her exchanges of resources. Thus, in the absence of her explicit consent to share this information, they intended to keep it from the other female orcs. As for the matter of whether she could continue to trade sunflower seeds for goods, Yuan Jing was untroubled. The original owner of her body was someone entirely unfamiliar with manual labor, and according to her memories, many female orcs in the tribe were similarly unaccustomed to work. While other orcs could engage in price wars to seize market share, judging by the demeanor of Hua Hua and Hu Fei, it was clear that ordinary orcs lacked the audacity to produce garlic-flavored sunflower seeds. Therefore, Yuan Jing felt confident that her niche in seed production remained secure. Moreover, she was acutely aware that monopolizing this endeavor was an impossibility. Such dominance would undoubtedly attract the envy of those with ulterior motives. Given her precarious situation, the notion of monopolization was a mere fanciful thought. The most significant reason for her willingness to share the benefits with other orcs stemmed from the substantial assistance she had received since arriving in this foreign world. She genuinely identified with these orcs and the tribe itself, fostering a desire to share more advantages with them. In the evening, upon the return of the hunting party, Yuan Jing collected her portion of the meager beast meat at the square. She encountered many tribesfolk and greeted each one warmly. A robust three-striped orc named Husin approached her, inquiring whether she was still exchanging sunflower seeds. Yuan Jing affirmed that she was, inviting him to come and trade. This male orc was known as Husin, and his partner was named Huli. Yuan Jing held a vivid impression of Huli, a diminutive and sweet female orc. Yesterday, she sought to exchange sunflower seeds with Yuan Jing, but due to her late arrival, there were no seeds left for her. Yuan Jing assured her that she would be able to make an exchange that very evening. The depth of Yuan Jing's impression stemmed from the numerous tales she had overheard within their tribe about Huli and Husin. It was said that 3 years prior, Husin, who was still a two-stripe orc at the time, had met with a tragic accident during a hunting expedition, falling from a cliff. When the other hunters discovered him, he was on the brink of death. Rescued and brought back to the tribe, Husin was covered in blood, his wounds frightful in nature. After caring for him for 7 days, his family gradually lost hope, believing he would not survive. After all, the self-healing abilities of orcs are formidable, and his lack of improvement suggested a grim outcome. Husin's sister-in-law was pregnant, nearing her time of delivery. Weighing their options, Husin's family decided to place him in an abandoned stone house within the tribe for recuperation, ensuring he received regular meals. Huli, who lived next door to Husin, witnessed his family carry him to the dilapidated stone structure and felt pity for him, often visiting to tend to his needs. In time, Husin defied the odds, recovering and achieving a breakthrough to become a three-stripe orc, which naturally led to a union with Huli. The two became inseparable companions within the tribe, eliciting envy from their peers. Consequently, with little in the way of entertainment, the orc community spent considerable time gossiping about their love story. Not out of malice as in previous lives, but rather with genuine blessings for the couple. Even the reclusive Yuan Jing had heard their tales no fewer than 5 times. Yuan Jing's acquaintance with the three-striped beastman, whose sin stems from 2 factors. On one hand, she has been exposed to an abundance of gossip regarding the couple. On the other, there are only 5 three-striped beastmen in the tribe. If she were unfamiliar with Husin, it would be quite implausible for her to claim she had spent such an extensive period in the beastmen clan. As Yuan Jing returned to her residence, Husan promptly arrived to exchange for sunflower seeds. This time, Yuan Jing did not impose any restrictions on the quantity of seeds exchanged, for their reputation had already spread far and wide. Imposing limits would serve no purpose. Consequently, she readily exchanged as many seeds as the beastmen desired, provided she possessed a sufficient supply. Husin was a fervent and devoted partner, renowned throughout the tribe for his affection towards his wife. Yuan Jing held a favorable impression of him, having heard tales of his devotion among her fellow beastmen. However, due to her previous sheltered existence, she had never witnessed his demonstrations of affection firsthand. Now, she was able to observe Husin's tender demeanor towards his wife, confirming the truth behind the tribal whispers. Husin was the beastman who exchanged the greatest quantity of sunflower seeds that Yuan Jing had encountered, while other male beastmen typically exchanged only 2 or 3 bowls. Husin boldly exchanged 10. After completing the exchange, he wasted no time and hurriedly departed, eager to return home to shower his wife with affection. Yuan Jing could only feel a sense of envy. In her past life, it was often said that a man's love could be gauged by his willingness to spend on you. A man who is willing to invest in you may not necessarily love you, but a man who hesitates to spend surely does not love you. Yuan Jing firmly believes that the bond between Husan and Hu Li is undoubtedly true love. She finds herself unwittingly indulging in the sweetness of their affection, which she finds quite delightful. Despite some envy, Yuan Jing's gains are substantial. Originally, she could have exchanged 10 bowls of sunflower seeds for merely 10 baskets of salted fruits. Yet Husin generously provided her with more than half a basket of salted fruits. These salted fruits can yield a considerable amount of salt, filling Yuan Jing with joy. If only more affluent clients like him would come her way. Following her calculations, with each basket of salted fruits equating to a bowl of garlic-flavored sunflower seeds and 30 pounds of beast meat per bowl, Yuan Jing recognizes the value of the salted fruits within her tribe and chooses not to disrupt the existing value system. In truth, both salted fruits and beast meat present significant profit opportunities for her. She does not aspire for immense wealth, but rather a comfortable existence. Having lived a life of mediocrity in her previous incarnation, she now simply wishes to be a contented soul. In the days that follow, more beastmen come to Yuan Jing to exchange sunflower seeds. Engaging in these exchanges keeps her occupied for much of the day, yet she relishes the experience, witnessing her storeroom fill with an abundance of provisions, which brings her great satisfaction. As dinner time approaches, the exchanges dwindle, and Yuan Jing finds herself busy until mealtime, albeit slightly hungry. However, the bounty of goods she has amassed is too tempting to ignore. She gleefully tallies her acquisitions: 150 pounds of exchanged sunflower seeds, approximately 3,000 pounds of beast meat, an amount that likely exceeds that, and around 51 baskets of salted fruits, marking a truly bountiful harvest. Once she finishes this enumeration, she begins preparing dinner. Yuan Jing is not particularly fussy about food. She roasts a piece of beast meat and makes a pot of beast meat soup, enjoying her meal with delight. After satisfying her hunger, she resumes her tasks, hanging up the beast meat she had marinated the previous day to dry for future use in making cured meat. Once these chores are completed, it grows late, prompting her to wash up. With no entertainment activities at hand, she indulges in her favorite pastime, sleeping. The days that follow are bustling within the Tiger clan, as Hu Hua and Hu Feier share the method of sunflower seed preparation with everyone. Consequently, nearly all the male beastmen begin foraging for sunflowers in the dark forest, seemingly intent on depleting its supply. Each household accumulates thousands of pounds of sunflower seeds. Some enterprising beastmen work even harder to gather sunflowers, not to please the female beastmen, but to collect more seeds to produce sunflower seeds for the next trading day, hoping to exchange them for additional salt. Meanwhile, the male beastmen in the households of those female beastmen, who previously were disinclined to work, embark on a journey of pampering their partners. They diligently gather sunflower seeds and prepare sunflower seeds with unwavering enthusiasm. Now, beastmen carry sunflower seeds with them everywhere. And even the smallest cubs have taken to munching on sunflower seeds, becoming a delightful spectacle. Conversations within the clan have shifted from mundane inquiries about meals and meat shares to more engaging discussions. How many sunflower seeds has your beast husband collected? And what flavor are your sunflower seeds? May I have a taste? The experiences of preparing sunflower seeds have become richer for the beastmen than for Yuan Jing herself, who has only attempted this twice. The garlic-flavored sunflower seeds, however, are deemed by the beastmen as Yuan Jing's extravagant failure. They prefer to remain practical and do not intend to replicate her lavishness, opting instead for flavorless roasted and raw sunflower seeds. Both varieties receive unanimous praise for their unique aromas and delightful crunch. Moreover, having learned the method of sunflower seed preparation, they now cherish the sunflower seeds previously exchanged with Yuan Jing even more, treating the garlic-flavored seeds with care, almost reluctant to consume them. The atmosphere within the clan is lively, filled with groups of beastmen chatting and cracking seeds together, fostering a warm ambience. They express gratitude towards Yuan Jing for sharing this novel delicacy with them. The beastmen are genuinely kind-hearted, although they scour the dark forest for sunflowers. Some recognize that sunflower seeds are valuable for trading precious salt. They refrain from harvesting the sunflowers at the edge of the Black Canyon. This area was first discovered by Yuan Jing, and the tribe is aware of her circumstances, understanding that she cannot venture into the canyon to gather sunflowers. Thus, they would never consider taking the sunflowers from her. Furthermore, since Yuan Jing generously shared her knowledge of sunflower seed preparation, they feel it would be ungracious to compete for even this small bounty. However, Yuan Jing remains unaware of these developments, as she anticipated. After the tribe learned to prepare sunflower seeds, the exchanges quieted for several days, with no beastmen visiting her to trade. She finds solace in this newfound peace. Yuan Jing was quite pleased to witness such a phenomenon. She had been diligently engaged in the production of cured meat. Over the past few days, she had been exceedingly busy, having successfully prepared the first batch of 200 pounds of cured meat, followed by a second batch of 300 pounds, ensuring she had enough provisions to last her 70 days. The process of making cured meat was indeed laborious. Even the act of lifting the meat onto the roasting rack demanded considerable effort from her. Throughout the roasting period, she had to constantly adjust the heat, resulting in a significant amount of physical activity during these days. Nevertheless, in her quest to endure a winter of sustenance, Yuan Jing persevered. Yet, gazing upon the numerous golden-hued cured meats stored in her pantry, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. This was the fruit of her labor over many days. However, as Yuan Jing began to tally her supplies, she belatedly realized that the production of these 2 batches of cured meat had entirely consumed all of her salt. In this beastly world, salt was akin to currency. The realization caused her great distress. The salt she had utilized for these 2 batches amounted to over 120 pounds, depleting not only her orc husband's hoarded supply but also her first batch of self-made salt. Fortunately, there remained 51 baskets of salt fruits in the pantry, and with her salt-making skills still intact, she resolved to work diligently to replenish her salt supply. In her pursuit of a modestly prosperous life, the beleaguered Yuan Jing embarked on the arduous journey of salt production once more. The process, though seemingly straightforward, proved to be quite strenuous. Tasks such as roasting and filtering demanded significant physical effort. While she toiled away, Yuan Jing couldn't help but lament her unfortunate fate, pondering why she bore such burdens. The former owner and the local female orcs were, for the most part, not accustomed to manual labor, yet here she was, heavily pregnant and laboring tirelessly. In her previous life, she had committed no heinous acts, yet, upon being transported to this unfamiliar realm, she found herself ensnared in a life of relentless toil. It left her questioning the karma that had led her to such a plight. Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of sorrow within her, a silent anguish that she could not articulate. Yet, she only occasionally entertained such thoughts. After all, if her inexpensive orc husband were present, she would be at a loss regarding how to interact with him. In truth, this solitude was rather agreeable to her. She had never been fond of social interactions. Although she once lived with her family, her parents harbored mutual disdain, often erupting into quarrels over the slightest disagreements. Consequently, in her previous life, she found the greatest joy in solitude, reveling in the simple pleasure of watching television or browsing the internet in the comfort of her own room brought her immense happiness. Influenced by her parents, Yuan Jing became a proponent of a solitary lifestyle. In her current life, Despite the unending chores that awaited her each day, she found contentment amidst her occasional complaints. The more effort she exerted, the greater her rewards. Presently, she no longer worried about the provisions necessary to survive the winter. Time passed swiftly, and the 51 baskets of salt fruits in her storeroom had been transformed into fine, pristine salt. Yuan Jing had amassed a considerable fortune, possessing nearly 400 pounds of salt, an amount that likely exceeded the entire stock of her tribe. Typically, a household of 3 striped orcs would accumulate over 20 pounds of salt in a year. The thought of having nearly 400 pounds was beyond the imagination of ordinary orc families. Even the households of 4 striped clan leaders would scarcely possess more than 50 pounds of salt. Yuan Jing was well aware of the adage that possessing something valuable could invite misfortune. Although she was currently surrounded by kind-hearted orcs, she remained cautious. After all, wealth has always been a source of temptation. Thus, she embarked on the arduous task of labor. In the confines of her chamber, she excavated a secret cellar specifically for storing salt. Perhaps due to her recent labors, Yuan Jing felt a surge of strength coursing through her. She had initially thought that digging the cellar would consume a considerable amount of time, but to her surprise, she completed it within a day. The cellar was quite spacious, capable of holding at least 3,000 pounds of salt. Naturally, salt is heavy and does not occupy much space. After setting aside some reserve salt and securely hiding the remainder, Yuan Jing felt a significant sense of relief. Having worked tirelessly and bearing young ones, she decided it was time to rest. After enjoying her lunch, she took a leisurely stroll within the tribe to aid digestion, soon encountering several groups of orcs indulging in sunflower seeds. Some orcs even generously offered her a few seeds, which she accepted with a smile and expressed her gratitude. She overheard some orcs boasting that their male orcs had gathered thousands of pounds of seeds, which elicited a feeling of envy from her. It was astonishing how quickly they managed to collect such an abundance in merely a few days. Yuan Jing couldn't help but reflect on the benefits of having male orcs at home as free labor. Engaging in casual conversation could yield a wealth of resources, and she felt a twinge of jealousy. Before long, she arrived at the spot where she had previously harvested sunflowers. To her surprise, it appeared unchanged. No orcs had come to pick the sunflowers, despite the tribe's awareness of the local flora. The only explanation that surfaced in her mind was that the orcs had deliberately left this small patch for her. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt touched. This world of orcs was genuinely warm to her, devoid of the treachery and ugliness she had encountered in her past life. She perceived the orcs as akin to the sunflowers, reaching toward the sun, radiating warmth. Regaining her composure, Yuan Jing returned to her stone dwelling, retrieved her leather pouch, and made her way to the sunflower field at the edge of the Black Canyon to begin gathering seeds. After spending some time, she effortlessly finished collecting from the small patch of sunflowers, estimating that she had gathered around 300 pounds of seeds. Yuan Jing possessed considerable strength, however. Traversing with a child in her embrace proved to be rather cumbersome. At present, she could manage to carry approximately 100 pounds at most. The sunflower seeds she had gathered were sufficient for her to make 3 round trips. Initially, Yuan Jing intended to transport them back to her dwelling in 3 separate journeys. Just then, Hu Gu, who had ventured out in search of extraordinary treasures, fortuitously passed by and offered to assist Yuan Jing in transporting the sunflower seeds. To a 3-striped beast, the weight of 300 pounds felt as light as carrying a mere bundle of vegetables, and he effortlessly hoisted them up. Today, Hu Gu was in exceptionally high spirits. He had ventured into the dark forest in pursuit of rare treasures for his advancement, initially hoping for a stroke of luck. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him. Within a mere half-day of entering the forest, he discovered a longevity fruit capable of extending the lifespan of female beastmen by 10 years. Although the longevity fruit was not considered a treasure for advancement, its capacity to prolong life rendered it even more precious. Who wouldn't desire to live a few more years? In certain respects, the longevity fruit was far more valuable than treasures for advancement, being a rare find that could not be sought after. Unable to contain his elation, Hu Gu eagerly recounted the serendipitous tale of how he stumbled upon the longevity fruit to Yuan Jing. The narrative unfolded with an encounter involving a striking red-feathered bird. He had intended to capture it to procure feathers for Hu Hua's adornments. After a thrilling chase, he managed to catch the beautiful bird. While plucking its feathers, he was astonished to discover that the bird had clutched a longevity fruit in its beak, thus miraculously acquiring the coveted fruit. Hu Gu delightedly announced that he would return immediately to present the feathers and the longevity fruit to Hu Hua, inadvertently feeding Yuan Jing a dose of romantic envy. Yuan Jing truly envies those fortunate female orcs under the real name system. She feels a pang of jealousy, undoubtedly a result of indulging in too many lemons lately. Initially, she had intended to strive for success and perhaps pen her own tale of redemption in this world of beasts. Now, she senses she has become well acquainted with the concept of cultivating a spirit of envy. Yuan Jing affirmed that she was undoubtedly a mudslide in the realm of time travel. Hugo placed a pouch of sunflower seeds at the entrance of the storage room and swiftly made his exit. Yuan Jing barely had the opportunity to express her gratitude. All Yuan Jing desired was a moment of tranquility. Yuan Jing set aside 40 pounds of sunflower seeds for planting. Seizing the early hours, she transformed the remaining seeds into garlic-flavored snacks. Coupled with the leftover seeds, her total now approximated 300 pounds. Days passed in tranquil succession, during which Yuan Jing exchanged her seeds for 3,000 pounds of beast meat. The season for harvesting salt fruits had elapsed, yielding only 12 baskets. She converted the acquired salt fruits into salt and cured the beast meat into jerky. In the interim, Yuan Jing also bartered her seeds for a substantial quantity of firewood, filling nearly half of her storage room. These logs were merely ordinary wood, abundant in the Black Canyon, sufficient for heating. A month had swiftly elapsed since Yuan Jing's arrival in the beast realm. While inventorying her supplies and salt reserves, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that her firewood filled more than half of the storage room. Her seed stock was around 200 pounds. The jerky amounted to approximately 7,000 pounds, and her salt inventory reached about 380 pounds. With such ample provisions of firewood, jerky, seeds, and salt, Yuan Jing was assured of comfort throughout the winter. According to her previous life's memories, she was now over 7 months pregnant. While male beastmen typically bore their young after 8 months, this indicated that she had less than a month remaining before her delivery. Presently, she had 3 pressing matters to attend to. The first was to gather additional beast skins. Although her thrifty beastman husband had prepared a considerable amount, he had vanished too soon, leaving her short. The second task was to devise a means of creating a warm bed. Had her beastman husband been by her side, the need for a bed would have been unnecessary, as a 3-pattern beastman served as a natural heater, ensuring the safety of their unborn cub from the cold. The third and most crucial task was to acquire rare exotic beast meat. Lately, the little one within her had become quite playful, occasionally kicking her belly, and she found herself eagerly anticipating what the child would look like upon birth. As a novice mother, she lacked experience. Yet she had observed that parents in her previous life exerted every effort to ensure their children did not fall behind from the very outset. Thus, she resolved to strive diligently to procure the rare exotic beast meat. Though her tasks were numerous, she understood the necessity of tackling them one by one. Consequently, Yuan Jing began traversing the village, exchanging salt for beast skins. Salt was in high demand, yet beast skins were equally indispensable, and with winter approaching, few were willing to trade their skins for salt. After much inquiry, she managed to gather sufficient beast skins within 3 days, utilizing several dozen pounds of salt in the process. After careful consideration, Yuan Jing sought the assistance of the beastman Hu Zhuang to help her construct a bed. Lacking experience, the project took 5 days to complete, as they made necessary adjustments along the way. In his youth, Hu Zhuang had been a 2-pattern beastman, but during a beast tide, he lost a leg and his partner. He had survived alongside his 2 male cubs, who were now merely 5 years old. With the loss of a leg, he could no longer hunt, and his family relied on the tribe's support for survival, often assisting fellow tribesmen by repairing stone houses and tools to supplement their income. Yuan Jing compensated Hu Zhuang with a pound of salt. Hu Zhuang, a simple and honest orc, refused to accept the salt, claiming it was too much. He insisted that his efforts were not arduous enough to warrant any reward. Ultimately, Yuan Jing sought out Hu Zhuang's 2 cubs, Hu Shan and Hu He, in the square, entrusting them with a pound of salt and some seeds to take home. Thus, Hu Zhuang's family reluctantly accepted the payment from Yuan Jing. In a bid to help Hu Zhuang's family accumulate more provisions for the winter, Yuan Jing specially heeded the king and invited the female orcs of their clan, Hu Fei, Hu Hua, Hu Yun, and Hu Li, to come and try it out. This sparked a fervor for Kong making within the clan. With his expertise in this craft, Hu Zhuang became highly sought after among the tribe. It seemed that this winter would bring a measure of comfort to Hu Zhuang's family. With just over half a month until her offspring's arrival, Yuan Jing felt an increasing urgency, as she had yet to procure the coveted rare beast meat. Typically, such meat is prepared in advance by the fathers of the cubs, but her absent mate had severed that option. While the tribe could provide mutated spotted leopard meat if funds were lacking, Yuan Jing yearned to offer something superior for her unborn cubs, which weighed heavily on her mind. Within a tribe of 2,000 orcs, there existed only 5 3-striped orcs and 1 4-striped orc, including the data of her missing 3-striped husband. Thus, the challenge of acquiring meat more elusive than mutated spotted leopard meat was indeed formidable. It was no wonder that so many orcs remained stuck at the 2-striped level throughout their lives. A month prior to her delivery, Yuan Jing had solicited numerous male orcs from her clan to assist in the search for rare beasts, promising a generous reward should they provide meat from a creature more extraordinary than the mutated spotted leopard. She would bestow upon them 100 gene of garlic-flavored melon seeds and 50 gene of salt as compensation. This reward was considered quite reasonable. In truth, Yuan Jing contemplated increasing the bounty, yet, understanding her circumstances, she deemed it prudent to remain modest. However, half a month had elapsed without a single lead. Anxiety brewed within Yuan Jing, but her distress proved futile. The likelihood of discovering meat more precious than that of the mutated leopard remained exceedingly slim. Her beastly husband had commenced his search the moment he learned of her pregnancy, yet he had vanished without yielding any results. With only 2 weeks left before her childbirth, Yuan Jing found herself confined to her home, waiting in anticipation, perhaps due to the imminent arrival of her child. The once sound sleeper who could rest through the night now found herself frequently awakened to relieve herself. Unlike their male counterparts, female orcs lacked the ability to see in the dark, rendering them blind in shadowy environments. Yuan Jing harbored an extraordinary nostalgia for the electric lights of her past life. In recent days, Yuan Jing has endured 2 instances of power outages, causing her considerable inconvenience. She has been pondering alternative sources of illumination. She contemplated lighting a bonfire for the night. However, it would require substantial firewood and, moreover, there would be no one to tend to it, leading it to extinguish on its own. Clearly, such a method of illumination is ill-suited for someone living alone. Crafting a torch was another consideration, yet it would necessitate holding it, making it impractical during moments of personal need. After much deliberation, she concluded that this too was not a viable option. Additionally, torches pose a risk of dropping sparks, which could ignite flammable materials such as animal hides, leading to significant trouble. Thus, both practicality and safety were inadequate, rendering this option unsuitable for her use as well. As Yuan Jing pondered on how to find a substitute for the electric lamp, she wandered aimlessly through the room. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the storeroom where cured meat was kept. There, she beheld a string of golden, roasted cured meat, glistening with dripping oil. And a sudden inspiration struck her. She realized that she could create an oil lamp for illumination. Although oil lamps may not be as convenient as electric lights, they undoubtedly offered a far more reliable source of light than bonfires or torches. Yuan Jing excitedly began to observe the oil droplets on the cured meat of various beasts. According to the extensive scientific literature from her previous life, the oils used for illumination in ancient times were typically derived from plants. As plant oils remain in a liquid state and do not readily solidify, making them particularly suitable as fuel for oil lamps. However, certain animal fats that also resist solidification can be utilized as fuel for oil lamps as well. The only raw material at Yuan Jing's disposal for extracting vegetable oil was sunflower seeds. However, the process of pressing vegetable oil was exceedingly intricate and required rather complex auxiliary tools. Consequently, she dismissed the plan of producing sunflower seed oil to subsequently make oil lamps. As for animal fat, she still wished to experiment with it, as animal oil is relatively easy to obtain. Perhaps, with a stroke of good fortune, she might procure a suitable oil for lamp making. Moreover, even if the animal fat she produced proved unsuitable for lamp oil, she would incur no loss, since it could still serve as sustenance. After observing for a while, adhering to the principle that it is better to mistakenly eliminate than to overlook, Yuan Jing began to extract every type of animal fat stored in the pantry. In total, she extracted 23 distinct varieties of animal oils. These oils varied in hue, yellow, brown, transparent, each exhibiting a different color, some even emitting a tantalizing aroma that made her feel a bit hungry. The inability to produce lamp oil was of little consequence. She could indeed consume them. Swallowing hard, Yuan Jing embarked on her ambitious endeavor of lamp making. In her previous life, she had watched numerous videos on oil lamp production. Although the materials and procedures varied, the essentials for crafting an oil lamp could be succinctly summarized into 3 components: a container for the oil, a floating wick, and a wick itself. For the oil container, she decided to use stone bowls, as her former inexpensive orc husband had made many stone bowls for the pantry, which she could now use at her leisure. As for the floating wick, that posed a greater challenge. It needed to be lightweight enough to float on the oil yet difficult to ignite, ensuring it would not catch fire from the wick. She decided to set aside the troublesome floating wick for the moment. Yuan Jing began crafting the wick by selecting several types of animal hides with textures akin to cotton and linen. She cut the hides into strips and then braided them together, securing the ends to create a rudimentary wick. The animal hides resembling cotton and linen were quite scarce, amounting to only 3 varieties. Before long, Yuan Jing had successfully fashioned wicks of all 3 textures. For the oil float, she planned to visit the banks of the small river within the Black Canyon, as materials that float on water are, to some extent, likely to float on oil as well. However, this was not a certainty, for the density of oil is lower than that of water. Thus, something that can float on water may not necessarily float on oil. In any case, it was worth a try, for who knows? She might stumble upon a stroke of luck akin to finding a longevity fruit. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yuan Jing first surveyed the surface of the water, hoping to spot any floating materials. To her disappointment, aside from the fish and shrimp swimming below, there was nothing upon the water's surface. Frustrated, she instinctively kicked her foot, only to unexpectedly strike something hard. It stung a little, but it was bearable. She sighed in relief. Although her foot was sore, she had not fallen. She resolved to be more careful in the future. Strangely, Yuan Jing found herself curious about the object she had kicked. She dug it out from the river silt, revealing a hard shell of a deceased mollusk. Its shape resembled that of a purple clay teapot from her previous life, albeit considerably larger, perfect for crafting an oil lamp. Yuan Jing poured out the sand from the shell of the mollusk and rinsed it with water from the river. Upon completion of the washing, she was astonished to discover that the structure of the mollusk shell remarkably resembled that of a purple clay teapot from her previous life. It possessed a handle and a spout, while the body was hollow inside, with the addition of an opening at the top of the body and a lid. The entire mollusk shell was akin to a purple clay teapot. Yuan Jing suddenly had a revelation, using the shell of this spiral mollusk, resembling the shape of a purple clay teapot, to craft an oil lamp would be an ingenious idea. By filling the body of the teapot with oil and allowing one end of the wick to extend from the spout, a simple yet effective oil lamp could be created. The spout would serve a function akin to that of an oil float. While it is undoubtedly beneficial to draw upon the wisdom of our predecessors in crafting oil lamps, one must not allow their insights to constrain one's own creativity. Utilizing readily available materials and devising an innovative design for the oil lamp would indeed be a far superior approach. Yuan Jing couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. Yuan Jing carried a large leather bag, perfectly suited for accommodating these teapot shells. In order to expedite the oil lamp experiment, Yuan Jing directly gathered dozens of identical teapot shells from the sandy riverbank. The composition of the teapot shells was akin to that of seashells, yet they possessed significantly greater hardness, alleviating any concerns of them shattering. As a result, Yuan Jing tossed these teapot shells into the leather bag without hesitation and made her way home. Upon returning to her abode, Yuan Jing meticulously tested 23 different types of animal oils, identifying 3 that burned akin to an oil lamp. The performance of the wicks made from the 3 materials proved to be quite similar, thus Yuan Jing felt no need to deliberate on which wick to utilize. Previous scientific literature from her past life indicated that blended oils produced a brighter flame and extended burning duration. Enthralled by her experiments, Yuan Jing proceeded to mix the 3 viable oils in precise proportions to create a composite oil, observing the luminosity of the lamp and the rate of oil consumption. Ultimately, she discovered that a mixture of the first and third oils in a 1-to-1 ratio yielded the brightest flame with the least oil consumption. Most importantly, this blended animal oil burned without emitting a sizzling sound, producing no acrid smoke, nor releasing any irritating odors during combustion. Yuan Jing devoted 7 days to conducting experiments, followed by an additional 2 days crafting oil lamps and blending beast oil. Ultimately, she produced a total of 30 empty oil lamps and 150 pounds of mixed beast oil. She named this concoction of beast oil spiral oil and referred to the empty oil lamps as spiral shell lamps. On this particular day, Yuan Jing finally utilized her self-made spiral shell lamp. By its flickering light, she noticed that only 5 pale blue crescent marks remained on her left hand. In the beast god continent, the appearance of 9 pale blue crescent marks on the palm of a pregnant female beastman signifies that she has 9 days until her due date. Each passing day results in the reduction of 1 crescent mark. The final day, marked by the disappearance of all pale blue crescent marks, is the day of the female beastmen's delivery. Pregnant female beastmen use these pale blue crescent marks to ascertain their ultimate delivery date. With 5 marks remaining, it indicates that Yuan Jing has just 5 days left until her own delivery. Meanwhile, there is still no news within the tribe regarding the rare beast meat. Yuan Jing remains uncertain whether she will be fortunate enough to acquire even more precious beast meat. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt an unusual warmth spreading through the palm of her right hand. She opened her palm wide. Yuan Jing beheld an astonishing scene, as 2 streams of distinctively colored light began to converge in the palm of her right hand. One was a dark yellow hue, evidently emanating from a shell lamp, while the other was a pale blue, reminiscent of moonlight, though its precise origin remained unclear to Yuan Jing. Just as she pondered this mystery, her palm suddenly radiated a brilliant light, dazzling and blinding, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she sensed that the brilliance had dimmed. Squinting to observe, she discovered a small mark in the shape of a bronze cauldron etched into her palm, its dark bluish-black body exuding an air of ancient mystery. When she reached out to touch it, her fingers met an intangible surface, leaving only a lingering warmth in her palm. Recalling the novel she had read in her past life, which spoke of requiring spiritual control, she wondered if such control was indeed necessary. With a mere thought from Yuan Jing, a massive tripod cauldron, towering at 10 feet and measuring 5 feet in width, materialized within the stone chamber. Suddenly, Yuan Jing sensed a faint, bloodline connection with the cauldron, and an influx of knowledge regarding it surged through her mind. This was the radiant divine cauldron, capable of refining all things and conjuring light. Yuan Jing attempted to summon the divine cauldron of light, which remarkably transformed into the size of an egg and gracefully flew into the palm of her hand. With a mere thought, the cauldron doubled in size. And with another thought, it promptly shrank back down. Yuan Jing discovered, to her astonishment, that she could manipulate the size of the radiant divine cauldron with her thoughts. Overwhelmed with excitement, she climbed down from the bed, her lips stretching into an almost ear-to-ear grin. Were it not for the fear of disturbing the orcs within her clan, she would have eagerly laughed to the heavens for 3 full minutes. Yuan Jing enlarged the divine cauldron of light to the size of a stone pot. With a mere thought, the cauldron was precisely positioned upon the stove, illuminated by the glow of the shell lamp. Yuan Jing prepared a pot of bat beast soup using the meat of the bat beast. This creature, renowned for its acute auditory sensitivity, was said to possess the ability to enhance hearing, although the effect was negligible. Consequently, the orcs in the tribe regarded bat beast meat as mere ordinary fare. The meat, succulent and flavorful, was particularly delightful when made into soup. After savoring the delicious broth, Yuan Jing proceeded to freshen up. Yuan Jing ascended the Kong. Do not be alarmed. I did not intend to eavesdrop. Please, continue. Yuan Jing murmured to herself, covering her ears. Once she had composed herself, she returned to the Kong, extinguished the light, and prepared for slumber. As it was the hour for rest, her acute senses became increasingly aware of the myriad of sounds surrounding her. Though faint, each noise resonated distinctly within her ears. Unable to endure the disturbance, Yuan Jing rose once more to procure some soft animal hides to muffle her ears, finally rendering the world into a serene silence. Yuan Jing had only just enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening the following day, she removed the soft fur from her ears. The sounds of firewood being chopped from next door, the distant playful banter of 2 small beastmen, the gentle sounds of a female beastman freshening up, and a myriad of miscellaneous noises incessantly filled her ears. After attempting to control her acute sense of hearing with her mind for a considerable time, Yuan Jing finally mastered the ability to regulate this superpower with ease. With her heightened auditory sensitivity reined in, her hearing returned to its previous state, and the world around her once again fell into tranquility. Having witnessed the wonders of the divine cauldron, Yuan Jing embarked on her experimental journey. She procured a piece of wild bull meat and prepared a pot of wild bull soup. The wild bull, a formidable beast of the dark forest, provided meat that, while somewhat tough, lent itself well to the soup, resulting in a delightful flavor. Yuan Jing savored the warm and comforting broth made from the meat of the mysterious beast, feeling a delightful warmth enveloping her. Upon testing her strength, she was astonished to discover a significant increase in her physical prowess. Days passed in this manner. With the aid of the divine cauldron, she concocted numerous broths, leading to remarkable enhancements in her strength, vision, hearing, olfactory senses, and reflexes, all without any adverse effects. The elusive rare beast meat remained undiscovered, yet Yuan Jing felt less anxious than before. On this particular day, she noticed that only one faint blue crescent moon mark remained on her left palm. She took 10 pounds of salt and 50 sunflower seeds to visit the chief's home. With her newfound strength, she carried these burdens with ease, feeling as light as a swallow and moving with a swiftness that contrasted sharply with her previous clumsiness. In no time, she arrived at the chief's doorstep. Just as the tiger battle couple was about to step out to deliver the meat of the mutated spotted leopard to her. The couple was taken aback upon seeing Yuan Jing carrying such a substantial load. Yuan Jing is on the brink of giving birth. Her belly swollen to such an extent that it obscures her view of the path ahead. Despite her condition, she clutches an armful of items, evoking a palpable sense of anxiety in onlookers. The Hujan couple hastily intervenes, taking the burden from her hands, fearful that any delay might cause her to lose her balance and fall. Concerned for Yuan Jing's well-being during this challenging time, they gently remind her that it is unnecessary to carry so much. They suggest that the 10 pounds of salt she intends to deliver can be deferred. The clan can simply note it down for the time being, with the understanding that she may repay the debt when her circumstances improve. At present, the priority is for her to focus on a safe and healthy delivery. Yuan Jing busily explained that these supplies had long been prepared by her frugal orc husband. Their lives could indeed continue, and she expressed gratitude for the care and support from her clan. After this exchange of pleasantries, Yuan Jing obtained the meat of the mutated spotted leopard and returned to her dwelling. In the afternoon, the clan leader's family delivered several hundred pounds of beast meat and baskets of wild fruits to her, which she regarded as a token of appreciation for the sunflower seeds she had given them. Yuan Jing once again expressed her gratitude to the clan leader's family, as it was not guaranteed that they would reciprocate should other orcs fetch the mutated leopard meat and present gifts to them. Thus, it was only natural for Yuan Jing to extend her thanks once more. Not one to relish social gatherings, Yuan Jing felt quite fatigued after the day's events. Uncharacteristically, she took a nap in the afternoon, a rarity for her. With the impending arrival of her offspring tomorrow, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. Faced with the uncertainties of childbirth, she felt a mixture of helplessness and curiosity. It is often said that the darkest hour is just before dawn, and on the eve of her labor, Yuan Jing experienced her greatest anxiety. Yet, despite her worries, her mind remained clear, and she diligently prepared for what was to come. It was still autumn, and the weather was neither cold nor overly warm for the orcs. However, to err on the side of caution, Yuan Jing decided to stoke the fire. It was imperative that her little one did not catch a chill upon entering the world, as their resistance would be feeble, and any illness could spell trouble. After several days of trial, Yuan Jing discovered that the radiant divine cauldron also possessed a warming function, which significantly eased her preparations for childbirth and alleviated some of her anxiety. Yuan Jing was able to utilize the divine light cauldron to prepare a nourishing broth from the mutated spotted leopard meat in advance. Once the broth was ready, she adjusted its temperature and kept it warm within the cauldron, ensuring that it was always available for her use. The night before her delivery, despite feeling anxious, Yuan Jing compelled herself to retire early. Thus, she promptly attended to her personal needs and began her evening ritual, swiftly transitioning to sleep. Contrary to her expectations of a sleepless night, she was graced with pleasant dreams. Upon awakening the next morning, Yuan Jing discovered a warmth between her legs. Her amniotic sac had broken. Mild contractions began to surface, though they were not particularly painful. Recalling the method of supine delivery from her previous life, she positioned herself comfortably, took deep breaths, and summoned her strength to give birth. To her astonishment, there was no tearing sensation, merely a gentle release as something slipped from her body. Meow, a cub, no larger than a kitten, was effortlessly born. The ease of the first birth invigorated Yuan Jing. Soon after, another wave of mild contractions prompted her to exert herself once more. With another meow, the second cub emerged just as smoothly. Following this, a louder meow 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 signaled the arrival of the third cub, who made a much more pronounced entrance. After a brief pause, sensing no further movements, she confirmed that her delivery was complete. Yuan Jing sighed with relief. The entire process had taken less than 10 minutes, with the discomfort being nearly negligible. She felt no weakness or discomfort, as if she had simply relieved herself. It became clear to her that giving birth in this beastly realm was remarkably effortless, which explained the absence of midwives in her tribe. She felt a pang of regret for having been so tense and anxious in the days leading up to her delivery, wishing she had sought guidance from experienced female beastfolk. Reflecting on her experience, she concluded that the females in this realm were indeed fortunate, they bore children without toil. Supported by their husbands, in what could be considered a veritable paradise for women. Post-delivery, Yuan Jing reclined on the bed, arranging her 3 little tiger cubs side by side. She retrieved warm water to gently cleanse each of the tiny creatures, while also attending to her own cleanliness. While Yuan Jing meticulously tended to the 3 little ones, she managed to rouse them from their slumber, yet they remained remarkably docile, not causing any commotion. Perhaps they had exerted themselves too much in their recent emergence from the maternal embrace. In the blink of an eye, the trio resumed their bubble blowing, drifting back into a peaceful sleep. The 3 were easily distinguishable. The eldest was cloaked in deep black, the second donned a pristine white, and the youngest flaunted a soft, goose yellow hue. Yuan Jing heated up the prepared cooked food from yesterday, first to satiate her own hunger. Once the 3 little ones were enveloped in a pale blue aura, sufficient to encompass the entirety of their forms, it was time to feed them the soup made from the flesh of the mutated spotted leopard. In the divine beast continent, it has long been a tradition to unlock the martial veins of male beast cubs using the rare meat of extraordinary beasts. Upon their birth, male beast cubs receive the blessing of the beast god, which manifests as a pale blue aura surrounding their bodies. This ethereal glow aids in the activation of their martial veins. Through countless experiments conducted by the ancestors of the beastmen, it was discovered that when the pale blue aura is fully formed, infusing the male beast cubs with the rare meat of extraordinary beasts provides energy to this aura, prolonging its duration and empowering the cubs to unlock more potent martial veins. If one solely relies on the blessing of the beast god, the activation of the martial veins lasts only the time of a single incense stick, allowing beastmen to typically cultivate to the first level. However, with the inclusion of mutated spotted leopard meat during the blessing process, this duration extends to the time of 2 incense sticks, enabling beastmen to reach the second level. Most male beastmen within the tribe are given mutated spotted leopard meat at birth. If mutated fire antelope lion meat is used during the blessing, the duration increases to 3 incense sticks, permitting beastmen to advance to the 3rd level. Male beastmen such as Hu Tai and Hu Gu were born using this meat. Furthermore, if mutated black serpent beast meat is utilized, the duration can extend to 4 incense sticks, allowing beastmen to attain the 4th level. The chieftain of the tiger tribe, Hu Zhan, achieved his 4th level status by augmenting the activation of his martial veins with this meat, thus representing the pinnacle of combat strength within the tribe. At noon, the youngest cub was the first to fully manifest the pale blue aura. Yuan Jing promptly poured 1/3 of the mutated spotted leopard meat soup into his mouth. Almost simultaneously, the auras of the eldest and the second cub formed, prompting Yuan Jing to quickly divide the remaining soup into 2 portions and feed them to the elder 2. After nourishing the 3 little ones with the mutated spotted leopard meat soup, Yuan Jing began to light the incense for timing. The tribe had prepared only 3 incense sticks for this purpose, as 2 would suffice for her needs. Yet, after burning all 3, there were no signs of the pale blue auras dissipating from the 3 cubs. Yuan Jing felt a surge of joy in her heart. According to her previous plan, the most favorable outcome she envisioned was to exchange for the meat of the mutated fire antelope lion to assist the 3 little ones in advancing to the 3rd-tier beast. Initially, without securing the mutated fire antelope lion meat, Yuan Jing had resigned herself to the belief that her little cubs could only possess the talent to cultivate up to the 2nd-tier beast. However, she did not anticipate that utilizing the radiant divine cauldron to stew the meat of the mutated spotted leopard could significantly prolong the activation time of their martial veins. It seems that in the future, at least the 3 little ones would be able to cultivate beyond the 3rd-tier beast. Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief and unexpectedly began to drift into slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed, but gradually, the faint blue aura surrounding the 3 little ones diminished, revealing their true forms. As the ethereal glow faded, the tiny creatures began to awaken, having activated their internal meridians. The 3 little ones underwent a profound transformation under the influence of mysterious energy, causing a viscous, black substance to seep from their surfaces. Even the animal skin skirts that enveloped them became darkened, emanating a foul odor. Upon awakening, the little creatures appeared to catch a whiff of their own unpleasant scent. And one by one, they pouted and began to cry discontentedly. Yuan Jing awoke to the plaintive cries of the 3 little ones, resembling small beggars. Unable to suppress a smile at their pitiable appearance, she rose to prepare warm water in a large wooden basin. Gently, she lifted the 3 and placed them into the basin for a thorough wash. The first basin of water emerged as dark as ink, prompting Yuan Jing to avert her gaze. After replacing the water 5 times, she finally cleaned them to perfection. She then dressed them in fresh garments and tossed them onto the Kong, believing she could take a moment's respite. However, the three little ones soon resumed their cries, demanding sustenance. Thus, Yuan Jing resigned herself to prepare their meal once again. In the realm of divine beasts, male cubs exhibit remarkable vitality following the awakening of their martial veins. Female beast folk can choose to nurse the male cubs or provide them with meat broth. Before acquiring the divine light cauldron, Yuan Jing would have opted for nursing. Recognizing the cauldron's formidable capabilities, she decided to nourish the cubs with meat broth instead. She procured bat meat, known for enhancing auditory sensitivity, and prepared a rich broth using the cauldron, carefully adjusting its temperature before feeding it to the three little ones. As the unique aroma of the bat meat broth wafted through the air, Yuan Jing noticed a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of the second cub's mouth. Wiping it away with a cloth, she first offered a generous spoonful of broth to the second cub, only to be met with protests from the first and third, who eagerly reached out to her. In a flurry of activity, she fed them all until their demands were met, leaving her utterly exhausted. In the dead of night, the three little ones once again cried out in hunger. Resigned, Yuan Jing rose to serve the previously prepared wild bull meat broth. This time, she devised a clever strategy. She carried the first cub to the stone table, ensuring it was satiated before tossing it back onto the Kong, repeating this process thrice until all were fed. This method proved far more efficient than the previous chaotic feeding. Arranging the three in a neat line under the light of a shell lamp, Yuan Jing's heart softened as she gazed upon them. The little ones, having recently been born, were fluffy and adorable, their tiny milk teeth yet to emerge. In terms of coloration, the first was a deep black, the second a bright white, and the third a vibrant yellow. Naming them was not Yuan Jing's forte, so she settled on the names black, white, and yellow. For the past half-month, she had been nourishing the three with various beast broths from the divine light cauldron. Under its nurturing, they had developed remarkable intelligence, surpassing many of their peers. Although they could not yet speak, they understood her intentions. Their physical prowess was also significantly greater than that of their contemporaries. At just half a month old, they were already quite agile, capable of feeding themselves and relieving themselves, though they had yet to master donning their leather skirts. The little ones instinctively made their way to designated spots for their needs and would clean themselves afterward, calling Yuan Jing to assist them with their skirts. This aspect certainly eased her burden. The three were in a mischievous phase, frolicking energetically in the bedroom, allowing their personalities to gradually emerge. An old saying from a past life echoed, "The eldest is simple, the second is cunning, and the third is a troublemaker." This adage implies that the eldest possesses a gentle and steadfast nature, bearing the weight of familial responsibilities with a sense of duty. The second is more astute and agile, often relying on the eldest to take the blame for any mischief, thus appearing quite sly. The third, being carefree and spoiled by both the eldest and the second, along with the indulgence of their parents, tends toward a more playful and mischievous demeanor, frequently shifting blame onto the older siblings for any wrongdoings. Yuan Jing initially believed that the personalities of the three little ones would develop in a certain direction. However, the truth was quite the opposite. Since she had instilled a sense of order among them at home, the eldest, Heihu, began to embrace his freedom, insisting on being first in everything. For instance, when it came to being served meat soup, if he was not the first to be fed, he could create a ruckus with Yuan Jing for an entire day. Moreover, this mischievous little tyrant delighted in causing havoc around the house, often placing the blame for his mischief on his two younger brothers, and he frequently bullied them. Embodying the essence of a little overlord, Bai Shu, the second in line, was a voracious eater. Under the imposing presence of his elder brother, Heihu, he dared not snatch the soup before him. Yet, when it was not mealtime, Bai Shu would often sneak into the kitchen to pilfer Yuan Jing's food. Yuan Jing, believing that eating well is a blessing, did not hesitate to prepare an array of delectable treats for the little ones in the kitchen. Concerned that the second brother might gain excessive weight and jeopardize his health, she took care to regulate the quantity of these snacks. Bai Shu was relatively easy to appease. Whenever he was bullied by Heihu or in a foul mood, a few treats would suffice to lift his spirits, proving that he was one to remember the kindness of food rather than the harshness of reprimands. This certainly alleviated some of Yuan Jing's burdens. Wang Can, the youngest, exuded an air of mystery that intrigued Yuan Jing. At birth, he was the first to manifest a faint blue aura, and although the exact moment of the awakening of their abilities remained uncertain, she was confident that among the trio, Wang Can possessed the greatest potential. He seemed to have a penchant for daydreaming, often spending hours alone on the bed in contemplation. Initially, Yuan Jing felt a twinge of concern, but upon closer observation, she discovered that while Huang Can enjoyed his solitude, he remained quite attached to her, diligently adhering to her requests. When the eldest, He Hu, would bully Bai Shu, Huang Can would stand up for his brother, dispelling Yuan Jing's earlier apprehensions. On this day, the little ones had reached the milestone of 20 days since their birth. As usual, Yuan Jing rose early to feed her 3 little ones, and then proceeded to simmer beast meat broth using the divine cauldron of light in preparation for their midday meal. However, today the divine cauldron of light seemed markedly different. After placing it over the fire for an hour, the meat inside showed no signs of change, and the water remained devoid of any boiling indications. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. This situation indicated that the divine cauldron of light could no longer be utilized, leaving Yuan Jing unable to rely on it to prepare broth for her young ones. Yuan Jing found herself utterly perplexed by the sudden transformations of the radiant divine cauldron, unable to comprehend the nature of the changes that had occurred. Despite her contractual relationship with this enigmatic artifact, her understanding of the radiant divine cauldron was rather limited. Furthermore, she was preoccupied with resolving the myriad of issues left by her predecessor and caring for her young ones, leaving her little opportunity to thoroughly study the cauldron. In light of these developments, Yuan Jing resolved to dedicate more time to exploring the mysteries of the radiant divine cauldron during her leisure moments. Interestingly, she did not feel a profound sense of loss when the cauldron became inoperative. Her disposition was not one of avarice. The cauldron had already conferred upon her numerous benefits, enhancing her constitution and assisting her young ones in unlocking their martial veins and refining their physiques. Yuan Jing truly felt a deep sense of contentment. Yuan Jing meticulously cleansed the divine cauldron of light before cradling it in her right hand. Now, she found herself preoccupied once more. Initially, she had intended to nourish the little ones with broth, relying on the extraordinary cauldron as a means to cheat the natural order. However, with its efficacy diminished, she deemed that breastfeeding would be a more suitable approach. Yet, after 20 consecutive days of feeding them with broth, she was utterly depleted of milk. This predicament left her at a loss. Resolutely, she placed the 3 little ones into a basket and set off towards the abode of Hu Qingqing and the tribe. The trio, experiencing the world outside for the first time, brimmed with excitement, each curiously peering out, their heads stretching in every direction, marveling at the novelty surrounding them. The mischievous little one, He Hu, attempted several times to escape from the basket, yet each time, before he could fully emerge, Yuan Jing promptly returned him to the confines of the basket. In the end, she playfully tapped He Hu's head, and the little rascal finally settled down. Hu Qingqing's residence was not far from Yuan Jing's stone house. On this visit, she hoped to see if she could procure some goat milk. Drawing upon her memories, Yuan Jing recalled that Hu Qingqing's mate was a 2-striped beastman, skilled in the art of raising goats. This practice not only yielded a greater supply of meat but also allowed for the trading of milk produced by female goats. Consequently, their lives flourished. Although Hu Jiang, the 2-striped beastman, held a modest rank, their talents enabled them to relocate from the outskirts of the tribe to its very heart. The central area of the tribe was reserved for those who had made significant contributions, such as the chieftain, the 3-striped beastmen, and a select few who had rendered services to the tribe. Yuan Jing's ability to reside at the heart of the tribe is attributed to the benevolence of her affordable orc husband. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Jing arrived at the stone dwelling of Hu Qingqing. Upon surveying the surroundings, she noticed that Hu Qingqing's home was surrounded by an abundance of firewood, which led her to marvel at the opulence of Hu Qingqing's household. Indeed, the wood could be piled into a small mountain. Presently, Hu Qingqing was expecting her second child, with the due date imminent, resulting in her seldom venturing outside. As fortune would have it, she was at home today. Hearing footsteps from within, Hu Qingqing stepped outside and was greeted by the sight of Yuan Jing accompanied by her little ones. Warmly, Hu Qingqing invited Yuan Jing to take a seat. Fondly gazing at the little creatures in the basket, she affectionately stroked their fuzzy heads. The little ones, however, were oblivious to their surroundings, curiously observing everything around them. Were it not for Yuan Jing's restraint, they would have eagerly scampered out. Given their tender age, Yuan Jing remained vigilant, ensuring that the youngsters did not wander off from the safety of the basket. Yuan Jing, without any circumlocution, directly articulated her intentions to Hu Qingqing. Hu Qingqing, equally forthright, promptly informed Yuan Jing that they possessed an abundance of goat milk, more than sufficient to meet her needs. She encouraged Yuan Jing to come and collect it without hesitation. To alleviate any psychological burden that Yuan Jing might feel, Hu Qingqing further reassured her that the goat milk held little value, and she was welcome to take it freely. without any obligation of recompense. How could Yuan Jing bring herself to accept? She had no desire to owe anyone a favor. Yet, at this moment, she truly found herself in need of the milk from the Meow Meow beast. Reluctantly, she agreed, stating that she would come to collect the Meow Meow beast's milk should the need arise. Yuan Jing intended to settle the payment for the Meow Meow beast's milk after utilizing it completely. She genuinely was not the kind of person who took advantage of others. While the two were conversing indoors, a sudden thud echoed as a heavy object fell, startling Yuan Jing. The three little cubs also heard the sound. Yet being too young to comprehend the situation, they did not exhibit any signs of fear. Yuan Jing carefully secured the little ones and rose to her feet, making her way to the door to investigate the commotion outside. Hu Qingqing also stood up alongside Yuan Jing. They soon realized that the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was merely a bundle of firewood that had toppled over. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Jing once again observed that the front and back of Hu Qingqing's house were piled high with firewood, resembling small mountains. Yuan Jing inwardly marveled at the extravagant abundance of firewood in Hu Qingqing's household. However, it seemed rather excessive, as it appeared that one could hardly consume such a quantity throughout the entire winter. Curiosity piqued, Yuan Jing inquired of Hu Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, what is the purpose of all this firewood? It seems unlikely that you would use it all in just one winter." With a smile, Hu Qingqing elucidated, "In a few days, I shall be giving birth. During the nights, I will need to tend to the little ones, and having a bonfire lit in the home will be quite convenient." Yuan Jing mused to herself, realizing that they were using a bonfire for illumination, which indeed expedited the consumption of firewood. Recalling that she had numerous shell lamps at home, she reflected on how well Hu Qingqing treated her. Yuan Jing felt it was her duty to share the methods for crafting shell lamps and producing lamp oil. This would not only allow her to contribute to the tribe, but also enhance her own visibility. As long as her thrifty beastman had not yet returned, she would persistently seek to make her presence felt. Yuan Jing grasped Hu Qingqing's arm and, with an air of mystery, said, "Sister Qingqing, I possess a marvelous treasure that illuminates the night, far more convenient than this campfire. I shall fetch it for you shortly." Truly intrigued, Hu Qingqing responded, "I am quite curious about this illuminating device of yours. That Kang you devised previously was exceedingly useful. Our home now boasts two of them." The two continued their animated conversation about the lighting apparatus for a while, after which Yuan Jing returned home with the milk from the goat-like beast. Upon arriving at her dwelling, Yuan Jing first warmed the milk she had obtained from Hu Qingqing's home, ensuring that the three little ones would have their midday meal. After nourishing them, she prepared her own lunch. Once she had finished her meal and taken a brief rest, Yuan Jing surmised that it was likely time for the clan leader's family to enjoy their own lunch. Yuan Jing retrieved 3 gourds intended for holding water from the storeroom, into which she poured a small half-pot each of the first, second, and third types of oil. To facilitate her introduction of these 3 oils to the clan leader, she decided to refrain from referring to them by their numerical designations henceforth. Yuan Jing named the oil rendered from the fat of the Iron Wolf beast as Iron Wolf oil, the oil derived from the fat of the Flower Fox beast as Flower Fox oil, and the oil extracted from the fat of the Iron Ape beast as Iron Ape oil. She placed the 3 gourd containers filled with beast oil into a small basket, and added 5 shell lamps along with 3 different wicks. With all the preparations complete for introducing the shell lamps at the chieftainess' residence, she then filled a leather pouch with 4 shell lamps, secured the top of the pouch, and included it in the small basket, which was also destined for the homes of Hu Qingqing and Hu Hua, ensuring that the 3 sleeping little ones were not disturbed by the chatter. Yuan Jing thoughtfully covered their tiny ears with soft animal hide. With the small basket in hand, and the little ones snugly secured in a small backpack, Yuan Jing set off. Before long, she arrived at the chieftainess' stone house, only to find that Chieftain Hu Zhang was not home. Inside remained only the chieftain's wife, Hu Jie, and their daughter, Hu Fei, who warmly welcomed Yuan Jing. The chieftainess' absence was, in fact, quite fortuitous for Yuan Jing. After the mysterious disappearance of Yuan Jing's beast husband, she tends to interact more with female beastmen. In her previous life, it was often said that a widow attracts much gossip. Although Yuan Jing cannot be classified as a widow, the people here are sufficiently kind-hearted and simple-minded. However, to exercise caution, Yuan Jing prefers to maintain a certain distance from the male beastmen. Yuan Jing, not one to indulge in unnecessary verbosity, promptly conveyed her intentions to the matriarch and Hu Fei. She set down the small basket she carried at a distance from the 3 of them, ensuring it remained within view, yet far enough to prevent any disturbance to the slumbering children. concerned that the little ones might awaken and cause a ruckus. She deliberately placed them farther away from the trio. Subsequently, Yuan Jing elucidated the purpose and functionality of the shell lamp to Hu Jie and Hu Feier. To enhance their understanding, she ignited the shell lamp within the stone cottage of the clan leader, subsequently shutting the stone door. The absence of windows rendered the interior of the cottage quite dim once the door was closed. Observing the stone cottage illuminated by the glow of the shell lamp, the matriarch and Hu Feier could not help but express their admiration with a series of exclamations, marveling at the lamp's practicality and praising Yuan Jing's ingenuity and craftsmanship. Yuan Jing humbly remarked that the creation of the shell lamp was a product of his observation of animal fat dripping onto firewood, which continued to burn. It was merely a stroke of luck that led to the invention of this exquisite lamp. He then proceeded to share with the two individuals the methods and materials involved in crafting the shell lamp, as well as the oil and wick. Subsequently, Yuan Jing expressed to the matriarch his intentions behind this endeavor, primarily driven by his deep gratitude for the care and support extended to him and his offspring by the clan. He wished to share the shell lamps he had fashioned as a gesture of appreciation, a modest return for the kindness bestowed upon them by the community. Yuan Jing felt a sense of accomplishment as she retrieved a leather pouch containing 4 shell lamps from the basket. After shouldering 3 small ones, she bade farewell to the matriarch and Hu Feier before departing from the chieftain's residence. She presented 2 shell lamps to Hu Qingqing, instructing her on the preparation of lamp oil and wicks. Following their farewell, she replicated the process, delivering another pair of shell lamps to Hu Hua's home, where she similarly explained the crafting of lamp oil and wicks. Yuan Jing then returned to her stone dwelling. During this period, she had been accustomed to napping alongside the little ones. However, today, she was unable to indulge in her afternoon slumber, leaving her both drowsy and fatigued. Consequently, she did not linger at either Hu Qingqing's or Hu Hua's homes, hastily conveying the necessary instructions on crafting lamp oil and wicks, as well as the usage of the shell lamps, before rushing home. Upon her arrival, the 3 little ones had just awakened, resulting in a flurry of activity. Yuan Jing promptly ushered them onto the Kong, encircled by a specially designed railing to prevent them from tumbling off, allowing the 3 to play independently while she sought some rest. After approximately an hour of slumber, Yuan Jing awoke to find the little ones still joyfully engaged on the Kong. Indulging in a few more moments of repose, she soon noticed Hu, who, upon seeing her awake, eagerly climbed onto her. Meanwhile, Bai Shuai playfully tugged at the hem of her clothing, while Huang Qingqing appeared oblivious to her awakening. Lost in thought in a corner of the Kong, Yuan Jing lay there for a few minutes before rising. She opened the railing on the Kong, and immediately, Hu and Bai Shuai crawled down from the corner, eagerly engaging in play within the room. Huang Qingqing seemed to be lost in his own world. Yuan Jing picked up Huang Qingqing and gently kissed his forehead, placing him on the only animal skin mat in the house, a mat specially crafted for him. Huang Qingqing sat there, dazed, perfectly content. Milk was far less filling than meat soup, and the little ones would soon grow hungry. At that moment, Bai Shuai clung to Yuan Jing, appearing quite famished. Ordinarily, when feeding meat soup, Yuan Jing needed to provide 3 meals a day for the little ones. She went to heat some goat's milk for the 3 small ones, all the while lamenting how wonderful it would be if the divine cauldron could be utilized. Feeling a slight tug on her leg, she looked down to find Bai Shuai hanging onto her foot like an ornament. Bai Shuai's eyes were fixated on the stone pot filled with goat's milk. At that moment, his world revolved solely around the milk. Amused, Yuan Jing picked up Bai Shuai and planted a kiss on his forehead. Once the goat's milk was warmed, she poured 3 bowls, handing 1 bowl of milk to Hu with one hand and another bowl to Bai Shuai with the other. Finally, she delivered a bowl of milk to Huang Qingqing, who was seated on the animal skin mat, affectionately ruffling his furry head. After tending to the 3 little ones and ensuring they finished their goat's milk, Yuan Jing went to the storage room to retrieve 4 shell lamps. Determined to be fair and not to favor one over another, she decided to distribute them evenly, bringing 2 shell lamps to the relatively familiar Hu Li's home and the remaining 2 to Hu Zhuang's household. Yuan Jing felt that her sense of presence for the day had been fully exhausted. Thus, she returned home and closed the door to indulge in her own little life. As night descended, Yuan Jing and her 3 little ones lay down on the Kong, gently coaxing the 3 accustomed to an early bedtime into slumber. Once the 3 little ones had peacefully drifted off to sleep, Yuan Jing extinguished the shell lamp, preparing to retire for the night. Suddenly, she felt a wave of warmth emanating from the palm of her right hand. As she opened her hand, she beheld a familiar sight, a stream of dark yellow light continuously converging in the center of her palm. More precisely, It was the dark yellow light surging into the divine cauldron of light. Recalling the information about the divine cauldron of light that had surfaced in her mind, capable of refining all things and generating illumination, Yuan Jing experienced a moment of clarity. The divine cauldron of light was intended to bring radiance to this world. The act of refining all things was likely the energy that the cauldron imparted to her in response to her efforts to illuminate the world. Yuan Jing was well aware of the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Considering the recent occurrences, she understood that to reap the benefits bestowed by the divine cauldron of light, she would first need to make a sacrifice. The principle of giving in order to receive resonated with her, and she felt that she would not be at a loss. Yuan Jing even considered the belief that one could reap rewards from their efforts to be a stroke of fortune. After all, many individuals invest considerable effort yet receive nothing in return. With newfound clarity regarding the divine cauldron of light, Yuan Jing ceased to dwell on the sensations in the palm of her right hand and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, she awoke to the cacophony of the three little ones. Despite being roused by their playful noise, Yuan Jing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She gently patted their fuzzy little heads and planted tender kisses on their small faces. Yuan Jing called the three little ones to the squat toilet to attend to their needs. The three little ones, not only intelligent but also remarkably well-behaved, prompted Yuan Jing to marvel at how worry-free the young creatures of the beastly realm truly were. After swiftly tending to their washing, she sent them off to play in the house. To verify the accuracy of the conditions she had discerned for the refinement of all things, Yuan Jing summoned the divine cauldron of light with a thought and began brewing a meat broth. Just as anticipated, the divine cauldron of light was functioning normally once again. The little one's provisions were finally secured, bringing Yuan Jing a sense of relief. After a short while, the cauldron began to emit a delightful aroma of broth. Bai shui shua, akin to a kitten catching a whiff of fish, dashed to the kitchen, inhaling the fragrant steam deeply, his adorable little nose twitching in delight, revealing an expression of utmost enjoyment. In the background, Yuan Jing noticed a glimmering stream of mysterious liquid trickling from the corner of Bai shui shua's mouth. Yuan Jing could not help but chuckle inwardly. Bai shu shu, noticing Yuan Jing's indifference, pouted in a pitiful manner and gently rubbed his little belly, as if lamenting to Yuan Jing about his hunger. Yuan Jing retrieved a spoon, scooping a ladle of meat broth, allowing it to cool before offering it to the pristine mouth of Bai Xuanxuan. The delightful expression on Bai Xuanxuan's face, eyes squinting in bliss, was utterly enchanting. Concerned about the hunger of the three little ones, Yuan Jing hurriedly divided the meat broth into 4 portions, letting it cool. Only after ensuring the three were well fed did she begin to savor her own breakfast. The breakfast, enriched by the divine broth from the god of light, elicited an extraordinary excitement from the three little ones. Even Yuan Jing herself felt invigorated after partaking in the god of light's exquisite concoction. Although she had fed the three little ones several servings of sheep beast milk the previous day, their consumption of the milk had been noticeably slower compared to the enthusiasm with which they drank the meat broth. Yuan Jing could sense that the three little ones had developed a profound fondness for the broth meticulously crafted by the divine cauldron of light. Were it not for their genuine hunger, she believed they would not even deign to drink the milk of the bleeding beasts. This predicament weighed heavily upon Yuan Jing, for activating the divine cauldron's ability to refine all things was no trivial matter. These three little ones were truly extravagant beings, relentlessly choosing the most challenging delicacies. Yuan Jing felt as though she might soon be unable to sustain these extravagant creatures. Alas, this was merely a dead ode from a previous life. Yuan Jing was aware that the conditions required to activate the functionality of the bright divine cauldron for refining all things were quite challenging to meet. She did not wish to place undue pressure on herself. The little ones had been born for approximately 20 days. She did not impose overly stringent expectations on herself. As long as she could ensure the cauldron's normal operation until the 3 cubs reached their first month, that would suffice. Given the remarkable vitality of young male beasts, with careful nurturing, they would thrive by the time they turned 1 month old. Beyond that, as long as they were well fed, they could grow healthily. Naturally, to assist them in their cultivation and advancement, it would be essential to continuously provide them with various rare beast meats and precious natural treasures. However, acquiring such rare beast meats and extraordinary treasures was no simple task, as they were often scarce in the market. Fortunately, the 3 little ones had achieved an opening of their martial veins lasting over 3 incense sticks. Yuan Jing believed that with a month of nourishment from the beast meat broth simmered in the bright divine cauldron, even without access to rare beast meats and precious treasures, The trio's accomplishments in martial arts would not fall short of anyone in their clan. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring the cauldron could function properly until the cubs reached their first month. Yuan Jing merely yearned to exist as a languid creature, and had it been solely her own fate, she might have indeed settled into a life of mere subsistence, idly awaiting the inevitable. However, with 3 young males to consider, each destined to seek brides in the future, she found herself compelled to embark on a path of diligence and perseverance. Thus began her arduous new initiative to illuminate their lives. In her recollections, she remembered that the Tiger clan was surrounded by 3 other tribes, all of which had relocated nearby 5 years prior during the catastrophic beast tide. Each of these tribes boasted a population of approximately 2,000 individuals. Due to the grievous losses suffered during that tumultuous period, they now existed in a state of recuperation. Fortunately, the 4 tribes coexisted in relative harmony. The tribe closest to the Tiger clan was the Serpent clan, renowned for its formidable combat prowess, the strongest among the 4. Their leader was a 5-striped beast. Supported by 3 4-striped beasts and 12 3-striped beasts, their military strength far surpassing that of the Tiger clan. The other 2 tribes encircling the Tiger clan were the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan. Both of these tribes possessed combat capabilities equivalent to those of the Tiger clan, featuring 1 4-striped beast and between 4 to 6 3-striped beasts among their ranks. Yuan Jing's recent initiative to illuminate the surrounding tribes of the Tiger clan is precisely aimed at these 3 communities. However, she cannot take the lead in this endeavor. Should she be accused of treachery, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Yuan Jing took the 3 little ones and made her way to the chieftain's residence. This time, her intention is to seek an audience with the chieftain himself, for it is likely that the chieftain's wife would not grasp the gravity of the situation. Yuan Jing was fortunate, for today the clan leader happened to be at home. Thus, she directly conveyed her intentions to the leader, hoping the clan would dispatch individuals to promote the shell lamps to the 3 surrounding tribes. This endeavor would not only foster camaraderie with these neighboring tribes, but also allow for the exchange of valuable resources through the art of shell lamp creation for the benefit of her people. Yuan Jing, however, expressed that she would not seek any personal gain from the benefits accrued. All would be managed by the clan. Nevertheless, she stipulated one condition: should the technology for crafting shell lamps yield resources for the clan, she wished for someone to be sent to locate her inexpensive husband. Yuan Jing presented her lofty rationale. Firstly, she genuinely missed her humble beastman spouse and harbored concerns for his safety, yearning to find him. Secondly, as her little ones grew, she believed that having their beast father present would greatly enhance their development. In truth, based on her former self's memories, Yuan Jing was aware of the legends surrounding spatial wormholes, and coupled with the fantastical novels she had perused in her past life, she was acutely cognizant that the likelihood of the clan successfully finding her beast husband was virtually non-existent. Yuan Jing sought the chieftain's assistance in promoting the shell lamps to the 3 surrounding tribes primarily to disseminate more light, thereby extending the operational duration of the Radiant Divine Cauldron. Presently, prolonging the use of the Radiant Divine Cauldron stands as Yuan Jing's foremost concern, for its functionality directly impacts the sustenance of the young ones. As for the quest to locate her inexpensive beast husband, finding him would undeniably be the most favorable outcome. She could not allow her personal reluctance, stemming from not being the original host, to deprive the young ones of their right to paternal affection. Discovering this affordable beast husband would undoubtedly be beneficial for the growth of the young ones. As for Yuan Jing herself, she had made a resolution. She would never relinquish her young ones, and should she locate her beast husband, she would devise a means to coexist harmoniously. Yuan Jing contemplated that once her abilities permitted, she would venture forth with her little ones to seek out that inexpensive beast husband. This beast husband was indeed the legitimate father of her 3 cubs, and the nurturing presence of a father was essential for their growth. However, that was a distant prospect, as Yuan Jing was currently incapable of even ensuring her own safety. The chieftain, of course, remained oblivious to Yuan Jing's musings. His primary concern lay with the welfare of the tribe. The chieftain of the Tiger clan was a commendable leader, known for his benevolence, managing various affairs within the tribe with meticulous precision, earning Yuan Jing's respect. The chieftain readily acquiesced to Yuan Jing's proposal, an outcome that was both anticipated and unexpected for her. While she had hoped for his consent, the swiftness of his agreement took her by surprise. As the paramount warrior of the Tiger clan, Chieftain Hu Zhan wielded absolute authority, and his endorsement of the initiative solidified its inevitability. Promoting the shell lamps to the neighboring 3 tribes posed no detriment to the clan. Rather, it promised substantial benefits. including the invaluable goodwill of the neighboring tribes, a rare and fortuitous opportunity. The chieftain's prompt acceptance of Yuan Jing's terms further deepened her admiration for him. With the assurance that he would promote the shell lamps to the surrounding tribes before winter's arrival, Yuan Jing returned to her stone abode, filled with satisfaction. That evening, as her 3 little ones slept soundly, Yuan Jing stepped outside her stone house and activated her night vision. She observed that most homes within the tribe emanated a dim yellow glow, indicating that the majority had embraced the shell lamps. During this period, Yuan Jing, like her young ones, had been consuming the beast meat broth concocted from the divine cauldron of light, and she felt her physical capabilities steadily improving. Just the night before, she had discovered her newly acquired night vision. This marked her first experience utilizing this ability outside her stone home, not for the purpose of admiring the nocturnal beauty, but out of pure curiosity to ascertain how many tribespeople were utilizing the shell lamps. It came as no surprise to Yuan Jing that so many orcs had adopted the shell lamps following their introduction. Now possessing night vision herself, she understood its nature. It allowed one to discern objects in the dark, albeit only in shades of gray. The surrounding light remained shrouded in darkness. The night vision provided a view akin to black and white photographs, while the illumination of the shell lamps rendered the surroundings in vibrant colors, reminiscent of color photographs. Accustomed to the clarity of daylight, where various items showcased their vivid hues, even the male orcs endowed with night vision preferred the use of shell lamps. The widespread enthusiasm for the shell lamps among the orcs filled Yuan Jing with a sense of accomplishment as the inventor. After savoring the enchanting nocturnal landscape of the tribe, Yuan Jing turned and retired to her bed for the night. After Yuan Jing discussed the promotion of the conch lamp with the chieftain, she ceased to concern herself with the matter, for she truly felt powerless. As a female orc devoid of any combat prowess and lacking the support of a husband, Yuan Jing found her situation exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the community here is characterized by its simplicity and kindness. Otherwise, she might have struggled to survive. Yuan Jing has been pondering why the female orcs here are unable to cultivate. Logically speaking, cultivation should not discriminate between genders. Yuan Jing truly finds her current existence exceedingly arduous. Lacking martial prowess, she feels particularly stifled by the inability to hunt. This deprivation translates into an insufficient food supply. While one might resort to bartering for sustenance, such endeavors are fraught with difficulty. If others inflate the value of goods exchanged for food, she becomes quite vulnerable. Relying solely on the exchange of food limits her options, and previously, a frugal husband had hoarded a considerable amount of salt, which allowed her to procure ample provisions. However, should she continue to use this as an excuse, her kin would inevitably grow suspicious. Without any martial strength, and with 3 young offspring to protect, how can she ensure their safety? Moreover, her lack of combat ability restricts her from venturing outside, as the world beyond poses significant dangers. Truly, without martial strength, she is rendered immobile. Since her arrival in this realm, she has never stepped beyond the confines of the tribe. She yearns to explore the world outside, yet currently, she feels akin to a bird trapped in a cage, appearing free, yet ensnared by unyielding chains. Thus, Yuan Jing is fervently eager to acquire strength, for she must safeguard her 3 little ones. Her recent efforts have allowed her to gather sufficient supplies for the winter. Now, she chooses to set aside thoughts of provisions and instead focuses on enhancing her personal power. At present, the most promising means of augmenting her abilities lies in the enigmatic light divine cauldron. In order to conceal its true form from prying eyes, Yuan Jing employs her mental faculties to transform the light divine cauldron into an ordinary stone pot. To the naked eye, it appears no different from the mundane cooking vessels found within the tribe. For the past few days, apart from diligently caring for her 3 young ones, Yuan Jing has devoted herself to studying the light divine cauldron. To outsiders, it seems as though she has been engaged in a contest with an unremarkable stone pot. Days pass monotonously, and as the 3 little ones reach their first month, the light divine cauldron continues to operate efficiently, never faltering. This brings immense relief to Yuan Jing, allowing her to temporarily set aside worries about their training. The foundation for their development has been firmly established, and their further cultivation will depend on their own explorations. Upon unlocking their inner martial veins, each of the little ones will receive their unique methods of cultivation, a boon bestowed upon every male beastman by the beast god. Given the distinct physiques of each beastman, their cultivation methods vary, necessitating that the 3 little ones navigate their own paths for the time being. Yuan Jing's primary objective remains the enhancement of her own martial strength. The little ones are still too young to uphold the family's legacy, and it will take considerable time for them to do so. Consequently, she must focus on her own development. One night, after soothing her 3 little ones to sleep, Yuan Jing approached the large stone pot placed outside her dwelling, which is, in fact, the light divine cauldron. The 2 moons in the sky appeared particularly full, radiating a soft blue luminescence. The surface of the cauldron reflected the images of the 2 moons, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Yuan Jing contemplated the myriad occurrences since her arrival in this foreign realm. The most indelible impression upon her mind was the sudden absorption of moonlight and the radiance of the shell lamp by the divine cauldron of light nestled within her palm. Now, the divine cauldron of light appeared outside her body, seemingly devoid of any indication of having absorbed the moonlight. Yuan Jing suddenly conceived a bold idea. The divine cauldron of light could only absorb moonlight and ambient light when it rested in the palm of her right hand. This led her to ponder whether the cauldron relied upon her very being to harness these luminous energies. If that were the case, could she, too, absorb moonlight and light through the divine cauldron? If this were indeed possible, would it not suggest that she could cultivate and elevate her own abilities? With this thought in mind, Yuan Jing resolved to enlarge the divine cauldron to a size sufficient to accommodate her entire body. Intending to enter it and explore the possibility of utilizing the cauldron to aid her cultivation. Thus, with a focused thought, she adjusted the cauldron to an appropriate size. However, as she stood outside the divine cauldron, hesitation washed over her. Her 3 little companions were still too small and unable to care for themselves, and she feared the potential for unforeseen mishaps. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled the bond that existed between herself and the cauldron, realizing that it depended on her to channel the light. With renewed determination, Yuan Jing felt that she could indeed give it a try. Caught in a profound internal struggle, Yuan Jing ultimately resolved to enter the divine cauldron of light. Upon her entry, she was truly awestruck as a gentle cerulean moonlight began to flow into her being. A surge of joy filled her heart. However, as this ethereal light continued to pour into her, she felt her body expanding uncontrollably, and a sudden panic gripped her. If this continued, her form would surely burst apart. Yuan Jing yearned to escape from the divine cauldron of light, yet the energy within her surged chaotically, rendering her increasingly unable to control her own body. Just as anxiety reached its peak, an inexplicable stream of information suddenly surged into her mind from the cauldron. This mysterious message conveyed a pathway for energy circulation. Following the guidance, Yuan Jing directed the tumultuous energy within her to flow along this specified route, gradually calming the chaotic energies while they accumulated at her dantian. As Yuan Jing absorbed the soft blue moonlight, she transformed it into energy within her body, directing this energy along designated pathways. When the energy accumulated in her dantian reached a certain threshold, she felt a subtle urge to break through the first line within her dantian. Yuan Jing continued to amass energy, and as it increased, the first line in her dantian shattered with a resounding pop. Consequently, the first line appeared on her right arm. The night passed as Yuan Jing diligently practiced, and by dawn, she had successfully breached 2 lines within her dantian, resulting in 2 lines manifesting on her right arm. This signified her official ascension to a 2-line beastman. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land and the soft blue moonlight dissipated, Yuan Jing promptly ceased her training and emerged from the large stone pot. Surprisingly, after a night of cultivation, she felt invigorated rather than fatigued, as if every pore in her body had opened up. Elated, Yuan Jing approached the edge of the bed, gazing at the 3 little ones sleeping soundly. Her heart swelling with tenderness, she gently stroked their fluffy little heads and kissed their small faces, tenderly tucking them under their fur blankets before quietly leaving the bed to prepare their meals for the day. After preparing breakfast and assisting the little ones with their morning routines, Yuan Jing sat down to enjoy breakfast with them. Before they had finished their meal, the chieftain and his entourage arrived at Yuan Jing's stone dwelling, each bearing a significant amount of beast meat. The chieftain's group had come to deliver supplies to Yuan Jing, and the bounty was substantial: 5,000 pounds of beast meat and 20 pounds of salt, along with a 5-pound piece of mutated fire antelope lion meat. Yuan Jing had not anticipated such a generous reward from the tribe, especially since she had previously informed the chieftain that she desired no share of the profits from the promotion of the shell lamp. It was evident that the tribe had reaped immense benefits from the dissemination of the shell lamp's manufacturing technique. As the inventor of the shell lamp, Yuan Jing felt justified in accepting the tribe's offerings. After bidding farewell to the chieftain and his group, Yuan Jing eagerly picked up the 5-pound piece of mutated fire antelope lion meat. This was a precious item that could aid beastmen in their advancement. To avoid any delay, She promptly placed the still-cool meat into the divine light cauldron to prepare a broth. Once the mutated fire antelope lion soup was ready, it would provide lunch for her and the three little ones. If it weren't for the breakfast they had already consumed, Yuan Jing would have been tempted to drink the soup immediately, but alas, both she and the little ones were already full. With time until lunch, Yuan Jing engaged in a game of hide and seek with the three little ones. Despite their small size, they exhibited remarkable comprehension and quickly grasped the game's rules. The storage room, cellar, stone basin, and backpack became their hiding spots, with their hiding places growing ever more creative, sometimes leaving Yuan Jing bewildered as to their whereabouts. After playing for a while, the little ones entertained themselves, and Yuan Jing decided to let them play freely, having taught them how to play hide and seek. The once aloof Wang Qing quickly bonded with her two brothers, their expressions brightening, which brought a sense of relief to Yuan Jing's heart. Yuan Jing believes that children should not be restricted. They ought to be exposed to new friends and fresh experiences, as this is beneficial for their development. With winter approaching, it is no longer suitable to engage in any further upheaval. Yuan Jing plans to establish a children's playground within her clan during the forthcoming spring. When flowers bloom and warmth returns, this playground will not only be accessible to her three little ones, but also open to all the younglings of the clan. The advantages of constructing this playground are manifold. Firstly, it will provide her children with a more joyous environment, allowing them to relish a happier childhood. Secondly, it will promote camaraderie, enabling them to play and grow alongside their peers, thus ensuring their development is not solitary. Thirdly, it will facilitate stronger bonds with more clan members, as the playground will serve as a communal entertainment facility. Those who benefit from this recreational space will undoubtedly feel a sense of gratitude towards Yuan Jing, enhancing the amicable ties between her and the clan. Lastly, it is well known among the clan that Yuan Jing's family has been rewarded with abundant resources for their expertise in crafting shell lamps. Such valuable materials may attract the covetous eyes of the unscrupulous, making it wise to distribute these resources judiciously and promptly. The 20 pounds of salt bestowed upon Yuan Jing by the clan will be utilized as compensation for the construction of the playground. She feels no regret in dispersing this salt, as acquiring it is not a challenge for her. With a plentiful supply of salt at her disposal, she is merely cautious of the suspicions that may arise if she suddenly presents a large quantity for the playground's construction. This splendid opportunity is one Yuan Jing is unwilling to let slip away. Yuan Jing is somewhat eager to envision the vibrant scene that will unfold when the amusement park is completed in the coming spring. This amusement park will serve as a heartfelt gift from Yuan Jing to the three little ones. During this winter, amidst the hibernation of the cats, she intends to meticulously plan how the amusement park will be constructed. This is, after all, her first present to the three little ones, and it must be executed beautifully. In fact, Yuan Jing also plans to establish a large game room for the orc community to enjoy. It will be a place for everyone to gather, share tea, engage in conversation, and partake in tabletop games. Additionally, she could sell refreshments to earn a little extra income. With such an abundance of recreational activities, the tribe is sure to be lively and bustling, and the very thought of it excites Yuan Jing. In her previous life, Yuan Jing thrived in the entertainment-rich environment of the 21st century, where she had grown accustomed to the vibrant atmosphere. Now, having arrived in this world devoid of entertainment, the tranquility is refreshing, yet she finds herself somewhat out of place. Although this realm lacks the hustle and bustle, it is filled with genuine simplicity. The orcs are kind-hearted. And most importantly, she has her three little ones, whom she cannot bear to part with. Thus, she is resolute in her decision to create a fulfilling life in this world. If there is no excitement, she will simply create it herself. Although Yuan Jing was not fond of extensive social interactions, she cherished the vibrant atmosphere around her. Most importantly, such lively environments were undoubtedly beneficial for the growth of the three little ones. With their beastly father mysteriously absent, Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of indebtedness to them. After all, a father's love is priceless. She constantly sought ways to compensate for their loss. In her solitary past, her thoughts were often consumed by her own feelings. But now, with the three beloved ones by her side, she yearned to provide them with the best. In her considerations, their needs always took precedence. Perhaps this is the essence of maternal responsibility. To ensure a joyful childhood for the three little ones, Yuan Jing diligently designed a playground. While she was engrossed in planning its construction, the hungry trio approached her, seeking sustenance. It was then that she realized it was time for lunch. She served a steaming bowl of mutated fire antelope lion meat soup, a dish that even she found delectable. The four of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. Not only was the mutated fire antelope lion meat soup a nourishing delicacy that promoted advancement, but its flavor was also unforgettable. The meat slices were tender and white as jade, the broth rich and thick. Each bite revealed a delicate, savory essence. This soup was undoubtedly the most exquisite she had ever tasted. After savoring a bowl of the aromatic soup, a warm current flowed through her abdomen, and to her astonishment, the third stripe within her core was shattered with a soft pop. 3 stripes now adorned her right arm. With that meal, Yuan Jing officially became a 3-striped beastman. At that moment, although her combat prowess did not rival that of her estranged husband, she possessed sufficient strength for self-defense within her tribe. The weight that had long burdened her heart finally lifted. In her previous life, she had aspired to be a mere slacker, and in this life, her ambitions were not grand. She simply wished to accompany the 3 little ones and witness their healthy growth. She looked forward to the world beyond her tribe. Eager to explore, yet her desire remained modest. She merely wished to observe. In truth, her goal was to root herself firmly within the tiger tribe. She was eager to gain the strength necessary for exploration, so that one day she could venture out freely. Unlike before when she lacked even the power to leave the confines of the Black Canyon, as she acquired the strength to explore, she continued to live quietly within the tiger tribe, a state she considered a modest existence. Lacking the ability to venture out would feel akin to imprisonment. Without any combat capabilities, Yuan Jing felt as if she were confined within the Black Canyon. Now, having gained a measure of self-defense, that feeling of imprisonment dissipated, leaving her immensely relieved. The meal of mutated fire antelope lion meat soup had significantly boosted her combat power, a benefit she had not anticipated. Fearing that the immense potency of the soup might overwhelm the 3 little ones, she hurriedly checked their well-being. Upon catching the mischievous little black one, she observed a remarkable change in its physique. To her astonishment, a dark blue stripe had appeared on its right forepaw, signifying that this playful creature had ascended to a 1-striped beastman. Yuan Jing was filled with joy. She then discovered the other 2 little ones, the white one and the yellow one, in different corners of the stone house, and to her delight, they too had advanced to 1-striped beastmen. Yuan Jing's heart swelled with happiness. In the realm of divine beasts, female cubs are born in human form, unable to cultivate and thus remaining in this shape without a beast form. Male cubs, on the other hand, are born in beast form, and if they cannot cultivate, they may transform into human form upon reaching adulthood, thereafter freely switching between the 2 forms. If they are capable of cultivation, male cubs can also alternate between human and beast forms upon advancing to a 1-striped beastman. This meant that the 3 little ones could now transform into human forms. Yuan Jing eagerly anticipated the transformation of the 3 little ones into human form, calling the trio, who were as dark as night, as white as snow, and as bright as sunshine. She encouraged them to attempt their metamorphosis. The 3 little ones scratched their ears and chins in confusion. After all, this was their inaugural experience with such a transformation, and the method eluded them. The most perceptive among them, the golden-haired Huang Can, was the first to achieve human form. With his golden locks, cherubic face, and charmingly handsome features, he exuded an enchanting aura, despite appearing merely as a 2-year-old. Black Hu and White Shu, who had yet to transform, gazed in fascination at Huang Can, rushing over to him with wide eyes. Curious about this brother they usually frolicked with, White Shu playfully touched Huang Can's soft, delicate hand, wearing an expression of wonder. Mischievous Black Hu, on the other hand, teasingly tugged at Huang Can's flowing golden hair, revealing his envy for those magnificent locks. Seemingly unfazed by his brother's childish antics, Huang Can remained calm, allowing them to explore and tease him. Inspired by the sight of Huang Can's transformation, White Shu and Black Hu soon followed suit, successfully morphing into human form as well. Black Hu, now transformed, sported a cascade of ebony hair and bore a striking resemblance to Huang Can. However, his demeanor radiated a playful mischief, unmistakably identifying him as a little rascal. White Shu, with his flowing silvery white hair, also mirrored the appearance of the other 2, yet he exuded an ethereal quality. Beneath his enchanting exterior, Yuan Jing discerned a heart of a gourmand. The playful Black Hu remained restless, shifting between human and beast forms, reveling in the delight of his transformations. Influenced by Black Hu's antics, White Shu joined in the fun, equally immersed in the joy of the metamorphic game. Only Huang Can abstained from participating, seemingly preferring the comfort of his beastly state. After reverting to his animal form, he returned to his designated animal skin mat, lost in thought. Undeterred by Huang Can's disinterest, The playful games of transformation between the mischievous black Hu and white Shu continued unabated. Yuan Jing no longer paid attention to the three little ones and busied herself with her own affairs. Winter had already arrived. Yet the weather had not reached its most frigid state. The beastmen still ventured out of the tribe or engaged in activities within it. Thus, Yuan Jing once again exchanged supplies with the beastmen, trading 200 pounds of beast meat for a modest portion of firewood for her storage room, and bartering 50 pounds of garlic-flavored melon seeds for some animal hides. Yuan Jing's exchange of goods with the orcs transpired intermittently over the span of 4 or 5 days. As the weather grew decidedly colder, Yuan Jing resolved against further ventures into the frigid air for the sake of trade. Thus, her family of 4 commenced their official winter hibernation. The 3 little ones, Heihu, Baishuazhua, and Huang Kanzan, seemed unfazed by the cold, perhaps due to their recent evolution into first-pattern orcs. Or perhaps because male orcs inherently possess a greater resistance to the chill. The warmth radiating from the Kong was inviting. However, Heihu insisted it was too hot, frequently darting into the stone house to play before returning to the heated Kong. Yuan Jing, having assessed his little paws and forehead, discerned that he was indeed warm enough, and thus refrained from reprimanding him. Were it not for her strict prohibition against stepping outside the stone house, Heihu might have ventured into the clan to frolic. Baishuazhua also clamored that it was warm, and even Huang Kanzan shed her thick fur garment in favor of a lighter autumnal attire. Yuan Jing has already become a 3-pattern beastman, and the energy within her dantian continuously flows into her body, providing an unceasing source of warmth, rendering her impervious to the chill. Yuan Jing never anticipated that the stove she had painstakingly constructed would serve little purpose for her family of 4. However, for the young beast yet to ascend to the rank of a patterned beastman and the female beastmen within the tribe, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Despite its limited utility for her own household, she recognized its significance for the other members of her clan. Thus, Yuan Jing felt that her efforts in creating the stove were indeed worthwhile. What Yuan Jing was unaware of was that the Kong was not only beneficial for the orcs within the tribe who had not undergone any cultivation, but it also proved to be immensely advantageous for the vast majority of those who had indeed cultivated. Yuan Jing cultivates her abilities by absorbing the pale blue moonlight through the divine light cauldron. This cauldron refines the essence of light attributed to the moonlight, which then integrates into Yuan Jing's body, endowing her with a small quantity of this luminous essence. When the surrounding temperature is notably low, the light essence within her continuously channels energy into her being. This energy, inherently warm, generates a constant flow of warmth to her dantian, thus granting her formidable resistance to the cold. The 3 young companions share a similar condition, possessing comparable resilience against the chill. They utilize a broth made from the mutated spotted leopard to assist in unlocking their internal martial veins. Given that the mutated leopard possesses a trace of fire attribute abilities, the broth, refined by the divine light cauldron, is enriched with a pure essence of fire. Consequently, the trio successfully opens their fire attribute martial veins. Once they ascend to the first tier of beastmen, their dantian continuously supplies their bodies with fire attribute energy, which is characterized by its high caloric content. Hence, even though the trio's martial prowess remains relatively modest, their ability to withstand the cold is significantly enhanced. However, the inherent fire attribute abilities of the mutated leopard are quite weak. Without the cauldron's refinement, it would only enable male offspring to unlock attribute-less martial veins. Beastmen with attribute-less veins can still channel energy into their bodies, but this energy lacks high caloric value, resulting in a lower conversion efficiency for low-tier beastmen. Thus, while the cold resistance of attribute-less martial vein beastmen from the 1st to 3rd tiers is considerably superior to that of female beastmen, they still require thick animal skin garments and firewood for warmth during winter. Therefore, the hearth remains beneficial for these beastmen. In contrast, mid-tier and high-tier beastmen with attribute-less veins possess greater strength and efficiency in converting this energy into body heat. Consequently, 4th-tier beastmen and those of higher ranks can withstand the cold solely through their formidable capabilities, rendering the hearth less essential to them. As the majority of beastmen within the tribe possess attribute-less veins, and most male beastmen are classified as low-tier, the hearth that Yuan Jing diligently created proves invaluable to the tribe. Thanks to this hearth, the tribe has experienced the warmest winter of their lives. However, Yuan Jing remains oblivious to these various circumstances surrounding the hearth within the tribe. Yuan Jing is currently enjoying a rare moment of tranquility with her 3 little cats nestled close. Cherishing this serene time, she finds immense pleasure in the stillness. Nevertheless, Yuan Jing remains diligent in her own cultivation, dedicating each night to focused practice. However, when it comes to the training of her three little companions, she is at a loss to assist them. Although Yuan Jing's original self was a native, she lacked understanding of cultivation. Her knowledge of its rudimentary principles was superficial, and the intricacies eluded her grasp. Even though she had fortuitously acquired the ability to cultivate, her insights into the practice remained scant. Consequently, Yuan Jing found herself unable to guide the three young ones in their cultivation journey, leaving them to navigate their path independently. Thus, she resolved to include the task of finding a mentor for them in the forthcoming spring as part of her plans for the next year. The days of winter passed swiftly. During her leisure, Yuan Jing would engage and play with the little ones and dedicate time to contemplate the construction of an amusement park, occasionally delving into the various functionalities of the light god cauldron. Life unfolded at a leisurely pace, devoid of monotony. A month into winter, Yuan Jing discovered another remarkable capability of the light god cauldron. By placing objects within it and harnessing her thoughts, she could alter their shape and internal structure, thereby manifesting items in the desired form and configuration. Yuan Jing placed the highly resilient animal hide into the radiant divine cauldron, employing her spiritual consciousness to commune with it. While inwardly contemplating the sporting apparatus of her previous life, the inflatable volleyball, a surge of white light erupted, and a volleyball crafted from animal hide materialized atop the radiant divine cauldron. Upon removing the animal hide from the volleyball, Yuan Jing discovered that it was precisely the same size as the soft inflatable volleyball from her previous life. Furthermore, the sphere exhibited a remarkable elasticity, making it entirely suitable for use as a volleyball. Most notably, there were no visible seams, as if it were a seamless entity, unlike the inflatable volleyball from her past, which bore evident signs of stitching. Yuan Jing could not help but express her astonishment. The functionality of the radiant divine cauldron was indeed extraordinary. After utilizing the cauldron to craft 3 leather volleyballs, she finally paused. She distributed the volleyballs among the 3 little ones, each of whom was elated to receive their own. They bounced, tossed, and chased after the balls, reveling in their playfulness. The stone house resonated with the sounds of their joyous activity. Fortunately, there was nothing but a heated bed within the stone house, otherwise, it would have descended into chaos. Observing the 3 little ones so engrossed in their play filled Yuan Jing with satisfaction. No longer preoccupied with them, she began to focus on her own endeavors. Having recognized the miraculous capabilities of the radiant divine cauldron, Yuan Jing embarked on a journey of research regarding its wonders. As her understanding deepened, the cauldron's mysteries only seemed to multiply. Setting aside thoughts of the cauldron, Yuan Jing now wished to create more toys reminiscent of her past life for the 3 little ones. Being quite young, they had a strong penchant for play. By providing them with an abundance of toys, she hoped to enrich their childhood experiences. In the future, they would undoubtedly follow their teacher in cultivation, leaving them with less time for leisure. While they had yet to find their mentor, it was a perfect opportunity for them to indulge in play. Thus, recalling her memories from her previous life, Yuan Jing decided to first craft a scooter. She placed wood and stone materials into the radiant divine cauldron. Envisioning the design of the scooter she had seen before, beginning her communication with the cauldron to create it. Her initial attempts resulted in a scooter with overly heavy wheels that were difficult to maneuver. After countless trials, she finally produced a scooter that resembled the one from her past life, crafted from stone and wood. Although the stone wheels were not aesthetically pleasing, they boasted impressive speed and connected perfectly with the wooden body, allowing for swift gliding, more than adequate as a toy for the little ones. However, the wooden frame was not as sturdy as a metal one. It was relatively fragile, and the wood she had was merely the timber she had previously exchanged. Thus, the quality of the scooter was average. Yuan Jing contemplated seeking higher quality wood in the dark forest when conditions permitted, aspiring to create superior scooters in the future. For now, she could only work with the existing timber to fashion 3 scooters for the little ones, which should suffice for several months of play. Upon receiving the scooters, the 3 little ones were overjoyed. Haigu, in particular, seemed as if his feet were glued to the scooter, unwilling to dismount. He incessantly clamored to go outside. It was only when Yuan Jing threatened to confiscate the scooter that Haigu finally subdued, promising to remain indoors. Bai Shuo also longed to venture outside, witnessing Haigu's warning. He too became compliant. Even Huang Can, who typically showed less interest in play, expressed a desire to go outside. Despite his usual composure, being young, he could not suppress his excitement when presented with something he adored. In her previous life, boys had a fondness for vehicles, and it seemed that these young male cubs shared a similar inclination. Yuan Jing began to discern the types of toys that would captivate her three little ones. She searched through her memories to identify toys that were particularly favored by young boys, planning her next steps for crafting additional gifts for them. Yuan Jing has embarked on a new venture in toy making. This time, she intends to craft a bicycle equipped with training wheels. Initially, the plan was to create a standard bicycle. However, considering the mischievous nature of the trio, represented by the Dark Overlord, she grew apprehensive. Yuan Jing feared that the children might easily fall and injure themselves while riding a regular bicycle. Thus, she decided to modify her design to a safer version with training wheels. The addition of these wheels not only enhances the bicycle's balance, but also serves to slow it down, significantly improving safety. Drawing from her successful experience in crafting a scooter, the creation of the bicycle with training wheels became considerably simpler. Yet, the design remained relatively complex compared to the scooter, requiring numerous modifications. After countless revisions, Yuan Jing finally produced the bicycle with training wheels. As she gazed upon her freshly completed creation, she could not help but marvel at the wonders of the radiant divine cauldron. Were it not for her own limited skills, she doubted she could even manage to create a volleyball from animal hide, let alone more intricate items like scooters or bicycles. The radiant divine cauldron has bestowed upon Yuan Jing a plethora of extraordinary experiences, leaving her profoundly touched. Without it, she would still be unable to cultivate her abilities, remaining in a state of constant vulnerability, devoid of means for self-defense. Although she would strive to survive under such circumstances, there would always linger a sense of helplessness, insecurity, and even an inexplicable loneliness. It is the radiant divine cauldron that has enabled her to cultivate her powers, granting her sufficient strength for self-preservation. At last, Yuan Jing's restless heart found a place to settle in this foreign realm. To Yuan Jing, the radiant divine cauldron transformed from merely a vessel for extraordinary encounters into a cherished companion akin to an old friend. With the cauldron by her side, her journey through the beastly world became no longer solitary. Perhaps sensing the shift in Yuan Jing's state of mind, the radiant divine cauldron underwent a remarkable transformation. An internal space known as the divine cauldron space emerged. Due to the profound connection between the cauldron and Yuan Jing's thoughts, she immediately sensed the appearance of this new space and understood its purpose. The divine cauldron space serves as a storage area, vast and boundless. Yuan Jing can manipulate her items within this space using her mind. To test this newfound ability, she utilized the recently crafted bicycle with training wheels as her initial experiment. After several trials of placing and retrieving the bicycle, she became well acquainted with this extraordinary function of the cauldron. Eager to further explore the cauldron's capabilities, Yuan Jing ventured to the cellar she had previously excavated for storing salt. She retrieved the salt from the cellar and placed it into the divine cauldron space. Once confirming that the space could indeed accommodate items, she transferred all the salt from the cellar to the cauldron's interior. Following this, she conducted another sweep, placing the majority of her stored beast meat and other provisions into the divine cauldron space, leaving only a small amount behind in the cellar. Yuan Jing deemed it prudent to store her supplies within the cauldron, ensuring that in the event of a beast tide or other calamities, they could swiftly escape with a considerable stock of provisions. Yuan Jing possesses the memories of her former self, vividly recalling the beast tide that transpired 5 years ago. The harrowing scenes of the orc's plight during that tumultuous event play back in her mind like a cinematic reel. This world of beasts is far from tranquil. Nature's calamities abound, including the likes of beast tides and insect swarms. Yuan Jing found herself compelled to make further preparations. The emergence of the divine cauldron space instilled in her a heightened sense of survival within this beastly world. A wave of exhilaration coursed through her. Once she had composed her emotions, Yuan Jing embarked on her grand venture of toy making. With a flourish of her hand, she crafted 3 bicycles equipped with training wheels. The trio of small ones, already reveling in their scooter, were delighted to receive a new toy. Upon mounting the bicycles, they became utterly absorbed in their play, even neglecting their previously cherished scooters. Toys, after all, are most enchanting when they are novel. The 3 little ones exhibited a remarkable lack of resistance to the allure of new toys, managing to entertain themselves for an entire day without Yuan Jing's oversight. While riding the scooters, they had always maintained their beast forms. However, upon acquiring the bicycles, they initially continued in their beastly guise, until one of them, perhaps by instinct, transformed into human form, prompting the others to follow suit. At times, they playfully oscillated between their human and beast forms while riding. The newfound mode of play brought them even greater joy. The stone house resonated with the cheerful sounds of their cycling, interspersed with their delightful laughter and occasionally the cries that accompanied their tumbles. Yuan Jing paid little heed to their cries, after all. The resilience and physical prowess of the beastmen ensured that minor scrapes and bruises would not harm them. She allowed them to wail as they pleased. As they were male cubs, she had no intention of overly indulging them. Fortunately, the thick stone door crafted by her frugal beastman husband muffled the sounds within, preventing any disturbance complaints from the clan. Observing the trio's joyful play brought an unbroken smile to Yuan Jing's face, making every effort worthwhile. Their affection for the toys she created fueled her creative spirit even further. This time, however, she decided to craft a swing chair, primarily for her own enjoyment. In her previous life, she had several different styles of swing chairs saved in her online shopping cart, but due to limited space at home, she had never been able to purchase one. In her past existence, her greatest aspiration was to remain homebound, lounging in a swing chair while engrossed in her phone. With this unfulfilled desire lingering in her heart, she resolved to indulge this small wish in her current life. Moreover, the swing chair would also provide enjoyment for the little ones. Thus, the creation of the swing chair ascended to her agenda. After countless trials and failures, Yuan Jing finally succeeded in crafting a swing chair with a stone base and a wooden structure. The stone base offered enhanced stability, allowing the three little ones to play without fear of toppling over. The wooden body was designed in a nest-like shape, both for aesthetic appeal and safety, preventing the little ones from falling out from behind. Thankfully, the spacious bedroom, courtesy of her economical beastman husband, accommodated 4 swing chairs comfortably. The freshly crafted chairs were placed against the left wall of the bedroom. The room, spanning approximately 200 square meters, still retained ample space even with the addition of the 4 swing chairs and the bedding area, allowing the little ones to continue their scooter and bicycle play without hindrance. Grateful for the generous space, Yuan Jing knew that confining the trio to the bedroom would lead to restlessness. Upon discovering the 4 new swing chairs, the little ones curiously approached, intrigued by the new addition. They eagerly touched the swing baskets and soon discovered they could sway back and forth. Thus, they engaged in a delightful game of pushing the swing baskets. Yuan Jing, with a delightful laugh, gently lifted the 3 little ones and placed them into the swinging basket of the swing chair. The trio began to sway within the basket, reveling in their joyous play. Among them, the darkest one swung the highest, causing Yuan Jing to worry that he might tumble from the chair. However, considering that all 3 had become one-pattern beastmen, she reassured herself that their physical resilience was undoubtedly strong. If he were to fall, it would likely only result in a minor scrape. Yuan Jing ceased to concern herself with them. Instead, she settled into the swing chair, beginning to indulge in a moment of tranquility. The sensation of the swing chair was remarkably soothing, allowing Yuan Jing to unwind completely. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted into slumber. This new toy, the swing chair, provided ample amusement for the 3 little ones, who remained engrossed in play and showed no inclination to descend. Yuan Jing had barely slumbered for 2 hours when she was abruptly awakened. After finally managing to relax, the disturbance ignited her temper. The culprit was none other than the mischievous creature, He-Hu, who, after 2 hours of swinging on the chair, found the activity rather mundane and sought a new form of amusement. He descended from the swing and approached Yuan Jing's resting chair, vigorously pushing the swinging basket. With the formidable strength of a beast of the first rank, He-Hu was capable of propelling Yuan Jing's swing to considerable heights. His relentless vigor allowed him to continue this playful assault, each push sending the chair soaring again, eventually rousing Yuan Jing from her slumber. While He-Hu found the game amusing, Yuan Jing was unjustly disturbed. In an effort to convey her displeasure, she first delivered a couple of light taps to his head and then decreed that he would forfeit his dinner for the evening. Realizing the gravity of his mischief, He-Hu refrained from contesting this punishment. Thus, he transformed his frustration into energy, pedaling furiously on his bicycle within the confines of the room. The bike speeding along as Yuan Jing chose to ignore him. Reflecting on He-Hu's antics, Yuan Jing contemplated the importance of moral education for the 3 little ones as they grew older. She envisioned imparting tales of virtue, such as the story of Kong Rong yielding pears, to ensure they developed into commendable individuals, preventing them from straying off course. Although she harbored no concerns regarding their martial talents, the preparation for their ethical upbringing was indeed a pressing matter. Of course, moral education is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a gradual and sustained effort. Yuan Jing was aware that her disciplinary approach today, which involved both rewarding with indulgence and punishing by withholding meals, was somewhat harsh. However, in her state of agitation, she found it difficult to restrain herself. She could only hope for a better future and made an effort to temper her reactions. It remains uncertain whether Yuan Jing's stringent measures have had a deterrent effect. But in recent days, the three little ones have indeed been considerably more subdued. Yuan Jing devoted several tranquil days to the art of toy making. This time, she focused on crafting wooden blocks and puzzles, both of which were common in her previous life. Yuan Jing spared no effort in the production of the blocks, utilizing over 100 pounds of timber, resulting in nearly 100 pounds of completed blocks. With these, the three little ones could easily construct a grand edifice. Yuan Jing also crafted a series of exquisite puzzles, drawing inspiration from the Beast World continent. These puzzles can be assembled into commonly found structures within the tribe, such as stone houses, squares, and altars. Additionally, they can recreate everyday items like stone tables, bowls, and beds, as well as depict various animals including the Meow Meow beast, the barbarian bull, the bat beast, and the mutant fire antelope lion. The creation of these puzzles did not require Yuan Jing's manual intervention. With effective communication with the divine light cauldron, and given the simplicity of the puzzle design, she was able to produce dozens of sets of each type in no time. Yuan Jing first distributed these puzzles among the three little ones, providing each with a complete set of one type of puzzle. The remaining pieces were carefully placed into the divine cauldron space by Yuan Jing. After distributing the puzzles, she also informed the three little ones that they could share the toys with one another, but they must not snatch them away. They should exhibit humility and affection towards each other. The three little ones nodded in agreement, displaying a demeanor of obedient and diligent students. Yuan Jing refrained from further admonishing them, as she understood the principle that excess can be counterproductive. With Yuan Jing's casual remark, the three little ones seemed to have received a pardon, darting off in different directions like startled rabbits. It was as if something were pursuing them, for they ran with remarkable speed. Yuan Jing found the antics of the three little ones amusing. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She could adopt the method of Tang Seng and recite the tightening spell. Whenever the three mischief makers became unruly, she would arrange them in a row and begin her long-winded lecture. Let us see if they dared to be naughty again. With this plan in mind, Yuan Jing commenced the task of sorting the puzzle pieces. She intended to donate some to the amusement park and reserve the rest for the little ones in her clan. This way, she could garner goodwill while also enhancing her presence. Although her strength had increased, rendering her less reliant on asserting her presence for self-protection, having more hands on deck would greatly facilitate her amusement park construction. Enhancing her visibility would indeed prove advantageous. As for delivering the puzzles to her clan's younglings, each one needed to be personally distributed. Thus, Yuan Jing calculated the number of little ones in her clan. The count of juvenile beasts constituted approximately 20% of the total population, and with the clan's numbers estimated at 2,000, that amounted to a staggering 400 younglings. Upon arriving at this figure, Yuan Jing was taken aback. Such a number was undeniably substantial. Yuan Jing wavered between giving and withholding, as the sum was not insignificant. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to adopt a half-gift, half-sale approach. Initially, she would bestow some puzzles upon acquaintances, and once a fervor for puzzle solving ignited within the clan, she would proceed to sell them. After all, Yuan Jing and the three little ones needed sustenance. A mere flicker of presence would suffice, without the necessity for an extravagant display of gifts to curry favor. Thus, she crafted over 100 sets of puzzles. These puzzles, intended for gifting, were not placed within the divine vessel but instead stored directly in the storage room. When the time came, they could easily be retrieved from there. The creation of such a multitude of puzzles consumed a considerable amount of wood, yet fortunately, neither Yuan Jing nor the three little ones feared the cold. They refrained from burning the Kong during the day, only lighting it at night. Otherwise, the wood she had gathered would have proven insufficient. The days spent crafting these toys had indeed depleted her materials excessively. Consequently, Yuan Jing resolved to pause her toy-making endeavors and instead contemplate the construction of a playground. The planning for the playground required drawing boards and various artistic tools. Thus, she utilized the divine vessel to produce numerous wooden boards to serve as drawing surfaces, alongside rulers and triangular scales for drawing purposes. Yuan Jing also intended to create brushes for her artwork. She had already decided on the materials for the brushes. Previously, while roasting meat, she had discovered that the charcoal produced from morina wood was exceptionally hard, making it suitable for use as pencil leads or more accurately, charcoal pencil leads. Consequently, she ventured into the kitchen to retrieve the charcoal made from morina wood. Afterward, she combined this charcoal with firewood in the divine vessel, controlling it with her divine will, and successfully produced around 10 charcoal pencils. The leads of these charcoal pencils were composed of hard charcoal, which, while softer than typical pencil leads, would wear down more quickly. Nevertheless, a dozen charcoal pencils would suffice for Yuan Jing's needs. With the charcoal pencils crafted, she was now prepared with the drawing tools necessary for planning the playground. Yuan Jing then began to sketch with her drawing board. The three little ones observed her with envy as she wrote and drew. Sensing their admiration, she decided to create additional drawing boards and charcoal pencils to share with them, allowing them the freedom to play. She had no intention of teaching them to write or draw just yet, as they were still quite young. Yuan Jing wished for them to enjoy their childhood without the burden of forced learning. She could not bring herself to impose such a rigorous regime upon them, feeling it would be too cruel. The beast world possessed its own written language, and fortunately, Yuan Jing's original self was literate. This would make it easier to teach the three little ones in the future. Yuan Jing pondered the educational concerns regarding the three little ones while diligently working on the design of the amusement park, feeling her thoughts disrupted by their antics. She resolved to set aside her worries about them and devoted herself wholeheartedly to her drawing. Yuan Jing intended for the amusement park to be open to the entire clan. Hence, it needed to accommodate a minimum of 400 individuals. The selection of the site, the dimensions of the area, the types and quantities of entertainment facilities, as well as the arrangement and installation of these attractions, all required meticulous planning on her part. The workload was indeed substantial. Yuan Jing initially contemplated the construction of a swimming pool. However, she soon recognized the complications associated with filling and changing the water, coupled with her concerns about the potential mishaps that might befall the young orcs should they accidentally fall in. Thus, she decided to eliminate the swimming pool project from her amusement park plans. The array of entertainment options available for the amusement park was extensive. Some of the more intricate attractions, which were unfeasible in this beastly realm, were discarded by Yuan Jing. Likewise, those with lower safety profiles were also omitted. Ultimately, she retained simpler yet delightful options such as slides, seesaws, and swings. Having settled on the entertainment offerings, she now faced the task of determining the appropriate scale for each attraction and how many individuals could partake in the enjoyment at any given time. The workload was indeed substantial, and time continued to pass swiftly. Before long, Yuan Jing's amusement park blueprint was nearing completion, coinciding with the quiet arrival of spring. As spring emerged, the three little ones were particularly jubilant, reveling in the freedom from confinement within the stone house. Each day, they eagerly ventured outdoors. At merely 4 months old, the trio displayed a level of mischief reminiscent of 7 to 8-year-old children from Yuan Jing's previous life, to the extent that they were often a source of annoyance to both humans and animals alike. Fortunately, the young beastlings in this world were similarly independent, able to play freely by 3 months of age. Otherwise, Yuan Jing would have hesitated to allow the trio to roam unsupervised. Heyo, now increasingly absent from home, would take his skateboard and bicycle and frolic wildly within the tribe. Yuan Jing mused that if it weren't for his need, he might forget the very location of his home. Bai Shuo, while slightly more responsible than Heyo, was not far behind. He would frequently take his toys outside, not for his own amusement, but to rent them out to his companions in exchange for snacks such as wild fruits and beef jerky. He would then sit and munch on the treats while watching his friends play, a truly exasperating sight. Even Yuan Jing was left wondering who had taught Bai Shuo such entrepreneurial skills, or whether he possessed an innate talent for acquiring snacks. Huangpan was cut from a similar cloth as Bai Shuo. He too would take his toys outside not for personal enjoyment but to lend them to friends, who would trade colorful stones from their collections for the opportunity to play with his toys. Meanwhile, Huangpan would sit clutching an assortment of colorful stones, either daydreaming or observing his friends at play. Yuan Jing expressed her bewilderment, noting that the current young ones are truly enigmatic. Embracing the notion of letting the three little ones express themselves freely, she decided to let them be. Unable to manage the trio, Yuan Jing embarked on the grand endeavor of constructing an amusement park. First, she approached the clan leader to share her vision of building the amusement park. Her rationale was that the three little ones were excessively playful, and she feared that she could not keep an eye on them alone. Therefore, she planned to create a dedicated space for their amusement, ensuring they could play to their heart's content while alleviating her worries about losing track of them. There was ample vacant land within the clan, which served no purpose when left empty. Moreover, Constructing the amusement park posed no threat to the clan's interests, especially since the clan had reaped numerous benefits from the shell lamp-making techniques that Yuan Jing had introduced. The clan leader, acknowledging this, was inclined to grant Yuan Jing some leeway. Consequently, her proposal for the amusement park received the clan leader's approval. Upon receiving the clan's consent, Yuan Jing promptly sought out Hu Zhuang to inform him of her intention to build the amusement park, assuring him that the project had the clan's endorsement. Yuan Jing requested Hu Zhuang to find 9 additional individuals within the clan to assist in the construction of the amusement park, thus bringing the total number of participants, including Hu Zhuang, to 10. Yuan Jing pledged to provide each orc with a monthly compensation of 2 pounds of salt during the construction of the amusement park. This remuneration is indeed quite substantial. It is noteworthy that Yuan Jing's frugal orc husband managed to accumulate merely around 20 pounds of salt in an entire year. Yuan Jing had requested Hu Zhuang to enlist orcs who were either disabled or suffering from ailments that impeded their ability to hunt effectively. While these orcs possessed considerable strength, their mobility was somewhat compromised, making the act of hunting quite challenging. According to Yuan Jing's estimations, the construction of the amusement park was projected to take approximately 1 month. Upon the park's completion, it would require the payment of 20 pounds of salt as compensation for their labor, which conveniently allowed Yuan Jing to expend the salt awarded to him by the clan. Last year, during their collaboration on the heating stoves, Hu Zhuang had reaped substantial benefits. And given Yuan Jing's straightforward nature, Hu Zhuang was more than willing to assist him. Well acquainted with the male orcs in the clan who were unable to hunt, Hu Zhuang quickly gathered 9 willing participants to aid in the construction of the amusement park. Thus, early the next morning, the construction officially commenced, with the amusement park being erected on the vacant land adjacent to the clan square. Yuan Jing plans to construct a sandpit as her initial project, primarily because its construction is relatively straightforward. Furthermore, while the riverside within the clan offers an opportunity for sand play, it remains perilous. Thus, the establishment of a sandpit is indeed essential. The sandpit will provide a secure environment for the young cubs to play with river sand within the safety of the clan. Yuan Jing is embarking on the construction of 3 sandpits, large, medium, and small. The large sandpit is akin to the size of a football field from her previous life. The medium one resembles a basketball court, and the small pit is equivalent to half a basketball court. The rationale behind designing multiple sandpits is to accommodate the small groups among the little beast cubs, allowing them to frolic and play together. The creation of the sandpits begins with excavating a half-meter deep hole, followed by transporting an ample supply of river sand from the riverside, where the tea kettle shells are found, to fill the pits. Once filled, the sand pits are deemed complete. The 10 orcs assisting Yuan Jing in constructing the playground are diligent workers, showing great effort in their tasks. Thanks to their considerable strength, the 3 sand pits are excavated in just 1 day. An additional day and a half are spent filling the pits with fine river sand. Remarkably, within a mere 2.5 days, the 3 sand pits are ready, establishing the playground's first recreational area, the sand pit zone. The newly constructed sand pit zone quickly attracts numerous little beast cubs. Just as children in her previous life delight in playing with sand, so do these young creatures. Previously, the little beast cubs were closely monitored by their parents, who forbade them from playing with river sand. Now, they can enjoy it freely in the clan's open space. Parents no longer confine their little ones, and those who had been clamoring to play with river sand have gathered at the 3 sand pits. The trio of small ones also joins in the fun. The sandpit zone is filled with the lively antics of the little cubs, creating a bustling atmosphere. The opening of the sandpit zone does not hinder the ongoing construction of the playground. Adjacent to the sand pits, the 10 orcs hired by Yuan Jing are busy building a slide. The construction of the slide is relatively straightforward. The clan possesses an abundance of large stones. The orcs work together to transport several boulders the size of small hills and commence chiseling out the slide's slope and ladder. The orcs are exceptionally skilled in crafting stone tools, making the slide construction a seamless endeavor. In just 2 days, a large slide featuring 2 ladders and 10 sliding paths is completed. With 2 ladders for the cubs to ascend, the 10 sliding paths allow them to descend. This grand slide reaches the height of a 1-story building from her previous life, with a moderate slope and height, providing a balanced speed for play. The slide can comfortably accommodate 30 to 50 cubs simultaneously without feeling crowded. Subsequently, the orcs invest 3 days to construct a gigantic slide with 3 ladders and 15 sliding paths, which towers to the height of 2 stories from her previous life. Although the height is impressive, the slide is designed with a serpentine curve, ensuring that even from such an elevation, the descent is not swift, prolonging the sliding experience and enhancing safety. Drawing from their prior experience, the orcs take 3 days to produce 3 medium slides, each with 1 ladder and 5 sliding paths. While these slides are the shortest, their straight design allows for the fastest descent, and their reduced height ensures excellent safety. After 8 days, the construction of 1 gigantic slide, 1 large slide, and 3 medium slides reaches completion. Following the completion of the 5 slides, Yuan Jing allows the trio of small ones to serve as test subjects to experience the slides. The reason for choosing them is their status as first pattern orcs, ensuring they possess high physical resilience. With her presence, being a third pattern orc, close by, the likelihood of any mishaps is almost negligible. As anticipated, the safety of the slides proves to be exceedingly high, alleviating Yuan Jing's concerns. The 3 small ones delight in the slides, continuously climbing up and down. The dark-hued one, drawn to excitement, repeatedly chooses the fastest medium slide, while the fair one enjoys the longest descent on the gigantic slide, and the golden one prefers the more conventional large slide. Their choices reflect their distinct personalities and preferences. After allowing the trio ample time to play, Yuan Jing takes them home for dinner. The following morning, the slide area officially opens to all the little cubs. The atmosphere becomes even more vibrant, filled with the jubilant cheers of the young ones. Some female orcs, intrigued by the commotion, come to observe the merriment. Minor disputes arise among the cubs regarding queuing, prompting some well-meaning female orcs to step in and help maintain order and resolve conflicts. In no time, the slide area becomes surprisingly orderly, allowing the cubs to enjoy themselves thoroughly. Yuan Jing remains unaware of the minor frictions occurring among the cubs. Once satisfied with the safety of the slides, she shifts her attention away from the slide area to focus on constructing a hide-and-seek zone. The hide-and-seek area is designed within a small thicket not far from the slide zone, covering approximately 5 acres. Yuan Jing first leads the orcs to clear several pathways through the thicket using stone slabs. Next, they erect a fence surrounding the thicket. The bushes themselves provide an excellent hiding spot, and Yuan Jing adds various tall stones shaped to obstruct sightlines, which also serve as additional hiding spots for the young beast cubs. She then incorporates wooden barrels, doors, and boards crafted with the aid of the God of Light's cauldron into the hide-and-seek area, enhancing the visual barriers and hiding options. The hide-and-seek area is completed within 3 days. There are no real dangers present. Unlike human children, beast cubs are not fragile, allowing them to play freely within the thicket without concern for safety. Thus, once the area is set up, Yuan Jing informs the little cubs that the hide-and-seek zone is ready for play. The game of hide-and-seek is immensely popular among the cubs, who often plead with their beast parents to join in the fun, with the opportunity to play alongside their peers. Many little ones transition from the sand pit and slide areas to the hide-and-seek zone. Naturally playful, the cubs approach the world with curiosity and a desire to explore, displaying keen interest in many things. Although the hide-and-seek area is relatively simple in design, it becomes a paradise for the young ones. Their playful nature is not hindered by the modest environment. Each cub can move and run freely in these recreational zones. Even Yuan Jing feels a sense of happiness for the cubs, recalling how she was once burdened by the pressures of various early education classes in her past life. During the construction of the sand pit and hide-and-seek areas, Yuan Jing not only supervises but also ponders how to create a smooth and clean ground similar to that of her previous life. The main roads in the Tiger clan are quite wide, made of dirt, and relatively smooth. On dry days, the trio of small ones can ride their skateboards and bicycles without issue. However, on rainy days, the main roads become muddy, and upon returning home, they resemble creatures emerging from a mire, their bodies covered in muck. By the time they return from their play in the evening, Yuan Jing finds herself laboriously scrubbing them clean, her hands nearly worn out from the effort. The water that has been drawn is muddied and utterly unsightly. In the clan square, a stone-paved surface lies beneath, which, though pristine, lacks the uniformity of porcelain tiles from a previous life, presenting a somewhat uneven terrain. The stone wheels of skateboards and bicycles find little joy upon this surface, as they struggle to glide smoothly. Even with considerable effort, they encounter persistent resistance, leaving the little ones dissatisfied in their play. Thus, Yuan Jing has been pondering the construction of a smooth, clean surface for the young ones to frolic upon. How wonderful it would be to create such a playground for their delight. Each rainy day, Witnessing the trio return resembling muddy little monkeys fills Yuan Jing with a mix of frustration and sympathy. While she would prefer to keep them indoors on such days, they are unwilling to comply. It is only due to the robust physical constitution of the male orcs that Yuan Jing permits them to play outside in the rain. Were the trio's physical resilience akin to that of children from her past life, she would resolutely forbid them from venturing out on rainy days. Perhaps it is Yuan Jing's extraordinary fortune that she notices a grove of trees growing near the hide-and-seek area, resembling the loblolly pines from her previous existence. Yet, these trees tower at 5 meters and boast a girth of 3 meters, significantly larger than any loblolly pines she has encountered before. Clearly, they are not loblolly pines. Yuan Jing refers to them as pine-like trees. Loblolly pines yield resin, a valuable material used in paints and rubber. Yuan Jing endeavored to tap into the pine trees, hoping to extract oil. Should he succeed in obtaining oil suitable for use in paints, it would be exceedingly worthwhile. The coniferous tree that Yuan Jing has pruned has indeed exuded a liquid, the hue of which is a deep brown. Yuan Jing collected a sample of a deep brown liquid for experimentation. She discovered that the viscous substance exuded by a coniferous tree exhibited remarkable stickiness. When this deep brown liquid was poured directly onto the sandy soil, it astonishingly seeped into the ground and subsequently solidified, resembling a cemented surface. The result was a remarkably smooth and even expanse, displaying considerable hardness. Yuan Jing had a profound intuition that by harnessing the deep brown liquid exuding from the pine trees, it was possible to create a rich, brown cement floor. Thus, she embarked on a series of experiments. Ultimately, she discovered that by laying down a 15-centimeter layer of river sand and subsequently pouring enough of the deep brown liquid to permeate to the base of the sand, one could achieve a surface as smooth and even as the cement floors of her previous life. More accurately, it could be described as a smooth and even surface reminiscent of pine tree resin. Yuan Jing harbored concerns regarding the potential toxicity of the synthetic pine resin surface. To assuage her fears, she immersed the resin surface in water and subsequently fed the resultant liquid to the fish in the river and some wild animals. Remarkably, none of the creatures that ingested the resin-infused water exhibited any signs of poisoning, granting Yuan Jing complete peace of mind. Consequently, she led a group of 10 orcs to harvest the synthetic pine trees, utilizing large wooden barrels to collect the rich, dark brown liquid that oozed from them. These barrels, crafted by Yuan Jing with the aid of the divine light cauldron, numbered an impressive 500, each possessing a capacity exceeding 1,000 jing. Fortuitously, there were thousands of synthetic pine trees in the vicinity, and extracting all the resin should yield a sufficiently expansive resin surface. As they awaited the dark brown liquid to flow into the large barrels, Yuan Jing and her companions remained industrious. The assisting orcs commenced the excavation of exceptionally wide pits, each 15 centimeters deep, before transporting river sand to fill these expansive holes. The flow of the dark brown liquid was swift. Nearly as soon as the orcs completed filling the wide pits with sand, the barrels brimmed with the viscous liquid. Pouring the dark brown liquid into the 15-centimeter deep sand pits effectively created the synthetic pine resin surface. The speed of this process rivaled that of cement flooring installation in the previous world, progressing rapidly. The dark brown liquid naturally permeated the river sand, solidifying into shape. Thus, the orcs merely needed to ensure the sand within the pits remained level, resulting in a smooth and even synthetic pine resin surface. The technique for laying the synthetic pine resin surface proved even simpler than the cement-laying methods of the past. From the collection of the dark brown liquid to the completion of the resin surface, nearly 6 days elapsed, culminating in the creation of 2 expansive sections, each equivalent to 5 football fields, and an additional section the size of 1 football field. The 2 larger sections were interconnected, forming an elegant figure-8 shape, effectively creating a single synthetic pine resin surface equivalent to 10 football fields in total. Yuan Jing configured 2 areas of pine resin flooring, each equivalent to the size of 5 football fields, into a figure-8 shape to delineate distinct zones for bicycles and scooters. The connection of these areas is intended for future considerations. Should the need for separate zones diminish, both sections can seamlessly merge for combined use. Additionally, a separate area of pine resin flooring, measuring the size of a single football field, is situated at a considerable distance from the 2 larger sections. This singular area has been designated by Yuan Jing as a play zone for building blocks. Yuan Jing led the orcs in erecting a fence between 2 expanses of land, each the size of 5 football fields, covered in a resin-like pine substance, thus segregating the bicycle area from the scooter area. Subsequently, A dedicated bicycle rack was constructed outside the bicycle zone for the purpose of storing bicycles. Likewise, a scooter rack was established beyond the scooter area for the placement of scooters. Furthermore, a thatched roof was erected atop the block play area to provide shelter from the rain. This canopy was primarily designed with the consideration that the female younglings lacked a place to play during inclement weather. Given that the physical constitution of female younglings is significantly weaker than that of their male counterparts, they cannot frolic in the rain. With the installation of the rain shelter, the female younglings can now engage and play with the blocks even on rainy days, ensuring that both the little ones and the blocks remain dry. Thus, the female younglings of the tribe now have a venue for enjoyment even in wet weather. After 3 days of diligent effort, the isolation fence, bicycle rack, scooter rack, and rain shelter were all successfully completed. Yuan Jing placed 10 bicycles equipped with training wheels on the bicycle rack for the younglings of the clan to enjoy. Additionally, 10 scooters were arranged on the scooter rack, and hundreds of pounds of building blocks along with numerous puzzles were made available in the block area. Consequently, the bicycle zone, scooter zone, and block area were officially opened to the little beast folk. Given the multitude of younglings in the clan, the number of bicycles and scooters provided was surely insufficient. However, Yuan Jing was reluctant to present an excessive amount of finished bicycles and scooters at once, fearing that it might arouse suspicion among the other beast folk, as she dreaded being perceived as a monster. By revealing only a limited quantity of these finished products, she could achieve her objective. The beast folk possessed remarkable mimetic abilities. Observing the bicycles and scooters Yuan Jing had presented would enable them to replicate similar versions. Parents would undoubtedly devise methods to create comparable bicycles and scooters for their own younglings, ensuring that all the clan's offspring would have ample playthings. Thus, Yuan Jing was entirely unconcerned about the potential shortage of bicycles and scooters. She could even acquire substantial resources by exchanging a modest number of bicycles and scooters. Although the quantities offered in the bicycle and scooter zones were quite limited and wholly inadequate, these novel toys garnered fervent enthusiasm from the young beast folk. The atmosphere in these areas was vibrant and bustling, teeming with little beastlings. Even some prodigious younglings, who were typically engrossed in training and rarely ventured out for recreation, were drawn in by the lively ambience of the clan. The scene was lively and animated, with occasional minor frictions among the younglings, yet Yuan Jing, reveling in the spectacle, allowed them to resolve their disputes independently. Yuan Jing has commenced her supervisory duties. Although referred to as a supervisor, the orcs are remarkably diligent in their work, requiring no oversight from her. Her presence serves primarily to address any queries the orcs may have. For the subsequent 7 days, the orcs constructed both a swing area and a seesaw area. The swing area features 5 large swings designed for 10 individuals, 3 medium swings for 3, and 15 small swings for 1, all crafted with safety in mind, ensuring the swings do not reach excessive heights while maintaining high safety standards. The seesaw area comprises 22-person seesaws. After an entire month of labor, the playground, encompassing 8 expansive zones, including the sandpit area, slide area, hide-and-seek area, bicycle area, scooter area, building blocks area, swing area, and seesaw area, has been officially completed. Yuan Jing graciously compensated each orc with 2 pounds of salt as remuneration. Additionally, she presented each individual with a swinging chair and several sets of puzzles, these gifts serving as tokens of gratitude for their diligent efforts over the past month. The completed 8 zones were subsequently opened to the younglings of the tribe the following day, resulting in an influx of little orc cubs resembling the dark and formidable overlord, who spent entire days away from home, scarcely leaving a trace even during mealtimes. The amusement park transformed into a veritable paradise for the younglings, who eagerly proclaimed their intent to visit the playground. Even the chieftain and the elders of the tribe frequently made their way to the amusement park for exploration. Among the completed zones, the most technologically advanced were the bicycle area, the scooter zone, and the pine resin flooring section. The chieftain and the elders praised Yuan Jing for her ingenious creation of the pine resin flooring. Adult orcs began to take an interest in the techniques behind the production of this flooring. In a spirit of generosity, Yuan Jing openly shared the secrets of crafting the pine resin flooring with the orcs of the tribe. Consequently, under the chieftain's guidance, the adult orcs embarked on a fervent campaign to lay down pine resin flooring in abundance. Initially, the main thoroughfares of the tribe were adorned with this exquisite flooring, and soon the tribe's folk began to appreciate its remarkable qualities, leading them to install pine resin flooring within their stone abodes. Yuan Jing had not anticipated that the resin flooring resembling pine would incite such a fervor for infrastructure within her clan. To keep pace with the developments in her community, she installed this pine resin flooring in both her bedroom and storage room. The resin flooring indeed proved to be exceptional. It was far more level than the stone flooring previously laid, and its anti-slip properties were commendable, ensuring safety against slips. Additionally, it possessed a certain degree of water absorption. Unlike the stone floor that would weep droplets during the damp seasons, the performance of the pine resin flooring was undeniably impressive, explaining the admiration it garnered among the clan's orc inhabitants. Once the playground was completed, Yuan Jing allowed her 3 little ones to frolic within its confines. With many younglings from the clan playing in the playground, their parents remained nearby, watching over their offspring. Thus, Yuan Jing felt no concern regarding the safety of her little ones. Yuan Jing has manufactured several bicycles and scooters, storing them in the storeroom. Should any clan members come to exchange for these items, she intends to trade the stock within. As spring has arrived, she also plans to cultivate sunflowers. However, Yuan Jing has recently discovered that the divine cauldron of light, which transforms all things, has ceased to function. Not only is she unable to concoct broth, but she cannot produce items like bicycles and scooters either. Fortunately, the space within the cauldron remains accessible, which brings her some solace. Yuan Jing resolves to first address the issue of the non-functioning divine cauldron before proceeding to plant sunflowers, for the cauldron holds paramount importance to her. Thus, she begins to contemplate how to restore its capabilities. This dilemma proves to be more complex than the previous task of creating conch shell lamps, which were relatively straightforward due to the readily available plant and animal oils. The advanced iteration of the conch shell lamp would be the electric lamp, yet it requires electricity, something Yuan Jing cannot produce. Additionally, the filament is composed of rare metals, which are unattainable in her current Stone Age setting, rendering metallurgy utterly impractical. Consequently, she dismisses the notion of crafting electric lamps, acknowledging the insurmountable challenges involved. Similar to oil lamps, candles also necessitate specific materials, which she cannot procure without venturing outside. Nevertheless, she resolves to keep an eye out for the materials required for candle making in the future. After much contemplation, Yuan Jing concludes that she should focus on further refining the conch shell lamp itself. She remains uncertain whether enhancements to the conch shell lamp would meet the criteria for restoring the light-giving properties of the divine cauldron, or if it would enable her to once again utilize its transformative capabilities. Yet, with no alternative solutions at hand, she embarks on the task of improving the conch shell lamp. According to various scientific texts from her previous life, employing a hollow wick can significantly enhance the brightness of oil lamps while conserving oil. Yuan Jing is currently engrossed in the endeavor of creating hollow lamp wicks. Regret washes over her. Had she not utilized the energy of the divine cauldron of light to forge an array of toys, she could have effortlessly crafted hollow lamp wicks with its aid. However, lamenting is futile, and Yuan Jing must resign herself to the task of manufacturing the hollow lamp wicks by her own hand. For some time, she had been relying on the divine cauldron of light to produce various toys, thus rarely engaging in manual labor herself. Now, faced with the sudden necessity to create the hollow lamp wicks, she finds her hands clumsy and inexperienced. Consequently, her attempts at crafting the hollow lamp wicks have ended in failure. In a moment of contemplation, Yuan Jing recalls that she has yet to promote the formula for the snail oil she previously invented. With the divine cauldron of light currently unable to utilize its transformative powers, she is beset by numerous challenges in her endeavor to create the hollow lamp wicks. Perhaps, by disseminating the formula for the snail oil, she could exchange it for the reinstatement of the cauldron's transformative capabilities. Regaining this functionality would certainly facilitate her research into crafting hollow lamp wicks. Although relinquishing the formula for the snail oil brings her distress, she had initially delayed its release to maintain exclusivity, hoping to earn a modest income. Now, faced with the cauldron's malfunction, her urgency has surged. Nevertheless, Yuan Jing reassures herself that she never intended to amass wealth through the snail oil formula. It was merely a means to earn a little extra. Thus, she begins to promote the snail oil formula within her clan, all the while feeling as if her heart is bleeding. Fortunately, after she advocates for the formula, the divine cauldron of light resumes its normal function, lifting her spirits somewhat. In pursuit of prolonging the cauldron's operational duration, Yuan Jing resumes her efforts to produce the hollow lamp wicks. Before long, she successfully crafts hollow lamp wicks using the divine cauldron of light. Truly, the cauldron proves to be a reliable ally, far superior to her own labor. Not only does it enhance the efficiency of the hollow wick production, but the quality of the wicks is also exceptional. Upon examining the finished product, Yuan Jing discovers that the structure of the hollow lamp wick is surprisingly simple, reminiscent of hollow straws from her past life. With this completed hollow wick in hand, she now possesses the capability to replicate it effortlessly. She simply had not conceived the method during her earlier attempts. Yuan Jing took the shell lamp and replaced the ordinary wick inside with a hollow wick. Indeed, as the book suggested, the hollow wick consumed less oil compared to its solid counterpart and emitted a brighter light. Thus, Yuan Jing commenced her campaign to promote the hollow wick. She directly shared the finished product and the method of creation with the orcs within her clan. This initiative not only garnered Yuan Jing a considerable amount of goodwill, but also elevated her presence within the community. Yuan Jing could even sense that the divine cauldron of light seemed to exhibit signs of impending advancement. This time, the issue of the divine cauldron's malfunction had been satisfactorily resolved. With this formidable challenge overcome, Yuan Jing could finally embark on a life of refined leisure. Yuan Jing has begun to prepare for the cultivation of sunflowers. Yuan Jing first immersed the sunflower seeds in a stone basin filled with water to induce germination. During this period, she tidied up a patch of land behind her stone house. As the sunflower seeds began to sprout, she planted the germinated seeds in the soil and subsequently watered them. Thus, her endeavor to cultivate sunflowers was complete. Initially, Yuan Jing did not intend to plant a large number of sunflowers, as the space behind her house was rather limited. Although there were more vacant areas within her clan, she had already utilized a significant portion of the communal land for constructing a playground. While the playground was open to all the young ones in the clan, Yuan Jing was cautious not to occupy too much of the clan's territory. She contemplated that if she successfully cultivated sunflowers, many would likely seek to learn from her the following year. At that point, she would have ample justification to request additional land from the clan to plant various crops. For now, it was prudent to limit her agricultural endeavors. Cultivating crops was not an urgent matter, for she possessed ample strategies to secure sufficient resources to sustain herself and the three little ones. Currently, her sunflower planting was driven by sentiment. In her previous life, Yuan Jing harbored a profound affection for rural life, eagerly anticipating a return to the pastoral existence of farming, harvesting vegetables, and raising chickens and ducks, thus achieving self-sufficiency. Now, with this splendid opportunity at hand, she embarked on her journey of farming and gardening. Yuan Jing possesses an array of exquisite toys, including a bicycle equipped with training wheels, scooters, building blocks, and puzzles, which she had previously crafted. Some clan members exchange wild fruits and game meat for these finely made toys. Additionally, the regular distribution of game meat, ensuring the survival of the clan, contributes to her ample supply of living necessities. Yuan Jing is entirely untroubled by concerns regarding her provisions. During her leisure time, Yuan Jing occasionally visits the amusement park to observe the three little ones. Witnessing their joyous play alongside other young cubs in the park brings her a sense of comfort and profound satisfaction. Yuan Jing occasionally strolls through her clan, transplanting various wildflowers and grasses from the roadside to the front and back of her residence. She has even relocated a few small trees. Yuan Jing adorned the front and back of her house with wooden fences. Her stone dwelling transformed into a quaint rural courtyard, with various wildflowers, grasses, and trees scattered throughout its corners, evoking a sensation that is entirely distinct from the refined gardens of the city. Yuan Jing's courtyard is infused with the vibrant essence of life, where flowers and plants flourish freely, and various wild vines meander and climb, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. Yuan Jing felt that her life in the beast realm had finally begun to fall into place. Perhaps due to a shift in her mindset, she remarkably advanced to a 4-patterned beastman. It is often said that it is exceedingly difficult for beastmen to progress after reaching adulthood, yet Yuan Jing could hardly believe how effortlessly she had achieved this advancement. Although Yuan Jing is not adept in combat, her orc rank is quite high, and her strength is at least comparable to that of a 3-patterned orc within her tribe. Yuan Jing yearns for a life reminiscent of a carefree existence. She harbors no particularly lofty aspirations regarding her martial prowess. Her sole desire is self-preservation, devoid of any ambition to reach the pinnacle of success. Yuan Jing presently expresses a disheartening contentment with her current level of martial prowess, lacking ambition for further growth. Yuan Jing continues to maintain her daily practice, yet it has become merely a habit for her. She no longer concerns herself with the possibility of further advancement. Instead, she has chosen to retreat into a tranquil pastoral existence. However, Yuan Jing is not entirely oblivious to the affairs of the world, as she feels a compelling need to disseminate light. As the bond with the divine cauldron of light gradually strengthens, she senses that her primary purpose in this beastly realm is to convey illumination. More precisely, it is the divine cauldron of light's mission to illuminate this world. And Yuan Jing acts as its emissary, dispelling darkness and bringing light to the nocturnal hours of the beastly realm. The ability to refine all things contained within the divine cauldron, which she can utilize, is likely a token of gratitude bestowed upon her by the cauldron itself. Thus, during her leisure time, Yuan Jing diligently explores ways to bring brightness to the dark nights of the beastly realm, striving to illuminate the evenings with radiant light. This pursuit of spreading illumination mirrors her previous life's work. She seeks to balance her leisurely rural lifestyle with her scholarly endeavors concerning the divine cauldron. Research, after all, requires patience. One cannot rush the process. The three little ones have not caused her any trouble, allowing Yuan Jing to enjoy her idyllic days blissfully. Yuan Jing was uncertain how long this delightful life could last, yet she was an optimistic soul, relishing each blissful day as it came. Perhaps it was fate that, seeing her life unfold so beautifully, decided to present her with a series of troublesome challenges. On this particular day, she was in her small garden, tending to her beloved flowers and plants, when a cacophony of noise began to approach, growing increasingly louder. The sound suggested that a raucous group of beastmen was making their way toward her tranquil sanctuary. Yuan Jing was taken aback, sensing that this was likely not a favorable development. Now, there were around 20 individuals arriving at her modest courtyard, among them 2 unfamiliar faces. One of the strangers, an orc, cradled a small serpent-like creature in his arms, which was wailing loudly. It seemed these 2 unfamiliar orcs were from the serpent clan, accompanied by their clan leader and several elders. The imposing presence of this group indicated that the matter at hand was significant. The 3 little ones were also among the crowd, with Heihu appearing particularly subdued, unable to meet Yuan Jing's gaze, clearly feeling guilty. Without needing to inquire, Yuan Jing instinctively understood that this situation was undoubtedly linked to the notorious Heihu. Yuan Jing, feeling the urgency of the situation, hastily invited the group into the courtyard. It is far better to converse while seated. Although she maintained a facade of composure, her heart was in turmoil, as the visitors hailed from the formidable serpent tribe, whose martial prowess far exceeded theirs. The slightest misstep could jeopardize her life, and the thought alone was enough to incite panic within her. As she heard the wails of a young cub, an idea struck her. If she could first soothe the little one, it might alleviate the tension between both parties. Thus, she recalled the candies she had recently crafted. In her previous life, sweets were universally adored by children. Regardless of gender, no child could resist their allure. Even now, Yuan Jing found herself enchanted by the delightful flavor of candies. In this beastly realm, where even the extraction of salt posed challenges, the creation of sweets was nearly inconceivable. With determination, Yuan Jing reached into the pocket of her animal hide attire, feigning the act of retrieving something, while inwardly connecting to her divine cauldron space. From this ethereal realm, she procured 5 pieces of candy. Yuan Jing unwrapped the candy, peeling away the crinkled wrapper to reveal the plump, crimson confection within. Yuan Jing brought the red candy close to the mouth of the serpentine cub, enveloped by the sweet aroma of the confection. The serpentine cub found itself unable to resist the allure of the candy, opening its mouth to take in the red morsel. A wave of sugary delight flooded its senses, a sweetness it had never before experienced. Engrossed in savoring the delectable flavor, the serpentine cub forgot its tears, a faint smile gracing its lips. Observing the cub's cessation of weeping, Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yuan Jing once again approached the storage room and, noticing no one was watching her, swiftly retrieved 100 or so candies from the divine cauldron space, placing them into a large stone platter. She then carried the platter toward the crowd, distributing 2 or 3 candies into each person's hand. There is a saying that one is softened by the taste of food and indebted by receiving gifts. Thus, sharing these candies serves to ease the atmosphere. Yuan Jing, while distributing candies to the crowd, inquired about the events that had transpired. Soon, the gathered individuals began to recount the tale, each adding their piece to the narrative. The situation unfolded as follows. The leader of the serpent clan, Shi Donglai, had dispatched 2 4-striped beastmen to the tiger clan to exchange for oil. One of these 4-striped beastmen was Shi Wuqia, the leader's younger brother, while the other was Shi Fei. The serpent child who had been crying was none other than Shi Tian, the leader's own offspring. Initially, Shi Tian was not supposed to be involved in this exchange. But upon hearing that his uncle was heading to the tiger clan, the mischievous child decided to stealthily follow behind Shi Wuqia, and Shi Fei for quite some time before they noticed him. The two beastmen intended to return Shi Tian to their clan, yet the stubborn child refused to go back and wept incessantly. At that moment, some hunting members of the Serpent clan happened to pass by, leaving Shi Wuqie and his companion with no choice but to send word back to the Serpent clan that Shi Tian would accompany them to the Tiger clan. Thus, Shi Wuqie and his companions brought the rambunctious Shi Tian to the Tiger clan, where the clan leader and several elders greeted them warmly. Upon entering the Tiger clan, the group was drawn by the lively sounds emanating from the amusement park, and their curiosity led them there. The host clan joyfully introduced the amusement park to Shi Wuqie and accompanied them on a tour. As soon as the exuberant Shi Tian arrived at the amusement park, he let loose his wild spirit. It was there that he encountered the equally spirited He Hu, and a tussle ensued over a bicycle equipped with training wheels. In truth, He Hu was not in the wrong, for the bicycle he had been given by Yuan Jing was the very object of Shi Tian's desire. Naturally, He Hu was unwilling to relinquish it, and considering that He Hu was a fully fledged one-striped beast man, while Shi Tian was merely a small serpent child, the odds were decidedly against Shi Tian. He Hu did not resort to violence but merely pushed Shi Tian aside, maintaining his grip on the bicycle, which Shi Tian could barely touch. Having grown accustomed to being pampered as the leader's child, Shi Tian was unprepared for such treatment and erupted into tears, refusing to be comforted, adamantly claiming he would take the bicycle back to the Serpent clan. Shi Wuqie and his companion found themselves at a loss. As adult beastmen, they could not simply seize the bicycle from the young He Hu. However, without the bicycle, Shi Tian was obstinate. Thus, they all made their way to Yuan Jing's courtyard. The group had no intention of brawling. It was merely Yuan Jing's overthinking that led to such concerns. Upon hearing the full account, Yuan Jing let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, He Hu had not resorted to violence. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated unmanageably, especially given the unique status of the opposing party. Once the story concluded, Yuan Jing had finished distributing the candies, ensuring that each person had received their share. She turned to the storage room, retrieving a bicycle and a scooter to present to the young beast man, Shi Tian, along with 2 additional pieces of candy. Delighted by these new toys and treats, the little one beamed with joy, his smile wide enough to reveal his gleaming teeth. Observing the similarities in temperament between Shi Tian and He Hu, Yuan Jing felt a fondness for him and affectionately ruffled his hair. With Shi Tian's happiness restored, the matter was satisfactorily resolved. The beastmen in the courtyard also savored the sweetness of the candies. For many, it was their first experience of such delightful flavors, and even the adult beastmen marveled at the exquisite taste. For the 3 little ones, it was their inaugural encounter with candy, and they were immediately enamored with this new delicacy. Yuan Jing had withheld the candies from them initially, fearing they might develop cavities, but now that everyone was enjoying them, she could not deny the 3 little ones their share. She distributed 1 piece of candy to each, yet they clamored for more, their eager eyes pleading for additional treats. Unable to refuse their longing gazes, Yuan Jing ultimately granted them 2 pieces each, after which she refrained from further distribution. The adult beastmen, who mostly had younglings at home, expressed their interest in acquiring more of the candies, inquiring about the possibility of trade. Shi Wuqie and his companion were particularly intrigued and indicated their desire to exchange. These candies could be shared with the younger ones, and even the female beastmen, and given the doting nature of male beastmen towards their mates, the market potential for such treats appeared promising. Initially, Yuan Jing had presumed that this gathering might lead to trouble, yet it swiftly transformed into an opportunity for her to attract potential customers. Without hesitation, she presented about 50 pounds of candies she had recently made, inviting anyone interested in trading to do so. The exchange rate for the candies was equivalent to that of salt. Shi Wuqie emerged as the most significant customer, trading for 20 pounds, leaving Yuan Jing astonished by his generosity. With money literally presented to her, she gladly completed the transaction. To her surprise, the candies she had brought were entirely exchanged, revealing a wealth of affluent beastmen among them, motivated to produce even more candies. Yuan Jing resolved to procure additional materials for candy making. The successful exchange provided her with a substantial stockpile of resources, alleviating any worries regarding her sustenance for a considerable time. With the newfound storage space in her divine cauldron, she could safely store the beast meat and other supplies without concern for spoilage, eliminating the need to cure meats for preservation. Nonetheless, she occasionally prepared cured meat, relishing its flavor and satisfying the 3 little ones' fondness for it. After trading the candies, Shi Wuqie and Shi Fei were in no hurry to return, for the spirited Shi Tian had joined the three little ones at the amusement park. In the realm of children, grievances quickly dissipate, and it wasn't long before they were joyfully playing together again. Shi Tian, with his toys in hand, reveled in the amusement park's delights. Having traveled to the Tiger Clan, a place that offered such entertainment absent from the Serpent Clan, Shi Tian embraced the opportunity to play freely. Observing the joy radiating from Shi Tian, both Shi Wuqie and Shi Fei felt reluctant to call him back to the Serpent Clan. With the season not demanding preparations for winter supplies, both clans found themselves well-stocked, allowing everyone to enjoy a leisurely pace. Thus, the two decided to accompany Shi Tian for a while longer in the Tiger Clan. Yuan Jing engaged in conversation with Shi Wuq. Shi Wuq's beastly father was the former chieftain of the Serpent Clan, while the current leader is his elder brother. Shi Wuq epitomizes the archetype of a wealthy and handsome individual. It is no wonder he can offer such a considerable amount of resources to Yuan Jing in exchange for candy. There exists a gap of precisely 24 years between Shi Wuq and his chieftain brother. The four-pattern beastman, Shi Wuq, has only just celebrated his second year of adulthood and remains unmarried. Yuan Jing engaged in a conversation with Shi Wuqie and discovered that he was quite an admirable individual, genuine, unpretentious, and devoid of ostentation. Furthermore, he exhibited remarkable filial piety, as evidenced by the fact that the 20 pounds of candy he exchanged was a gift for his beast mother. Truly, he was an exceptionally accomplished male beastman in every regard. Yuan Jing could not help but think about introducing him to a potential partner. After some contemplation, she resolved to facilitate a match between Shi Wuqie and Hu Fei. Hu Fei was the youngest daughter of the Tiger Clan's chieftain, possessing both beauty and a family background that paralleled that of Shi Wuqie. They would certainly make a fine pair, embodying the notion of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Another noteworthy beastman from the Snake Clan, Shi Fei, also stood out. Had he not already been in a relationship, Yuan Jing would have considered introducing him to a partner as well. To prevent the two beastmen from feeling weary, Yuan Jing retrieved her cherished 3-in-a-row game board in pieces, explaining the rules to Shi Wuqie and Shi Fei. Thus, the two Snake Clan beastmen began their match of 3-in-a-row. The game, being straightforward and engaging, provided them with a delightful pastime. Yuan Jing and Shi Wuq expressed their desire to find a few companions to join them, allowing themselves a moment of play. The two orcs, deeply engrossed in their game of 3-in-a-row, readily agreed, for the presence of more players would surely enhance the excitement. Thus, Yuan Jing sought out Hu Fei, who was conveniently hosting another female orc, Hu Bai, at her home. Hu Bai, a close confidant of Hu Fei, had already found her affections directed toward another, awaiting her coming of age to solidify their bond. When Yuan Jing extended the invitation for the two to partake in a game of 3-in-a-row, they welcomed the opportunity with open arms, eager for a new form of entertainment in their world, which often lacked variety. Consequently, Yuan Jing brought Hu Bai and Hu Fei to her residence. Given that 3-in-a-row is a game designed for 2 players, they took turns competing. On several occasions, Hu Fei faced off against Shi Wuq, and the burgeoning feelings between them began to blossom as their interactions deepened. Yuan Jing chose not to expose the truth. In her pursuit of a successful first matchmaking endeavor, she dedicated considerable effort. Subsequently, Yuan Jing ventured into the storeroom to retrieve the mahjong set she had meticulously prepared beforehand, instructing the 4 individuals on how to play the game. The mahjong crafted by Yuan Jing differs slightly from its previous incarnation. Firstly, the characters inscribed on the tiles are in the script of the beast realm, and the specific patterns have been altered to depict designs that are more prevalent and easily understood within that world. Such intricate mahjong would have been beyond Yuan Jing's capabilities to create on her own. She relied on the divine cauldron of light to bring it to fruition. The earlier game of 3-in-a-row was merely an appetizer, while the mahjong represents the main course. This novel form of entertainment was previously unheard of among the orcs, and the 4 young orcs were particularly intrigued by this fresh experience. Thus, they commenced a delightful period of learning and playing mahjong simultaneously. Time flew by, and before long, it was time for dinner. Naturally, Shi Wuqie and Shi Fei were summoned by their clan to partake in the evening meal, and Yuan Jing felt no need to keep them any longer. Meanwhile, Hu Bai and Hu Fei also returned home to dine, leaving Yuan Jing unable to retain them. Yuan Jing was preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting the return of the 3 little ones. As mealtime approached, the trio, cloaked in darkness, returned home dutifully for their meal. Their timely return was largely due to the formidable influence of Yuan Jing. Previously, the 3 little ones had shown little inclination to return home on their own, spending their days reveling in the amusement park. However, after Yuan Jing admonished them that failure to return home on time would result in the confiscation of their toys, they became more compliant and learned the importance of returning home for dinner. Today, not only did the three little ones return, but the mischievous Shi Tian, the little tyrant, accompanied them as well. Shi Tian and the trio had forged an unlikely camaraderie, and they now played together harmoniously. Witnessing their joyous interactions brought great delight to Yuan Jing. She then invited everyone to freshen up before they sat down to enjoy their meal. Yuan Jing's culinary skills were rather ordinary. The dinner she prepared was not particularly exquisite, yet still palatable. The little ones had frolicked for so long that they were quite famished, finding delight in whatever they could consume. Thus, they savored their meal contentedly. Shi Wuk and Shi Fei arrived to retrieve Shi Tian, intending to take him back to their clan to prepare the guest quarters for rest. However, Shi Tian was unwilling to part ways, having spent an entire day playing with the three little ones. He yearned to continue their merriment and wished to sleep alongside them that night. Shi Wuk and Shi Fei found themselves powerless against Shi Tian's resolve, and thus acquiesced to his desire to remain at Yuan Jing's residence. That evening, Yuan Jing's home welcomed a new little guest, the formidable Shi Tian. The three little ones had long since stopped sharing a bed with Yuan Jing. She had prepared a large wooden bed for them, where they would regularly slumber. As night fell, the four little ones climbed onto the wooden bed, ready to rest. This was Shi Tian's first experience on such a bed, and he was filled with wonder, chattering incessantly with his companions. He was accustomed to sleeping on stone beds in the clan, having never known the comfort of a warm bed, let alone a grand wooden one. Consequently, Shi Tian felt a delightful mix of novelty and excitement. The presence of their new friend thrilled the three little ones as well, and soon the four began to chatter animatedly on the wooden bed. Their excitement escalated, and they soon commenced a playful romp atop the bed. Being young creatures, they were all still quite small. Yuan Jing, not wishing to impose too strict a restraint upon them, allowed the children their playful antics. However, as the clock struck midnight and they remained unruly, she gently urged them to settle down for the night. Exhausted from their revelry, the little ones soon succumbed to slumber. Yuan Jing tenderly tucked them in with their animal skin blankets before preparing their breakfast, warming it in the radiant god cauldron. She then embarked on her own practice of cultivation. After Yuan Jing upgraded to the four-pattern beast, she no longer needed to enter the divine cauldron of light to cultivate. This indeed saved her a considerable amount of trouble. The following morning, the four little ones awoke early, clearly preoccupied with thoughts of the amusement park. Yuan Jing merely urged them to finish their breakfast before allowing them to indulge in their play. Eager to embark on their adventure, the four little ones hurriedly dashed towards the amusement park after finishing their meal. Yuan Jing began her breakfast only after the four little ones had finished theirs. The primary reason for this was the arrival of the formidable serpent, which made Yuan Jing anxious about her own meal. Therefore, she chose to wait until the four little ones had completed their breakfast before she indulged in her own. In the past, Yuan Jing usually shared her meal with the three little ones. However, whether she ate first or last was of little consequence to her. Yuan Jing's dining pace was rather brisk, and before long, she had finished her breakfast. Taking advantage of the early morning light, she hurried to water her sunflowers and the various plants in her garden. Having performed this task countless times before, her movements were swift and efficient. At last, she completed the watering just before the sun emerged. During her idle moments, Yuan Jing continued her study of the divine cauldron of light, which perpetually transformed into the shape of a stone pot. She harbored no fear of being observed by other beastmen as she engaged in her examination. They merely assumed she was polishing a stone pot. Thus, Yuan Jing carried on her research in the courtyard with utmost transparency. Yuan Jing was deeply engrossed in her research when Shi Wuk, Shi Fei, Hu Baier, and Hu Feier gathered at her quaint courtyard. Yesterday, Yuan Jing invited 4 individuals to join her for a game of mahjong today. The 4, feeling quite at ease, formed a team and arrived early in the morning. Their presence conveniently filled a table for the game. Upon their arrival, Yuan Jing warmly welcomed them to sit at the stone table, provided them with mahjong tiles, and presented a platter filled with sunflower seeds and candies. The 4, not one to be overly formal, promptly began their game once the tiles were set out. At their request, Yuan Jing occasionally offered her insights. They played while enjoying their snacks, engaging in conversation to deepen their bonds. The game of mahjong brought them immense joy, especially since there were few recreational activities in this beastly world. The introduction of mahjong as a new form of entertainment made their time together all the more delightful. As they immersed themselves in the game, time slipped away, and before they knew it, lunch had arrived. Unable to resist Yuan Jing's enthusiastic invitation, the 4 decided to have their meal at her home, coinciding with the timely return of the younger ones for lunch. Initially, the little demon king, Shi Tian, had no intention of joining for the meal, eager to continue playing. However, the trio informed him that if he did not return on time, his toys would be confiscated. His beloved scooter and bicycle were at stake. Under the pressure of Yuan Jing's insistence, Shi Tian reluctantly joined the others for lunch. After the meal, Shi Wuk and Shi Fei expressed their desire to return to their clan. Having been away for quite some time, they could not remain within the tiger tribe indefinitely. Yet, the great demon king Shi Tian was the first to protest, lamenting the plethora of amusements available at the playground. He was resolute in his refusal to accompany Shi Wuk and Shi Fei back to their clan, continuing to voice his discontent. Children, after all, are drawn to play. Many had found it hard to leave the playground in their previous lives. Moreover, with the newfound friendship of the trio, Shi Tian was even less inclined to return. He wished to remain in the tiger tribe, enjoying daily excursions to the playground with his new friends. Yuan Jing once again presented candy to appease Shi Tian, however. The allure of the candy had significantly diminished compared to the excitement of an amusement park. Although Shi Tian accepted the sweets, he continued to wail incessantly even after receiving them. Yuan Jing found herself in a predicament, unable to manage Shi Tian. She resolved to take on the role of a matchmaker once more. Yuan Jing informed Shi Wuk that she would be inaugurating a game room within the tribe around the middle of this month. At that time, she plans to introduce entertainment activities such as mahjong and tic-tac-toe for the orcs' amusement. She expressed her hope that both Shi Wuk and Shi Fei would come to partake in the festivities. It is through frequent interactions that relationships blossom. However, given the limited time Shi Wuk and Hu Fei have spent together, the prospect of their connection deepening seems precarious if future opportunities for interaction elude them. The next occasion for Shi Wuk and the others to visit the tiger tribe remains uncertain, as the exchange of snail oil occurs infrequently, and even then, it may not coincide with Shi Wuk's presence. Therefore, Yuan Jing is investing considerable effort into her inaugural matchmaking endeavor. Establishing a game room is no trivial task, as it entails managing a constant influx of visitors, which will undoubtedly keep Yuan Jing occupied. Both Shi Wuk and Shi Fei, having discovered the joys of playing mahjong, have pledged their attendance to support Yuan Jing's grand opening. Thus, Yuan Jing has taken a significant step forward in her first foray into matchmaking. Yuan Jing has begun to understand why the Annies at her previous workplace were so eager to play matchmakers for newcomers. For she now finds herself in the very same situation. Yuan Jing and Shi Wuk, along with others, had finalized the opening of the gaming room. Shi Wuk and his companions were preparing to return to the Serpent Clan. The great demon king, Shi Tian, suddenly realized he had to bid farewell to the delightful amusement park, and he began to cry inconsolably, refusing to leave. Shi Tian, being the offspring of the Serpent Clan's leader, found himself in a position where, despite trade relations, trust between the two clans was tenuous. Shi Wuk and his companions were resolute in not allowing the young Shi Tian to remain alone within the Tiger clan. Consequently, they carried him away. Naturally, the bicycle and scooter that Yuan Jing had gifted to Shi Tian were also taken along by Shi Wuk and his companions. Had they not assisted in transporting Shi Tian's bicycle and scooter, his distress would have escalated further. With Shi Wuk's departure, the great demon king Shi Tian was also included. The three young ones had formed a bond of friendship with Shi Tian, and his departure left them quite saddened, though their sorrow was fleeting. Children, with their playful hearts and short memories, soon forgot about the absence of their companion as they resumed their joyful play at the amusement park. Observing the three young ones reveling in their merriment, Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief. Yuan Jing has commenced the construction of the chess and card room. Prior to embarking on this endeavor, she meticulously planned the construction process, akin to her earlier project of building the amusement park. The drawing tools she had crafted during the design phase of the amusement park proved invaluable once again. With only 10 days remaining until the middle of the month, time was of the essence, and the task was indeed formidable. Consequently, Yuan Jing dedicated an entire day to finalize the design of the chess and card room. Upon completing the design, she visited the clan leader to inform him of her intentions to establish the chess and card room. During the construction of the amusement park, her contributions in developing the conch shell lamp-making technique had garnered the clan's approval. Moreover, all families within the clan that had offspring benefited from the amusement park she built. This time, Yuan Jing also shared her expertise in producing oil from the conch shell and creating a flooring technique akin to pine resin, which brought considerable advantages to the clan. Given that the establishment of the chess and card room posed no detriment to the community, The project received the clan's endorsement once more. With the clan's approval secured, Yuan Jing convened her original team from the amusement park project to initiate the construction of the chess and card room. She did not intend for the room to be opulent. Rather, she envisioned a more simplistic design. Thus, instead of utilizing the pine resin-like flooring, she opted for the most commonplace stone flooring for the chess and card room. Yuan Jing's reluctance stemmed from witnessing the recent healing of the wounds inflicted upon the coniferous trees from which oil had previously been extracted. She harbored no desire to extract oil from these trees again, at least not within this year. Yuan Jing believed that trees possess life, and she wished for these conifers to thrive undisturbed. The chess and card room served merely as a space for leisure and entertainment, rather than a venue for bicycles and scooters. Thus, its flooring did not require exceptional smoothness. The construction of the room needed only to provide shelter from the elements and ample light. Yuan Jing established this chess and card room on a vacant lot adjacent to the amusement park and in close proximity to the community square. Given the brevity of the design period and Yuan Jing's lack of formal training in design, her creation could be deemed rather ordinary. However, functionality was sufficient for her, as she did not hold excessively high expectations of herself. The room comprised 2 circles of small pavilions and a central square pavilion nestled between them, collectively forming a shape reminiscent of an ancient coin. The outer circle featured 12 pavilions, each equipped with a circular stone table at its center, surrounded by 8 stone stools. The inner circle consisted of 6 pavilions, similarly furnished with a central stone table and 8 stools around it. Both the inner and outer pavilions shared identical structures and dimensions. The central square pavilion, however, lacked a stone table and instead housed several storage cabinets and a water boiling station, primarily designed to provide tea and snacks for the players. Additionally, a large swing chair was installed within the square pavilion for Yuan Jing's personal respite. In total, the coin-shaped chess and card room featured 19 pavilions. 18 of these were accessible to the orc patrons, while the central pavilion was reserved for refreshments and remained off-limits to the public. Therefore, the chess and card room was relatively modest in size. Based on a 4-person seating arrangement, it could accommodate a maximum of 72 individuals. If fully occupied at an 8-person table, it could host over 140 guests. Yuan Jing exchanged candy for supplies, half of which was utilized to construct a copper coin game room. Candy and salt are considered equivalent, meaning that Yuan Jing expended 25 jin of salt in the creation of this establishment. On average, the construction of each pavilion required just over a jin of salt. Given the market value of salt in the beast realm, the cost of the copper coin game room is exceedingly high. However, Yuan Jing possesses an abundance of salt, leading her to deem the expenditure of 25 jin as a worthy investment for a structure that offers shelter and ample light, featuring 19 pavilions. The orcs exhibit remarkable efficiency in crafting stone dwellings, and this copper coin game room was completed in merely 12.5 days. Each pavilion houses a circular stone table at its center, intricately engraved with 4 sets of 9 grids. Thus, when fully occupied, a single circular table can accommodate 4 groups of individuals simultaneously engaging in a game of tic-tac-toe. During these 12 days, Yuan Jing also prepared over 30 sets of mahjong and more than 30 sets of tic-tac-toe pieces. Both the mahjong and game pieces were skillfully crafted using the divine light cauldron, exhibiting smooth lines and a flawless exterior, showcasing exceptional quality. Initially, Yuan Jing only needed to prepare 18 sets of mahjong, but considering the possibility of damage and the potential demand from individuals like Shi Wuqiu, she decided to create several additional sets. Yuan Jing intended to engage in no more than this amount of mahjong, for the divine cauldron of light possesses the ability to refine all things, a capacity that diminishes with each use. To utilize it merely for the creation of entertainment items seemed a lamentable squandering of its potential. With the mahjong she crafted serving as a prototype, she believed that the orcs would undoubtedly be able to replicate the game. The orcs have always exhibited remarkable imitative abilities, and Yuan Jing eagerly anticipated the opportunity to play with the mahjong they would produce themselves. Yuan Jing intended to purchase mahjong from the orcs once they had crafted it, for she truly wished to avoid squandering the divine capabilities of the bright goddess cauldron in transmuting all things. In due time, she aspired to construct several more copper coin gaming halls. During the period of establishing these gaming halls, Yuan Jing exchanged salt within her clan for sunflower seeds, primarily flavorless raw and roasted varieties. However, she managed to acquire only a modest amount of seeds, as her kin, despite hoarding a considerable stock, also traded them with the serpent tribe and other clans, leaving little available for her. Nevertheless, obtaining even a small quantity of seeds sufficed, as she intended to use them sparingly. The orcs within her clan lacked entertainment activities. Thus, they often frequented the nearby amusement park to watch over their young. Consequently, the establishment of the new copper coin gaming hall was common knowledge among the orcs. Many curious clan members visited Yuan Jing's residence to inquire about the purpose of the gaming hall. During the construction period, numerous clan members learned to play mahjong in her courtyard, eagerly anticipating the grand opening of Yuan Jing's copper coin gaming hall. In mid-April, the copper coin gaming hall was officially inaugurated. Each table was equipped with a set of mahjong tiles and ample pieces for the game of tic-tac-toe. There was no fee for seating. Entry was entirely free. The clan members could enjoy themselves in any of the 18 pavilions, playing tic-tac-toe or mahjong. However, refreshments and food were not complimentary and would incur a charge. Due to the absence of a seating fee, the gaming hall was immediately filled to capacity upon its opening. Initially, a small group of about 10 people gathered to form 4 or 5 tables of mahjong, all having learned the game in Yuan Jing's courtyard. The orcs were inclined to join in the merriment, so most simply observed the few tables where the game was being played. Gradually, after watching a few rounds, more orcs who knew how to play mahjong joined in, and they soon convened to open new tables. On the inaugural day, by the afternoon, all 18 pavilions of the Copper Coin Gaming Hall were bustling with patrons, predominantly engaged in mahjong, while a couple of tables were occupied by those playing tic-tac-toe. The latter requires no special tools. One can simply draw a grid and use stones of different colors to play. The rules of tic-tac-toe are straightforward, making it accessible to many. Hence, once one family member learns the game, it is quickly grasped by the entire household, leading to its rapid dissemination within the clan. Essentially, everyone became proficient in it. The crafting of mahjong was not a swift endeavor, and the orcs did not replicate it immediately. At present, Yuan Jing was the sole provider of mahjong in the clan. Over the course of 3 days, an increasing number of clan members visited Yuan Jing's Copper Coin Gaming Hall to experience mahjong. The vast majority of them learned how to play the game. From the first to the third day of its opening, the gaming hall thrived, even drawing the attention of the young creatures from the amusement park. However, the allure of the amusement park remained stronger, and most of the young ones soon returned to frolic there. Throughout these 3 days, the group led by Shiwuk did not make an appearance. Yuan Jing began to worry they might have forgotten her, anxious that her first matchmaking endeavor might end in failure. Yuan Jing has only recently contemplated the urgency of facilitating a union between Shi Wuqiu and Hu Feier. Although she had previously harbored intentions to bring the two together, her current sense of urgency is unprecedented. The reason for Yuan Jing's newfound eagerness lies in a hint of personal interest. She finds herself within the close-knit circles of the tiger and snake clans, and Shi Wuqiu stands out as a prodigious talent in cultivation among them. Furthermore, Yuan Jing has yet to identify a suitable mentor for the trio in their cultivation journey. Yuan Jing believes that Shi Wuqiu is an excellent candidate. Her own ability to cultivate stems largely from fortune. Furthermore, Yuan Jing is uncertain whether there is a significant difference in cultivation between female and male beastmen. While she wishes to guide the 3 little ones in their training, she finds herself somewhat powerless. Whether within the small circles of the tiger and snake tribes or in the memories of the ape tribe, cultivation tends to be rather rudimentary, typically relying on the master's guidance while the actual practice depends on individual aptitude. Additionally, male cubs primarily cultivate during their juvenile to adult years, making it challenging to progress further once they reach maturity. Thus, having a mentor to lead the 3 little ones into the realm of cultivation is of paramount importance. By a stroke of coincidence, the trio has advanced to the level of a one-pattern beastman. Given their tender age, it is indeed essential for them to have a mentor to provide proper instruction. Yuan Jing's eagerness to find an enlightening mentor for the 3 young ones was palpable. Yet she refrained from imposing her wishes. Initially, her intention to facilitate a connection between Shi Wuqiu and the others stemmed merely from her perception of their commendable compatibility. She held no ulterior motives regarding the utilization of Shi Wuqiu. Should the arrangement of having Shi Wuqiu as a mentor come to fruition, Yuan Jing harbored a subtle anticipation, a hope that this copper coin gaming room might facilitate countless unions of handsome men and beautiful women. Each day spent in this establishment allowed her to witness the charming interactions of these young souls, an experience that brought her immense joy. In her previous life, games like Honor of Kings and the delightful encounters within had indeed sparked many romantic connections among the youth, proving that sometimes one must engage in playful rivalry to forge lasting bonds. Perhaps, after the birth of her 3 little ones, her perspective had shifted. Yuan Jing now embraced the role of a matchmaker, fervently wishing to bring happiness to others. Yuan Jing sincerely hopes that the copper coin game room she has built will continuously facilitate auspicious events for those destined to encounter one another. One after another, Orc clan members have arrived at the game room, and soon all 18 pavilions were filled with patrons. Yuan Jing was indeed elated. She delighted in the prospect of introducing new forms of entertainment to the orcs. She was also thrilled about her impending life as a matchmaker. As long as she witnessed the joy of others and caught glimpses of handsome men and beautiful women sharing sweet moments, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If she could additionally earn a little extra money, her happiness would be further amplified. The snacks at Yuan Jing's copper coin chess room are chargeable, yet the fees are quite modest. She primarily sells sunflower seeds and fruit syrup. The sunflower seeds are procured from her relatives, allowing Yuan Jing to profit from the price difference. She acquires a bowl of seeds for the equivalent of 20 pounds of meat, while she sells them for 25 pounds of meat per bowl. Yuan Jing primarily generates income through her fruit syrup. The charge for 1 pound of fruit syrup is equivalent to 5 pounds of beast meat. In this beastly world, 1 pound of beast meat is roughly comparable to 1 yuan in the previous era, making Yuan Jing's fruit syrup priced at merely 5 yuan per serving, which is indeed quite economical. Given that this world lacks sugar, experiencing sweetness is a rare delight. In this context, the fruit syrup can be likened to the pearl milk tea of the past. Thus, Yuan Jing's pricing is remarkably accessible. Yuan Jing possesses a considerable quantity of candies, all of which she has meticulously extracted from a wild fruit known as the Big Basin fruit. The resulting candies are a vibrant red, and the syrup crafted from these candies bears a striking resemblance in color to watermelon juice, imbued with a delightful fruity sweetness. It is not only refreshing and thirst-quenching, but also visually appetizing. However, Yuan Jing does not intend to sell the fruit syrup in abundance, as her time is limited, and she must dedicate herself to further research on the divine cauldron. To conserve time, she informs everyone that those in need of the fruit syrup can prepare their own stone bowls or cups. They may simply bring their empty vessels to her to fill with the syrup. Currently, Yuan Jing produces several hundred pounds of fruit syrup each day, and thanks to the spatial capabilities of the divine cauldron, the task requires little effort. She can effortlessly earn over 1,000 pounds of beast meat daily. Initially, only the orcs engaged in mahjong at the Copper Coin Gaming Parlor were aware of Yuan Jing's venture selling fruit-infused syrup. These orcs were her sole customers. Occasionally, the little orc children from the nearby amusement park would scamper over to the square pavilion where Yuan Jing was stationed. Finding these little ones utterly adorable, she would generously offer them some of her fruit syrup. The moment they tasted its delightful flavor, they became enamored, clamoring for their parents to purchase the sweet nectar. Consequently, Yuan Jing's square pavilion transformed from a mere refreshment station for mahjong players into a bustling snack shop open to the entire community. Now, the little orcs not only revel in playing at the amusement park, but also delight in visiting Yuan Jing's pavilion for treats. Sunflower seeds and fruit syrup have become their favorite indulgences, a delightful surprise for Yuan Jing, who initially aimed only to earn a modest income from selling beverages. To her astonishment, her clientele has expanded significantly, evolving her establishment into a lively snack shop. The trio of little ones also frequently visit Yuan Jing to procure snacks. The joy of treats is an irreplaceable happiness for every child, and Yuan Jing is more than willing to cater to their cravings for delightful confections. Yuan Jing has recently been quite occupied, as the business at her snack shop has flourished remarkably, attracting even some elder orcs from her clan who come to her for refreshing fruit syrup. Yuan Jing was so occupied that she scarcely had the opportunity to witness the young ones exchanging sweet nothings. In fact, she hardly found time to delve into the study of the divine cauldron of light. It was indeed a delightful dilemma. The copper coin gaming room she had established was intended for the sole purpose of observing the tender exchanges of affection among the youth. Even though she had embraced a solitary existence in her past life, this did not diminish her fondness for witnessing the romance of the younger generation. It was absolutely unacceptable for her to miss out on their sweet exchanges. Thus, after a tumultuous day, Yuan Jing began to meditate on how to elegantly resolve her current predicament. She sought a solution that would allow her to earn some modest income without being overwhelmed by busyness. Consequently, she initiated a profit-sharing plan, deciding to relinquish a portion of the profits from the snack shop within the square pavilion. The following day, Yuan Jing approached Hu Shuang, expressing her desire for his assistance in managing the square pavilion. Having collaborated with Hu Zhuang on multiple occasions, a mutual trust had been established between them. The snack shop primarily dealt in sunflower seeds and fruit syrup. The procurement cost for a bowl of sunflower seeds was equivalent to 20 pounds of beast meat, while the selling price was 25 pounds, yielding a profit of 5 pounds of beast meat per bowl. The price for 1 pound of fruit syrup was set at 5 pounds of beast meat. Given the substantial foot traffic at the Square Pavilion, the potential profits were significant. By entrusting the management of the Square Pavilion to the Hu Zhuang family, they would handle both the procurement and sale of the sunflower seeds. For each bowl sold, Yuan Jing would receive 2 pounds of beast meat from the 5-pound profit, while Hu Zhuang would take the remaining 3. Yuan Jing would supply the fruit syrup. With Hu Zhuang responsible for sales, for every serving sold, Yuan Jing would receive 4 pounds of beast meat, and Hu Zhuang would retain 1. Yuan Jing offered a considerable concession to Hu Zhuang, who promptly agreed to assist in managing the Square Pavilion. Yuan Jing has embarked on her role as the clandestine proprietor of the Square Pavilion snack shop. Although she has made considerable concessions, her gains have proven substantial. Moreover, she now enjoys a surplus of leisure time each day, allowing her to cultivate flowers and tend to her garden, while also engaging in scholarly pursuits during her idle hours. Most importantly, she relishes a significant daily income, living life with an enviable sense of ease. Yuan Jing has exerted her utmost efforts in mediating the relationship between Shi Wuqiu and Hu Feier, but whether it flourishes or falters is ultimately their affair. And she has resolved to step back. After all, she has provided them with an excellent platform for communication. If they fail to seize the opportunity, it is beyond her control. The number of beastmen within the clan is substantial, and with individuals like Shi Wuqiu from the Snake Tribe frequently joining in the mahjong games. The copper coin mahjong room has become rather cramped, often lacking sufficient seating. Furthermore, some beastmen have taken to crafting mahjong sets. Although these handmade sets allow for games at home, the beastmen still prefer the ambience of the copper coin mahjong room, as playing at home tends to disturb the elderly residents, rendering it somewhat inconvenient. Thus, despite many households possessing mahjong, they still opt to gather at the copper coin mahjong room for their games. Recognizing the burgeoning interest in mahjong, Yuan Jing felt it was an opportune moment to propose the construction of a new copper coin mahjong room to the clan leader. The leader readily acquiesced to her request. He was also aware that his daughter had been growing closer to Shi Wuqiu, and he took great pleasure in this development. In the Tiger Tribe, the most outstanding youths possess merely the strength of a 3-striped beast man, so the powerful and well-connected Shi Wuqiu was an exceptionally favorable match in the clan leader's eyes. Consequently, he held a favorable view of the copper coin mahjong room and readily agreed to Yuan Jing's proposal for its expansion. With the clan's approval secured, the construction of the new copper coin mahjong room commenced. This time, Yuan Jing planned to build 2 rooms of equal scale to the first, each featuring 19 pavilions. Drawing from her experience in constructing the original room, she enlisted the help of more beastmen for the new project. Many male beastmen, whose partners enjoyed playing mahjong, volunteered their assistance, especially since the copper coin mahjong room does not impose any fees. Numerous beastmen who had not received formal invitations from Yuan Jing also frequented the construction site, offering their help free of charge. Yuan Jing was deeply moved. She took the initiative to distribute rewards to the orcs who assisted in the construction of the copper coin game rooms. Many orcs declined the compensation she offered, leaving her with no choice but to consider sharing more benefits with everyone in the future. Thanks to the collective effort, the 2 new copper coin game rooms were completed in less than a month. Remarkably, the total compensation Yuan Jing disbursed amounted to merely around 30 jin of salt, significantly lower than the initial budget. However, the overall investment in the new copper coin game rooms remained considerable. Nonetheless, Yuan Jing was confident that her profits would far exceed her expenditures, and that she would provide the orcs with a more comfortable experience. The previous copper coin game rooms lacked lighting facilities, whereas the newly constructed ones were equipped with illumination. Yuan Jing named these new establishments the Silver Coin Game Rooms. Access to the Silver Coin Game Rooms during the day was complimentary, but patrons wishing to play through the night were required to pay for the lighting. In a spirit of community benefit, Yuan Jing set the lighting fees at a modest rate. The sunflower chandeliers consumed approximately the equivalent of 30 jin of beast meat and oil per night. She charged only 35 jin for a night's use, thereby earning a modest 5 jin of beast meat. Out of this, she kept 4 jin for herself and allocated 1 jin to Hu Zhuang. The lighting fixtures in the Silver Coin Game Rooms were the sunflower chandeliers, a new product recently developed by Yuan Jing. Given her significant expenses, Yuan Jing offered Hu Zhuang a reduced profit. Overall, however, Hu Zhuang's earnings remained quite substantial. Yuan Jing crafted a sunflower chandelier measuring 2 feet in width and length, resembling a sunflower in appearance. Its structure mirrored that of chandeliers from a past era, yet the sunflower chandelier remained an oil lamp. It was ingeniously designed with an oil reservoir, capable of sustaining illumination for 10 hours when filled, making it perfectly suitable for all-night vigils without the need for refueling. When installed atop the pavilion, the sunflower chandelier radiated sufficient light to illuminate the entire structure, casting a gentle glow that was neither harsh nor glaring. According to the standards of the previous era, it wholly conformed to the criteria for daylight-equivalent nighttime illumination. Upon the completion of the silver coin game room, it was promptly opened to the public. The attention of the visiting orcs was predominantly drawn to the sunflower chandelier. While they were familiar with mahjong and had played it before, it seemed rather mundane to them. Some inquisitive orcs formed teams to engage in overnight games, not primarily to play mahjong, but rather to observe the chandelier's lighting efficacy. Others arrived with torches at night to witness the illumination provided by the sunflower chandelier. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and the sunflower chandelier was lit, the orcs were astonished. The light emitted illuminated the entire pavilion, casting a soft glow that was neither blinding nor harsh, with ample brightness that eliminated any shadows as they gathered around the stone tables to play cards, creating an ambience akin to daylight. The orcs from the Shell Lamp clan, who utilized their own lighting, found it adequate, albeit with some drawbacks, as it produced shadows reminiscent of standing beside a torch. While it was feasible to play mahjong under the shell lamps, the experience was subpar due to the persistent shadows, resulting in an uneven distribution of light that was less than comfortable. The remarkable illumination effect of the sunflower chandelier did not go unnoticed. Its superior lighting prompted many to express a desire to install such chandeliers in their own homes. The illumination provided by the sunflower chandelier far surpassed that of the shell lamps, rendering evening activities such as crafting leather garments or stone tools significantly more convenient. Yuan Jing was oblivious to the orcs' reactions to the sunflower chandelier within the silver coin game room. After entrusting the management of all game rooms to the Hu Zhuang family, Yuan Jing assumed the role of a hands-off proprietor, even neglecting to witness the inaugural opening of the silver coin game room. Yuan Jing is secretly reveling in her little courtyard. After crafting the sunflower chandelier, she has distinctly sensed an elevation in the divine cauldron of light. Previously, the cauldron space could only accommodate items, and the ground within this divine realm was devoid of any substance. After Yuan Jing crafted a sunflower chandelier, the ground of the divine cauldron space unexpectedly became adorned with soil. This indicated that cultivation was now possible within this realm. To her astonishment, Yuan Jing discovered that she could freely enter and exit the divine cauldron space. Consequently, she devoted her time to this newfound sanctuary, diligently engaging in planting activities. She sowed all the sunflower seeds she had reserved into the fertile ground of the divine cauldron space. After several days of observation, she was overjoyed to see that the sunflowers thrived. This revelation brought her immense happiness, for a space dedicated to cultivation was far more valuable than one merely for storage. With the ability to grow her own food, she felt assured that sustenance would no longer be a concern. If food ran low, she could simply cultivate it herself. With a bit of diligence, starvation would be a distant worry. Yuan Jing felt her survival skills in this beastly world had dramatically improved. Thus, in order to ensure a worry-free life for herself and her 3 little ones, she, relying on her strength as a 4-patterned beastman, stealthily infiltrated the dark forest while her fellow clansmen were oblivious. She carefully transplanted salt fruit trees, large basin fruit trees, coniferous trees, and several varieties of wild fruit trees commonly consumed by her kin into the divine cauldron space. Naturally, she was cautious not to uproot all the trees from the same location, fearing that her tribe might grow suspicious. Instead, she meticulously relocated one tree here and another there. In just half a day, Yuan Jing successfully transplanted over 100 various fruit trees, along with a dozen coniferous trees. With 3 little ones at home, she was obliged to prepare meals for them each day, thus limiting her excursions into the dark forest to merely half a day at most. In recent days, Yuan Jing has been wandering through the dark forest, encountering several waves of Tiger Clan members. Utilizing her exceptional eyesight, hearing, and sense of smell, she adeptly evaded them. Moreover, she overheard conversations among the clan members, revealing that they had indeed dispatched several groups to search for her elusive beast husband. Yuan Jing also learned the precise location of his disappearance, which she marked as a danger zone, for she now had 3 little ones to care for. Should that spatial wormhole open unexpectedly, the situation could become dire. Having roamed the dark forest for several days, Yuan Jing busied herself with transplanting various fruit trees and medicinal herbs. One day, while meandering through the forest, she stumbled upon a flock of gugu beasts. These creatures were reminiscent of domestic chickens from her previous life, albeit significantly larger, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds each. The flavor of gugu beast meat closely resembled that of chicken, which Yuan Jing had always relished, with chicken soup being among her favorites. Determined to catch a few gugu beasts to test her skills, Yuan Jing was pleasantly surprised to discover her newfound prowess. She could capture them barehanded, one in each hand. The gugu beasts were swift, but Yuan Jing, a 4-striped beast, was even faster. Within 10 minutes, she had successfully captured a flock of approximately 60 gugu beasts. Thus, Yuan Jing established a gugu beast breeding ground within her divine space. Concerned that the gugu beasts might damage her sunflower plantation, she took the precaution of enclosing the area with a fence. Yuan Jing observed the soil, which was solely adorned with various fruit trees and medicinal herbs, and she feared that the gugu beast might perish from hunger if it found no sustenance. Consequently, she diligently transplanted an array of wild vegetation, flowers, and grasses of all kinds into the divine cauldron space. Once she sensed that the gugu beast's food supply was ample, Yuan Jing stealthily returned to her stone dwelling. Her divine cauldron space now boasted salt fruit trees, large trees, along with other fruit trees and medicinal herbs. Having also captured the gugu beast, she felt that she had sufficiently gathered what she needed to cultivate and nurture. Thus, her transplantation endeavors could be deemed officially accomplished. Yuan Jing no longer ventured into the dark forest. Having frequented it too often, she risked attracting the attention of her kin, which could lead to troublesome explanations. Furthermore, she harbored concerns about the presence of other spatial wormholes within the dark forest. Thus, it was prudent to minimize her visits there. Coincidentally, on the day following the completion of her transplantation work, several members of her clan came to seek her out, expressing a keen interest in the sunflower pendant lights. They inquired if she had any spare ones available for exchange. Yuan Jing informed them that, at present, she did not possess any additional sunflower pendant lights, but assured them that soon, everyone would have access to them. Yuan Jing approached the chief's residence to discuss the matter of the sunflower chandelier. She intended to entrust the knowledge of its production exclusively to her clan. Whether or not this knowledge would be disseminated among the clan members was beyond her concern. Her sole desire was for every household within the clan to benefit from the sunflower chandelier. On one hand, she wished for her people to relish the fruits of her invention. On the other, it would further her mission of illuminating their lives. The chief promptly assured Yuan Jing that each family in the clan would indeed have access to the sunflower chandelier. He planned to treat the production technique as a closely guarded secret, revealing it only to a select few trusted individuals. As for the other clan members, the technique would be exchanged with them at an exceptionally low price, thus safeguarding it from being appropriated by outsiders and maximizing the benefits for the tiger tribe. Yuan Jing harbored aspirations for her clan to attain greater benefits, as she could still acquire welfare beast meat, despite no longer relying on it for sustenance. However, she maintained the habit of collecting this meat, not out of greed, but rather to distribute it among the elderly, weak, and young beasts within her clan. This way, the lives of those vulnerable individuals could improve, and with increased profits for the clan, more beast meat could be allocated to those in need. Thus, the prosperity of the clan would ultimately benefit every beast within it. The notion of treating the production techniques of sunflower chandeliers as a closely guarded secret was a matter of great desire for Yuan Jing, for it signified the potential for her clan to promote these chandeliers to other tribes. Yuan Jing envisioned herself comfortably nestled at home, effortlessly radiating light to the world. She felt a profound sense of profit in this venture. The clan had no apprehension regarding the possibility of Yuan Jing divulging the production techniques of the sunflower chandeliers, as there was no necessity for such an act. If she wished to monopolize the techniques, there would be no need to share them with the clan. With the support of the clan's esteemed figures in promoting the chandeliers, Yuan Jing found herself unburdened and at ease. The research on sunflower chandeliers had consumed considerable effort from Yuan Jing, and with her prior preoccupations in spatial cultivation, she had not had the opportunity to truly relax for a long while. Now that she found herself with rare free time, she was in no rush to embark on the next illuminating endeavor. Researchers, too, required rest. A balance between labor and leisure yielded better results. The silver coin game room had been completed for several days, yet Yuan Jing had yet to pay it a visit. Seizing this moment of leisure, she approached the game room with a curious heart. In truth, she was not particularly concerned about the room's construction, for in the Stone Age, the quality of such creations was rather predictable. Upon her initial arrival in the beast world, she had found the primitive stone artifacts to possess an air of elegance and charm, often taking the time to admire them. However, having become accustomed to their prevalence, they no longer held the same allure. What mattered most was her curiosity. Yuan Jing was particularly eager to witness the romantic escapades of the youth. As it brought her joy, it was reminiscent of her school days when she would secretly count the number of couples dating on the playground. Whether or not she engaged in a romance herself was inconsequential. Merely observing was entertaining, and the metaphorical dog food of their affection could satiate her spirit. Yuan Jing should pay particular attention to the budding relationship between Hu Feier and Shi Wuk. I wonder if they have successfully ascended to the status of a couple. The Snake Clan possesses formidable prowess, far surpassing that of the Tiger Clan, and Shi Wuk, being the younger brother of the Snake Clan leader, could potentially facilitate their union. This would not only bode well for the three apprentices but also enhance the security of the Tiger Clan. Most importantly, the pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman is simply delightful. It is astonishing to discover that, aside from Hu Feier and Shi Wuk, there are actually 5 or 6 other young couples in various combinations. This scene is reminiscent of Parks from a previous life. These young couples are not here to play mahjong. Rather, they are here to engage in sweet exchanges of affection. It would indeed be rather disheartening if young couples began their dates by playing mahjong. However, after a period of courtship, indulging in a game could add an element of playfulness to their relationship. Fortunately, Yuan Jing has designed and constructed numerous pavilions, providing ample seating for the young folks to converse. Some are even enjoying sweet fruit drinks. Currently, acquiring fruit drinks requires one to bring along a piece of beast meat, wrapped in leaves. Typically, it is quite normal for orc parents to exchange fruit drinks for their little ones. However, the sight of young males bringing beast meat as a gesture to invite their beloved for a drink is a rather peculiar image to contemplate. Yuan Jing felt that the conditions for such a date were rather rudimentary. She resolved to contemplate a solution to this dilemma on another day. The exchange of beast meat for fruit syrup posed a significant challenge. Within the clan, the barter of salt, animal hides, or other goods primarily revolved around beast meat and hides. Currency had yet to emerge in this era, and Yuan Jing was hesitant to issue her own, as it would be rather audacious. It was prudent for her to maintain a low profile. For young couples, the only edible items available for their dates were fruit syrup and sunflower seeds. However, snacks like sunflower seeds were not particularly suitable for romantic encounters. The distraction of cracking seeds would hinder meaningful conversation and emotional connection. Yuan Jing could certainly devise a wider variety of consumables to facilitate these young couples' outings. Additionally, she could earn a bit of extra money for herself. Although the income from her snack shop was substantial, the expenses were considerable as well. Initially, Yuan Jing entrusted the management of the copper and silver coin gaming houses to the Hu family. While this arrangement involved significant concessions, she reaped a considerable amount of beast meat in return. Given the absence of preservation methods for beast meat in this world, it was logical to assume that excess meat would go to waste. Although Yuan Jing could store the beast meat within her divine cauldron space, she needed to exercise discretion. Thus, she devised a compromise. She would distribute the surplus supplies to the elderly, weak, and young beasts. Naturally, she would not overtly appear to be providing aid to these vulnerable members of society. Therefore, these supplies were not given away freely. If they were, the elderly, weak, and young would likely not consistently accept Yuan Jing's offerings of beast meat, choosing instead to accept them only occasionally. Yuan Jing invited the capable members of her clan, including the elderly, the infirm, and the young, to assist with various tasks. These tasks were primarily centered around cleaning and maintaining the amusement park, the copper coin game room, and the silver coin game room, as well as crafting mahjong tiles and providing refreshments. In return for their efforts, Yuan Jing compensated them handsomely. The nature of these tasks was relatively uncomplicated and required minimal exertion, making them appealing to the elderly and young members of the clan, who were eager to earn rewards to enhance their livelihoods. Moreover, the burden on Hu Zhuang, who managed the game rooms, was significantly alleviated. The upkeep of the amusement park and game rooms ensured that the facilities would endure longer and provide a more enjoyable experience for the clan members. Consequently, an increased number of clan members would frequent these establishments, allowing Yuan Jing to acquire more resources for the maintenance of various amenities. This created a virtuous cycle. However, the ambience of the amusement park and game rooms, characterized by pavilions and recreational installations, seemed somewhat lacking in flora and greenery. It appeared that she could dedicate some time to beautifying the environment of the game rooms. After giving birth to 3 little ones, Yuan Jing truly found herself leading the life of an elder, diligently attending to the lifelong affairs of these youthful individuals day by day. Yuan Jing meandered around the game room for a while before approaching Hu Fei'er and Shi Wuk, a pair of young acquaintances. It was indeed necessary to exchange greetings. As they were all familiar faces, Shi Wuk informed Yuan Jing that his recent visits to the Tiger Clan were primarily to take his little nephew, Shi Tian, to the amusement park. Ever since Shi Tian had experienced the delights of the amusement park on the Tiger Clan's premises, he had been yearning to return, persistently urging his uncle Shi Wuk to take him back for more fun. Thus, Shi Wuk acquiesced to the little one's wishes. Yuan Jing nearly succumbed to the deceitful words of Shi Wuqie. It was evidently Shi Wuqie who sought to elevate his presence before the captivating beauty, Hu Fei'er. Yuan Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the formidable demon, Shi Tian. At such a tender age, he was already bearing the weight of blame, truly a pitiable child. Since Shi Wuk had gone so far as to voice his thoughts, Yuan Jing resolved to lend him a helping hand, allowing him to establish a more legitimate standing within the Tiger Clan. Yuan Jing immediately informed Shi Wuqie about the 3 little ones, expressing her hope that he would frequently visit the Tiger Clan and, in turn, provide guidance for their cultivation. Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of unease, as she was uncertain whether Shi Wuqie would acquiesce to her request. Her earnest desire to find a mentor for the 3 little ones weighed heavily on her mind. Initially, Shi Wuqie displayed considerable hesitation, for a mentor is indeed of utmost significance for the young cubs. Typically, their enlightenment and training are conducted by their beastly fathers. Thus, he was reluctant to give his consent lightly. Yuan Jing briefly shared her challenges, primarily concerning the mysterious disappearance of the beast father of the 3 little ones. Leaving her uncertain about whom to seek for their enlightenment, she casually mentioned that, due to the tribe's reward for the mutated fire antelope lion meat, the 3 little ones had already advanced to the level of a one-patterned beast. Guiding them in their cultivation would require only a modicum of instruction, as they had already established a foundation as one-patterned beasts. Thus, teaching them would not pose a significant difficulty. Upon hearing that the 3 little ones had indeed ascended to the level of a one-patterned beast, Shi Wuqie finally exhaled in relief, expressing his willingness to enlighten their cultivation. Indeed, as Yuan Jing had stated, the 3 little ones already possessed a foundational understanding of being one-patterned beasts, making the teaching process considerably easier. At present, the 3 little ones were not yet capable of speech, although Yuan Jing was able to communicate with them without issue. However, their understanding was limited to the general gist of one another's intentions, and finer details remained elusive. Similarly, Shi Tian's communication with the 3 little ones, although seemingly lively, only conveyed a broad understanding. Cultivation is a meticulous endeavor, requiring precision down to the meridians and acupoints. Therefore, it remained challenging for an outsider to discuss cultivation matters with the young creatures. Nonetheless, the optimal time for the little ones to cultivate was fleeting, and the sooner they commenced, the better. Fortunately, with the foundation of being one-patterned beasts, the process became considerably simplified. With the issue of the 3 little ones' cultivation resolved, Yuan Jing felt an immense sense of relief. It had truly been a day of bountiful gains. She had found a mentor for the 3 little ones and could now begin preparing the necessary apprenticeship gifts. Although the 3 little ones possessed the strength of one-patterned beasts, enlightening them in their cultivation would still require at least a month. Thus, before arranging the apprenticeship gifts, Yuan Jing intended to address Shi Wuqie's accommodation and sustenance. This matter required the tribe leaders' counsel, as it pertained to the affairs between the 2 tribes. Consequently, Yuan Jing prepared 2 pounds of candy and around 20 pounds of garlic-flavored melon seeds to take to the tribe leader's residence. She directly conveyed her purpose to the leader, inquiring whether accommodations could be arranged for Shi Wuqie. Considering the disappearance of the 3 little ones' beast father, it was evident that they needed a master to guide their cultivation. The tribe leader, burdened with numerous responsibilities, would certainly be unable to mentor the 3 little ones directly. Now that Yuan Jing had found a suitable instructor, requesting assistance with accommodations was entirely reasonable, and the leader had no grounds to refuse her request. Thus, the issue of Shi Wuqie's lodging was smoothly resolved. Of course, the one most delighted by this arrangement was Shi Wuqie himself. Previously, he had racked his brain to concoct various excuses to visit the tiger tribe, even going so far as to implicate his young nephew. Now, With such a legitimate reason at hand, it was perfectly aligned with his desires. After relaying the news to the Shi tribe leader and others that he would be staying at the tiger tribe for a while longer, he settled contentedly into his role as the mentor for the three little ones. Shi Wuqing did not return to the Shi tribe, and the formidable Shi Tian was equally unwilling to go back, so Shi Wuqing allowed him to remain. After all, as long as Shi Wuqing stayed within the tiger tribe, there was no issue with little Shi Tian continuing to play there. Thus, little Shi Tian successfully stayed in the tiger tribe to enjoy his time. Yuan Jing has yet to prepare the formalities of her apprenticeship, while Shi Wuqing has already commenced guiding the three little ones in their cultivation. The trio is currently engrossed in their training, leaving little time for leisure. Observing that Shi Tian still enjoys outings to the amusement park as before, the mischievous Dark Lord He Hu feels quite discontented and constantly concocts plans to sneak away, though he is thwarted each time by Shi Wuqing, who invariably retrieves him. Bai Shuaxua and Huang can present themselves as diligent students, displaying a genuine interest in their training and applying themselves earnestly. Yuan Jing is not surprised by Huang Can's passion for cultivation, but she is taken aback to find Bai Shuaxua equally intrigued, as she had previously believed him to be solely interested in food. At present, the most concerning is the mischievous Dark Lord He Hu, whose antics are quite troublesome. Yuan Jing feels somewhat embarrassed in front of Shi Wuqing, as she finds it hard to advocate for the trio's guidance given He Hu's behavior. Fortunately, Shi Wuqing was also quite playful in his youth, and he understands He Hu's mischievousness, recognizing that most young beasts tend to be similar. If the three little ones were to behave exceptionally well, Shi Wuqing would find it rather unusual. Upon realizing Shi Wuqing's perspective, Yuan Jing finally feels at ease and begins to prepare the gifts for her apprenticeship. She recalls from her former self's memories that such offerings typically include salt, precious beast meats, and rare treasures, all of which are highly esteemed. Fortunately, Yuan Jing possesses an ample supply of salt, alleviating her worries on that front. However, obtaining rare beast meats and treasures proves to be a challenge, as such valuable items are seldom relinquished for trade. While providing only salt would suffice, given its considerable value, Yuan Jing feels it lacks the sincerity she wishes to express. She earnestly desires to convey her gratitude to Shi Wuqing and believes that presenting a thoughtful gift will inspire him to dedicate himself even more diligently to guiding the three little ones in their cultivation. Considering Shi Wuqing's stature, it is likely that he lacks for meat and salt, leaving Yuan Jing in a quandary over what gift might truly resonate with him. Yuan Jing contemplated the idea of presenting a gift that would resonate with Hu Fei as preferences, believing that such a gesture would undoubtedly please Shi Wuqing as well. However, at that moment, she found herself at a loss regarding what Hu Fei might desire. Considering she was the daughter of the clan leader and likely lacked for nothing in her daily life. Thus, the matter of selecting an appropriate gift remained unresolved for the time being. Yuan Jing decided to venture into the small courtyard to tend to the flowers and plants. The weather was becoming increasingly warm, and even this four-patterned beast was struggling to endure the blazing sun of the beast realm. After only a short while of pruning, Yuan Jing was already perspiring profusely, and it was still early morning. One could only imagine how sweltering it would become by noon. Thus, she ceased her gardening and hurried back to the stone house. The stone house, constructed from an unknown type of stone, provided a comfortable refuge, remaining warm in winter and cool in summer. Given the intensity of the sunlight, Yuan Jing had no intention of stepping outside again. After checking for any tasks that required her attention, she suddenly noticed a crack in the wooden clogs she was wearing. It seemed she would need to craft a new pair. With the divine cauldron at her disposal, creating wooden clogs would be a swift endeavor, so there was no urgency. At that moment, Shi Wuqing was training by the small river within the clan, accompanied by the three little ones. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Jing planned to take a stroll in the space of the divine cauldron. Within this realm, the vegetation and the gugu beasts thrived without her oversight, as the environment was exceptionally conducive to plant growth, and the animals flourished rapidly, thriving independently without any concern from Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing relished wandering through the divine cauldron space, captivated by the sight of the various flora she had cultivated. She delighted in observing the verdant life's journey, witnessing the cyclical blossoming of flowers, grasses, and trees through the changing seasons, which bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the leaves of the larch emitted a faint, ethereal brown glow. The hue was subtle, yet Yuan Jing was certain that the larch leaves had indeed undergone a transformation. Her curiosity piqued. She pondered whether the larch might have experienced a mutation. In this realm, mutated beasts had evolved into rare and exotic creatures, their worth multiplying exponentially compared to ordinary beasts. If the larch had indeed mutated, what alterations might its resin undergo? Yuan Jing's curiosity was insatiable. Thus, she promptly exited the divine cauldron space to retrieve a small wooden barrel from the storage room, and then returned to the divine cauldron space to collect the large resin using the barrel. Yuan Jing is undeniably a person of action, characterized by an unwavering resolve to act upon her intentions. Thus, upon acquiring a modest quantity of pine-like resin, she embarked on her research with enthusiasm. The resin now emanates a faint, ethereal glow. Had it not been for her significantly enhanced vision, Yuan Jing might have overlooked this subtle transformation, for the light emitted by the resin is exceedingly delicate. Additionally, this resin exudes a cool, almost mystical aura, adding to its enigmatic allure. Yuan Jing, driven by an inexplicable impulse, decided to craft a pair of sandals after her wooden clogs had broken. She poured an appropriate amount of pine resin into the divine cauldron of light and began her creation. In no time, a pair of translucent brown sandals emerged from the cauldron. Slipping them on, she felt a refreshing chill emanating from the soles of her feet, coursing through her entire being. This sensation of coolness was not akin to standing on ice. Rather, it resembled the gentle touch of warm jade, subtly enveloping her without any abruptness, leaving her entirely at ease. In a world where it is often said that warm feet ensure a warm body, the experience of wearing these brown sandals brought an invigorating coolness that was delightfully refreshing. Indeed, they proved to be a miraculous remedy against the summer heat. Furthermore, the texture of the sandals was not as rigid as the surface of the pine resin. Instead, they were soft and provided a great deal of comfort. However, despite their charm, the foremost concern remained whether they posed any harm to the human body. Yuan Jing possesses a profound connection with the radiant divine cauldron, allowing her to perceive whether the objects crafted by it are harmful to the human body. As for the reason behind this sensation, even Yuan Jing herself finds it difficult to articulate. Previously, Yuan Jing combined the oil from the flower fox beast, the milk from the bleeding beast, and ordinary pine resin to create a viscous black liquid. Subsequently, the divine cauldron of light emitted a toxic signal to Yuan Jing. To test the concoction, she ventured to the riverside to catch some fish and shrimp, only to find the unfortunate creatures lifeless. After confirming the brown slippers posed no threat to human health and understanding their purpose, Yuan Jing devised a thoughtful gift to present to Shi Wuqing as a token of her apprenticeship. Having acquired the brown slippers, she discerned that the pine-like trees in her space had undergone a remarkable mutation. Furthermore, this mutation bestowed extraordinary capabilities upon the trees. Yuan Jing felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Yuan Jing increasingly cherished the dozen or so mutated pine trees within her space. Although she was aware of the powerful resin produced by these mutated pines, she had no intention of continuing to transplant them. After all, she truly did not plan to venture into the dark forest to transplant various plants any longer. The three little ones were simply too small, and Yuan Jing harbored many concerns. Yuan Jing has donned a pair of brown slippers, and now she finds it difficult to part with them. These brown slippers are not only aesthetically pleasing but also remarkably comfortable. Yuan Jing holds a deep affection for them, even bestowing upon them the charming name of ice jade slippers. The three little creatures currently prefer to maintain their beastly forms, as their physical prowess is significantly greater in this state compared to their human forms, allowing them to revel in their play. In their beastly forms, the trio has no need for footwear. Yuan Jing intends to craft several pairs for each of them when the time comes that they require them. Yuan Jing initially intended to craft 2 pairs of couple-themed ice jade sandals as a token of respect for her master, Shi Wuqiao. However, she was uncertain of their respective shoe sizes. Consequently, she decided to first enhance her own living conditions. Yuan Jing, being humanoid, possessed a hairless exterior, and did not find it overly warm sleeping within the stone abode at night. In contrast, the 3 little ones, being in beast form, were covered in a dense coat of fur, waking each morning drenched in sweat. As a result, they had to bathe several times a day. As the sweltering heat had become unbearable, Yuan Jing set out to craft a jade ice mattress for the 3 little ones, adhering to the production standards of latex mattresses from her previous life. Utilizing the resin from mutated pine trees, she fashioned a jade ice mattress with a thickness of approximately 8 centimeters. The dimensions of the mattress matched those of the wooden bed she had constructed. Once completed, Yuan Jing promptly laid the jade ice mattress atop the wooden bed, covering it perfectly and fitting it exquisitely. As she gazed upon the wooden bed adorned with the jade ice mattress, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. She could already envision the scene of the 3 little ones joyfully frolicking on the bed, delighted by their new creation. Yuan Jing would not neglect herself. She first crafted a pair of flat-toed, ventilated shoes for her own use, allowing her to step out comfortably. She also fashioned an ice jade mattress, laying it directly upon her bed, before reclining upon it. The ice jade mattress conformed exquisitely to the contours of Yuan Jing's body, providing uniform support regardless of her sleeping position. It felt akin to resting upon a waterbed, utterly delightful. Most importantly, the ice jade mattress emanated a refreshingly cool aura that enveloped Yuan Jing's entire being, rendering her slumber both comfortable and alleviating the summer heat. She found herself reluctant to rise from its soothing embrace. As she lay there in bliss, Yuan Jing pondered the plight of the three little ones, who were enduring their training by the riverside in such sweltering weather, stirring a wave of sympathy within her. Although it was customary for the young ones to train under these conditions, she felt they were enduring an excessive burden. Resolute, she rose from the ice jade mattress, determined to contemplate ways to enhance their training environment. While meandering through her abode, Yuan Jing spotted the meditation cushion she had previously crafted for Huang Qincan. An idea struck her. She could create personalized ice jade cushions for each of the three youngsters. This would undoubtedly make their training sessions far more comfortable. Consequently, she tailored a set of ice jade cushions to suit their individual sizes. Next, she crafted an ice jade cushion for little Snake Tian, the nephew of Shiwu Ke, and a dear friend to the trio. During his stay with the Tiger clan, he often joined them at night, bringing great joy to the little ones. Yuan Jing held a fondness for this little snake who delighted in their company. Thus, after completing the cushions for the three youngsters, she made one for little Snake Tian as well. Additionally, she decided to create an ice jade cushion for Shiwu Ke, tailored to his dimensions. Yuan Jing had meticulously planned the gifts for her master, Shiwu Qia. She decided on an ice jade cushion, 2 pairs of matching ice jade sandals, and 10 pounds of salt. This offering was indeed a testament to her sincerity. In the beast realm, it is customary to present a gift before a master begins to enlighten their apprentices. Although Shiwu Qia had already commenced teaching the three little ones, Yuan Jing had yet to present her offering. Thus, she felt compelled to promptly ascertain the shoe sizes for both Shiwu Qia and Hu Feier. To avoid interrupting Shiwu Qia's lessons, Yuan Jing sought out Hu Feier first. Hu Feier was at home, diligently mending Shiwu Qia's worn shoes. Consequently, Yuan Jing effortlessly acquired the shoe sizes of both Hu Feier and Shiwu Qia. After bidding farewell to Hu Feier, Yuan Jing hurriedly returned home to prepare her gifts. With prior experience in crafting ice jade sandals, Yuan Jing fashioned a pair of oversized, flat, ice jade clogs suitable for Shiwu Qia, modeled after the sturdy design of the clogs from her previous life. Additionally, she created a smaller pair of wedge-heeled ice jade clogs according to Hu Feier's shoe size. The clogs were designed with enclosed toes, as the female beastmen of this realm generally do not wear open-toed footwear. However, the choice of clogs was also pragmatic, as they provided ample ventilation. While the female beastmen may not don open-toed shoes, they are not overly conservative in their attire. The wedge-heeled shoes for Hu Feier were designed to elongate the legs and impart a sense of height. With their transparent brown body, they exuded both youthful exuberance and elegance, perfectly aligning with her temperament. Yuan Jing was confident that Hu Feier would adore them. In this manner, Yuan Jing's heartfelt offering to her master was finally ready. Yuan Jing pondered how to explain the origin of her gifts to her mentors, Shi Wuk and others. In a moment of desperation, she reluctantly transplanted a mutated pine tree from her divine cauldron space into the tribe. However, she had already extracted all the resin from this peculiar pine tree, and acquiring more would likely take considerable time. In the future, the orcs of the tribe could also utilize the resin to craft items such as icy jade mats. Nonetheless, Yuan Jing's creations from the divine cauldron space would be more exquisite and flawless. Thus, the source of her gifts was established, and she awaited the moment when the trio would present them to Shi Wuk during their practice the following day. Yuan Jing insisted that the trio personally deliver the gifts to Shi Wuk, as it would convey sincerity. Yet, she intended to accompany them, just in case Shi Wuk was not satisfied with her offerings, allowing her to make amends if necessary. That evening, as Shi Tian and the trio returned to their wooden beds to rest, they discovered the presence of the icy jade mats. The 4 little ones were overjoyed, bouncing around on the bed in pure delight, filling the stone chamber with their cheerful noises. Listening to their laughter, Yuan Jing felt her day's fatigue dissipate entirely. She allowed them to play until late, only intervening when it was time for them to settle down for sleep. With the addition of the icy jade mats, the little ones no longer sweated from the heat and fell into a deep slumber, as did Yuan Jing herself. The next morning, after ensuring the 4 had finished their breakfast, Yuan Jing led the trio to present their gifts. Observing the grandiose departure of Yuan Jing and the children, Shi Tian, initially intent on heading to the amusement park, could not contain his curiosity and decided to join them in delivering the gifts. Upon meeting Shi Wuk, the trio respectfully presented an icy jade mat, 2 pairs of couple-themed icy jade sandals, and 10 pounds of salt. Surprised to see a mat among the gifts, Shi Wuk could not resist the urge to test the icy jade mat. Upon trying it, he found himself enamored with it. For an orc who spent all day meditating on a mat, having a quality mat was of utmost importance, especially one so suited for summer. Shi Wuk was astonished that Yuan Jing had presented such a precious gift. The value of this offering was so great that he felt slightly embarrassed to accept it. To alleviate any potential burden on Shi Wuk's conscience, Yuan Jing swiftly adapted her strategy, dividing the gifts into a mentor offering and a betrothal gift. Yuan Jing and Shi Wuk elucidated that the mat and the salt were tokens of affection from the trio towards their mentor. The mat, crafted from the resin of mutated pine trees, may not be particularly precious, yet they hoped he would graciously accept it. The 2 pairs of shoes were gifts of union, which Yuan Jing had prepared in advance for him and Hu Feier, having already presented the apprenticeship gift, and with the shoes completed, it seemed fitting to also deliver the union gifts ahead of time. Shi Wuk felt a flush of warmth, as they had yet to formalize their bond. Nevertheless, the notion of receiving a gift of such significance filled his heart with sweetness. The symbolic value of such a gift made it difficult for him to refuse. He also believed that Hu Feier would look exquisite in these meticulously crafted shoes. Thus, without further hesitation, Shi Wuk accepted this precious apprenticeship gift along with the tokens of union. After presenting the apprenticeship gift, Yuan Jing felt a wave of relief. As this matter had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion, Yuan Jing distributed the icy jade cushions to Bai Shuaxua, Huang Can, and Shi Tian, while Heihu, who was the sole one left without a cushion, elated, Bai Shuaxua, Huang Can, and Shi Tian joyfully settled upon their icy jade cushions. Reluctant to leave them, observing that he was the only one without a cushion, Heihu, who was taken aback, his small face etched with grievance. In the past, his mischievous nature always ensured him a share of everything. Why had things changed now? He was on the verge of tears. Hu, you must diligently cultivate. Do you understand? Once you catch up with your 2 brothers in their training, Mother will grant you an icy jade cushion. If you only focus on play, Mother will not give you one, Yuan Jing patiently explained to Heihu, disregarding his woeful expression. She then gathered the last icy jade cushion in her hands. After bidding farewell to Shi Wuk, Yuan Jing rose to depart. Having resolved the matter of the 3 little ones' apprenticeship, Yuan Jing began to earnestly contemplate how to continue disseminating light. Presently, only she could enter and exit the divine cauldron space. And she had a premonition that if she persistently spread light, the space would upgrade, allowing the 3 little ones to enter as well. Currently, Yuan Jing hesitated to venture alone into the dark forest, fearing she might encounter a spatial wormhole. If the 3 little ones could access the divine cauldron space, she could take them wherever she went, enabling her to explore the dark forest more frequently. Furthermore, should they encounter a beast tide or an insect tide, the odds of survival for the 4 of them would significantly increase. The dark forest was far from stable, and it was wise for Yuan Jing to plan ahead. Researching the dissemination of light proved to be a challenging endeavor. After several days of study, Yuan Jing felt utterly lost and devoid of inspiration. She reminisced about the sunflower chandelier, which had inspired her when she cultivated sunflowers. Yuan Jing intends to first attend to the landscaping of the amusement park and the pavilion. It would be even more delightful if she could draw some inspiration during the process of beautifying the surroundings. Yuan Jing intends to dedicate a month to enhancing the greenery of the amusement park and the gazebo. By the time the landscaping is completed, the 3 little ones will have also finished their initial training. They will then have the opportunity to frolic in the amusement park, and surely, upon witnessing the transformed and rejuvenated environment, the 3 little ones will be filled with joy. Yuan Jing convened the original team that assisted her in constructing the amusement park and game room. With the help of these orcs, she began to plant vibrant flowers, grasses, and trees around the various amusement devices to entice children and cultivate their love for nature. For the sake of safety within the park, the chosen flora was carefully selected to exclude thorny or toxic species, to provide the little ones with more areas for play. Yuan Jing also designed and constructed a lawn spanning approximately 5 acres. She reminisced about her previous life, recalling how mischievous rural children cherished their joyful moments spent climbing trees, picking fruits, and collecting bird eggs during their childhood. Yuan Jing exerted considerable effort, soliciting numerous 2nd and 3rd-tier beastmen from her clan. to transplant several low-growing fruit trees around the amusement park's recreational facilities. Her intention was to provide the little ones with a delightful opportunity to climb trees, gather fruits, and search for bird eggs. To enhance the play experience for the young ones, she also commissioned the beastmen to craft stone sculptures of various animals, including a mutated spotted leopard, a mutated fire antelope, a gurgling beast, a mutated black serpent, and a wild black-spotted leopard. The sculptures were modest in height and polished to a smooth finish. Given the low stature of the sculptures and the robust physical condition of the young cubs, the safety of climbing and playing on them was assured. The craftsmanship of the beastmen and stonework was exceptional. These lifelike sculptures also served to educate the cubs about various animals. Arranging these sculptures in an orderly manner beside the recreational facilities not only beautified the environment, but significantly enhanced the amusement park's charm, proving to be immensely beneficial. Observing the transformed amusement park, Yuan Jing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She pondered how the three little ones would feel upon encountering such an intriguing playground. Once the greening of the amusement park was complete, Yuan Jing turned her attention to the landscaping of the chess room. She envisioned the environment there to resemble a park from her previous life, which would be conducive to young couples on dates. She designed several winding stone pathways flanked by a variety of flowers and trees, creating a serene atmosphere. Additionally, stone benches and swings were placed along the paths, as well as pavilions equipped with stone seats to facilitate conversation for young couples. The design of the park was not the focal point of Yuan Jing's efforts. After conveying her design intentions to a few beastmen, she relinquished control over the park's design. Her true focus lay in a pyramid-shaped stone mountain adjacent to the chess room. Drawing from her memories of her past life, she conceptualized this pyramid-shaped peak as a combination of a Lovelock Bridge and the Yangtze River Bridge. At the base of the pyramid, she constructed a serpentine road leading to the summit. To allow couples ample time for their dates, she designed the winding path to be quite convoluted, requiring a full 8 circuits from the base to the peak. Along the sides of the path from the 4th to the 8th circuit, she installed bridge-like handrails for placing bone chains. Reminiscent of the Lovelock Bridge from her previous life, couples could inscribe their names on a bone chain and secure it to the bridge, intending to revisit it when they became partners or grew old, thereby reliving the romance of their youth. Atop the pyramid-shaped mountain, she planned a direct S-shaped tunnel leading back down. The entrance of the tunnel at the summit featured a double door for free passage, while the exit at the base was a single door, allowing exit only. The S-shaped tunnel was designed with numerous obstacles along the way, presenting a challenging journey. In her previous life, the Yangtze River Bridge was a romantic landmark, said to ensure that lovers who crossed it would grow old together. In this life, the S-shaped tunnel served as a romantic passage, where couples who successfully navigated it would remain together forever. To address safety concerns, Yuan Jing selected this pyramid-shaped mountain due to its solid, massive structure, composed of an exceptionally durable material resistant to cracking or erosion. The mountain's sheer size gave it its towering form, and its quality surpassed that of meteorite iron. The walls of the S-shaped tunnel would be remarkably stable, bolstered by numerous discrete ventilation openings to prevent suffocation. Its safety features far exceeded those of tunnels from her previous life, owing to the extraordinary material of the mountain. The male beastmen were remarkably swift in their stonework, completing the greening of the amusement park and chess room, along with the multifunctional Black Tower Mountain. In just a month and a half, Yuan Jing was not particularly surprised by their efficiency, as she herself had demonstrated remarkable strength in her previous endeavors. The name Black Tower Mountain aptly reflected its pitch-black hue and tower-like shape. To promote the significance of Black Tower Mountain, Yuan Jing erected stone tablets at the base, on the 4th circuit of the Serpentine Road, and at the entrance of the S-shaped tunnel. The inscriptions on these tablets were a product of her careful thought. The tablet at the base simply read, Black Tower Mountain. The tablet on the 4th circuit bore the inscription, Love Bone Chain Bridge, when two lovers secure a bone chain inscribed with their names to the Love Bone Chain Bridge, their hearts will be forever intertwined. The tablet at the S-shaped tunnel entrance read, Heart's Path. This road is fraught with challenges. Those who traverse it successfully will remain together forever. Warm reminder, Heart's Path opens once a month. Please hold hands and cross Heart's Path in the presence of family and friends. Yuan Jing decided to lock the entrance of the Heart's Path out of concern for safety. Should a little one venture out to play, it could pose a danger. It is preferable for young couples to traverse the Heart's Path accompanied by others. Not only can any potential safety incidents be promptly addressed, but they can also receive the blessings of those around them, which would undoubtedly enhance the happiness of the couples. The thought that the heart's path opens only once a month made Yuan Jing feel that the attractions of Black Tower Mountain were somewhat lacking. Consequently, she established a wishing well at the summit of Black Tower Mountain, inspired by the renowned architecture of Rome. The construction of the wishing well was straightforward. A pit approximately 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep was excavated, and a fence, about half a meter high, was erected 5 meters away, encircling the well. Orcs stood with their backs to the well, making wishes, and then tossed colorful stones into it. If the stones landed within the wishing well, their wishes would come true. Once the well was completed, Yuan Jing followed suit and erected a stone tablet beside it. The inscription read, "Wishing well, stand at the edge of the fence, turn your back to the well, and toss a colorful stone from your right hand over your left shoulder. Successfully landing one stone signifies a return to Black Tower Mountain in this lifetime. 2 stones indicate a union with a beloved, and 3 stones will cause an undesired person to depart." After much toil, the dedicated love sanctuary for young couples was finally completed by evening. Once the construction of Black Tower Mountain was finished, the orcs who assisted in its creation descended the mountain. Being a married woman and with her inexplicably absent orc husband, Yuan Jing felt it inappropriate to remain too close to the male orcs. Thus, after a few departed, she gradually made her way down from the summit of Black Tower Mountain. Upon reaching the Bone Chain Bridge of Love, Yuan Jing noticed that there were no chains on the bridge. On a whim, she crafted 4 sets of bone chains using the Divine Light Cauldron. The first set was made from the foot bones of the Iron Ape, completely transparent and resembling a white jade bracelet, inscribed with the names Yuan Tian and Huaner, the legendary celestial couple of the beast realm. Yuan Tian was renowned as the first cultivation genius of the ape tribe, and he was said to be one of the few 9-patterned beasts across the divine beast continent. He devised a method to awaken the martial veins of male cubs using rare beast meat. Yuan Tian loved only Huaner throughout his life. When her lifespan came to an end, he too chose to depart, desiring not to be born on the same day but to die together. Their poignant love story has been passed down for millennia across the divine beast continent. The remaining 4 sets of bone chains were crafted from the following: 1 set from the skull of the Iron Wolf, a gray-blue chain; another set from the tailbone of the Flower Fox beast, a pitch-black chain; a third from the ribs of the Gugu beast, a black-yellow chain; and the last from the scapula of the wild black-spotted leopard, a yellow-green chain. The names of other celestial couples from the divine beast continent were inscribed on these chains. Yuan Jing secured the first set of chains on the Bone Chain Bridge of Love on the 8th circle of the mountain road, while the other 4 sets were placed on the bridges from the 4th to the 7th circles. Despite the first set being transparent, even when the inscribed side faced inward, the names of Yuan Tian and Huaner could still be discerned from the outside. The materials of the other 4 sets were not transparent, and with their inscribed sides facing inward, the orcs could not see the names upon them. This was precisely the effect Yuan Jing desired. She believed that with these chains as examples, the orcs would grasp the purpose of the Bone Chain Bridge of Love. A good deed deserves completion. Having built Black Tower Mountain, it was essential to elucidate the functions of these structures. As for why Yuan Jing possessed so many animal bones, it was because she had long intended to create upgraded scooters and bicycles with training wheels for the 3 little ones, thus collecting various materials into the Divine Cauldron space. After completing the bone chains and securing them, Yuan Jing descended along the serpentine mountain path. Gazing at the beautiful sunset, she envisioned couples strolling by the side of Black Tower Mountain, chatting and enjoying the scenery, a sweet tableau. It was foreseeable that this aunt, who relished gossip, would soon enjoy a life filled with daily doses of love. The journey of becoming a lemon essence was about to commence, with her as the instigator. Yuan Jing made her way to the chess and card room, encountering numerous clan members and young individuals along the journey. She warmly informed each of them that the construction of Black Tower Mountain had been completed and invited them to visit the scenic area at their convenience. She also mentioned that she had just descended from the mountain, remarking on the splendid views it offered. The clan members expressed their intent to visit and explore the site when they found the time the following day. Yuan Jing preferred not to engage in lengthy conversations with her relatives, for she was eager to return home and prepare dinner for her 3 little ones. Thus, she hurried home to cook. When Yuan Jing arrived home, the 3 little ones had yet to return. After washing her hands, she commenced preparing dinner. Having spent a considerable amount of time in this beastly world, she had become quite adept at chopping wood and tending to the fire. With no rice available, she opted to prepare a meat broth and grilled meat. In a mere half hour, Yuan Jing had completed the evening meal, eagerly awaiting the return of the 3 little ones. Today marked the day of the completion of the Black Tower Mountain, and as the beastmen had worked swiftly, Yuan Jing had not yet had the opportunity to settle their remuneration. Thus, while she waited for the children to return for dinner, she made her way to the storeroom to begin preparing the rewards for the beastmen. What she had in abundance was salt. The salt fruit trees she had cultivated within her divine space had borne fruit, providing her with over 1,000 pounds of salt. Her space possessed preservation capabilities, and there were still hundreds of pounds of salt fruits yet to be refined into salt. Therefore, she prepared an ample supply of salt for each individual. Considering that the beastmen had labored under the blazing sun of this world to assist her in constructing various sites, she decided to enhance their original compensation. Consequently, she increased each person's reward from 10 pounds of salt to 15 pounds. Yuan Jing has accumulated several tens of thousands of pounds of beast meat within her space. Moreover, the poultry at the poultry breeding base has begun to reproduce autonomously, leading to an ever-increasing population of the creatures. Yuan Jing no longer has to worry about food. The supplies she currently possesses can sustain her and her daughters for a considerable duration without concern. In approximately 1 to 2 months, the salt fruit trees in the dark forest will bear fruit. At that time, Yuan Jing plans to impart the technique of extracting salt from the salt fruit to the orcs within her clan, hoping that everyone will have an abundance of salt to enjoy. While she herself is no longer troubled by her own sustenance, she yearns for an improved existence for her clan as well. After organizing the rewards for the orcs, the trio of little ones and Shi Tian returned. Having received the ice jade pouch, Shi Tian lost interest in visiting the amusement park. This pouch brought Shi Tian immense joy, prompting her to join the trio in their cultivation endeavors. On the day of the apprenticeship ceremony, Heihu did not obtain the ice jade pouch and soon realized her error. Thus, she dedicated herself to her training with exceptional diligence. The following day, Yuan Jing gifted the ice jade pouch to Heihu, who, much like Shi Tian, developed a newfound passion for cultivation. Thanks to the benefits of the ice jade pouch, Yuan Jing was able to focus on designing the landscaping for the amusement park and pavilion. After ensuring the 4 little ones washed their hands, Yuan Jing and the children began their meal. Yuan Jing has designated the mid-month as the commencement of the Heart's Inquiry Road, as the number of days in each month on the Beast continent is not fixed. However, the exact date of mid-month is easily ascertainable. During the nights in the Beast world, the sky is adorned with 2 moons. At the beginning of the month, the distance between the 2 moons is at its farthest, and by mid-month, the 2 moons converge into one. As the month progresses towards its end, the distance between the moons gradually increases once more. Thus, the mid-month is the most reliable date to confirm. The beastmen even utilize this date to calculate the passage of a year, with the mid-month of the first month denoted as January, continuing in this fashion until the mid-month of December, which signifies the end of the year. The 3rd day following the completion of the Black Tower Mountain marks the mid-month, which also serves as the inaugural opening day of the Heart's Inquiry Road. In the 2 days leading up to this event, Yuan Jing earnestly invited Shi Wuqiu and Hu Feier to witness the first opening day. The enlightenment training for the 3 little ones is nearing its conclusion. In fact, it has already concluded. Consequently, Yuan Jing harbored no concerns regarding the interruption of their enlightenment upon inviting Shi Wuqiu, as the trio, aided by the Ice Jade Pool Wand, quickly entered a meditative state during their training, allowing for a swift progression of their enlightenment journey, which took approximately 1 month. Now, it has been over a month and a half, and the 3 little ones are fully capable of independent practice. Had Yuan Jing provided them with the broth brewed from the divine cauldron of light during their enlightenment, they likely would have mastered solitary training even more swiftly. Nevertheless, to avoid various complications, Yuan Jing only offered them ordinary broth throughout their enlightenment period. It remains uncertain whether Shi Wuqiu was motivated by a desire for closer interaction with Hu Feier or was simply pleased with the apprenticeship gift from Yuan Jing. What could have concluded as an enlightenment education is now extended, as it seems that Shi Wuqiu is currently overseeing the training of the 3 little ones. Yuan Jing was not in a hurry to conclude the enlightenment of the 3 little ones. With Shi Wuqiu supervising their training, she felt considerably at ease. Hence, she allowed the duration of their enlightenment to extend. This time, she invited both Shi Wuqiu and Hu Feier to embark on the journey to the Heart's Path, hoping to provide them with a gentle nudge. After all, Yuan Jing had been an admirer of their pairing for quite some time. In truth, she was uncertain about the thoughts of the 2 young individuals, who, despite their evident mutual affection, had yet to voice their feelings, leaving her, a mere onlooker, in a state of restless anticipation. Yuan Jing understood that both were strong-willed, and likely disdained any interference in their affairs. Thus, she resolved to find a subtle way to assist them. In this era, beastmen tended to be quite forthright in matters of the heart, expressing their likes and dislikes with remarkable candor. Yuan Jing had surmised some reasons behind the hesitance of Shi Wuk and Hu Feier as a four-pattern beastman. Shi Wuk possessed a lifespan of 500 years, while ordinary beastmen lived for only 300. This meant a disparity of 200 years between them, which perhaps contributed to their mutual reluctance. This also explained why Yuan Jing had inscribed the names of Yuan Tian and Hu Wano upon a translucent bone chain, allowing all to see and recalling the love of their predecessors, who served as exemplars for the younger generations. The desire for a shared demise in the same year and month embodies both romance and sorrow. Yuan Jing found it challenging to articulate such a profound love, yet there was no doubt that this bond was noble in its essence. Yuan Jing harbored a desire that Shi Wuk and Hu Feier would not meet such a tragic fate of dying in the same year and month. However, she earnestly wished for them to bravely take that step and follow their hearts. She did not want their fervent spirits to gradually grow indifferent, for love is a rare and precious sentiment. Reflecting upon the tales of her predecessors, Yuan Tian and Hu Waner, she found herself conflicted about whether facilitating a union between the two was right or wrong. Thus, this would be Yuan Jing's final attempt to assist them. It was perhaps better for them to resolve this significant matter on their own. A compelling reason to invite Shi Wuk and Hu Feier was that Hu Baier and her partner, Hu Wen, were preparing to embark on the path of heart, and it was hoped that they could offer their blessings. Hu Baier was a close friend of Hu Feier, and how could Shi Wuk and Hu Feier refuse? Consequently, they agreed to extend their blessings. Yuan Jing became aware that Hu Wen and Hu Baier would traverse the path of introspection together because, on the day following the completion of Haida Mountain, the newly ascended three-striped beast, Hu Wen, sought her out to inquire about the path of introspection. After Yuan Jing's inquiries were addressed, Hu Wen resolved to embark on a journey of introspection with Hu Baier in the presence of their friends and family, hand in hand. In the middle of this month, Yuan Jing quietly consumed the dog food, silently wishing for the enduring happiness of the two. At present, Yuan Jing is aware that only two individuals, Hu Baier and another, from her clan are prepared to embark on the path of reflection. However, she is uncertain about the intentions of the other clan members regarding this journey. Consequently, Yuan Jing cannot ascertain how many couples will traverse the path of reflection on its inaugural opening day. She is also unsure about the number of couples who will successfully navigate this path. The pathway itself is designed to be quite broad, accommodating multiple couples simultaneously. Yuan Jing does not worry about the capacity for accommodating the orc couples. Rather, her concern lies in whether the gift she has prepared will suffice. Yuan Jing made an impromptu decision to present a gift to the lovers who successfully traversed the path of reflection. Initially, she had no intention of bestowing gifts upon the young couples. It was only while she was mending the beastskin skirts for the three little ones that inspiration struck her. She thought of gifting the couple some beastskin t-shirts. This gesture served a dual purpose: to enliven the atmosphere and to sincerely wish the young lovers well. Just imagining the sight of the orc couples donning matching outfits filled Yuan Jing with a sense of excitement. Given the time constraints, she prepared only 4 sets of couple t-shirts. Fearing that the gifts might be insufficient, she crafted some bone necklaces to supplement them. In this beastly realm, the bones of the wild creatures are vibrantly colored, with different parts displaying a spectrum of hues, making the bone necklaces quite exquisite. Thus, after a flurry of preparations, the inaugural day of the Path of Reflection arrived. As usual, Yuan Jing had breakfast with the 4 little ones. After the meal, she directly informed them that there would be no cultivation practice today. The little ones eagerly grabbed their toys and dashed off to the amusement park. After such an extended period of training, their personalities had matured considerably, although they still retained a youthful exuberance. Even with their newfound composure, they were still far from the steadiness of adults. Thus, upon hearing that there would be no cultivation, the little ones could not resist the allure of the amusement park and swiftly raced off to revel in their delight. Yuan Jing no longer concerns herself with the 4 little ones. Today, she must proceed to unlock the path of self-reflection. The mere thought of having to open this path once a month fills her with a sense of overwhelming workload. It seems she must devise a strategy to delegate her responsibilities. Good deeds are not as effortlessly accomplished as one might think. For now, she will dutifully set about unlocking the path of self-reflection. When Yuan Jing hurried to the foot of Haida Mountain, numerous orcs had already begun to ascend the mountain in small groups. Yuan Jing hurriedly ascended the mountain, feeling a sense of relief that she had now transformed into a four-patterned beast. Otherwise, the daunting task of climbing the 8 concentric circles of the Black Tower Mountain would have been quite overwhelming. Upon reaching the 4th circle, she was taken aback to discover that several new bone chains had been added to the Love Bone chain bridge, despite only a few days having passed. It seemed that there were quite a number of young couples within the clan. The newly added bone chains were crafted from opaque materials, suggesting they belonged to more discreet couples, while the more ostentatious pairs likely opted for transparent chains. Furthermore, these new bone chains were even more exquisite than the ones Yuan Jing had set aside as potential gifts. This left her in a state of distress, as she could only hope that the number of couples traversing the path of self-reflection today would not exceed 4 pairs. Yuan Jing spent half an hour before finally arriving at the entrance of the path of self-reflection. After exchanging greetings with the gathered crowd, she opened the path. It was the first time the path had been unveiled, drawing a considerable number of onlookers. However, only 3 couples genuinely wished to traverse the path of self-reflection. The first pair was Hu Wen and Hu Baier. Yuan Jing was already aware that they would embark on this journey, so she was not surprised. The second couple, unexpectedly, comprised Hu Sun and Hu Li, who had been partners for many years. Yuan Jing was truly taken aback, as she had anticipated that only young, unmarried individuals would seek to walk this path. She could only marvel at how Hu Sin's reputation as a devoted husband was well-deserved. Yuan Jing could only silently endure the bittersweet moments of affection. The third couple, both unexpected and yet anticipated by her, consisted of the pair she had long supported as a ship, Shi Wuk and Hu Feier. The two had finally resolved to embark on the path of introspection. Whether it was due to the sight of the 8th layer of transparent bone chains or a preordained understanding, it mattered not. The sight of them entwined in each other's hands brought a sense of fulfillment to Yuan Jing, the bystander. Amidst the blessings of the crowd, the 3 pairs of lovers sequentially ventured into the path of introspection, the grand entrance gradually closing behind them. Atop the mountain, a multitude of beastmen gathered to witness the spectacle. Some tossed colorful stones into the wishing well, while others began their descent down the mountain, eager to ascertain whether these couples could truly emerge from the path of introspection. The design flaw of Black Tower Mountain became evident, as the eager spectators faced the inconvenience of navigating the winding trails to reach the base. The descent from the summit was indeed time-consuming. Yuan Jing had overlooked this issue during her planning. However, the beastmen harbored no complaints, for entertainment in this world was woefully scarce. To witness a lively event, traversing a longer distance was a trivial matter. Moreover, the robust physical condition of the beastmen enabled them to manage the arduous trek. Some, like Yuan Jing, remained atop the mountain, for the tower-like structure allowed a direct view of the base. Thus, from their elevated perch, they could observe the lovers emerge from the path of introspection, though witnessing it from the ground offered a more immediate experience. Yuan Jing had indeed contemplated watching from the mountainside, for witnessing 2 lovers emerge together from the path of introspection at such a close distance, and observing their passionate embrace, would undoubtedly evoke a profound sense of emotion. Yuan Jing was eager to partake in the festivities as well. However, she had to remain at the entrance of the Heart's Path, not only to provide timely assistance, but also to secure the entrance. Fortunately, she had anticipated this the previous day, realizing that she could not be at the mountain base to welcome the young couple. Thus, she enlisted Hu Zhuang's help to manage the delivery of the congratulatory gifts while she focused on preparing them. At present, Hu Zhuang stood at the exit of the Heart's Path, holding the gifts Yuan Jing had arranged. As the orcs descended from the mountain, they gradually approached the exit. And upon hearing that Yuan Jing had prepared gifts for the couples, they hurried back home to retrieve their own tokens of blessing. Black Tower Mountain was conveniently located near the clan square, in close proximity to the orc dwellings. Given their pace, it would take them merely a few minutes to return home. Consequently, within 10 minutes, many orcs were seen carrying their congratulatory gifts. By this time, the couples had likely been walking the Heart's Path for about half an hour. On the day the path was completed, Yuan Jing had traversed it herself, taking a total of 30 minutes. As a 4-patterned orc with night vision capabilities, she estimated that the young couples would take around 40 minutes to navigate the path. With just 10 more minutes until the couples emerged, Yuan Jing found herself unable to tear her gaze away from the exit. Before long, Shi Wuk and Hu Feier appeared from the Heart's Path, surprising everyone with their swift completion of the journey. The strength of a 4-patterned male orc was indeed formidable. Upon exiting, the two could not help but embrace, perhaps due to the darkness they had traversed together or the struggles they faced in coming together. After overcoming trials, they had finally united. When they noticed the multitude of well-wishers around them, they shyly separated. The orc clan members began to offer their blessings, and the couple also received the gifts prepared by Yuan Jing. Shi Wuk and Hu Feier finally confirmed their feelings for one another and were enveloped in the warmth of the blessings from their kin. They were immersed in happiness, unable to contain the smiles that graced their lips. Shortly thereafter, Hu Wen, Hu Baier, Hu Xin, and Hu Li also emerged from the heart's path. Seeing all 6 individuals safely exit brought a sense of relief to Yuan Jing. The newly united couples received a variety of congratulatory gifts from their fellow clan members, including flowers, wild fruits, bone and stone chains, as well as the couple t-shirts gifted by Yuan Jing. Though these items may not have been of great value, they were imbued with the sincerest blessings of their kin. Observing the lively scene at the mountain base, Yuan Jing felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Securing the heart's path marked the successful conclusion of its inaugural opening. Yuan Jing was also preparing to descend the mountain, accompanied by Hu Hua, who was among her closest acquaintances. Recently, they had not seen much of each other, resulting in a decline in their communication. As they chatted while making their way down, Yuan Jing discovered that Hu Hua was expecting a child. No wonder Hu Hua hadn't sought her out for quite some time. It turned out that her maid, Hu Ge, had been keeping her confined at home. This time, Hu Hua had sneaked out to join the festivities. With Hu Ge away on a quest for rare beast meat, Hu Hua took the opportunity to venture out and indulge in the lively atmosphere. Yuan Jing couldn't help but internally lament her own solitude as she witnessed their joyful reunion. Upon reaching the 6th loop of the mountain path, Hu Hua suddenly gasped, exclaiming, "Wow, that bone chain is exquisite." Following Hu Hua's gaze, Yuan Jing beheld a sparkling array of bone chains affixed to the love bone chain bridge, resembling a string of radiant gemstones. It was unclear which couple had secured their love in such a grandiose manner. It certainly spoke of affluence among the local beastmen, exceeding her expectations. In that moment, Yuan Jing was inspired to consider enriching her divine space with additional resources. Once they entered the tribe, she couldn't shake her concern for Hu Hua, especially given her pregnancy and the arduous journey they had undertaken. Thus, Yuan Jing attentively escorted Hu Hua back home. After ensuring her friend's safety, Yuan Jing turned towards the amusement park, where the joyful sounds of the 4 little ones playing could be heard from afar. Pondering for a moment, she decided to allow them to continue their frolic for a while longer. Yuan Jing approached the square pavilion where Hu Zhuang resided and shared her intention to appoint a beastman to guard the path of reflection. She inquired if Hu Zhuang had any suitable candidates in mind. To her surprise, Hu Zhuang indeed recommended an individual. This beastman, known as Hu Di, was somewhat familiar to Yuan Jing. He had previously assisted her in constructing an amusement park and appeared to be a rather naive and honest male beastman. In his youth, Hu Di had been one of the 3 striped beasts of the tribe. But an unfortunate incident involving the consumption of a toxic fruit had caused him to regress from a 3-striped beast to an ordinary beastman. Since the decline of his strength, he had become increasingly taciturn, and the passing of his mate a few years prior only deepened his silence. Hu Zhuang suggested building a small stone house for Hu Di at the summit of Black Tower Mountain, allowing him to oversee the opening and closing of the path of reflection on a long-term basis. Initially, Yuan Jing had envisioned a more sporadic arrangement, with someone visiting once a month. However, having a permanent guardian seemed advantageous. Thus, she entrusted Hu Zhuang with the task, permitting Hu Di to remain at Black Tower Mountain for an extended period if he was willing, or to simply visit once a month should he prefer. A few days later, Hu Zhuang conveyed the news that Hu Di was indeed willing to stay at Black Tower Mountain. Yuan Jing then handed over the keys to the path of reflection and promised to supply him with ample provisions and salt each month, along with an annual compensation of 12 pounds of salt. Hu Di was content with this arrangement, which was quite generous for a beastman lacking combat prowess. With a guardian in place for the path of reflection, Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief and resumed her life of research and gardening. One day, 2 prominent figures arrived at the tribe: Serpentian's beast father and beast mother. The beast mother, longing for her mischievous son who often roamed far from home, had requested the tribe leader, Shi Donglai, to accompany her to the tiger tribe in hopes of bringing her son back. The keen senses of the beastmen quickly detected the presence of outsiders, and upon recognizing the tribe leader, the high-ranking members of the tiger tribe relaxed, understanding that there was no malicious intent behind their visit. The leader of the tiger tribe and its esteemed members welcomed the Serpentine leaders. As they traversed the main thoroughfare of the tiger tribe, Shi Donglai was taken aback. The resinous pine tree surface was far smoother than expected compared to stone pathways. He had not anticipated that a tribe with modest combat abilities would possess such rich heritage. Upon witnessing the pavilions adjacent to the amusement park and the diverse flora, both he and his mate marveled at the exquisite construction of the Tiger Tribe's recreational facilities, realizing why their son, Shiwuk, frequented the Tiger Tribe. Upon arriving at the amusement park, they found little Shi Tian joyfully playing with 3 other young ones, their laughter resonating through the air. Witnessing his happiness brought delight to Shi Donglai and his mate. They were both impressed by the clever design of the amusement park and, for the first time, saw their son reveling in such joy, sparking thoughts of constructing an amusement park within their own tribe. Shi Tian and his friends spent their mornings training and their afternoons at the amusement park. The preciousness of their playtime after a morning of discipline intensified their joy, as they became completely immersed in their world of fun. Oblivious to the arrival of his parents, Shi Tian continued to play until his mother, Shiyu, called out to him. Only then did he notice his beast father and beast mother darting into Shiyu's embrace while affectionately seeking her attention. Shiyu tenderly stroked his little head, and their sweet interaction left Shi Donglai feeling somewhat sidelined, as if he were invisible, accustomed to such neglect. Shiyu explained her intention to take him back to the Serpentine tribe, but Shi Tian was unwilling. He pleaded with his mother to stay in the Serpentine tribe, hoping to enjoy the amusement park while seeing her every day. Once again, Shi Donglai felt overlooked, as if he were a mere afterthought. This predicament left Shiyu in a bind. Her initial plan to bring her son home was now complicated by his desire for her to remain. The allure of the amusement park was evidently too great. She resolved to find a way to establish an amusement park in the Serpentine tribe. After a fleeting moment of affection, Shi Tian returned to the amusement park. Shiyu felt increasingly helpless, sensing that her son valued the amusement park more than her presence. However, witnessing his joy brought her happiness as well. Consequently, the couple shifted their focus from bringing Shi Tian back to the tribe to constructing an amusement park within the Serpentine territory before eventually retrieving their son. They inquired about the construction of the amusement park, and the tribe members candidly shared the details of Yuan Jing's endeavor. Soon, Shi Donglai and his mate found themselves at Yuan Jing's small courtyard. Upon hearing their arrival, Yuan Jing stepped out to greet them, initially assuming they were fellow tribe members, only to be met by a dapper young male beastman and an exquisitely beautiful female beastman, individuals she had never encountered before. Noticing the resemblance between them and Shi Tian, Yuan Jing speculated that they had come for him. Yuan Jing, undeterred by the visitors' intentions, welcomed them into her quaint courtyard upon perceiving no malice in their demeanor. The couple from the Serpent clan marveled at the vibrant flora surrounding Yuan Jing, exclaiming how exquisite the environment was and how adept she was at savoring life. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Jing discovered that the youthful male orc before her was, in fact, the chieftain of the Serpent clan. Was it not said that the chieftain was 24 years senior to Shi Wuqing? He appeared remarkably youthful. The 5-line orcs, indeed, possessed an extraordinary ability to maintain their youthful appearance, reflecting on the middle-aged appearances of the Tiger clan chieftain and other 3-line male orcs. Yuan Jing suddenly realized that her aspirations for the trio's cultivation, aimed at achieving 4-line status, were rather modest. Should they only ascend to 5-line status, they could retain their youthful visage indefinitely, rendering them exceptionally handsome. Contemplating this, Yuan Jing silently recalibrated her goals for the trio's advancement to 5-line orcs, a shift that would necessitate an abundance of resources. Alas, it seemed that Yuan Jing would need to dedicate more time to her research. After a while of courteous conversation, the couple expressed their gratitude for Yuan Jing's long-standing care of little Shi Tian, presenting her with a small pouch of purple bird's nest. This bird's nest, entirely purple and imbued with a subtle sheen, took Yuan Jing by surprise. She had not anticipated such a delicacy existed in this beastly realm. However, it was evident that this bird's nest was no ordinary fare, and she felt somewhat hesitant to accept it. Yet, contemplating the prospect of offering little Shi Tian better gifts in the future, she graciously accepted. Observing Yuan Jing accept the purple bird's nest, the couple abandoned their indirect approach and directly broached the subject of establishing an amusement park within the Serpent clan. To alleviate any concerns Yuan Jing might have, they conveyed the stance of the Tiger clan's higher-ups, who suggested that Yuan Jing could decide whether or not to promote the construction methods for the amusement park. Yuan Jing promptly presented her meticulously crafted design blueprints. She regarded the amusement park's design as her inaugural masterpiece, thus preserving the documents with great care. In truth, the amusement park comprises rudimentary elements that can be easily replicated with determination, as the technical demands are not particularly high. Yuan Jing harbored no intentions of secrecy. She generously shared her designs with Shi Donglai and his companion, thoroughly explaining the contents of the blueprints. Given the simplicity of the amusement park's construction, with Yuan Jing's elucidation, Shi Donglai and his team could effortlessly bring the new amusement park to fruition. The pinnacle of technical complexity within the entire amusement park lay in the pine resin flooring. Yuan Jing advised the duo to consult with the chief of the tiger tribe regarding the technical aspects of the pine resin flooring, choosing to refrain from further involvement. Such matters were better left for the esteemed leaders of the tribe to address. Yuan Jing graciously presented the two individuals with toys such as building blocks and puzzles. Upon learning of their interest in mahjong, she further gifted them a set of the game. The recipients, Shi Donglai and his companion, were quite delighted with these offerings. Although these items may not be of great value, their novelty brought a refreshing joy to their otherwise mundane existence in the beast realm. Having received what they desired, the couple bid farewell to Yuan Jing without delay. They then proceeded to consult with the Tiger Clan leader regarding matters concerning the resin flooring made from pine trees. Once the issues related to the amusement park were resolved, they exchanged greetings with the little snake Tian and Shi Wuqie before returning to the Serpent Clan together. After the departure of Shi Donglai and his wife, Shi Wuqie approached Yuan Jing to take his leave, as the enlightenment of the three little ones had been completed, and he needed to return to the Serpent Clan to prepare items for his upcoming union with Hu Feier. Yuan Jing, as an onlooker, felt a sense of fulfillment in witnessing their happy conclusion. Yuan Jing had not yet found the opportunity to extend her heartfelt congratulations to the couple when Shi Wuqie unexpectedly expressed his gratitude towards her. Shi Wuqie felt that had it not been for Yuan Jing's invitation to join her for a game of mahjong, he would never have met Hu Feier. Furthermore, without the game room that Yuan Jing had constructed, he would not have had the chance to become acquainted with Hu Feier. Additionally, had it not been for the Black Tower Mountain that Yuan Jing built, he and Hu Feier would not have been able to swiftly affirm their feelings for one another. In essence, Shi Wuqie was genuinely thankful to Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing would naturally refrain from revealing that she had been quietly shipping their coupledom all along. Yuan Jing harbored a fear of snakes, while Wu Kei bore his own psychological burdens. Yuan Jing merely elucidated that her establishment of the card room and the Black Tower Mountain were endeavors aimed at augmenting their livelihood. Their encounter and subsequent acquaintance was a serendipitous gift from the heavens. Indeed, while Yuan Jing facilitated their connection, the ultimate decision for the two to unite was a fate cultivated through their past lives. Yuan Jing did not dare to claim any credit for it. Yuan Jing sincerely wishes that Shi Wuqie and his partner may enjoy everlasting love. Yuan Jing inquired about the location where Shi Wuqie and his partner intended to formalize their union. In the beast realm, the ceremony of bonding can take place either within the tribe of the female or that of the male. Typically, such ceremonies are more often held in the male's tribe, as female beastmen generally accompany their male counterparts to reside in the latter's territory. Shi Wuqie expressed their intention to hold the bonding ceremony in the Tiger Clan's tribe. Following the completion of the ceremony, he wished to take Hu Feier on a journey along the path of reflection once more. He sought Yuan Jing's consent to embark on this journey on that day. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Jing consented. For the closure of the Heart's Path was a matter of safety. The Heart's Path was originally intended to facilitate the union of lovers. How could Yuan Jing possibly refuse? Upon receiving Yuan Jing's affirmative response, Shi Wuqie felt an overwhelming joy. Retracing the Heart's Path could be regarded as a delightful surprise. Shi Wuqie prepared for Hu Feier. The Lovebone Chain Bridge and the Heart's Path along the 8th Circular Mountain Road held profound significance for the two of them. When they first traversed the Lovebone Chain Bridge, their feelings remained unspoken. By the time they crossed it again, they had become partners. Different states of mind, different sensations. Yuan Jing couldn't help but exclaim how fortunate Hu Feier was to encounter the right person at the right moment. Such a true blessing. Yuan Jing bid farewell to Shi Wuqie, who radiated an aura of happiness. Shi Wuqie returned to the Serpent Clan, taking along the little serpent Tian. The sudden absence of the little serpent Tian in the household left Yuan Jing feeling quite unaccustomed. Strangely, from the moment she first encountered Shi Tian, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Perhaps it was destiny. After spending so many days together, Yuan Jing had come to regard the little serpent Tian as a member of her own family. With the departure of her mentor, Shi Wuqie, Yuan Jing began a daily routine of overseeing the cultivation of the three little ones. Given their tender age, Yuan Jing preferred not to impose overly strict rules. Thus, she required the three little ones to practice for 1 hour each morning and another hour each afternoon, allowing them the freedom to engage in other activities during the remainder of the day. In truth, supervising their cultivation was not particularly arduous. Yuan Jing, now a four-patterned beast with keen perception, could easily monitor their progress while tending to her garden or studying the sacred light cauldron. It became apparent to her that the three little ones were not fully committed to their practice, as she could discern their lack of diligence with a mere glance. Since the incident involving the ice jade lotus, Heihu had come to understand the significance of cultivation and was now able to focus on it with a sense of calm. Consequently, overseeing the cultivation of the three little ones became a light-hearted task. Life flowed smoothly and joyfully. However, as the middle of next month approached, Yuan Jing began to feel that there were numerous inadequacies in the design of Black Tower Mountain. It would indeed be prudent to undertake some renovations. To conserve her own time, Yuan Jing decided not to involve herself in the reconstruction of Black Tower Mountain. Yuan Jing directly conveyed her intention to construct a stone staircase on Black Tower Mountain, as well as to establish 8 segments of slides along the 8 circular mountain paths. To Hu Zhuang, who was tasked with arranging the necessary workforce for the construction. The compensation required for the building of the stone staircase and the 8 slides would be provided by Yuan Jing herself. The staircase is designed to descend directly from the summit of Black Tower Mountain to its base, featuring a gently winding path that is less convoluted than the surrounding mountain route, thus saving time on the descent while ensuring a higher level of safety. To further enhance the safety of the staircase, Yuan Jing also requested Hu Zhuang to install safety railings on both sides, significantly improving its security. The slides are segmented into 8 parts. Since they are not connected, they boast a high degree of safety, allowing the young orcs to play freely. Adult orcs can also utilize the slides to descend the mountain, rendering them quite practical. The design of the staircase and the segmented slides on Black Tower Mountain will greatly enhance the overall utility of the area. On this day, the couple Shidonglai visited the Tiger Tribe, celebrating the completion of the amusement park and the impending union of Shi Wuk and Hu Fei'er, with their bonding ceremony scheduled to take place within the Tiger Tribe. Thus, the couple wished to extend an invitation to the tribal leader's family, Yuan Jing's family, and other orcs within the tribe to visit the Shi tribe. Yuan Jing then realized that the amusement park within the Serpent Clan had indeed been completed. Yuan Jing never anticipated that the amusement park within the Serpent Clan would be constructed so swiftly. While the renovations at Black Tower Mountain remained incomplete, the amusement park of the Serpent Clan had remarkably been established, and it dwarfed that of the Tiger Clan in scale. The influence of a clan leader is indeed beyond the reach of a mere small fry like Yuan Jing. However, with the thought of Shi Wuqiu and the others' journey along the path of reflection looming, Yuan Jing felt compelled to expedite the renovations at Black Tower Mountain. As for the prospect of visiting the Serpent Clan, Yuan Jing had longed for the opportunity to depart from the tribe openly, and now, with such a splendid chance presented, refusal was out of the question. Thus, the group decided to set out from the Tiger Clan tomorrow, heading towards the Serpent Clan. Seizing the remaining time of the day, Yuan Jing hurried to arrange the matters concerning the renovation of Black Tower Mountain. Yuan Jing sought the counsel of Hu Zhuang regarding the renovation of Haida Mountain. She expressed her desire for Hu Zhuang to enlist more male orcs to assist in the transformation of the mountain. Although Haida Mountain itself is comprised of a substantial rocky formation, it is adorned with a modest array of vibrant flora, albeit in limited quantities. Yuan Jing plans to excavate additional stone pits along the mountain road of Haida Mountain and fill them with soil to cultivate flowers and plants. This will enhance the overall beauty of Haida Mountain. Yuan Jing presented 50 pounds of candy to Hu Zhuang, urging him to enlist as many clansmen as possible to assist in the endeavor of completing the stone steps and the 8-segment slide before Shi Wuqiu's union. Concurrently, efforts should be made to enhance the greenery of Black Tower Mountain. Yuan Jing merely instructed Hu Zhuang to exert his utmost efforts in arranging matters. Should he be unable to complete the tasks, it would not be of great consequence, considering the considerable volume of work involved. Yuan Jing herself would strive to do her best, harboring no excessive expectations regarding the outcome. Once the affairs at Haida Mountain were satisfactorily organized, she found that there was still ample time remaining. Yuan Jing intended to take a leisurely stroll within her clan. During this casual wander, she unexpectedly found herself by the riverbank. The last time she visited this riverside was in search of materials for crafting oil floats. Perhaps it was fate that led her to discover a teapot shell. After creating a shell lamp from it, she unexpectedly acquired the divine cauldron of light. Without the companionship and assistance of this divine artifact, it is likely that Yuan Jing would still lack martial prowess. Without such strength, she would be constrained in every aspect and would not enjoy the carefree and leisurely life she leads now. Observing the significantly widened river, Her heart stirred with a blend of emotions. After calming her thoughts and watching the joyful fish and shrimp frolicking in the water, an excellent idea struck her. She could construct a fish pond within the space of the cauldron. Fish and shrimp are delightful treasures, and in her past life, she relished dishes like poached, steamed, and braised seafood. At this moment, Yuan Jing felt a twinge of regret for not having procured some fish or shrimp earlier. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of resources in this beastly realm. The orcs residing in the dark forest seemed to abstain from consuming seafood. As for whether the orcs near the coast indulged in such delicacies, Yuan Jing was uncertain, for her previous incarnation had never ventured to the seaside. Consequently, she made her way to a secluded corner by the riverbank, ensuring that no one was around, before she swiftly slipped into her spatial realm. Yuan Jing has now become increasingly adept at utilizing the divine cauldron space. She can now manipulate the elements within this ethereal realm with the power of her thoughts. Yuan Jing exerted her will to manipulate the vacant expanse of the divine cauldron space, and soon, for large pits, each measuring 5 acres in width and 4 meters in depth, manifested upon the ground. Yuan Jing's strength remains insufficient after merely excavating 4 large pits. She was left utterly exhausted, with her head throbbing as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Yuan Jing understood that this was the limit of her abilities. She quickly seated herself to meditate and rest. After 2 hours of respite, Yuan Jing exited the divine cauldron space. Fortunately, the passage of time within the space was considerably swifter than that of the outside world. Although she had remained in the space for over 2 hours, only a little more than an hour had elapsed outside. Noticing that the day was drawing to a close, Yuan Jing hastily turned and returned to her small courtyard. Yuan Jing indeed wished to directly store the fish, shrimp, and water from Hanoi into her spatial realm. However, she had yet to fully recuperate. Moreover, there were numerous members within her clan, and she preferred not to draw undue attention to her actions. Should her kin discover her endeavors, it would be challenging to provide a satisfactory explanation. Thus, the task of gathering fish and shrimp to replenish her spatial resources could only be discreetly undertaken after nightfall. Upon returning home, Yuan Jing discovered that the 3 little ones were diligently practicing their skills. A wave of gratification washed over her, as she felt a profound joy for their unwavering dedication at such a tender age. The Tiger clan was indeed rather limited in scope, and beyond its confines lay a vast and boundless world. Yuan Jing harbored hopes that the 3 youngsters would venture out into the world in the days to come, rather than remain ensnared in this small corner. Although the outside realm might not offer the same comfort as the Tiger clan, the opportunity to explore and experience broader horizons was undeniably valuable. Perhaps inspired by the sight of their earnest efforts, Yuan Jing's spirits soared today. No longer preoccupied with their training, she turned her attention to preparing the evening meal. Yuan Jing retrieved the precious bird's nest she had long hesitated to consume. This evening's meal consisted solely of this modest half-bag of delicacy. The half-bag of bird's nest gifted by the Shi Donglai couple was similarly small, and Yuan Jing decided to prepare it all at once. As a short span of half an hour elapsed, the air within the divine cauldron became infused with the enticing aroma of the bird's nest. Yuan Jing divided the purple bird's nest into 4 portions and placed them on the stone table. The nest, gleaming with a translucent radiance, exhibited a delicate lavender hue, surrounded by a faint purple glow, unmistakably a rare delicacy. Produced by the divine light cauldron, it promised to be an exquisite treat. Yuan Jing found herself eagerly anticipating the flavor of the bird's nest. Summoning the 3 little ones who were cultivating within the house, the family of 4 commenced their dinner. While boiling the purple bird's nest, Yuan Jing added only water, refraining from any additional seasonings. To her surprise, the bird's nest imparted a sweet, refreshing taste, leaving her feeling invigorated as if every pore in her body had opened up after savoring a bowl. Just as Yuan Jing yearned for more, Huang Qingqin astonishingly advanced to a 2-patterned beastman. Moments later, both He Hu Hu and Bai Shu Shu followed suit, also evolving into 2-patterned beastmen. The effects of the purple bird's nest were truly remarkable. Yuan Jing secretly devised a plan to acquire more purple birds' nests during her visit to the serpent tribe. With the transformation of the 3 little ones into 2-patterned beastmen, their power was undoubtedly on the rise. However, what intrigued Yuan Jing most was not the extent of their newfound strength, but rather how they would appear in their human forms. When they were 1-patterned beasts, they took on the appearance of 2-year-old toddlers, leaving her curious about the age they might resemble as 2-patterned beasts. Thus, she urged the trio to transform into their human forms. The 3 little ones, equally curious about how their enhanced abilities would manifest, successfully morphed into their human shapes, drawing upon their previous experience. Now, they appeared as adorable toddlers of 3 to 4 years old, their rosy cheeks resembling those of traditional Chinese New Year dolls. Truly delightful to behold. Yuan Jing felt a tinge of curiosity. She wondered if the three little ones could speak after transforming into the two-striped beasts. Thus, she gently prompted them. Perhaps having listened to others converse frequently, the three little ones surprisingly began to articulate words. However, still unfamiliar with their vocal cords, their pronunciation remained somewhat inaccurate. Yuan Jing felt that in a week or two, the three little ones would completely master the art of speech. How delightful it would be. At last, she would hear their voices. Yuan Jing was filled with joy, especially when she heard the three little ones tenderly calling her mother in their soft, endearing voices. A wave of emotion washed over her, causing her nose to tingle. She couldn't help but marvel at how much the three had grown. With that single utterance of mother, Yuan Jing felt that everything had been worth it. Yuan Jing was moved, while the three little ones were practicing their speech. Listening to their inaccurate pronunciations, Yuan Jing couldn't help but laugh. They were simply too adorable. Yuan Jing gently kissed the little heads of the three children and allowed them to practice speaking on their own. Yuan Jing then went to prepare new animal skin skirts for the three little ones. As they transitioned from first to second-rank beasts, their physiques had significantly enlarged, rendering their previous skirts rather snug and unsuitable. Thus, Yuan Jing was compelled to craft several new animal skin skirts for them. Initially, she contemplated enlarging the little skirts. However, upon inspecting them, she discovered an astonishing 20 skirts with 2 holes at the back. Yuan Jing had previously assumed that the number of damaged skirts would not exceed 10. Now faced with such an abundance of tattered garments, she could not help but sigh in exasperation. She yearned for a moment of tranquility. It was evident that the three little ones had been indulging in numerous slides lately, leading to the extensive damage of their skirts. No wonder Yuan Jing had frequently encountered little beasts sporting patched-up backsides during her recent strolls within the clan. If Yuan Jing does not prepare new animal skin skirts soon, the three little ones will have to wear patched animal skin skirts. What more can be said? The original intention of constructing this slide was to bring joy to the little cubs. She never anticipated that building the slide would lead to many young members of the tribe living in patched animal skin skirts. It seems that the era of all young cubs donning patched animal skin skirts is imminent. The image is so delightful that Yuan Jing feels compelled to cover her face. However, upon reflection, it appears that wearing patched animal skin skirts could be rather charming. Thus, the new animal skin skirts for the three little ones were also adorned with patches. Yuan Jing finds herself quite eager to see how the three little ones will appear in their new animal skin skirts. However, contemplating the upcoming journey to the serpent tribe to frolic with the little snake Tian, she has decided to prepare several brand new animal skin skirts, each pristine and free of patches. Yuan Jing has completed the task of preparing the leather skirts, and the three little ones have dutifully washed up and gone to bed. The little beasts are indeed easy to manage. Yuan Jing feels a profound sense of satisfaction at the maturity displayed by the three little ones. Yuan Jing gently coaxed the three little ones to sleep by their bedside. Once they had drifted off, she couldn't help but plant tender kisses on their adorable little faces. Gazing at the trio, Yuan Jing felt an overwhelming softness envelop her heart. She delicately tucked them in with their fur blankets. Yuan Jing turned and walked to the icy jade mat, where she usually practiced her skills. This mat was custom-made by Yuan Jing for herself, significantly larger than the icy jade mats of the three little ones. It was perfectly suited for her training. After practicing for about an hour, Yuan Jing prepared to head out. By this time, dusk had fallen, and most households within the clan had extinguished their lights, signifying that the majority of the clan members were already asleep. The recent fervor for all-night mahjong had also subsided, and there was no one left at the silver coin game room to engage in late-night games. Yuan Jing has grown considerably bolder. She relinquishes her 5 senses and 6th sense. While remaining vigilant to the dynamics within her clan, she cautiously makes her way toward the riverbank. Fortunately, Yuan Jing possesses the ability of night vision. Otherwise, traversing this long stretch of darkness, where not a hand could be seen before one's face, would render her utterly immobile without any illumination. Yuan Jing was also fearful of being discovered by the influential figures within her clan, thus refraining from using any illumination tools. Relying solely on her night vision abilities, she swiftly made her way to the riverbank. To her surprise, the crabs, which she had not noticed the previous afternoon, had now ventured onto the sandy shore. It was then that Yuan Jing realized the river harbored such creatures. Gazing at the multitude of crabs before her, She could not help but swallow her saliva in anticipation. Yuan Jing swiftly contacted the divine cauldron space, directing the waters of Hanoi into the first large pit situated within the expanse of the divine cauldron space. Supplementing the space with resources required little exertion from Yuan Jing, and soon the water level within the pit rose to approximately 3.5 meters. At this juncture, the first large pit had transformed into a fish pond. This depth was perfectly suited for rearing fish and shrimp, prompting Yuan Jing to cease the influx of water into the initial pond. Concerned that the crabs might struggle to thrive in the confines of the space, Yuan Jing also collected a portion of river sand and placed it along the edge of the first pond, thereby facilitating the nocturnal activities of the crabs. The rudimentary first fish pond was thus completed. Yuan Jing carefully collected the crabs from the sandy expanse and placed them into the first fish pond within her divine space, thus completing the task of gathering the crabs. After securing the crabs, she examined the riverbank's sandy surface, concerned that any irregularities could arouse suspicion. Fortunately, she had anticipated this issue when she collected the river sand, so she had taken it from various locations, ensuring that the sandy terrain appeared unaltered. After a thorough inspection, Yuan Jing finally felt at ease. Observing the emptiness of the first fish pond, she resolved to procure some fish and shrimp to populate the waters. The task of collecting fish and shrimp proved to be quite challenging. The crabs lay lazily on the ground, undisturbed even by the considerable noise Yuan Jing made while gathering sand. Thus, the collection of the crabs was remarkably simple, akin to gathering lifeless objects, as she swiftly removed them from the surface. In contrast, the fish and shrimp darted about in the river, some moving with remarkable speed, making their collection a rather troublesome endeavor. Yuan Jing stood by the river, momentarily at a loss. Upon reflection, she felt rather foolish. She could have specifically targeted a section of water teeming with fish and shrimp. By doing so, both the aquatic life and the water would be collected into the first fish pond. It was perplexing that she had not thought of this sooner, having merely focused on collecting water. Consequently, Yuan Jing traversed along the riverbank, identifying several fertile patches rich with fish and shrimp, and gathered both the water and its inhabitants into the first fish pond. After a continuous effort to fill the pond with 4 or 5 sections of water, the 4-meter-deep pond was nearly brimming. Yuan Jing promptly ceased her activities. Yuan Jing entered the space and beheld the first fish pond, its sandy edges teeming with crabs, while various fish and shrimp frolicked joyfully in the water. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. During the initial phase, she had focused solely on filling the first pond with water, resulting in a modest number of fish and shrimp. However, the thriving environment within the space gave her confidence that it would not be long before the pond would teem with a greater abundance of aquatic life. These creatures could very well become her sustenance. After confirming that the fish and shrimp in the first pond were in good condition, Yuan Jing promptly exited the space. Gazing at the sandy riverbank, she had no intention of returning immediately. She wished to search for some teapot shells among the sand. These shells could be crafted into lamps, or cleaned and repurposed as containers, serving as vases for flowers or vessels for tea, proving to be quite versatile. Most importantly, the lightweight nature of the teapot shells made them far more convenient than cumbersome stone implements. However, the quantity of teapot shells in the sand had significantly dwindled. After a prolonged search, she managed to collect only around 20. It seemed that the members of her clan had frequently visited this sandy area to gather teapot shells. Yuan Jing found it rather peculiar that the sandy ground was littered with teapot snail shells, yet she had not encountered any living teapot snails. If she could discover a living specimen, she could nurture it within the divine cauldron space, and should it mutate, Yuan Jing would effortlessly create new lighting devices without the need for extensive research. The mere thought of producing innovative lighting tools with such ease propelled her to diligently search for traces of the teapot snails. The presence of teapot snail shells along the riverbank strongly suggested that these creatures likely inhabited the sandy terrain nearby. She recalled how, in her previous life, snails often burrowed into the earth for sustenance. Yuan Jing commenced her excavation at the periphery of the sandy expanse, delving 3 feet deep in search of teapot snails. After an extensive search, all she found in the sand was, indeed, more sand. Reluctantly, she shifted her efforts to the sandy area near the riverbank. To her astonishment, after digging over a meter deep, she unearthed an actual teapot snail. However, it was buried far too deeply. At this rate of excavation, her hands would surely tire before she could uncover many more teapot snails. Yuan Jing's mind began to conjure images of her previous life, where she would dig for bamboo clams by the seaside. A sprinkle of salt on the beach would coax the clams to surface, regardless of its efficacy. Yuan Jing resolved to give it a try. One cannot ascertain without experimentation. As she cast a handful of salt, the teapot snails, much like the bamboo clams, promptly emerged from the sandy depths. The heads of the teapot snails, positioned at the spout, bore a resemblance to that of a snail, exuding a somewhat clumsy charm. They appeared far from intimidating, and rather possessed an endearing quality. Upon encountering the shell of the teapot snail, Yuan Jing noticed that its head retreated into the spout, revealing a hint of timidity. Refraining from further teasing the teapot snail, she quickly employed the method she used for catching bamboo clams by the seaside, successfully gathering around 100 teapot snails, which she carefully placed into a nearby basket. Yuan Jing decided to cease her collection of teapot snails, as they possessed the ability to reproduce on their own, and she preferred not to capture an excessive number, deeming it rather a waste of time. Yuan Jing continued to fill the sandy ground of the first fish pond with river sand, estimating that the sand was at least a meter deep before she ceased the transfer of sand. She cast the teapot snails from the basket into the sandy terrain of the first fish pond, watching as they swiftly vanished beneath the surface. Having completed her tasks, Yuan Jing prepared to return home. Despite the numerous activities she had undertaken, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. In stark contrast to the earlier occasion when merely excavating 4 large pits within her space had left her with a throbbing headache, Yuan Jing found it quite effortless to store items within the divine cauldron space. However, managing the affairs within that realm proved to be rather challenging. She could not ascertain the reason behind it, and decided to set her mind at ease, dismissing any further contemplation. Upon returning to her stone abode, Yuan Jing opted against practicing her cultivation. After attending to her personal hygiene, she promptly reclined upon her bed and succumbed to slumber. After a long night of toil, a restful reprieve was indeed warranted. Upon awakening, she discovered the sun had risen high in the sky. Concerned that the 3 little ones might go hungry, Yuan Jing hurriedly washed up and set about preparing breakfast. With the presence of the radiant divine cauldron, cooking a meal became a simple task. She placed the cauldron over the fire and set about concocting a savory beast meat soup. The firewood in this beastly realm burned exceptionally well. Once ignited, it would persistently blaze on. Naturally, one must occasionally check to ensure the wood did not burn out, for if it were to extinguish, the flames would inevitably die down as well. Thus, having ignited the fire and filled the divine cauldron with meat and water, Yuan Jing was free from further concern regarding the soup. She took a moment to observe the 3 little ones, initially intending to engage them in conversation. However, upon noticing their earnest dedication to cultivation, she refrained from interrupting their practice. Seizing the opportunity while the soup simmered, Yuan Jing fetched a small pair of scissors and tended to the flowers and plants in her courtyard. Estimating that the soup was nearing completion, she set aside her pruning activities. As she washed her hands, she called for the 3 little ones to do the same. Once they had all cleaned their hands, the 4 of them gathered to partake in their breakfast. The morning's cultivation tasks had been successfully accomplished by the 3 little ones. Yuan Jing informed the 3 little ones that they could embark on their journey to the serpent tribe to meet their friend, Little Snake Tian, the following day. The trio was utterly elated. Not only did they genuinely miss their companion, but they had also never ventured beyond the tiger tribe. Their curiosity about the outside world was insatiable. The mere thought of exploring beyond their tribe filled them with boundless joy. Yuan Jing retrieved the suitcase and backpack prepared for the 3 little ones from the storage room. The suitcase resembled the one from her previous life, featuring a base equipped with wheels for easy maneuverability. However, the wheels designed by Yuan Jing possessed a unique quality. They were modeled after the wheels of a stair-climbing dolly from her past existence, capable of ascending stairs effortlessly. Thus, by incorporating such wheels into the suitcase, she had created a piece of luggage that could navigate stairs with ease. Yuan Jing did not create this suitcase for the purpose of climbing stairs. Rather, she designed it to traverse slopes effortlessly. Thus, the 3 little ones can push the suitcase towards the serpent clan with ease. In her previous life, an ordinary suitcase lacked such functionality. The backpack designed by Yuan Jing closely resembles the one from her previous life. Thus, it cannot truly be credited as her original creation, but rather as an inspiration drawn from the past. The backpack features straps, allowing it to be comfortably worn on one's back, making it quite convenient for use. The 3 little ones, upon receiving the suitcase and backpack, were filled with curiosity. Yuan Jing took the time to explain to them how to utilize both the suitcase and the backpack. The trio gleefully donned the backpacks and playfully pushed the suitcases around within the stone house, reveling in their joyous amusement. Yuan Jing felt a sense of joy as she observed the scene. However, she remained mindful of the task at hand. She informed the three little ones that they would be spending a few days with the Tiger clan and instructed them to pack their belongings into their suitcases and backpacks. The three little ones eagerly acknowledged her, assuring her that they understood. Their excitement for the amusement park faded momentarily as they busily stuffed their toys and training essentials, such as the jade meditation cushions, into their bags. When they sensed that there was no more room, they began to meticulously sort through their items, removing the less significant ones and making space for what they deemed essential. Yuan Jing decided to leave the three little ones to make their own choices regarding what to bring. After all, they would not be residing permanently with the Serpent clan. Should they find themselves lacking in supplies, it would serve as a valuable lesson, imparting some experience to them. This would help the three little ones understand the essentials of life, gradually familiarizing them with the fundamental knowledge necessary for daily living. Before Yuan Jing's cultural education had even commenced, she had already resolved to impart essential survival skills to the three little ones. She meticulously organized lessons on cooking and fire-making, eagerly anticipating the moment when she could dedicate time to teach them, given the perilous nature of the beast world, with the ominous space wormholes still looming. Yuan Jing felt an urgency to equip the three little ones with vital skills to enhance their chances of survival amidst such relentless dangers. However, she decided to postpone these lessons until after her return from the Serpent clan. Yuan Jing is now on her way to the chieftain's home. She has crafted a suitcase and a leather backpack to share with her kin. It would not be appropriate for her family of four to carry their suitcase and backpack, while the other tribespeople content themselves with mere leather pouches. Good things are meant to be shared. The experience is enriched when enjoyed together. Although the tribespeople may not immediately utilize the suitcase, the leather backpack will undoubtedly serve a practical purpose. This way, everyone will find their journey to the snake tribe considerably more convenient. Yuan Jing hurried to the chieftain's residence, carrying a small suitcase and two leather backpacks. The suitcase, crafted from the divine light of the god Ding, was remarkably precious. Yuan Jing intended to prepare one as a sample, deeming a single suitcase entirely sufficient for the chieftain's learning process and crafting. The presence of a sample was what truly mattered, rendering the quantity of little significance. The leather backpacks, however, were sewn by Yuan Jing's own hands, and thus held no particular value. She brought two as samples. Yuan Jing approached the patriarch's residence, bearing 3 samples in her hands. At that moment, Hu Fei happened to be at the entrance, extending a warm invitation for Yuan Jing to come in and visit. Curiosity sparked within Hu Fei as she glanced at the items that Yuan Jing held. Yuan Jing, no longer beating around the bush, candidly articulated her purpose for being there. She presented the suitcase samples and the animal hide backpack samples to Hu Fei. First, she explained the utility and sewing methods of the backpack, which Hu Fei was reluctant to set down, so enamored was she with it, in a place where only animal hide bags were commonplace. The arrival of such a novel and practical item was truly a delightful surprise. Yuan Jing left the suitcase sample with Hu Fei for their examination. Should they find it useful, they could learn to craft their own suitcases. If not, they could simply leave it aside. Yuan Jing felt that she had accomplished her task, so she bid farewell to Hu Fei. She, too, needed to return and pack her belongings. It is worth mentioning that since her arrival in this beastly realm, she had never ventured far. The thought of traveling to the Serpent clan stirred a sense of excitement within her. As Yuan Jing made her way home from the clan leader's residence, she took a detour and found herself at the doorstep of Hu Qingqing, who possessed remarkable skills in breeding the Mia beast. An idea suddenly struck her. Perhaps she could visit Hu Qingqing and negotiate for a few live Mia beasts. Her intent was not to consume them, but rather to nurture them within her divine cauldron space. Acquiring several Mia beasts to breed in her mystical realm seemed quite appealing. On this occasion, both Hu Qingqing and her beast husband, Hu Jiang, were at home. The last time Yuan Jing visited, she had been pregnant, and now, the 4 little tiger cubs Hu Qingqing had given birth to had grown considerably, looking adorably robust. Fortunately, Yuan Jing possessed the divine cauldron space, and she discreetly retrieved a generous handful of candies to share with the playful cubs, as if enticed by the sugary aroma. 2 of the cubs drooled gleefully, their little mouths glistening with anticipation, a sight both comical and heartwarming. Unable to resist, Yuan Jing affectionately patted the heads of a few cubs. After admiring the cubs, Yuan Jing directly conveyed her intentions to the Hu couple. Observing the cubs' delight in the candies, she proposed exchanging them for live Mia beasts. Naturally, they agreed, eager to procure some candies for their beloved little ones. Consequently, Hu Jiang promptly delivered 4 Mia beasts, 2 males and 2 females, to Yuan Jing's quaint courtyard. Yuan Jing presented Hu Jiang with 5 pounds of candy, according to the standards of equivalent exchange between candy and salt. For male and female goat beasts could hardly be deemed worth 5 pounds of candy. However, witnessing the sheer delight of the little ones with the candy, Yuan Jing was more than willing to part with a little extra. Hu Jiang, taken aback by the generous offering, felt somewhat embarrassed to accept such a bounty. After a brief exchange of polite refusals, she eventually relented and accepted the candy. Once Hu Jiang departed, Yuan Jing promptly transferred the 4 goat beasts into her spatial realm. The grass that Yuan Jing previously planted has now flourished into a vast expanse. It will undoubtedly sustain these gentle sheep. Once she concluded her tasks concerning the sheep, Yuan Jing began to gather her belongings. Yuan Jing swiftly gathered her belongings. In her previous life, she frequently traveled, making the task of packing a simple affair. However, as she began to sort through her items, she realized that her existence in this beastly world had been rather rudimentary. In her past life, she always ensured to pack skincare products in an array of various bottles and jars. Here, personal hygiene was attended to with natural cleansing agents like soap pots. If she were to venture out, she could only bring soap pods, with nothing else to accompany them. A change of clothes would suffice to meet her needs. Never mind. She had lived this way for a while, and so it would continue. She would embrace her identity as a rough-and-tumble woman. Yuan Jing contemplated the possibility of encountering spatial wormholes. She also packed a comprehensive set of essentials for the wilderness, including flint, various blades, and cooking utensils, storing them in her space for unforeseen circumstances. Yuan Jing's daily essentials are sufficiently contained within her backpack. Yuan Jing's suitcase was filled with supplies meant for exchange. It contained nearly half a box of candies and another half box of salt, totaling to a substantial amount. The candies and salt were merely for show. Her valuable possessions were safely stored in her spatial compartment. The pantry at home held some additional candies and salt, though the quantities were insignificant, and she would not lament their loss. Otherwise, she would not have felt secure enough to venture out. Within the stone house, the most valuable items were the iced jade mattresses crafted from mutated pine resin, which Yuan Jing cherished greatly. If the newly planted pine trees in her divine space failed to mutate in the future, she would be left without ample resin for her creations. Such precious materials deserved careful preservation. With her luggage and exchange supplies neatly arranged, mealtime was approaching. Unfussy about her meals, Yuan Jing decided to prepare meat soup using the divine cauldron. Cooking was not her forte, and perhaps one day, if she taught the 3 little ones how to cook, she might enjoy a life filled with delicious food and drink. For now, the meat soup would suffice. The soup was ready in no time, and she called the 3 little ones to join her. The 4 of them began their lunch together. After finishing their meal and allowing some time for digestion, Yuan Jing urged the 3 little ones to take their afternoon nap. After Yuan Jing ascended to the 4th patterned beast, her need for sleep diminished considerably. Consequently, she no longer adhered to the habit of taking a midday nap. Once the 3 little ones had drifted off to slumber, Yuan Jing commenced her tasks. While packing her belongings earlier that day, inspiration struck her. In her previous life, she had crafted handmade soap and thus possessed a certain familiarity with the method of its creation. She was eager to experiment, hoping to produce soap. If she succeeded in creating this product, it would undoubtedly simplify her daily life. While manufacturing the shell lamps, Yuan Jing had accumulated a substantial amount of beast oil, which she had stored in the storeroom and scarcely utilized. After a considerable passage of time, she was uncertain of its condition. Therefore, Yuan Jing ventured into the storeroom to retrieve the beast oil she had previously made. To her surprise, she discovered that none of the oil showed any signs of mold or deterioration. She reasoned that it was merely an experiment, not intended for consumption. Yuan Jing brought over the remaining beast oil. Ever since acquiring the radiant divine cauldron, she had largely ceased her use of stone pots, resulting in little wear and tear on them. Her frugal beast husband had crafted numerous stone pots and bowls, so the storeroom was now well stocked with an abundance of stoneware, freely available for her use. Yuan Jing has decided to forego the creation of models. Instead, she plans to pour the prepared soap solution directly into a stone bowl. Should her endeavor prove successful, she will be able to produce bars of soap approximately the size of the bowl. Such sizable soap is indeed practical. Given that the physique of the beastmen surpasses that of humans from her previous life, smaller pieces of soap would undoubtedly be inadequate. Moreover, the stone bowl can serve as a convenient soap dish, enhancing usability. Crafting soap is, in truth, a labor-intensive task. and Yuan Jing once again finds herself laboring with a furrowed brow. She begins by carefully retrieving wood ash from beneath the barbecue rack, exercising caution. She ensures that only the fine ash is collected, devoid of impurities such as charcoal, making it particularly suitable for soap production. Once she has gathered a sufficient amount of fine wood ash into a leather pouch, this aspect of her task is complete. This part of the work is relatively easy and does not consume much time. Next, she will use the wood ash to create lye. There are two methods for this: boiling the wood ash in water or soaking it in cold water. Yuan Jing intends to experiment with both techniques. She first pours the wood ash into a wooden barrel, adds cold water, stirs gently to ensure the ash is thoroughly moistened, and then allows it to soak in the cold water. Yuan Jing once again boiled a large pot of water with wood ash, creating a solution of wood ash in boiling water, and allowed it to cool. Whether using boiling water to extract the lye from the wood ash or soaking it in cold water, both processes require considerable time. Therefore, after boiling the wood ash, Yuan Jing turned her attention to studying the divine cauldron of illumination. The task of soap making cannot be rushed. Patience is essential until the lye is fully prepared before proceeding to the next stage of production. Yuan Jing was not in a hurry to produce soap, especially since she had already utilized the soap pods for quite some time. The crafting of soap was not a matter of urgency. As dinner approached, she suddenly remembered that she had not measured the alkalinity of the lye with testing strips. However, the absence of testing strips did not mean she was devoid of alternatives. To ascertain the usability of the lye, one could employ an egg. It was said that if an egg were placed in lye made from wood ash and it floated, it indicated that the lye was suitable for soap making. While Yuan Jing could not procure an egg, she did have her beloved goo beasts. She wondered if those goo beasts had laid any eggs. Yuan Jing glanced around and, noticing the absence of others, swiftly slipped into the divine cauldron space. Upon arriving at the breeding ground of the goo beasts, she was filled with delight to discover that the once meager population of merely a few dozen had now burgeoned to over 100. After scouring through the grass where the goo beasts frequently roamed, Yuan Jing unearthed approximately 20 eggs, each the size of a goose egg. Taking advantage of the moment when the goo beast was distracted, Yuan Jing swiftly seized the 20 or so goo beast eggs and exited the space. Although not many eggs were required for her experiments, the goo beast eggs could be boiled or sautéed, making them the most manageable ingredient for her. A novice in the culinary arts. With the addition of 2 new dishes, tonight's dinner consisted of beast meat soup, boiled goo beast eggs, and stir-fried goo beast eggs. The 3 little ones savored their very first stir-fried dish. The flavor of the stir-fried goo beast eggs was reminiscent of scrambled eggs, and for the trio, who were accustomed to a diet of meat soup and roasted meat, this dish was a rare delicacy. Bai Shuaishua was nearly moved to tears, finally indulging in the delightful taste of a stir-fry. For this foodie, the daily fare of roasted beast meat and soup was insufficient to satisfy his gastronomic desires. In truth, Yuan Jing was equally content with the stir-fried goo beast eggs, as they were indeed more delectable than the beast meat soup. The boiled goo beast eggs also represented a new culinary experience, their flavor akin to that of boiled chicken eggs, albeit larger in size. It was the first time the trio had tasted boiled goo beast eggs, and they found this novel dish quite appealing. Thus, the 4 of them enjoyed a splendid dinner together. As night fell, the 3 little ones were inexplicably excited, their minds racing with thoughts of playing with the serpent clan, rendering them unable to sleep from anticipation. Yuan Jing gently lulled the 3 little ones to sleep after quite some time. She felt a sense of anticipation regarding their journey to the serpent tribe the following day. Although she was indeed looking forward to this adventure, Yuan Jing also remembered that her soap making was not yet complete. After covering the 3 little ones with fur blankets, she approached the stone pot filled with lye water. Logically, the process of boiling water with plant ashes to produce lye should be relatively swift. Thus, Yuan Jing intended to test whether the lye water in the stone pot was ready for use. Many aspects of this beastly world differed greatly from her previous life. In her past life, the production of lye could take anywhere from 4 days to a week. However, it seemed that in this world, the creation of lye from plant ashes might not require such an extended period. Therefore, Yuan Jing decided to first check the lye water in the stone pot. She selected a smaller goo beast egg, and to prevent it from sinking, she also prepared a large wooden spoon. Yuan Jing first placed the large wooden spoon into the water of the stone pot, then positioned the goo beast egg above the spoon. If the egg were to sink, it would land upon the spoon, allowing Yuan Jing to catch it. However, should the egg fall to the bottom of the pot, it could potentially shatter, rendering the entire cauldron of alkaline water useless. Such an outcome would be a tremendous waste, not only of the Gugu Beast egg, but also of the effort Yuan Jing had invested in preparing the alkaline water. It would be a loss indeed. Fortunately, the scenario of the Gugu Beast egg sinking did not materialize. Instead, the egg floated serenely upon the water's surface. Yuan Jing found it hard to believe. She prodded the Gugu Beast egg with her hand to confirm that it indeed would not sink in the alkaline water. Once assured, she promptly retrieved the egg and rinsed it in clear water. The cleaned Gugu Beast egg was still edible. It would be a shame to waste it. After rinsing the egg, Yuan Jing suddenly recalled the alkaline water in the barrel, wondering if it was also suitable. Thus, she carried the freshly washed Gugu Beast egg and a large wooden spoon to the barrel, just as she had done with the stone pot. She first positioned the large wooden spoon before gently placing the Gugu Beast egg onto it. Seeing the egg still floating serenely atop the alkaline water in the barrel, Yuan Jing could hardly believe her eyes. She poked the egg once more, and it continued to bob on the surface without any inclination to sink. Confusion washed over her. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly, and she struggled to accept that it was all real. Doubts crept in, and she began to wonder if the Gugu Beast egg might be spoiled, as it was said that rotten eggs would also float. In search of clarity, she procured a large stone bowl and filled it with fresh water, then placed the Gugu Beast egg into the bowl. As soon as the egg touched the clear water, it began to sink slowly. At last, Yuan Jing was convinced. The alkaline water in both the stone pot and the barrel was indeed usable. Yuan Jing first poured the lye from the stone pot and the lye from the wooden bucket into a large wooden barrel for future use. Subsequently, she commenced the soap-making process. Due to the constraints of time, Yuan Jing decided to utilize only one type of animal fat for the soap. Should she find time on another occasion, she might experiment with other animal fats. Yuan Jing selected the oil derived from the flower fox, as it possesses no discernible scent. Unlike other animal oils which carry their own distinct aromas, Yuan Jing harbored a distaste for the scent of soap, prompting her to utilize flower fox beast oil as her primary ingredient. She commenced by placing a clean, large stone pot upon the stove, igniting a gentle flame. Subsequently, she poured the prepared lye into the stone pot, patiently awaiting its warm transformation. Once the lye reached the desired temperature, Yuan Jing introduced the flower fox beast oil into the pot, combining it with a steady stirring motion. This continued for nearly half an hour, during which the moisture within the pot evaporated significantly. At this juncture, she reached a crucial step, the incorporation of salt. The addition of salt was essential for enhancing the soap's hardness. However, an insufficient amount would fail to achieve the desired effect. While excessive salt would not only waste resources but also render the soap detrimental to the skin. Thus, she meticulously controlled the quantity of salt to ensure that the resultant soap possessed adequate firmness while minimizing any potential harm to the skin. After uniformly mixing the salt into the lye, Yuan Jing poured the resulting soap liquid into an array of pre-prepared stone bowls. Despite the abundance of bowls, the volume of soap liquid exceeded their capacity. Consequently, she resorted to transferring the remaining soap liquid into smaller stone basins. Although these basins were somewhat larger than ideal, the soap could be cut into smaller portions post-hardening, and while the appearance may not be aesthetically pleasing, the efficacy remained unchanged. The quantity of lye produced was indeed excessive, leaving a considerable surplus. However, the flower fox beast oil had been completely utilized. Ideally, if the lye had been allowed to mature for a week, the moisture would have gradually evaporated, naturally reducing the volume. The surplus lye resulted primarily from the expedited production process. Unwilling to waste the excess lye, Yuan Jing decided to employ iron ape beast oil to continue her soap-making endeavor. Drawing from her previous experience, the remaining lye was swiftly transformed into soap liquid. Due to the lack of additional stone bowls, the soap liquid derived from the iron ape beast oil was allocated into several smaller stone basins. Yuan Jing worked tirelessly through the night to concoct a soap solution, uncertain whether it would solidify. She decided that if her manual attempts at soap-making failed, she would resort to utilizing the divine cauldron of light to create a few bars for her own use. Regardless of whether these soaps would take shape, she remained unconcerned, recalling her numerous failures while crafting new lamps. With the night deepening, she hurriedly washed up and retired for the evening. As Yuan Jing fell into slumber, Huang Sanzan, one of the trio, awakened. In truth, he had not truly slept. He had been aware of Yuan Jing's activities and her possession of the divine cauldron of light during these past few days. Once he confirmed that Yuan Jing was asleep, he quietly rose and ignited an unknown branch within the stone house, which began to emit fragrant smoke. The air filled with this aromatic haze seemed to lull Yuan Jing and her companions into an even deeper sleep. Huang Sanzan approached the stone bowls containing the soap mixture, intrigued by the peculiar concoctions Yuan Jing had created. After failing to discern their nature, he stealthily exited the dwelling. The following morning, Huang Sanzan quietly returned to the wooden bed, where his companions, He Hu and Bai Shuo, were sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to his mysterious absence the previous night. Even Yuan Jing, who had been vigilant, remained unaware. Perhaps it was the influence of the fragrant smoke that allowed Yuan Jing to sleep so exceptionally well. Moreover, Huang Sanzan's inexplicable disappearance was not an isolated incident. It had been occurring for some time, unbeknownst to Yuan Jing, He Hu, and Bai Shuo. That morning marked the long-awaited departure to the serpent tribe. However, before setting off, Yuan Jing, as was her custom, prepared a stew from beast meat for breakfast, this time adding a boiled gugu beast egg for each person. Although the trio had advanced to the rank of two-striped beasts, their youth perhaps contributed to their preference for remaining in their beast forms. In this state, the markings indicative of their combat prowess were visible on their furry coats, rendering it difficult for the other beastmen to discern their newfound status, save for Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing prepared leather skirts for the three little ones, fashioned with mid-length sleeves. Even when they transformed into their humanoid forms, the orcs would remain oblivious to the markings on their arms that signified their combat prowess. Yuan Jing was uncertain when the other young beasts would advance to the second tier, but she was confident that the three little ones would not lag behind in their progression. Ultimately, to safeguard them, she was reluctant for the other tribe members to learn that they had already attained the status of second-tier beasts. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Yuan Jing stored the ice jade mattress and other items made from the mutated pine resin within her spatial pocket, then called for the three little ones to embark on their journey. In their beast forms, the trio carried leather packs on their backs, filled to the brim with contents that even Yuan Jing could not discern. Their tiny tails tugged along their luggage, and the three little ones dashed off with remarkable speed, leaving Yuan Jing struggling to keep pace. Observing their delightful appearance, she found it impossible to conceal the smile that tugged at her lips. Perhaps this is the essence of a devoted mother's heart. Yuan Jing donned a leather backpack and, with a suitcase in hand, traversed the main thoroughfare within the Tiger clan. Unable to match the pace of the trio of younglings, she trailed behind them at a distance. The trio reached the clan square first, and, noticing their mother was still quite far off, they set down their suitcases and, with their leather packs upon their backs, began to frolic joyfully in the square. Their spirits soared, likely inspired by the prospect of venturing beyond the clan for amusement, prompting them to run even more exuberantly. Gradually, more individuals gathered in the clan square. The clan leader's family also arrived, and upon observing everyone sporting leather backpacks, Yuan Jing felt a surge of happiness. Compared to using leather bags for carrying items, the backpacks afforded a liberating freedom for her hands, proving far more convenient. Moreover, she noted that the clan leader's family and several elders were also equipped with suitcases, leading her to marvel at the remarkable craftsmanship of these beast folk. As someone lacking in manual dexterity, she acknowledged that without the assistance of the divine light cauldron, she would have been utterly incapable of creating such items. Those who utilized the leather bags and suitcases expressed their gratitude towards Yuan Jing, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, these creations were inspired by others, and without the divine light cauldron's aid, she would have achieved nothing. She truly could not take credit for their accomplishments. As conversations flowed, soon enough, everyone had gathered, and the group set forth in a grand procession. The trio, as before, donned their leather backpacks, their little tails tugging along their suitcases. Despite the apparent burden of their belongings, they dashed ahead with remarkable speed, almost eager to break away from the group to indulge in their own adventures. It was only after Yuan Jing cautioned them that they reluctantly settled into the middle of the procession. Yuan Jing was not inclined to impose strict regulations on the trio. Yet they found themselves traversing a perilous and shadowy forest, where encountering danger up front could lead to troublesome consequences. Although the trio possessed considerable strength, their lack of experience was a significant concern. It was, therefore, deemed safer to remain within the middle of the group, allowing Yuan Jing to stay closely aligned with them, so she could respond promptly should any unforeseen incidents arise. Everyone was aware that the trio only wielded the power of a single pattern beast, and thus their ability to drag a suitcase while sprinting at such speed was taken for granted by the other members of their clan. Observing that the clan members exhibited no unusual reactions to the trio's performance, Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that the trio's extraordinary display might attract unwanted attention, which would spell trouble. However, dwelling on such concerns proved futile. Yuan Jing no longer contemplated this matter. Although the group was numerous, the physical prowess of the beastmen was remarkable, allowing them to traverse the terrain with impressive speed. By the end of the morning, they had covered nearly 60 li. In truth, their late departure meant they had only journeyed for 1 hour, during which they managed to cover a distance of 35 li, an undeniably brisk pace. At noon, they dined on the dried beast meat they had brought along, accompanied by water, and took a brief respite of 15 minutes before resuming their journey. Given the proximity of the snake tribe to the tiger tribe, they anticipated reaching their destination in a day and a half. As they navigated the shadowy forest, the scenery remained largely unchanged, consisting primarily of trees and flowers. Initially, the three little ones were filled with curiosity, wandering and gazing about as they walked. However, after several hours, confronted with the monotonous landscape, they began to settle down into a more subdued pace. Observing their quiet determination, Yuan Jing initially presumed that the little ones had grown weary. She considered offering to assist them with their luggage, but the trio staunchly refused, as their belongings contained precious treasures. Realizing that their disinterest in the surroundings was not due to fatigue, Yuan Jing felt reassured. Yuan Jing accompanied them without hesitation. As night fell, the group discovered a large cave where they decided to spend the night. During the evening, the male orcs of the tribe ventured out for a hunt and successfully captured a sizable iron wolf beast. Thus, the evening feast for Yuan Jing and her companions would consist of this iron wolf. While the others roasted the meat, Yuan Jing assisted in tending the fire, as cooking had never been her forte. Although the grilled meat prepared by Yuan Jing is fully cooked and safe to eat, its flavor is rather ordinary. This time, the grilling was entrusted to Hu Feier and her beast mother, Hu Jie. Hu Feier is truly beautiful, kind-hearted, and an exceptional cook. Yuan Jing, captivated by the enticing aroma of roasted meat, could not help but swallow hard. The fragrance was simply irresistible. The three little ones gazed longingly at the roasted beast meat, their eyes gleaming with desire. Yuan Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the meals provided to the three little ones were rather coarse. Yuan Jing suddenly realized that upon returning from the Serpent Clan to the Huizhu, she could hire a cook. This way, the meals for the three little ones would certainly improve. Moreover, Yuan Jing herself wished to enhance her own diet. That evening, the trio consumed far more than usual. And so did Yuan Jing. The orcs within the clan were somewhat astonished to witness the four of them eating so heartily. They speculated that Yuan Jing's family must have been living quite comfortably, yet now they appeared as if they were perpetually hungry. They began to question whether Yuan Jing's family had been struggling to have enough to eat. Yuan Jing felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of explaining herself to them. Initially, she had hoped to indulge in some roasted beast meat. Yet the gaze of those around her made her hesitate to continue. She reassured herself that there would be ample opportunities in the future once she found a suitable cook. There would be no shortage of delectable dishes to enjoy. After everyone had satisfied their hunger, a few male beastmen stayed behind to keep watch, while Yuan Jing and her companions settled down to rest in the unfamiliar cavern. After a day of arduous travel, even Yuan Jing, who bore the strength of a four-patterned beast, found the journey taxing. She harbored concerns about whether the three young ones could persist. Fortunately, owing to their male lineage, the three youngsters exhibited remarkable physical resilience and eagerly resumed their trek the following morning, showing no signs of fatigue, which eased Yuan Jing's worries. After more than a day's journey, they finally arrived at the Serpent Clan settlement. Much like the Tiger Clan, the Serpent Clan resided on the periphery of the dark forest. The forest is categorized into three regions: the outer, middle, and inner zones. Generally, the beasts in the outer region are of lower rank, while those in the middle possess greater strength, and the inner region harbors the most formidable creatures. Correspondingly, the quantity of rare beasts and precious resources diminishes in the outer region, increases in the middle, and peaks in the inner zone. Although the outer region provides a relatively secure habitat for the clans, it poses significant challenges in acquiring rare beast meat and invaluable resources, which hinders the advancement of the male beastmen. In truth, relocating a clan from the middle to the outer region of the dark forest is highly disadvantageous, as it elevates the difficulty of progression for the beastmen, resulting in a substantial decline in the overall martial prowess of the clan. Regaining access to the middle zone becomes nearly impossible, and the diminished strength of the clan renders them vulnerable to natural disasters such as insect and beast tides. The likelihood of survival during such calamities is exceedingly low. In recent years, the Tiger Clan suffered severe losses in combat capability due to a beast tide, compelling them to remain on the outskirts of the dark forest. as their remaining strength could no longer support a return to the middle zone. Although the Serpent clan possesses significantly greater combat strength than the Tiger clan, the challenge of reclaiming the middle region of the Dark Forest remains formidable. Nonetheless, the Serpent clan's overall strength remains relatively high. The location where Yuan Jing and her companions arrived was the encampment of the Serpent tribe, the Black Rock Mountains. The peaks of the Black Rock Mountains stretched endlessly, encompassing an area 4 to 5 times that of the Black Gorge. However, the scenery of the Black Rock Mountains was markedly different from that of the Tiger tribe. The landscapes of the Tiger tribe were adorned with verdant hills and flowing waters, abundant with various flowers and trees, resembling a paradise untouched by time. In contrast, the Black Rock Mountains were characterized by their stark, dark peaks, sparsely dotted with a few withered yellow grasses. The entire range emanated an air of mystery and eeriness. Upon witnessing such a foreboding landscape, Yuan Jing felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if she had inadvertently stumbled into a haunted realm. Suddenly, a paranoid thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the Serpent tribe intended to discreetly eliminate them? Yuan Jing promptly unleashed her 5 senses. It was not until she discerned the playful sounds of baby snakes frolicking nearby, confirming that this Serpent clan had indeed established a playground, that she finally felt at ease. Yuan Jing occasionally observed the expressions of the prominent figures within her clan, noting their demeanor appeared rather relaxed. She surmised that her prior exposure to an abundance of horror films, coupled with her limited experiences, had led to her current state of unease and suspicion. The 3 young serpents exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, they appeared curious, constantly glancing around. The environment of the Black Rock Mountains was undeniably dark and damp, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Additionally, as a soul who had traversed into this realm, she had never encountered such surroundings before, nor had she ever engaged in hunting. Thus, she was entirely unfamiliar with the nature of the caves inhabited by wild beasts, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Nonetheless, while she felt a degree of discomfort, it was merely a fleeting sensation. However, a persistent sense of anxiety lingered in her heart, which was certainly not a positive omen. As Yuan Jing and her companions arrived at the Serpent tribe, the chieftain, Shi Donglai, instinctively sensed their presence. Accompanied by his wife, Shiyu, and the esteemed members of the tribe, including Shi Wuqia, he ventured forth to greet them. The 2 factions met at the entrance of the Black Rock Mountains, exchanging cordial salutations. Following this, Shi Donglai and the Serpent tribe's Orcish kin warmly welcomed Yuan Jing and her entourage into their realm. Yuan Jing walked quietly in the procession with the 3 little ones. The lingering feeling of unease in her heart dulled her spirits, causing her to remain subdued as she accompanied the trio. Yuan Jing realized that their group had come to witness the newly constructed amusement park and to discuss the union ceremony of Shi Wuq and Hu Feier. This was indeed a joyous occasion, and she ought not to display a lack of enthusiasm. Thus, Yuan Jing summoned her spirits and gazed at the crowd within the group. She observed that Shi Wuq and Hu Feier were clad in matching couple t-shirts, designed in a sweet and minimalist style. Furthermore, Yuan Jing noticed that the Shi Donglai couple also donned couple t-shirts, albeit of a more grand and luxurious variety. Yuan Jing silently consumed another handful of dog food. She felt a slight alleviation in her heart, yet the lingering sensation of unease remained firmly entrenched within her, refusing to dissipate. Yuan Jing observed the cheerful demeanor of those around her, seemingly unaffected by any underlying tension. The 3 little ones dashed about within the Serpent tribe, reveling in their playful antics. Within this tribe, she noticed the elderly and young beasts who had come forth to greet them, which reassured her that the beastmen here harbored no ill intentions towards them. Yet, an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. Noticing her troubled expression, the others approached to inquire if something weighed on her mind. Unsure of how to articulate her feelings, she merely attributed her demeanor to fatigue from the journey. Upon arriving at the guest quarters prepared for them by the Serpent tribe, she resolved to sit in quiet meditation, seeking to organize her thoughts. The 3 little ones, eager to explore, fixated their gaze on the outside and rummaged through their belongings for toys. Their excitement brought a smile to Yuan Jing's face. Confident that the beastmen of the tribe posed no threat, she remained puzzled by her own sense of unease. She could not, however, allow her inexplicable feelings to deter the children from their anticipated adventures. They had longed to visit the Serpent tribe, and if she kept them confined, what purpose would their journey serve? Thus, she decided against hindering their play and permitted them to frolic with the young serpents. With the decree of freedom granted by their mother, the 3 little ones dashed away, disappearing in a flash from the guest room where Yuan Jing remained. Watching their figures vanish, she turned and retrieved her icy jade meditation cushion, settling down to seek tranquility. Typically, such meditation would cultivate a serene heart. Yet the more she attempted to quiet her mind, the more chaotic her thoughts became. In desperation, Yuan Jing rose from her cushion, yearning to take a stroll through the serpent tribe, hoping to uncover the source of her anxiety. Most importantly, she feared that her intuition was alarmingly accurate. She longed to be close to the three little ones, ready to respond should any misfortune occur. Yuan Jing approached the newly established amusement park beside the serpent clan, eager to observe the three little ones frolicking in close proximity. Truly, Shi Donglai exemplified the prowess of a clan leader, for his charisma was undeniably substantial. The amusement park constructed in such a brief span was astonishingly 3 to 4 times larger than that of the Tiger clan. Moreover, the slides they designed diverged significantly from Yuan Jing's own safety-oriented creations. The Serpent Clan slides were primarily focused on thrill and excitement, featuring steeper inclines and faster descents than her own designs. Even Yuan Jing herself was left in awe, exclaiming how exhilarating it appeared. However, what Yuan Jing anticipated most was witnessing the little serpents adorned in patched bee-skin skirts, a scene that promised to be filled with joy. The air was filled with the shrieks of the young serpents soaring down the slides, a cacophony of excitement. The three little ones joined in the chorus of screams, causing Yuan Jing's eardrums to throb with the intensity of their exuberance. Her curiosity regarding the amusement park constructed by the Serpent Clan grew ever more profound. Yuan Jing decided to temporarily set aside her concerns for the three little ones, as she wished to thoroughly explore the amusement park of the Serpent Tribe. Having already visited the slide area, she intended to venture into the adjacent sandpit section. The sandpit area of the Serpent Tribe was impressively expansive, featuring 7 large sandpits, each corresponding to distinct colors of fine sand, including black, white, gold, and yellow. The considerable distance between each pit ensured that the various hues of sand remained unblended. Observing such a diverse array of colored sands, Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of wealth emanating from the Serpent Tribe, perceiving their resources to be far more abundant than those of the Tiger Tribe. Yuan Jing also observed a pool of pale blue clay beside the sandpit. Numerous little snakes were frolicking in the clay, molding it into various shapes as they played. Yuan Jing's amusement park conspicuously lacks a clay pit. It seems that the orcs possess remarkable learning and innovative capabilities. After surveying the sandpit area, Yuan Jing turned her attention to the hide-and-seek section. This area was even more impressive, featuring caves, tunnels, and various stone cabinets, barrels, sculptures, and basins specifically designed for concealing young ones, truly a grand undertaking. Moreover, the quantity of these props was substantial. The younglings would undoubtedly find it easy to hide within, making them quite elusive. Even Yuan Jing could not confidently assert that she could locate all the hidden younglings in the hide-and-seek section. The little ones of the Serpent Tribe certainly had ample opportunities for play. Adjacent to the hide-and-seek area lay the bicycle and scooter sections, spanning an expansive area of over 10 acres. This vast space was adorned with a resin flooring reminiscent of pine. Given that the Black Rock Mountains are inhospitable to pine growth, the Serpent Tribe orcs must venture dozens of miles to the dark forest to procure the resin. Thus, the challenge of sourcing this pine resin is considerable. Nevertheless, they have still embarked on the ambitious endeavor of constructing such an extensive resin floor. Yuan Jing once again marveled at the opulence of the Serpent Clan. The shared bicycles and scooters in the bicycle and scooter zones numbered in the hundreds, a staggering contrast to the mere 10 vehicles she had deployed. Indeed, they were truly affluent. Upon arriving at the block zone, Yuan Jing beheld multiple 3-story wooden houses, each filled with an abundance of blocks and puzzles. Her humble thatched cottage paled in comparison. The Serpent Clan resided in a realm of luxury. After observing the block zone, she encountered the swing zone, where the Serpent Clan had extravagantly transformed it into an indoor playground. The scale of this endeavor was considerable, surpassing the grandeur of her own open-air swing area. The teeter-totter zone was similarly impressive, adorned with intricate carvings and embellished with various stone sculptures of wild beasts, presenting a delightful and exquisite craftsmanship. Furthermore, the number of teeter-totters was plentiful. The entire amusement park was constructed with far greater finesse than her own creation, showcasing the remarkable prowess of the beastmen of the Serpent Clan. Yuan Jing merely skimmed through the amusement park as a sense of unease had settled within her. With a desire to conclude her visit to the Serpent Clan swiftly, she found herself disinterested in the park's attractions, even neglecting the purple swallow's nest she had long coveted. Her thoughts were consumed by the trio of little ones, prompting her to hastily return to their vicinity. This unsettling feeling was quite distressing, leaving her at a loss for whom to confide in. The ambiguous nature of her emotions left her confused about right and wrong. Moreover, she was apprehensive about disturbing the discussions between the leaders of the Tiger Clan and the Serpent Clan regarding the union of Shi-Wuk and Hu-Fair. Thus, she kept her disquiet to herself, resulting in her being somewhat distracted throughout her 2 days in the Serpent Clan. However, Yuan Jing's visit was not entirely fruitless. Although she had abandoned her pursuit of the purple swallow's nest, the beastmen of the Serpent Clan were aware of her possession of candies. Consequently, several female beastmen approached her, expressing their willingness to exchange purple swallow's nests for sweets, as they sought to bring treats back for their little ones at home. Yuan Jing readily engaged in trade with the female serpent beastmen who sought to exchange candy. During this visit to the serpent tribe, she successfully acquired approximately 10 pounds of precious bird's nest, a delicacy known for its scarcity. Given the limited availability of such a treasure, Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of satisfaction with her acquisition. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Serpent Tribe and the Tiger Tribe had nearly concluded their discussions regarding the union of Shi-Wuk and Hu-Fair. After spending 2 days in the Serpent Tribe, Yuan Jing and her companions prepared to embark on their journey back to the Tiger Tribe. Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief. The 3 little ones appeared rather reluctant, for after engaging in the exhilarating activities of the Tiger Clan's playground, such as the slides and hide-and-seek, they found the attractions within the Tiger Clan to be rather mundane. They deemed the local amusement park to be far more thrilling and enjoyable. In the morning, as they packed their belongings, the 3 little ones moved at a sluggish pace, displaying an expression of discontent and unwillingness. It was only through Yuan Jing's persistent urging that they hastened their packing efforts. While the trio was still occupied with their luggage, Xiao Shitian approached. Not having spotted the 3 little ones during his visit to the amusement park, he intended to invite them out to play. Upon seeing them engrossed in their packing, Xiao Shitian became displeased and began to cause a ruckus. Unwilling to accept that the 3 little ones would be departing so soon, for he felt that there was still much fun to be had together, Yuan Jing observed the 3 little ones incessantly stuffing items into the suitcase, while Xiao Shitian continuously removed them with a sense of childlike mischief, which amused Yuan Jing greatly. The beastly parents of Shitian arrived at the stone house where Yuan Jing was temporarily residing and were equally entertained by this comical scene. Shitian's mother, Shiyu, promptly intervened to halt the juvenile antics of her young one. Clad in matching couple t-shirts, Shitian's parents exuded an overwhelming display of affection, and Yuan Jing began to comprehend why Xiao Shitian had lingered in the Tiger Clan's territory for an extended period, amidst the affectionate antics of his parents. He found little room for his own presence. Rather than remain at home, witnessing his parents' displays of love, it seemed far more enticing to frolic outdoors. Yuan Jing and her family of 4 packed their belongings and proceeded to gather with the members of the Tiger Tribe. Once everyone had assembled, Yuan Jing and her companions gradually departed from the Snake Tribe, under the watchful eyes of the Snake Tribe's inhabitants. When Yuan Jing and her companions arrived, they brought a considerable amount of belongings. Therefore, for the sake of convenience in their journey, they opted for a wider path, as navigating narrow trails would prove challenging while carrying their items. Yuan Jing and her companions returned from the Serpent Clan to the Tiger Clan, carrying fewer possessions. In their eagerness to reach their destination swiftly, they opted for a shorter path. This route allowed them to return to the Tiger Clan in merely a day's time. After traveling for half a day, they took a respite beneath a grand tree, seizing the opportunity while the others rested. Yuan Jing discreetly ventured into the nearby grass to relieve herself. In the wilderness, one cannot afford to be overly finicky, for a living being certainly cannot allow itself to suffer the discomfort of holding a naturesque call. After attending to her needs, she intended to rejoin her companions beneath the tree. However, just as she was about to turn away, she heard the sound of something falling behind her. Following the noise, she was astonished to discover several chestnut trees. These trees were undoubtedly much larger than those she had known in her past life. Yuan Jing recognized them as chestnut trees primarily because she observed numerous spiky green husks adorning the branches. The prickly green shells bore a striking resemblance to the outer covering of chestnuts, and a few of them had split open, revealing the large, delectable nuts nestled within. The sound that Yuan Jing heard resonated like that of ripe chestnuts falling to the ground. Thus, she approached the chestnut tree. She picked up a chestnut, roughly the size of 2 thumbs, and skillfully peeled away its dark brown shell, revealing a golden-hued kernel that exuded the fragrant aroma of chestnuts. With an adventurous spirit, Yuan Jing placed the golden kernel into her mouth, discovering that its flavor was reminiscent of chestnuts, yet sweeter and crisper than those from her previous life. Moreover, the chestnut's fragrance was even more pronounced. In her previous life, Yuan Jing had a profound fondness for raw chestnuts, and she cherished roasted chestnuts just as much. Little did she expect that in this lifetime, she would have the opportunity to savor such exquisite chestnuts. Yuan Jing felt an irresistible urge to collect the chestnuts into her divine space. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed the flourishing grove of trees. The sudden disappearance of a dozen chestnut trees would likely go unnoticed. After further observation, Yuan Jing confirmed that there was indeed nothing amiss nearby. With a determined thought, she translocated the chestnut trees into her space. Noticing an abundance of chestnuts still scattered on the ground, she willed them into her possession as well. Now distanced from the Serpent Clan's territory, the anxiety that had once gripped her heart dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning joy at her newfound bounty of chestnuts. Yuan Jing joyfully returned to the resting place beneath the great tree where her kinfolk had gathered. The group had nearly completed their respite, and upon her rejoining, they resumed their journey. After traversing for a short while, they encountered 4 or 5 chestnut trees ahead. Although these trees were relatively diminutive in stature, they bore an abundance of fruit. Yuan Jing called for everyone to halt, informing her kin that this chestnut was indeed edible and remarkably delicious. She took the initiative to peel one and savor its flavor. Observing her relish, the others were intrigued and eager to sample the chestnut themselves. The Tiger Clan orcs primarily subsisted on beast meat and wild fruits. Apart from sunflower seeds, they had little experience with nut varieties. Thus, upon tasting the chestnut, they unanimously declared it to be exceptionally delightful. Yuan Jing also informed everyone that chestnuts could not only be consumed raw, but could also be boiled or roasted, all of which rendered delightful flavors. Unable to resist the allure of the chestnuts, the orcs began gathering those that lay beneath the trees. Even the 3 little ones joined in, their cheeks puffed out like tiny squirrels as they munched on the chestnuts. While Bai Shuai was enjoying his share, he simultaneously filled his leather backpack with the chestnuts, without Yuan Jing even prompting him to do so. Once the ground was cleared of chestnuts, the group still appeared unsatisfied. Yearning for more, Yuan Jing first urged everyone to step aside. Then she picked up a withered branch from beneath the tree and began to strike the chestnuts hanging above. The chestnuts cascaded down from the tree, and a few male orcs, observing Yuan Jing's actions, quickly grasped her intent. Consequently, they joined her in the endeavor of harvesting the chestnuts. Before long, the bounty from the trees had been entirely gathered. The group then commenced the task of collecting the fallen chestnuts from beneath the trees. Yuan Jing and her companions were numerous, so they quickly gathered chestnuts, and before long, the few chestnut trees had been entirely stripped of their bounty. Having discovered the delectable nature of the chestnuts, the group ambled along, frequently pausing to collect more. It was the season of autumn, and the chestnuts were perfectly ripe. The path they traversed was lined with several chestnut trees, albeit scattered, yet collectively abundant. After a considerable distance, Yuan Jing herself had amassed nearly 40 pounds of chestnuts. The chief's family had gathered the most, being a 4-striped beast and a male orc. The chief's speed in collecting chestnuts was remarkable. Moreover, the entire family of 3 had joined in the foraging, resulting in a substantial harvest. As they approached the final stretch of the path leading to the tribe, numerous chestnut trees still stood, yet the onset of night posed safety concerns, prompting the group to hasten their journey. For reaching the tribe before dark was of paramount importance. Yuan Jing and her companions hurried along, finally returning to the tribe just as twilight descended. The urgency of their journey had left Yuan Jing feeling quite fatigued, and the 3 little ones were equally exhausted. Upon arriving home, they climbed onto the swing chair to rest and recuperate. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, Yuan Jing did not appear as starved as the 3 small creatures. Thus, she retrieved the divine cauldron and commenced the preparation of a meat broth. This time, she embarked on a culinary adventure that could be described as unconventional. Pouring approximately 10 pounds of purple bird's nest into the cauldron, she then added water and the meat of the manicore, initiating the simmering of the bird's nest broth. Once all the ingredients were properly placed, she ignited the fire and, without further ado, turned away to rest in the swinging chair. The effort expended for the chestnuts had truly exhausted her. However, the reward was well worth it. Just the thought of the 10 or so chestnut trees she had transplanted within her divine cauldron space filled her with a sense of fulfillment. Yuan Jing sat gracefully in the swinging chair, her eyes closed in a moment of tranquility. After a brief respite, she felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of the fire extinguishing, prompting her to stoke the flames of the divine cauldron. As she observed the flickering flames within the hearth, her mind wandered, contemplating the unsettling sensation that enveloped her while residing in the serpent tribe. Curiously, this disquiet vanished once she distanced herself from the tribe. What perplexed her further was the realization that she alone experienced this strange feeling, while the other beastmen appeared completely unaffected. Yuan Jing's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts until the enticing aroma wafting from the pot drew her back to reality. Shaking off the tumult of her musings, she called the three little ones over, and together they gathered to partake in their evening meal. The soup prepared by Yuan Jing was quite delectable, rich in nutrients. The family of four enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Exhausted from their travels, they soon retired for the night, perhaps due to the fatigue from their continuous journey the previous day. Yuan Jing and her three little ones did not rise until well past noon. As usual, Yuan Jing rose from her slumber and began her morning routine with a refreshing wash. Following this, she set about preparing breakfast. The meal she crafted consisted of beast meat soup and poached gugu beast eggs. Pouring the meat and clear water into the divine cauldron, she paid no further attention to the simmering soup. Instead, she took a stone pot to poach the gugu beast eggs, thus completing her breakfast preparations, merely awaiting the moment when the soup and eggs would be ready to enjoy. With the soup and eggs now cooking, Yuan Jing turned her thoughts away from the kitchen. The hurried journey of the previous day had left her utterly exhausted, and she had not even had the opportunity to inspect the soap she had crafted in the storeroom. Now that she found herself with a moment to spare, she resolved to check on the soap she had made a few days prior to see if it had properly set. Yuan Jing harbored a subtle anticipation within her heart, yearning to witness the transformation of the soap into its final form. Although she had encountered numerous failures in her experiments, each time she embarked on a new trial, Yuan Jing fervently wished for success. Yuan Jing approached the storeroom where the stone containers for the soap solution were kept, her heart brimming with anticipation. To her delight, she discovered that the soap she had crafted from the oil of the floral fox beast was nearly set. The soap, a vibrant shade of bright yellow, lacked any harsh scent, though it still felt somewhat soft to the touch, indicating it required a few more days to dry adequately. Surprisingly, the soap made from the oil of the iron ape beast had already solidified. Its texture was exquisitely refined, and it possessed a sufficient hardness. The entire bar was a rich chocolate color, gleaming brightly, and it emitted a rather faint aroma, devoid of the unpleasant stench she had anticipated. To differentiate between the two varieties of soap, Yuan Jing designated the soap made from floral fox beast oil as floral fox soap, and that made from iron ape beast oil as iron ape soap. The names were merely labels. She paid little heed to their aesthetic appeal, as her sole intention was to avoid any confusion regarding the types of soap. Gazing upon the solidified iron ape soap, Yuan Jing grew curious about its cleansing efficacy. She sliced off a small piece of the iron ape soap with a bone knife and placed it in her palm, then proceeded to the area where she stored the beast oil, applying some of the oil to her hands. Yuan Jing approached her usual washing area to test the cleansing capabilities of the iron ape soap. Much like the soap from her previous life, the iron ape soap exhibited remarkable grease and stain removal properties, while also leaving her hands pleasantly moisturized after use. Overall, the functionality of the iron ape soap paralleled that of the soap she once knew, with results that were, in many respects, superior. Yuan Jing felt a deep sense of satisfaction in creating such an exceptional product. In truth, she held high hopes for the flower fox soap. As the scent of flower fox beast oil was minimal, however, it was unfortunate that the flower fox soap had yet to fully dry. Thus, Yuan Jing resigned herself to the wait, recognizing that only after the soap was completely cured could she evaluate its cleaning efficacy. After completing her assessment of the iron ape soap, breakfast was ready. After calling the three little ones to enjoy their meal, Yuan Jing encouraged them to commence their training. Perhaps due to having had a good night's rest, the trio embarked on their practices with great enthusiasm. They had grown more self-disciplined in their training, allowing Yuan Jing to focus on her numerous tasks for the day. First, she retrieved the iron ape soap, which had solidified in a stone basin, resulting in a rather unwieldy size for practical use. Hence, Yuan Jing extracted the soap from the basin and employed a bone knife to divide it into smaller portions, each now fitting comfortably in a stone bowl. With a lack of spare bowls to contain the soap, she ventured to Hu Zhuang's place to procure a dozen or so stone bowls. Hu Zhuang, who managed the square pavilion, often sold sunflower seeds, fruit syrups, and lamp oil. A man of industrious nature, he also crafted stone bowls and basins to supplement his income. Though his earnings were already substantial, the need to support the training of his young cubs, Hu Shan and Hu He, necessitated the acquisition of additional resources. Thus, he kept a plentiful stock of stone utensils such as bowls, basins, and pots. After Yuan Jing acquired the stone bowl, she observed the exquisite stone basins crafted by Hu Zhuang. Reflecting on the limited number of stone basins in her own household, she decided to take 3 more. Yuan Jing originally intended to offer Hu Zhuang the corresponding amount of game meat. However, Hu Zhuang steadfastly refused to accept the meat from Yuan Jing. With no other options available, Yuan Jing reluctantly departed with the stone tools and bowls in her possession. She had initially planned to present 2 pieces of iron ape soap, each the size of a bowl, to Hu Zhuang, and thus these stone bowls and basins would serve as Hu Zhuang's return gift. Yuan Jing returned to her residence, contemplating the fact that it was Hu Zhuang who had been diligently overseeing the renovations of Black Tower Mountain these past few days. She felt compelled to express her gratitude to him. Therefore, she decided to increase the number of iron ape soaps she intended to gift Hu Zhuang to 3. As the season for salt fruits had arrived, and given that salt is an essential resource for survival, Yuan Jing resolved to share the method of salt extraction with everyone. However, regarding soap, which is merely a daily necessity, she deemed that the production method for soap, due to the presence of soap pods, would not significantly impact their lives. And thus she chose not to disclose it to her fellow tribespeople. Consequently, acquiring soap would undoubtedly prove to be a challenge. Thus, presenting 3 iron ape soaps, each the size of a stone bowl, as a token of appreciation to Hu Zhuang seemed fitting, for this gift bore considerable weight. Having prepared her offering, Yuan Jing made her way to the square pavilion where Hu Zhuang was situated, bearing the 3 bowls filled with iron ape soap. She presented the soaps to Hu Zhuang, explaining their uses. Upon receiving the iron ape soap, Hu Zhuang expressed curiosity regarding its application and even tested it on the spot. The iron ape soap undeniably proved far more practical than soap pods. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept such a generous gift from Yuan Jing, he was acutely aware of the soap's substantial value, owing to his keen business acumen. Yuan Jing smiled and said, "Brother Hu, this is merely something I created for fun. Please accept it, as it holds little value. If you refuse to take it, I would feel embarrassed to ask for your assistance in the future." Brother Hu, with a resigned expression, replied, "Well then, I shall graciously accept it. Do not hesitate to seek my help whenever you need it. There is no need for such formality." After witnessing Brother Hu accept the iron ape soap, Yuan Jing exchanged a few more polite words with him before departing from the square pavilion. Yuan Jing, contemplating her arrival at the vicinity of the chess room, decided to take a moment to visit the base of Black Tower Mountain and observe the progress of its renovation. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she discovered that the stone steps had already been constructed, while the slide was still under construction. Yuan Jing mused that it would likely be completed in just a few days. Yuan Jing no longer lingered here. She was determined to return and thoroughly study the Divine Radiance Cauldron. Yuan Jing returned to the stone house from the foot of Haida Mountain. Finding the 3 little ones still immersed in their training, she chose not to disturb their practice. Instead, she walked into her bedroom, which she had partitioned into 3 small chambers, one for her own repose, another for the 3 little ones to rest, and a third dedicated to her research endeavors. Serving as her laboratory, Yuan Jing entered the laboratory, closed the door, and commenced her study of the Radiant Divine Cauldron. Yuan Jing intends to develop new lighting fixtures. However, due to limited materials, her research has not yet yielded significant breakthroughs. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred, recognizing that research demands ample patience and unwavering perseverance. One must not lose confidence after numerous setbacks. After studying for just half an hour, a knock resonated through the laboratory. Yuan Jing found it rather peculiar. Typically, after completing their training, the 3 little ones would rush off to the amusement park or scamper to the square pavilion for snacks. It seemed they were acutely aware that Yuan Jing was engrossed in her research within the laboratory, hence they never disturbed her during her scholarly pursuits. As a result, the trio had never knocked on the laboratory door before. Yet, this time, an unexpected knock echoed through the lab. Puzzled, Yuan Jing could not fathom the reason, but she rose to open the door nonetheless. Standing outside the laboratory was Huang Qingcan. Upon seeing him, Yuan Jing instinctively felt something was amiss. So she bent down and inquired, "Dear Qingcan, what brings you to seek your mother?" Huang Qingcan handed her his bulging leather backpack. And upon noticing Yuan Jing accepting it, he averted his gaze, shyly stating, "Mother, these are gifts I have brought for you." With that, he darted away in a flash. Once Huang Qingcan had disappeared from sight, Yuan Jing couldn't help but smile in resignation, realizing this was the first gift he had ever given her. Her heart swelled with delight. She took the leather backpack he had presented, closed the laboratory door, and returned to her station to examine the rather hefty bag. To her surprise, it was filled to the brim with colorful pebbles. No wonder it felt so heavy. It was laden with stones of various hues, all vividly beautiful and striking. Yuan Jing harbors a deep affection for these stones. Yuan Jing picked up a pebble the size of an egg, its pearly white surface exuding a warmth akin to jade, devoid of any impurities. Such exquisite stones were a rarity in her past life. The abundance of beautiful stones generously bestowed upon her by Huang Qin reveals the wealth of high-quality resources available in this beastly realm. The resources in this world are indeed plentiful. It is merely the usage of these treasures that remains a mystery. After admiring the milky white stone, Yuan Jing retrieved another pebble, this one a striking emerald green, equally flawless and devoid of any blemish. As she gazed at the verdant stone, a legend from her previous life regarding luminous pearls sprang to her mind. It was said that a pearl the size of a fist could illuminate the Dragon Palace as if it were daylight. A spark of inspiration ignited in Yuan Jing's mind. If she were to utilize the divine cauldron of light to forge luminous pearls, it would undoubtedly enhance the dissemination of light. With this thought, she took immediate action. Yuan Jing placed a verdant stone alongside a milky white one into the divine cauldron of light, her mind occupied with the elusive luminous pearl she had long envisioned. Having never encountered such a pearl herself, the messages she conveyed to the cauldron remained ambiguous, leaving it seemingly incapable of comprehending her intentions. Thus, Yuan Jing's inaugural attempt to create the luminous pearl concluded in failure. Yuan Jing was reluctant to concede defeat so soon, and thus she embarked on an experiment with stones of varying colors. She attempted to combine white stones with red, yellow, black, and gray stones, and then to synthesize them. She also experimented with emerald green stones combined with red, yellow, black, and gray stones in hopes of creating a luminous pearl. However, none of her attempts met with success. Yuan Jing began to suspect that perhaps her method of controlling the radiant divine cauldron was flawed. In the past, whenever she synthesized an object, she would mentally visualize its form, such as when she conjured a volleyball made of animal hide. She envisioned its spherical shape. Now, however, she consistently focused on the luminous pearl. Yet the radiant divine cauldron might not even comprehend what a luminous pearl is. Thus, how could she expect it to succeed in the synthesis? Yuan Jing's inability to conjure the shape of the luminous pearl stems from the fact that this enigmatic treasure exists solely in legend. How could she have ever seen it? Even if she wished to envision the shape of the luminous pearl, it would be beyond her reach, which is indeed exasperating. The pursuit of knowledge is a formidable endeavor. Although she has never encountered a luminous pearl, she is familiar with the commonplace glowing orbs. After all, do these orbs not also emit light in the darkness? An idea suddenly struck Yuan Jing. If only she could create a substitute for phosphorescent powder. By utilizing the radiant divine cauldron to encase the phosphorescent powder within milky-colored pebbles, she could fashion a simplistic glowing orb. With this newfound inspiration, Yuan Jing resolved to abandon her haphazard experiments and instead diligently search for materials that might yield phosphorescent powder. Yuan Jing recalled that the luminous stones emitted a glow at night. Was it conceivable that she could venture out in the dark to seek these glowing stones? However, the likelihood of finding such stones was rather slim. Male orcs occasionally spent the night in the wilderness, and if such extraordinary glowing stones existed, they would undoubtedly compete to bring them home. Thus, the probability of discovering a luminous stone was significantly diminished. Within the tribe, she had encountered the trees and flora, all of which appeared quite ordinary. The legendary luminescent bamboo and similar plants were merely figments of myth. Hence, the idea of extracting phosphorescent powder from the tribe's vegetation was virtually unattainable. While ordinary plants did not emit light, mutated flora might possess such a trait. Suddenly, Yuan Jing remembered the 10 or so mutated coniferous trees she had transplanted into her space. Notably, the leaves of these mutated trees emitted a faint, brownish glow, albeit subtle. It was still perceptible to her. Consequently, Yuan Jing swiftly entered the divine cauldron space, where she observed that the faint brownish luminescence of the mutated coniferous tree leaves appeared to be even more radiant. Yuan Jing pondered little. She gathered approximately 10 pounds of mutated pine needles and placed them into a leather pouch. Subsequently, she exited the divine cauldron space. Yuan Jing poured the 10 pounds of mutated pine needles into the radiant divine cauldron, her mind silently focusing on the purification of the powder imbued with a brownish luminescence. Remarkably, the radiant divine cauldron indeed extracted a small handful of powder that emanated a brownish glow. Yuan Jing cast a powder that shimmered with a warm brown luminescence and a milky white stone, roughly the size of an egg, into the divine cauldron of light. Contemplating the form of a luminous orb, she remarkably crafted a spherical object that closely resembled it. This orb, with its translucent milky white exterior, was filled with the enchanting brown powder, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. As night had yet to fall, Yuan Jing could not ascertain whether this spherical creation would indeed glow in the darkness. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she exited the laboratory and made her way to her room. There, she placed the orb upon her bed, draping it with a fur blanket. Peering beneath the cover, she beheld a gentle brown glow emanating from the orb, illuminating the intricate patterns of the fur blanket as well as the delicate designs on the icy jade mattress. It appeared that the luminous orb had been successfully crafted. The true intensity of its glow, however, would only be revealed under the veil of night. Yuan Jing was eager to discover whether her creation would illuminate the entire stone chamber. Yuan Jing was completely immersed in the joy of creating luminous orbs. She reflected on how the golden stones gifted to her by Huang Qingqin had inspired such profound creativity. Yuan Jing resolved to create several luminous orbs, ensuring that each little creature could receive one. Consequently, she intended to strip the leaves from the 10 or so mutated pine trees within her space. In one breath, Yuan Jing produced over 50 luminous orbs. Such remarkable treasures she wished to keep for her own use. However, considering her obligation to assist the radiant divine cauldron in spreading light, she refrained from hoarding them selfishly. The cauldron's ability to refine all things was diminished with each use, but that applied only to ordinary items. When it came to crafting luminous orbs, Yuan Jing sensed that the more orbs she created, the more opportunities the cauldron would have to refine various substances. Thus, her aversion to disseminating luminous orbs lessened. Contemplating the prospect of producing more luminous orbs, which would in turn increase the cauldron's refining capacity, she resolved to gather additional materials for their creation, thereby allowing her to manufacture even more orbs and enhance the cauldron's usage frequency. After completing the luminous orbs, Yuan Jing exited the laboratory. Out of nowhere, a fluffy white creature returned and affectionately wrapped its arms around her leg, playfully pleading, "Mother, may we have sought Ed Gugu beast eggs for lunch today?" Yuan Jing affectionately pinched his little nose and remarked, "Well, you little glutton." Upon hearing Yuan Jing's affirming response, Bai Shuaishua broke into a beaming smile, his joy evident in his gleaming eyes. His demeanor was utterly charming, prompting Yuan Jing to gently squeeze his little cheeks. Having completed the morning's training tasks and successfully ordered food, Bai Shuaishua skipped out of the door, his spirits soaring. Now, the three little ones had finally mastered the art of speech, liberating Yuan Jing from the necessity of communicating through gestures and glances. Listening to their soft, melodious voices filled her heart with joy. Bai Shuaishua's culinary endeavors reminded Yuan Jing of her earlier intention to hire a member of the clan's beastmen to assist her in cooking. She had already chosen the candidate, the female beastman, Hu Shuang. Renowned for her exceptional grilling skills within the clan, Hu Shuang's circumstances mirrored her own, and Yuan Jing felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Hu Shuang had lost her beast husband during the beast tide several years prior, and tragically, 2 of her 3 cubs had also perished in that calamity. Despite having endured the trials of the beast tide, Hu Shuang remained unbroken by life's adversities. She chose not to remarry and instead bravely raised her remaining cub, Hu Ping, on her own. Before Yuan Jing opened the chess and card room, the lives of her and her son were rather modest. After Yuan Jing opened the chess and card room, Hu Shuang and her son also came to assist, enabling them to make a living. Yuan Jing observed that it was not easy for her to manage a small child alone, and recognizing her industrious nature, Yuan Jing decided to inquire if she would be willing to assist her in preparing meals. Yuan Jing surmised that at this moment, Hu Shuang and Hu Ping had likely returned to their stone dwelling to prepare lunch. Yuan Jing felt no urgency to commence her own meal. Instead, she intended to inquire whether Hu Shuang would be willing to assist her in cooking. As Yuan Jing approached the stone dwelling of Hu Shuang, she found Hu Shuang busily tending to the fire and preparing a meal. Yuan Jing drew closer to the cooking stove and addressed Hu Shuang, saying, "Sister Shuang, I see you're in the midst of cooking. I would like to discuss something with you if it is not too much trouble." Hu Shuang, her face alight with a smile, replied, "Feel free to share. I have some time to spare." A hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she wondered what matter Yuan Jing wished to bring forth. Yuan Jing, with a hint of embarrassment, confessed that her culinary skills were somewhat lacking. The three little ones seldom enjoyed the meal she prepared. At this crucial stage of their growth, she felt quite distressed. She wished to inquire if you might lend a hand in cooking for her family. Now, whenever the children catch a whiff of barbecued delicacies from neighboring homes, they cannot help but sniff with longing. Their appetites piqued, making them even less fond of her cooking. Yuan Jing added, "Sister Shuang, your grilling skills within the clan are renowned. If the three little ones were to discover that they could savor the barbecue you prepare, they would surely leap for joy." Yuan Jing articulated her reasoning in order to alleviate Hu Shuang's suspicions. After all, inviting someone to one's home for a meal without a valid reason is indeed rather questionable. Lacking a compelling justification, Yuan Jing feared that Hu Shuang might disapprove. Yuan Jing spoke the truth. The three little ones were not particularly fond of the meal she prepared. The intention behind inviting Hu Shuang to her home was genuinely to enhance the culinary experience for the three little ones. Upon hearing Yuan Jing's explanation, Hu Shuang's doubts dissipated, and she promptly expressed her willingness to assist Yuan Jing with the cooking. The matter of compensation was not mentioned by Hu Shuang, as she trusted that Yuan Jing would not treat her unfairly. Consequently, they agreed that the cooking would commence the following day, establishing specific times for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After receiving a response from Tiger Frost, Yuan Jing decided not to disturb her during lunch preparations. After bidding farewell to Tiger Frost, she returned to her stone abode to commence her own meal preparations. In accordance with the request of the food enthusiast by Shua Shua, Yuan Jing meticulously crafted a stir-fried gugu beast egg. Perhaps it was due to the excitement of having developed a new lighting device and resolved future meal arrangements. But Yuan Jing's spirits were high, resulting in her gugu beast egg becoming slightly burnt. Fortunately, the taste remained satisfactory. With little regard for culinary perfection, Yuan Jing served the slightly charred gugu beast egg at the table, and thus, the family's lunch was hastily concluded. After the meal, Yuan Jing, as per her usual routine, urged the three little ones to take a nap. Once they had succumbed to slumber, she retreated to her laboratory to resume her research. Yuan Jing suddenly realized a critical issue. While the luminous orbs provided illumination, they lacked the extinguishable quality of the shell lamps, which could be turned off at will. If the luminous orbs could not be ignited or extinguished at the user's discretion, their efficacy would be significantly diminished. Therefore, Yuan Jing envisioned creating an opaque shell to complement the luminous orb. This shell could function similarly to a toy egg from her previous life, allowing for the orb to be placed inside when the shell was twisted open and subsequently sealed to contain the light emitted by the orb. Should such a shell be successfully designed, the luminous orb would be able to shine or dim according to human desire, thereby enhancing its utility. Yuan Jing was familiar with the shape of the toy egg. Thus, once she procured a suitable opaque material, she could swiftly construct the shell. The challenge lay in sourcing an appropriate opaque material. If there were no constraints regarding form and weight, the stones from Yuan Jing's abode would suffice. However, stone was relatively heavy compared to lighter opaque materials, which were not easily found. Consequently, Yuan Jing resolved to make do with a stone shell for the time being, intending to create a more suitable shell once she discovered a better material. Utilizing the divine cauldron of light, Yuan Jing quickly crafted 4 shells specifically designed to house the luminous orbs, each adorned with a leather strap, enabling them to be worn around the neck like a necklace. She added the strap to prevent the 3 little ones from misplacing the luminous orbs, allowing them to play freely without hindrance. Yuan Jing intends to promote the luminous spheres. However, the shells of these spheres can also be crafted from stone by the orcs themselves. Hence, she has only produced 4, meant for her and her 3 companions. After completing the shells, Yuan Jing does not rush to leave the laboratory. She wishes to meticulously organize her thoughts on the extraction of salt from salt fruits. Although she plans to share the method for extracting salt, she finds herself at a loss for how to proceed. The stakes associated with salt are considerable, and she fears that hastily disseminating the technique might incite unnecessary discord. Regarding the issue of salt purification, Yuan Jing is eager to inform everyone so that all may benefit. Yet, she is apprehensive about the potential adverse consequences that might arise from promoting the salt production technique. Thus, she finds herself in a quandary, uncertain whether she should immediately advocate for the dissemination of this salt-making technology. Yuan Jing contemplated for a moment, believing that it would be prudent to wait a little longer. If the opportune moment presented itself, she would then embark upon the promotion of the salt production technology. Thus, as darkness gradually descended, Yuan Jing felt a surge of excitement within her. She was eager to witness the illuminating effect of the luminous orb. Consequently, She summoned the three little ones to join her in observing the illumination of the orb. The experimental luminous sphere was encased within its protective shell, while the other luminous lights were stored in the divine cauldron space. Yuan Jing counted aloud, 1, 2, 3, and with her final utterance, the trio simultaneously extinguished the conch shell lamp. At that moment, the stone cottage was enveloped in utter darkness, so profound that one could not discern their own fingers. The inky blackness mischievously emitted a series of eerie sounds, creating an ambience reminiscent of a horror film. Yuan Jing gently opened the shell of the luminous orb, from which a soft, brown glow emanated. The light was gentle and not at all blinding, reminiscent of a 25-watt bulb from a past life. The brown radiance was not overly bright, yet it suffused the entire stone chamber with its warm illumination. The three little ones, captivated by the glowing orb, curiously reached out to touch it. The temperature of the orb was akin to that of the surrounding air, offering no sensation of heat. Their curiosity deepened, and they all yearned to examine the luminous orb more closely. Yuan Jing observed the three little ones' fascination with the luminous orbs, prompting her to retrieve three more luminous spheres encased in glowing shells from her space. She distributed the luminous orbs among the trio while indulging in her own curiosity by playfully examining one. The mysterious nature of these luminous spheres captivated her attention, compelling her to gaze at them intently. The three little ones engaged in a delightful game of illuminating and extinguishing the spheres, alternating between opening and closing the glowing shells. They expressed great fondness for the luminous orb gifted by Yuan Jing. In a playful tone, the dark-haired one inquired, "Mother, are there any more of these luminous orbs? I would like another." Yuan Jing jestingly admonished, "Of course not. You must take good care of this luminous orb. It cannot be separated from you. Do you understand? If you lose it, it will be gone forever." Consequently, the three little ones promptly hung the glowing orbs around their necks, appearing quite apprehensive about the prospect of misplacing them. Yuan Jing remarked this phrase inadvertently. Should the three young ones misplace the luminous orb, she would still provide them with a new one. It is precisely due to this unintentional utterance that subsequent mishaps were averted, and Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief for having spoken such a casual remark. After the luminous orb was developed, Yuan Jing did not rush to disseminate it. Rather, she awaited an opportune moment. The primary materials for the luminous orb consist of milky white pebbles and leaves from a mutated species of pine. The acquisition of these mutated pine leaves proves to be more challenging than that of the milky white pebbles. Thus, Yuan Jing intends to amass a substantial quantity of milky white pebbles suitable for crafting the luminous orbs. These pebbles possess a jade-like quality, distinguishing them significantly from ordinary milky white stones, making it easy to differentiate between jade-like white stones and their commonplace counterparts. The collection of jade-like white stones is also straightforward. Yuan Jing plans to utilize these jade-like stones as a form of currency. The beastmen may exchange them for refreshing fruit syrups, sunflower seeds, oil lamps, and other items at the square pavilion, eliminating the necessity for young couples to carry beast meat during their outings. With jade-like stones, they can procure all the essentials for their romantic rendezvous, thereby enhancing the convenience of their dates. Yuan Jing would not suffer any loss. Upon acquiring the jade-like white stone, she could create an abundance of luminous orbs, provided she adeptly manages their pricing. Her rewards would be substantial. With this thought in mind, Yuan Jing approached Hu Zhuang to discuss the possibility of exchanging items for the jade-like white stone. The benefits Hu Zhuang would gain remained unchanged, as Yuan Jing's profits would merely convert into jade-like white stones, ensuring that he would not incur any losses. Although Hu Zhuang was puzzled by Yuan Jing's proposition of item exchanges using the jade-like white stone, he did not oppose it. Thus, the arrangement for exchanging items within the square pavilion for the jade-like white stone was finalized. Having smoothly resolved the matter of the jade-like white stone, Yuan Jing prepared to address the issue of the mutated pine trees. The dark forest was virtually devoid of mutated pine trees, and the one within the tiger tribe was initially transplanted by Yuan Jing herself. Therefore, to acquire more mutated pine trees, she stealthily ventured into the dark forest to transplant them, just as she had done before. Despite the potential existence of spatial wormholes within the dark forest, the allure of the mutated pine trees was simply too great for Yuan Jing to resist. Acquiring more mutated pine trees would alleviate her future concerns regarding the inability to utilize the divine cauldron of light to refine various substances. After much internal conflict, Yuan Jing resolved to proceed with her plan. Before venturing into the dark forest, Yuan Jing first taught the three little ones how to cook. Initially, she intended to instruct them personally, But with a better option now available, she invited Hu Shuang, who had come as agreed to assist her with cooking. Consequently, Yuan Jing had the three little ones learn fire starting and cooking skills from Hu Shuang. Hu, who found fire starting immensely entertaining, soon realized it was not as enjoyable as he had anticipated. For the trio, who had never kindled a fire before, it proved to be quite a challenge. As a result, Bai Shuashua and Huang Canzan emerged as little calico cats, while Hu, despite his dark complexion, remained largely unchanged, though a few of his top hairs had been singed, rendering him rather disheveled. During their initial foray into fire starting and cooking, the three little ones appeared somewhat clumsy. Yet they developed a rudimentary understanding of the process. After 3 days of diligent practice, their skills had significantly improved, with Hu and Huang Canzan capable of preparing roasted meat. Notably, Bai Shuashua exhibited the greatest talent in cooking, surpassing Yuan Jing's own grilling techniques. Observing the trio's commendable progress, Yuan Jing felt a measure of relief. Thus, she commenced her covert operation of transplanting pine trees in the dark forest. While wandering in search of pine trees, she unexpectedly encountered a herd of bleeding beasts, numbering around 40, with approximately 30 adult creatures and about 10 younglings among them. Yuan Jing, in truth, possesses little experience in the realm of hunting, her sole encounter of note being the capture of a flock of gugu beasts. The meow beasts, however, are significantly larger than their gugu counterparts. Additionally, gugu beasts exhibit a sluggishness that renders them relatively harmless. In this beastly world, the meow bears a striking resemblance to the goats of yore, adorned with 2 formidable horns atop their heads, and their size is 5 to 6 times that of a goat. Moreover, their horns are as sharp as daggers. Thus, the endeavor to capture a meow beast carries a degree of peril. When attempting to ensnare an adult meow, Yuan Jing felt a flicker of trepidation, fearing that she might be gored by its lethal horns, which could lead to grievous injury. After experiencing a wave of unease within the serpent clan, Yuan Jing has been plagued by a foreboding sense that misfortune looms on the horizon. Thus, she resolves to stockpile various resources in her divine cauldron space. Upon encountering a group of bleeding beasts, Yuan Jing is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Similar to her previous capture of the clucking creatures, she targets a solitary bleeding beast. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, the bleeding beast ceases its forward movement and, without hesitation, turns to charge at Yuan Jing, its sharp horns poised for impact. However, to Yuan Jing's astonishment, the creature's speed appears to have slowed considerably. Without a moment to spare, she seizes the beast by its 2 pointed horns and with a vigorous motion, she hurls it directly into her divine cauldron space. Yuan Jing did not have the time to ponder why she felt that the speed of the bleeding beast had diminished severalfold. She employed the same method once more, and soon, all 40 or so bleeding beasts were captured and stored within her space. Yuan Jing effortlessly captured over 40 bleeding beasts. Although the assistance of the divine cauldron space played a significant role, she felt that her remarkable success was largely attributable to her heightened perception. Had her sensing ability been feeble, she might have easily been knocked down by the beast's formidable horns. Drawing from her experience in capturing the bleeding beasts, Yuan Jing specifically sought out iron wolf beasts, flower fox beasts, iron ape beasts, savage bull beasts, the first-level wild beast, spotted leopard, and gugu beasts. Perhaps due to her acute perception, coupled with the support of the divine cauldron space, these creatures were swiftly ensnared within her divine cauldron. In the realm of Yuan Jing, the presence of living beasts has significantly increased. To facilitate management, she has established breeding bases within the divine cauldron space for various species, including the iron wolf beast, flower fox beast, iron ape beast, savage bull beast, the first-level wild beast black spotted leopard, the gugu beast, and the mew mew beast. The quantity of living beasts she has harvested totals in the thousands. Yuan Jing has cultivated approximately 100 pine-like trees, large fruit trees, salt fruit trees, chestnut trees, and various wild fruit trees within her space, with the total number of transplanted trees exceeding 1,000. Yuan Jing discovered a salt lake within the dark forest. Along its shores, numerous dark blue salt crystals hung, which, although bitter and salty when consumed directly, could yield pure salt upon purification. Considering that there were still 3 large pits unfilled in her divine space, Yuan Jing decided to collect the water from the salt lake, along with its diverse aquatic life, directly into the second pit of her space, thereby creating a second fish pond teeming with organisms such as alkaline water fish. Yuan Jing wandered through the dark forest for 3 or 4 days, amassing an abundance of resources. Satisfied with her haul, she decided to cease her scavenging within the forest. The coupling ceremony of Hu Feier and Shi Wuk was imminent. In the days leading up to their ceremony, it was the season of ripening sunflowers and chestnuts, prompting many female beastmen to urge their male counterparts to venture into the dark forest to collect sunflower seeds and chestnuts. This year, the male beastmen were busier than ever, not only gathering sunflower seeds for their female companions but also collecting chestnuts. Meanwhile, the female beastmen indulged in leisurely days, untouched by labor. Seizing the opportunity presented by their idleness, Yuan Jing decided to enlighten them on the benefits of cultivation. She invited Hu Feier, Hu Baier, Hu Jie, Hu Hua, and Hu Li, among other female beastmen, to tour her sunflower plantation. At this time, the sunflowers had fully matured. Yuan Jing's sunflowers, cultivated by her own hands, were notably larger than the wild varieties, which the female beastmen had previously seen on the outskirts of their territory. Consequently, they all agreed that Yuan Jing's sunflowers were of superior quality. They exclaimed, "Yuan Jing, your sunflowers are magnificent. How did you manage to grow such splendid specimens? These sunflowers appear larger than those found elsewhere. Even if we don't consume them, they would serve as stunning decor in front of your stone dwelling." I find myself quite enamored. Seeing their enthusiastic reactions, Yuan Jing felt immense satisfaction. Her intent was to promote the cultivation of sunflowers, and she was keen to convey that other crops could also be grown. Yuan Jing immediately began to enlighten everyone about the art of plant cultivation. Yuan Jing directly expressed to the clan matriarch, Hu Jie, esteemed matriarch, "Behold how splendidly these sunflowers have flourished. With so much vacant land within our clan, how wonderful it would be if we could cultivate sunflowers throughout." Consequently, many echoed this sentiment, yearning for the forthcoming year when the clan's empty spaces might be adorned with sunflowers. If such an abundance of sunflowers could indeed blossom in those areas, would they not reap a bountiful harvest? The clan matriarch, Hu Jie, found herself equally captivated, for Yuan Jing's sunflowers were truly exceptional, prompting her to resist the temptation to pluck a few blooms. Yuan Jing directly plucked some fresh sunflower seeds for everyone to savor. The newly harvested seeds were indeed delightful, possessing a unique, fragrant flavor that was both fresh and sweet. As everyone enjoyed the sunflower seeds in Yuan Jing's quaint courtyard, they engaged in pleasant conversation, creating a delightful atmosphere. As their chatter flowed, the topic shifted to the union ceremony of Hu Feier and Shi Wuk, being one of the central figures. Hu Feier felt a tinge of shyness, as she was still an unmarried young woman discussing such matters with these married women. Seeking an escape, she found an excuse to slip away. With the principal participant gone, the group's interest in discussing the couple's affairs waned, and they began to bid farewell to Yuan Jing. At last, Yuan Jing found herself in solitude, yet she had to prepare gifts for Hu Feier and Shi Wuk to commemorate their union. Although the icy jade sandals were initially intended as a gift for the couple, they were merely a stopgap. Now, she wished to present them with something more meaningful. Considering that Shi Wuk planned to accompany Hu Feier on another journey along the path of heart, Yuan Jing decided to gift them 2 luminous orbs. Their first journey along the path of heart had been shrouded in darkness. Now that they had finally found fulfillment, to traverse the same path in a bright environment would indeed offer a different perspective. However, this remained merely Yuan Jing's intention. Whether the couple chose to use the luminous orbs during their journey was entirely up to them. The 2 luminous orbs, as a gift for their union, were rather precious. Yet, Shi Wuk's willingness to take on the role of mentor for the 3 little ones added to the significance of their bond. Thus, Yuan Jing resolved to prepare additional gifts for them. Traditionally, when couples married, they were presented with new quilts symbolizing their lifelong union. While Yuan Jing could not provide a quilt, she could offer an icy jade mattress, which was a fine gift fitting for Shi Wuk and Hu Feier. Consequently, Yuan Jing finalized her gifts for the couple, which included an icy jade mattress and the 2 luminous orbs. On this day, Hu Feier and Shi Wuk's union ceremony took place, attended by all the members of the Tiger clan, as well as the leaders of the Snake clan, including Shi Donglai, Shi Yu, and Shi Tian. The ceremony was held in the expansive Tiger Clan Square, capable of accommodating 5,000 to 6,000 individuals, ensuring that the multitude of beast folk present did not create a sense of overcrowding but rather contributed to an extraordinary festivity. Yuan Jing's original identity was that of one who had entered into a union. Fragments of memories regarding this union linger in her mind. Yet, these are mere recollections, not first-hand experiences, which renders Yuan Jing quite eager for the upcoming bonding ceremony. The union ceremony is presided over by the high priest of the tribe. The high priest of the Tiger clan is shrouded in mystery. Since her arrival in this realm, Yuan Jing is witnessing him for the first time. The Tiger clan's high priest, Hu Lin, possesses a physique akin to that of an average male beastman, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. What distinguishes him from the other male beastmen is the intricate patterns etched upon his face. It is unclear whether these markings are inscribed or innate. Yet they exude an enigmatic aura, imbued with a sense of sanctity that compels one to avert their gaze. As the bonding ceremony commenced, the high priest led the clan members and the new couple in a reverent homage to the divine beast. The altar was situated beneath an ancient tree adjacent to the clan square. Following the high priest, the congregation knelt before the altar, mirroring his actions. While kneeling, the high priest recited complex and incomprehensible incantations. The act of venerating the divine beast persisted for a full hour, during which the beastmen maintained their kneeling posture. By the conclusion of this ritual, Yuan Jing's legs felt numb. However, she adhered to local customs and refrained from rising prematurely. After the homage to the divine beast, the high priest departed, a departure that the assembly greeted with familiarity. Yuan Jing found the high priest's enigmatic presence increasingly compelling. Following the worship, the core of the bonding ceremony commenced, wherein the couple exchanged tokens of their union. Shiwuk and Hufei exchanged bone chains as their tokens. Shiwuk gifted Hufei a bone chain that sparkled like diamonds, evoking memories of the love locks on the bone chain bridge along the 8th Circles Mountain Road, presumably the very chain that the couple had secured there. In return, Hufei presented Shiwuk with a colorful bone chain, crafted from rare materials, rendering the entire bracelet an emblem of exquisite distinction. Subsequent to the exchange of tokens, the assembly offered their gifts to the newly bonded couple. Yuan Jing joined the throng, presenting her carefully prepared gift, a luminous orb, and took a moment to explain its significance to Shiwuk before extending her blessings to the couple and stepping back to allow other tribe members to present their offerings. The gifts received by Shiwuk and Hufei were displayed in the Tiger Clan Square, totaling around 30 boxes, each filled with heartfelt offerings from the guests. As the presentation of gifts reached its conclusion, the bonding ceremony culminated in splendid success. Aware that Shiwuk and Hufei were to traverse the path of introspection once more, the beastmen present chose to remain, intent on witnessing the couple's journey along this path. The initiation of the path of introspection was entrusted to Hu Di, thereby granting Yuan Jing the opportunity to observe the couple as they embarked on this significant passage from the base of the mountain. Yuan Jing had no intention of ascending the mountain. Instead, she remained at the foot, watching as Shi Wuqiu and his companions made their way up the ominous Haida mountain. She observed that the leader of the serpent clan, Shi Donglai, along with Shi Yu, also followed Shi Wuqiu and Hufei up the mountain. The couple, adorned in luxurious matching attire, radiated a striking charm that nearly eclipsed the presence of Shi Wuqiu and Hufei. Yuan Jing felt a twinge of envy towards Shi Donglai and his partner, who had likely been together for several decades, still exuding such affection and intimacy. It was truly admirable. Yuan Jing quietly indulged in some dog food, finding it quite delightful. There are others like her, standing at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the crowd ascending. Even from the base, there is a spectacle to behold, rendering it unnecessary to climb to the summit. The crowd engaged in lively conversation while munching on sunflower seeds, leaving their discarded shells strewn across the ground. Yuan Jing felt a twinge of sympathy for the orc members of the Tiger Clan who were tasked with tidying up the area. Yuan Jing intends to distribute more beast meat and salt to the clansmen responsible for cleaning in the coming days, as the task of maintaining cleanliness is indeed arduous. Hua approached Yuan Jing to engage in conversation. She is now quite advanced in her pregnancy, and her mate, Huger, seldom permits her to venture outside. Today marks the bonding day of Shi Wuqiu and Hufei, an occasion that necessitates the attendance of the entire Tiger Clan. Thus, Hua has been granted the opportunity to go out. Reflecting on the recent ritual honoring the divine beast, which lasted a full hour, Yuan Jing harbors concerns about Hua's well-being. Aware that although beastmen possess robust physiques, pregnancy invariably brings its own challenges. Although the connection between Yuan Jing and Hua may not be particularly close, Hua's assistance has always been cherished by Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing genuinely regards Hua as a dear friend. Naturally, she is also concerned about Hua's health. Thus, Yuan Jing inquired several times, and it was only after Hua repeatedly assured her that she was fine that Yuan Jing finally felt completely at ease. Yuan Jing was conversing with Hua, and it seemed that not much time had passed when she overheard the nearby beastmen mention that Shiwuk and his companions had already arrived at the entrance of the Wuxin Road. Beside Yuan Jing, Hua also heard about Shiwuk's arrival at the entrance of the Wuxin Path. Both she and Yuan Jing turned their gazes towards the entrance of the Wuxin Path atop Black Tower Mountain. The figures of Shi Wuk and Hu Fei indeed paused at the entrance. Yuan Jing possessed remarkable eyesight. She could see the two, hand in hand, stepping sweetly into the Wuxing path. As they entered, the great door of the Wuxing path slowly closed behind them. Yuan Jing no longer paid attention to the matters atop Black Tower Mountain. She patiently awaited the emergence of Shi Wuqiu and his companion from the exit of the Path of Inquiry. Just as Shi and Hu Hua were engrossed in their lively conversation, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted. Yuan Jing and Hu Hua ceased their conversation, both turning their gazes toward the direction indicated by the crowd's attention. Yuan Jing observed that the illustrious couple, Shi Donglai and his partner, adorned in splendid matching attire, had unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of the Path of Reflection. It was no wonder that the crowd gasped in astonishment. Today was originally meant for Shi Wuk and Hu Fei to traverse the Path of Reflection together. Now, the couple seemed poised to usurp the spotlight from the youthful pair. The onlookers, brimming with excitement, encouraged the couple to swiftly embark on the Path of Reflection, hoping they would surpass Shi Wuk and Hu Fei. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, Shi Donglai and his partner boldly stepped onto the Path of Reflection. Yuan Jing held great admiration for the two individuals, appreciating their carefree and straightforward demeanor, devoid of any pretense. Such a manner of living seemed undeniably liberating, and Yuan Jing found herself enviously drawn to it. Today, having indulged in the delightful revelations surrounding the couple, she felt that her own existence had become more fulfilling as a mere spectator. Yuan Jing was indeed premature in her joy, for what transpired next would utterly astound all the orcs present. Merely 10 minutes after the couple, Shi Donglai and his wife entered the Path of Reflection, Yuan Jing and the others witnessed a scene that they would remember for eternity. Suddenly, on the serpentine road of the seventh circle, a circular stone slab, akin to the size of a manhole cover, emerged, slowly shifting outward from the heart of the stone tower mountain. As the stone was gradually pushed aside, a dark, cavernous entrance became visible to the astonished orcs, from which Shi Donglai and his wife emerged. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. With wings unfurled, Shi Donglai cradled Shiyu in one arm while gently pushing the circular stone slab to close it behind them. He then took flight, carrying Shiyu directly from the serpentine path of the seventh circle to the exit of the Path of Reflection. Gazing at the unblemished facade of the Black Tower Mountain, the assembly could scarcely believe that the preceding events had not been a mere figment of their imagination. With an air of resignation, Shi Donglai turned to Yuan Jing and remarked, "My wife harbors a fear of darkness. Thus, I forged a new path to bring her to the exit of the Path of Reflection. Shall we consider this a successful passage together?" Yuan Jing promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one were to liken the path of self-reflection to the trials that a couple must face together, then traversing the initially murky path hand in hand signifies their successful navigation through the challenges at hand. Similar to the couple, Shi Donglai and his wife have forged a new path to emerge at the exit of self-reflection, thus marking their triumph in this journey. This illustrates that Shi Wuqing genuinely cherishes his wife. Possessing the capability to expedite their exit from the path of self-reflection, he naturally wishes to spare her any additional suffering. It is only with sufficient strength that one can carve new routes. Should one's abilities merely align with that of a four-pattern beast, it would be wiser to adhere to the original path of self-reflection, for the creation of a new route demands significantly more time and effort. Conversely, the prowess of a five-pattern beast far surpasses that of a four-pattern beast, enabling them to carve out new paths with ease. However, mere possession of five-pattern strength is insufficient. One must also possess the ability to soar. Shi Donglai's capabilities exceed Yuan Jing's expectations. Not only does he wield the strength of a five-pattern beast, but he has also cultivated wings, elevating his combat prowess far beyond that of an ordinary five-pattern beast. Yuan Jing could not help but exclaim that indeed. Possessing formidable strength allows one to act with impunity. Once your power reaches a certain pinnacle, numerous regulations become mere trifles, easily disregarded. For those of immense prowess, such rules hold no sway. Having scarcely ventured onto the path of self-reflection, she encountered an individual who dared to shatter its very tenets. Yuan Jing could only lament that her own strength was exceedingly meager. Regarding Shi Donglai's breach of the rules of the path of self-reflection, Yuan Jing found nothing inappropriate in his actions. Yuan Jing constructed the Black Tower Mountain primarily to encourage young couples to affirm their feelings for one another. The Black Tower Mountain merely serves as a guiding force. Yuan Jing remains indifferent to the thoughts and perspectives of the orcs who utilize it. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, there is no need to concern oneself with the nuances of rules and regulations. When the Shidonglai couple arrived at the entrance of the Path of Reflection, after 5 or 6 minutes, Shi Wuqiu and his partner emerged from the Path of Reflection, radiating sweetness and affection. After feeling thoroughly overwhelmed by the abundance of affection, Yuan Jing quietly returned to her quaint courtyard. In this latest journey along the path of self-reflection, she was only aware of Snake Donglai's disruption of its established rules. The precise changes occurring within Black Tower Mountain remained a mystery to her. In truth, during this unveiling of the path of self-reflection, Snake Donglai not only violated its regulations, but also left behind his martial legacy within the depths of Black Tower Mountain, awaiting a fated individual to claim it. Additionally, the couple, Shi Wuqiu and his wife, had also concealed a special gift for young lovers somewhere within the mountain's embrace. What Yuan Jing remains blissfully unaware of is that the wishing well he constructed emanates a mysterious energy during the night. Hu Di, stationed at the summit of Black Tower Mountain, had previously been afflicted by the poison of the fruit, rendering him incapable of cultivating further. However, due to his persistent presence atop the mountain, his body has been purified by the enigmatic energy radiating from the wishing well, completely ridding him of the toxins. At this moment, Hu Di is once again able to cultivate normally. It is merely a matter of time before he regains the strength of a 3-pattern beastman. Furthermore, after being revitalized by this arcane energy, Hu Di's martial veins are considerably more robust than before, presenting him with the potential to ascend to the ranks of a 4-pattern beastman. The trajectory of development for Black Tower Mountain far exceeds Yuan Jing's imagination. After dazzling the myriad beastmen with his domineering presence, Shi Donglai, the chieftain of the Snake Clan, intends to return to his people. As the leader of the Snake Clan, he is burdened with numerous responsibilities. The mother of Little Snake Tian wishes to return to the Snake Clan with her offspring. Therefore, Shi Donglai and his wife head to the amusement park in search of Little Snake Tian, hoping to persuade him to return to the Snake Clan. However, Little Snake Tian is reluctant to leave, as he yearns to continue playing with his 3 little companions. Moreover, he has overheard the beastmen discussing a bonfire party to be held that evening in the Tiger Clan Square. Having participated in such festivities during his time with the Snake Clan, he is eager not to miss out on the vibrant atmosphere. The bonfire party is a lively affair, with a large fire blazing on the ground, surrounded by a throng of revelers, creating an exuberant scene where joy abounds. Notably, the spectacle of beastmen roasting whole animals adds to the allure, emitting an aromatic scent that wafts through the air, tantalizing the senses and evoking satisfaction. The sight of whole beasts being roasted is far more engaging than mere chunks of meat. The aroma alone is enough to captivate anyone. Little Snake Tian particularly relishes the succulent morsels sliced from the roasted beasts, further solidifying his desire to partake in the festivities rather than return to the Snake Clan. Consequently, Little Snake Tian remains steadfast in his refusal to leave, determined to stay and enjoy the bonfire party. Shi Donglai and his wife find themselves at an impasse with Little Snake Tian. Previously, during his stay in the Tiger Clan, his needs were entirely catered to by Yuan Jing, and the couple is hesitant to impose further on him. Thus, they find themselves in a stalemate with the stubborn Little Snake Tian. Upon returning to her quaint courtyard, Yuan Jing was suddenly reminded of the moments when Little Snake Tian played with the 3 little ones, during which she felt a pang of envy for the luminous orbs adorning their necks. Having entrusted the 3 little ones with the care of the glowing spheres, they had taken to wearing them continuously, thus preventing Little Snake Tian from holding them. Observing the envious glimmer in Little Snake Tian's eyes as he gently touched the orbs, shell softened Yuan Jing's heart. She resolved to craft another luminous orb encased in a leather strap, intending to present it to Little Snake Tian, so that he too could possess a glowing orb. Just like the 3 little ones, Yuan Jing had long regarded the little serpent, Tian, as part of her family, so she felt no remorse in gifting him the luminous orb. After crafting a shell for the orb adorned with a leather strap using the divine cauldron of light, she set off to find little Tian. Yuan Jing worried that Tian might have returned to the Serpent Clan, making it impossible for her to present the orb to him. She pondered when she might see him again. Upon discovering Tian at the amusement park, she found him in a standoff with his beastly father and mother. The sight of his puffed-up demeanor brought a smile to Yuan Jing's face. Yuan Jing approached Little Snake Tian and presented the luminous orb she had meticulously prepared. Upon receiving the orb, Little Snake Tian was overwhelmed with joy, promptly adorning it around her neck. Her eyes remained fixated on the radiant orb resting on her chest, her face alight with delight. The Snake Donglai couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Yuan Jing. Having learned about the orb's significance through Shi Wuqiu, they understood its considerable value. The couple was taken aback by Yuan Jing's generous gift to little snake Tian, further deepening their appreciation for her kindness. Yuan Jing was indifferent to the thoughts of the snake Donglai couple. Her affection for little snake Tian was genuine, and she gifted the luminous orb to him simply because it brought her joy to do so. After receiving the orb, little snake Tian seemed less resistant to the idea of returning to the snake clan. Thus, under the persistent persuasion of Snake Yu, little snake Tian reluctantly departed from the clan. Before leaving, little snake Tian said to Yuan Jing, "Aunt Jing, I will come back to visit you all next time. Farewell." Yuan Jing busily remarked, "Yes, yes, Xiao Tian, be good when you return. Come back to play with Hu Hu and the others when you have time." After bidding farewell, the figures of Shi Donglai and his companions swiftly vanished from Yuan Jing's sight. Having seen off the little snake, Yuan Jing returned to her quaint courtyard, where Hu Shuang was already preparing lunch. With the midday meal secured for the three little ones and the anticipation of an evening bonfire gathering, there was no need to worry about their dinner. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Jing decided to take a stroll through the dark forest. With ample provisions stored in her divine space, she opted to forego lunch at home to save time. After instructing Hu Shuang to supervise the three little ones during their meal, Yuan Jing quietly slipped into the dark forest. Yuan Jing had ventured into the dark forest numerous times, thus she had become quite familiar with the diverse vegetation that thrived in various areas of the shadowy realm. Yuan Jing's purpose for entering the dark forest this time is to seek out what that possesses both high hardness and excellent toughness. She intends to prepare new bicycles and scooters for the three little ones. Yuan Jing intends to prepare bicycles devoid of training wheels. Now that the three little ones have progressed to the level of two patterned orcs, she no longer worries about their potential falls. Thus, bicycles without training wheels are more suitable for them. However, the absence of training wheels allows for swifter cycling, which renders ordinary wooden frames insufficiently sturdy. The same applies to the scooters. As the weight of the three little ones increases, their previous scooters appear diminutive and fail to keep pace, diminishing their practicality. If Yuan Jing can procure more suitable materials for constructing bicycles, she will be able to create bicycles and scooters that better cater to the needs of the three little ones. Yuan Jing is currently eager to develop bicycles solely because she has devised a luminous orb. She has an enduring sense that her research has reached a stagnant phase, and thus, she anticipates that there will be no substantial progress in the study of lighting tools in the near future. Yuan Jing decided to immerse herself in the exploration of toys. Before long, she arrived at her destination, a primordial forest, the closest to the Tiger Clan tribe. The shadowy expanse of the dark forest encompassed numerous sections of untamed wilderness, yet Yuan Jing, pressed for time, opted for this particular stretch of ancient woodland. This primeval forest was densely overgrown, home to a diverse array of trees. However, the forest also harbored a considerable number of venomous insects, and the available prey for the orc hunters was scarce, which rendered this ancient woodland infrequently visited by the orc inhabitants of the Tiger Clan. Yuan Jing had previously refrained from entering the primordial forest due to the exceptionally vigorous growth of its trees, which formed a dense canopy that obscured sunlight, rendering the forest dim and foreboding. Such an environment is one that any rational individual would seek to avoid. However, in pursuit of new timber, Yuan Jing found herself compelled to venture into the depths of the primordial forest. This time, she was not unprepared for her expedition. The plants resembling mugwort that had been transplanted into the divine cauldron space had undergone a peculiar mutation. Golden veins had emerged within the rhizome of these mugwort-like plants. While the appearance of golden hues on the originally green foliage could have imparted a sense of softness, the presence of these golden patterns instead exuded an air of chilling severity. Yuan Jing, finding them aesthetically pleasing, decided to transplant several specimens of the mutated mugwort into her small courtyard. Ever since the transplantation of the mutated mugwort, no insects such as spiders or ants have appeared within a 30-meter radius of the plants. In her previous life, mugwort was known for its pest-repelling properties, and it seems that the mutated variety is even more effective in warding off such nuisances. The mutated mugwort has become Yuan Jing's reliable ally as she ventures into the primeval forest. Yuan Jing adorned her limbs and back with a mutated variety of mugwort before venturing into the primordial forest. The forest teemed with venomous creatures, with various poisonous spiders weaving their webs among the trees, some as small as a thumb and others as large as eggs. Additionally, there were unknown soft-bodied insects languidly resting on the leaves of trees or amidst the underbrush, ranging from the thickness of chopsticks to that of water pipes. Some of these creatures boasted oversized heads, adorned with large, bulging eyes and grotesque mouths. Their eyes appeared to watch intently, swiveling ominously at the slightest disturbance in the wind, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The sheer presence of these insects sent shivers down one's spine. Branches were also draped with numerous snakes, writhing in the dim light of the forest, which only heightened the eerie ambience. Yuan Jing found herself in a state of helplessness to guard against the bites of serpents, insects, and venomous beasts. She heightened her senses. However, possessing such acute awareness was not always advantageous. She could hear an array of peculiar sounds, the clicking of spiders spinning silk, the hissing of snakes, and the incessant movements of various soft-bodied insects echoed in her ears. Fortunately, she was adorned with mutated mugwort, whose chilling aura repelled these creatures, compelling them to steer clear of her presence. Yet, despite their avoidance, Yuan Jing still felt a tingling unease at the nape of her neck. Resolutely, she steeled herself and began her search for suitable wood. Yuan Jing surprisingly discovered trees that bear a resemblance to the iron birch. In Yuan Jing's memory, the hardness of the iron birch tree surpassed that of the oak by threefold and exceeded ordinary steel by a factor of 2, rendering it the hardest wood in existence. It is commonly employed as a substitute for metal. To ascertain the validity of her assumptions, Yuan Jing produced a bone knife that she had prepared in advance, promptly testing the hardness of this remarkable wood. Indeed, its resilience was exceptional, even with her formidable strength as a four-patterned beast. She could not budge the tree in the slightest. The tree's texture was not only robust, but also possessed remarkable toughness, proving to be more practical than ordinary steel. Its quality was comparable to that of the iron birch, and in fact, its attributes far surpassed those of the iron birch. Thus, Yuan Jing successfully acquired this variety of iron birch. Fortunately, there were no venomous snakes or insects clinging to the tree. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding how to remove them. Yuan Jing meticulously gathered all the iron birch trees with a diameter exceeding 3 meters into her divine space. She left the smaller iron birch trees to continue thriving in this land. In truth, a single iron birch tree with a 3-meter diameter was sufficient for Yuan Jing to craft 3 small bicycles and scooters. The reason Yuan Jing opted to collect hundreds of iron birch trees exceeding this diameter into her divine space was her resolute desire to avoid re-entering the primeval forest. After securing the iron birch trees, Yuan Jing also transported several other trees devoid of venomous creatures and beasts into her space. She contemplated that although the utility of these trees remained uncertain for the time being, they could serve as firewood in the future, ensuring they would prove useful in some capacity. Having transplanted a vast array of trees, Yuan Jing hurriedly exited the primeval forest, eager to leave this wilderness behind. Once outside, she proceeded to scour the dark forest, transplanting various fruit trees and capturing all the wild beasts she encountered into her divine space. Anticipating that her kin were preoccupied with preparations for the evening's bonfire gathering, Yuan Jing surmised that no clan members would venture into the dark forest today. This allowed her to plunder the resources within the dark forest with even greater abandon. Following a wave of anxiety felt within the Serpent clan, Yuan Jing increased her pace in stocking her divine space with an array of supplies. Yuan Jing observed that the growth rate of various plants within the divine space surpassed that of the external environment, albeit not to an extraordinary degree. The climate within this realm proved to be particularly conducive to the flourishing of diverse flora, allowing for the harvesting of salt fruits and large basin fruits, which could typically be gathered only once a year in the dark forest, to be reaped twice within the space. Consequently, Yuan Jing deduced that the passage of time within this realm was slightly accelerated compared to the outside world, though not excessively so. While the terrestrial plants exhibited a moderate growth rate, Yuan Jing noted that the fish and shrimp in the first and second fish ponds she constructed proliferated at an impressive pace. Initially, the quantity of fish and shrimp introduced into the first pond was modest. However, their population had burgeoned to a densely packed multitude. Remarkably, the fish and shrimp in the newly established second pond had multiplied 5 or 6 times. Thus, Yuan Jing resolved to introduce 2 additional ponds of fish and shrimp along the riverbank in the dark forest. Yuan Jing followed the path etched in her memory to the riverbank not far from her. The waters teemed with an abundance of fish and shrimp. Drawing from her prior experience of transferring aquatic life into her space, she swiftly filled the 3rd fish pond with a bountiful harvest from the vibrant waters. Before long, the 3rd pond was brimming with life. Employing the same method, she proceeded to construct the 4th fish pond. Yuan Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the resources of fish and shrimp from 4 fish ponds at her disposal, she felt that even if the world were to end, she would not have to worry about food and drink. After acquiring the fish and shrimp from 2 ponds, Yuan Jing was not yet satisfied. She proceeded to construct 2 additional fish ponds within her space, subsequently gathering the fish and shrimp from these new ponds as well. Yuan Jing began her journey home, feeling content. The establishment of 2 new fish ponds had consumed a considerable amount of her energy, leaving her feeling only half of her usual vigor. Although she still had the desire to gather resources, her capacity to do so had significantly diminished. While she was wholeheartedly making her way back to the tribe, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a small creature resembling a mouse, feasting on the tuberous roots unearthed from the soil. The skin of the fruit was a rich purple, while the flesh inside was a vibrant yellow, reminiscent of sweet potatoes. Autumn marked the season for sweet potatoes to ripen, and these tuber-like fruits had grown to the size of pumpkins. Yuan Jing refrained from disturbing the small beast during its meal and moved to a position farther away. She first unearthed a large sweet potato, then skillfully peeled it with a bone knife. After inhaling its aroma and finding nothing amiss, she boldly sampled its flavor. The taste bore a striking resemblance to that of sweet potatoes from her previous life, perhaps even more crisp and sweet. Upon confirming that these pumpkin-sized tubers were indeed sweet potatoes, Yuan Jing enthusiastically gathered the entirety of this 10-acre patch into her spatial storage. Fortunately, the act of transferring external materials into her space required little energy. Otherwise, she would have struggled to manage such a vast quantity of sweet potatoes. Indeed, autumn proved to be the most opportune season for foraging and harvesting. After collecting the sweet potatoes, Yuan Jing casually gazed ahead and was astonished to behold a field of crops reminiscent of corn. With an overwhelming sense of excitement, she made her way towards the corn-like plants. Upon arriving at the cornfield, Yuan Jing plucked a fruit resembling corn and held it in her hand for a closer inspection. It was indeed quite similar to the corn of her past life, albeit with kernels the size of a thumb. Yuan Jing surmised that this crop must indeed be corn. Yuan Jing paid no further heed to the matter. She promptly absorbed the 5-acre cornfield into her spatial realm. Yuan Jing felt a sense of accomplishment with her work today, and she returned to the village with a heart full of joy. Upon Yuan Jing's return to the clan square, the 3 little ones were reveling by the bonfire, thoroughly engrossed in their merriment. The barbecue at the bonfire gathering had just reached perfect doneness. Yuan Jing and the trio indulged in a hearty feast of roasted meat, while she allowed them to continue their frolics at the bonfire celebration, retreating to her small courtyard for some solitude. Upon returning to the laboratory, Yuan Jing retrieved the ice jade lotus and commenced her cultivation. Having expended an excessive amount of energy today, she felt the necessity to recuperate thoroughly. As Yuan Jing was immersed in her cultivation for 2 hours, a series of persistent knocks suddenly echoed from outside the door. In Yuan Jing's mind, the image of Huang Qingqian emerged, prompting her to worry about the well-being of the 3 little ones. Consequently, she hurried to open the door. Standing outside was indeed Huang Qingqian. Today, Huang Qingqian appeared somewhat peculiar, but Yuan Jing did not have the time to ponder this further and inquired, "Qingqian, what brings you to seek your mother? Where are your 2 brothers? Why haven't they returned yet? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Huang Qingqian replied, hesitating. Yuan Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. She hastily urged, "Come in quickly. If there is anything to discuss, speak directly with mother." Yuan Jing felt that her current anxiety was akin to the unease she experienced during her time with the Serpent Clan. Could it be that this matter is somehow connected to the Serpent Clan? Yuan Jing's mind was a tumultuous whirl. The words spoken by Huang Cansong sent a shiver down her spine. Huang Cansong had awakened fragments of memories regarding the colossal dark beast, one of the most ancient and enigmatic creatures of the divine beast continent. This behemoth resided within the boundless ocean. Its size was immense, akin to the mythical Kuanping described in ancient texts, yet no one could ascertain the true magnitude of its form. Unlike the Kuanping, the colossal dark beast was an aquatic creature, incapable of flight. It drifted endlessly in the vast seas, its whereabouts ever elusive. The appearance of the colossal dark beast was beguiling. Its back would remain afloat on the ocean's surface, adorned with mountains, rivers, and a plethora of abundant resources. When the beastmen encountered this creature, they would often mistake it for a gigantic island or even perceive it as a newly discovered land rich in resources. Thus, drawn by the allure of material wealth or pure curiosity, the beastmen would venture onto the beast's back. However, the colossal dark beast was a profoundly malevolent entity, endowed with formidable powers. It possessed 3 innate gifts. The first was the ability to create a one-way formation within a radius of hundreds of nautical miles. Akin to a one-way gate, from which all living and even inanimate beings could enter but never escape. Therefore, even those beastmen who had climbed aboard out of curiosity would find it impossible to return to their tribes, becoming lost within the hundreds of nautical miles surrounding the colossal dark beast, ultimately compelled to return helplessly to its back. The beast's second gift was dark petrification. Its back floated on the ocean's surface to attract numerous beastmen and even wild creatures to thrive upon it. Once the population of beings on its back burgeoned, the beast would employ its dark petrification power, turning all life forms into ash, vanishing without a trace, while absorbing their pure energy entirely. Thus, all creatures upon the colossal dark beast were, in essence, its livestock. The third gift of the colossal dark beast was the ability to strip its captive beings of their primal instincts, facilitating their rapid reproduction. After hearing Huang Cansong's account of the colossal dark beast, Yuan Jing was utterly bewildered. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped her. It seemed her ominous premonition was coming to fruition. They were likely living atop the colossal dark beast, one of its captive beings. Back in the Serpent Clan, Yuan Jing had felt an unsettling disquiet within her heart. Had the dark power of the colossal dark beast begun to seep into their lives? If that dark force were to permeate completely, would they not face petrification, ultimately transforming into ash? Yuan Jing was too preoccupied to ponder why Huang Cansong had suddenly awakened the memories of the colossal dark beast. Yuan Jing is now consumed by thoughts of whether everyone is at risk of being reduced to ashes. Yuan Jing once believed that amassing a substantial amount of resources within her space would ensure her safety, but it has become evident that this notion is far from reality. Yuan Jing's mind was in disarray. However, she still managed to feign calmness. At present, within the small circles of the Tiger Clan and the Serpent Clan, it is likely that only Huang Cansong and Yuan Jing are privy to the matter concerning the colossal dark beast. The information regarding the colossal dark beast was initially conveyed by Huang Cansong. Thus Yuan Jing placed all her hopes upon her. Yuan Jing's heart was filled with unease and uncertainty. Can we now be on the back of that? Yuan Jing inquired. Yuan Jing felt an overwhelming aversion to receiving an affirmative response. The presence of this unknown behemoth instilled in her an immense sense of dread. We cannot possibly be atop that creature, can we? Yuan Jing could not resist speaking again. Indeed, we are on the back of that colossal beast. Huang Cansong replied with an unruffled demeanor. Yuan Jing felt as though her head had exploded with a deafening roar. She could scarcely maintain her composure. The thought that she was standing atop a demon, one whose malevolent hands could reach out towards her at any moment, consumed her. Yuan Jing felt profoundly disheartened. Is there a way for us to escape? She asked, her heart filled with anticipation. Huang Cansong shook her head gently, a look of resignation on her face. Yuan Jing fell silent, uncertain of what to articulate. Huang Cansong also refrained from speaking, and the atmosphere seemed to solidify around them. However, we might give it a try. I recall an ancient formation known as the Seven Stars Isolation Array, which might potentially thwart the encroachment of dark forces upon the surface. Huang Cansong gently remarked, caressing the luminous orb at her chest. What must we do? A flicker of hope ignited within Yuan Jing's heart. Thus, the two engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the arrangement of the Seven Stars Isolation Array. The deployment of such a formation not only required an abundance of materials but also necessitated the identification of an optimal location for its establishment. Should the array be successfully arranged, only the beings within its confines would be spared, while those outside would be reduced to ash. The colossal beasts, empowered by immense energy, would fall into a deep slumber, awakening only to gather various resources upon their backs. Consequently, even if the array were to succeed, the land upon the backs of these giants would remain devoid of life for a considerable time, rendering food scarce. In truth, both Huang Cansong and Yuan Jing understood that the arrangement of the Seven Stars Isolation Array might not guarantee success. Yet failing to attempt it would lead to inevitable doom for all. It was better to try. Who knew what fortune might await them? As their conversation progressed, the dark and light figures returned. Yuan Jing was reluctant for the two little ones to be privy to such matters, and thus both women shared an unspoken understanding to cease their dialogue. Huang Cansong was the first to step out of the laboratory. Yuan Jing remained immersed in the recent conversation, unwilling to accept the reality of it all. Yet, the undeniable truth compelled her to acknowledge that everything was, indeed, real. Yuan Jing remarked on how the beastmen she encountered were all benevolent. It seemed that those beastmen who survived in such an environment had had their primal instincts erased. Yuan Jing found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel gratitude or sorrow. Her heart remained unsettled for an extended period. When the three little ones outside finally succumbed to slumber, Yuan Jing retreated to her own chamber to rest. The following morning, she awoke early. Despite a night of rest, her mental state was far from optimal. Previously accustomed to dreamless nights, she had been plagued by numerous nightmares the previous evening. This morning, she too was jolted awake from a haunting dream. After Yuan Jing finished her morning ablutions, she anxiously awaited Hu Shuang's arrival to prepare breakfast, as she wished to discuss the 7 stars isolation formation with Huang Qingqin at the earliest opportunity. Yuan Jing had initially intended to take on the responsibility of cooking herself in the future, yet she harbored concerns about Hu Shuang's thoughts on the matter. The 2 children, He Hu and Bai Sha, were also reaching an age of understanding, prompting Yuan Jing to worry about their influences. Thus, she decided to maintain the status quo regarding meals and other affairs. This morning, as usual, Hu Shuang arrived early to prepare breakfast for Yuan Jing. To ensure that everything remained consistent with the past, Yuan Jing instructed the 3 little ones to engage in self-cultivation for an hour after finishing their breakfast. After having breakfast, Yuan Jing entered the laboratory. Regardless of the circumstances, she must remain composed. Yuan Jing had previously experienced a sense of unease upon arriving at the Serpent Clan, perhaps indicating that the time before the colossal dark beast unleashed its petrifying powers was drawing near. They needed to prepare as soon as possible. Yuan Jing perceived that the vicinity of the Serpent Clan might be the most perilous. Thus she believed that the location for constructing the 7 stars isolation formation should be situated further away from the Serpent Clan. Yuan Jing contemplated the intricacies of the 7 stars isolation array, deciding it prudent to defer discussions with Huang Kandan until the 3 young ones had completed their training. At present, her priority lay in devising a method to communicate with the surrounding tribes. Given the urgency of the situation, she concluded that it sufficed to notify the Tiger tribe, along with the Serpent tribe, the Wolf tribe, and the Leopard tribe. The impracticality of reaching distant tribes became evident, as the time constraints rendered such endeavors futile. Moreover, the construction of a larger 7 stars isolation array necessitated increasingly vast resources. With the current supplies at her disposal, Yuan Jing found herself incapable of erecting an oversized array. Compounding the challenge was the grim reality that the land atop the colossal beast would soon be devoid of any living creatures, raising a pressing concern regarding the sustenance of the survivors. If the issue of food remained unresolved, the tribe's people might either succumb to petrification or perish from starvation. The purpose of establishing the 7 stars isolation array was to ensure the survival of all. Should the beastmen face the dire fate of starvation or devolve into cannibalism, the rationale behind the array would lose its significance. Yuan Jing deemed it far more harrowing to witness her kin devour one another than to face the agony of petrification. Thus, in addition to constructing the array, it was imperative to provide sufficient nourishment for the surviving beastmen. After much contemplation, Yuan Jing resolved to notify only the nearby Serpent tribe, Wolf tribe, and Leopard tribe. The challenge now lay in determining how to transparently convey this message to her fellow beastmen and the neighboring tribes. Yuan Jing suddenly recalled how the ancients in her previous life had a penchant for inscribing edicts on stone tablets, imparting wisdom to future generations through these enduring monuments. Yuan Jing now desires to create a false stone tablet, inscribing upon it various rumors concerning the colossal dark beast, and accompanying it with a map. The map purportedly marks the location of an ancient barrier formation established by predecessors. It is said that as long as the orcs remain within this ancient barrier, they stand a significant chance of evading petrification by the dark forces. This tablet is intended for future generations, with the hope that they may successfully elude the fate of being turned to stone by darkness. Yuan Jing must also consult with Huang Qingqin regarding the site for constructing the 7 stars barrier formation. Thus, Yuan Jing first ventured into the Divine Cauldron space to retrieve a stone, which she had inadvertently collected while crabbing by the river. It was by chance that she discovered the stone had found its way into her space. The stone possesses a unique quality. It is not particularly hard, yet exhibits remarkable resilience, impervious to shattering regardless of how it is struck. Additionally, the patterns etched upon it appear ancient, suggesting that the stone itself is of considerable age. Yuan Jing found it exceedingly practical to use this piece of stone for crafting a monument. Yuan Jing unhesitatingly cast the stone into the Divine Cauldron of Light. With a mere thought, the cauldron transformed the stone into the likeness of a monument. Subsequently, Yuan Jing directly employed the Divine Cauldron of Light to inscribe upon the monument various tales regarding the colossal dark beasts. As for the map marking the precise location of the 7-star isolation array, it shall remain unwrought for the time being. Although Yuan Jing had identified a suitable location in her heart, she still wished to discuss the specific construction site of the Seven Stars Isolation Formation with Huang Cancan. Yuan Jing herself has transmigrated into this beastly world, and she does not find it surprising that Huang Cancan is able to awaken certain memories regarding the colossal dark beasts. Yuan Jing regarded Huang Cancan as the reincarnation of a powerful being. Now, she no longer perceived Huang Cancan as a mere cub, but rather as a fully fledged adult beastman. After all, with awakened memories, his thoughts must have matured significantly. Yuan Jing feels no unfamiliarity with the present Huang Cancan. In fact, she believes that she shares a similar purpose with Huang Cancan. They have both arrived in this beastly world with their own missions. Yuan Jing refrained from inquiring about Huang Cancan's past life matters. She believed that everyone harbors their own little secrets, and even between a mother and child, it is permissible to retain personal mysteries. Some matters do not necessitate deliberate exploration. When the time is ripe, understanding will naturally unfold. Once Yuan Jing had meticulously crafted the stone tablet, a knock at the door announced Huang Cancan's arrival, and Yuan Jing welcomed her inside. The two engaged in a discussion regarding the construction site of the seven-star isolation array. Yuan Jing proposed a location adjacent to the salt lake she had discovered, which spanned approximately 10 acres. Beside the salt lake lay a freshwater lake, considerably smaller, measuring around 5 to 6 acres. Regardless of whether it was the salt lake or the freshwater lake, both bodies of water were quite deep, teeming with abundant fish and shrimp resources. While the aquatic bounty might not suffice for the orc tribes, including the tiger tribe and surrounding clans, the fish and shrimp within Yuan Jing's space thrived at an impressive rate. When the populations in the two lakes diminished, she could continually replenish them with the fish and shrimp from her space, thereby addressing the food supply concerns of the orcs. Most importantly, the salt lake would provide a steady supply of salt for the orc community, ensuring their sustenance. Additionally, this salt lake was situated at a considerable distance from the snake tribe, as Yuan Jing did not intend to construct the seven-star isolation array in close proximity to them. After Yuan Jing shared her thoughts in the impressive yield of fish and shrimp from her space with Huang Cancan, Huang Cancan did not exhibit any signs of surprise. This was because he had long been aware of Yuan Jing's possession of the bright divine cauldron and its accompanying space. Huang Cancan expressed his agreement with Yuan Jing's choice of the salt lake as the site for constructing the seven stars isolation array. He found no perplexity in how Yuan Jing came to know the precise location of the salt lake within the dark forest. He had always been cognizant of her clandestine ventures into that enigmatic realm. In his past life, Huang Cancan was a rather aloof individual, primarily desiring to establish a seven stars isolation array for the use of his own family of 4, showing little concern for the fates of other beastmen. Observing Yuan Jing's selfless demeanor, he did not fully concur with her perspective, yet he chose not to oppose it either. He did, however, caution her about the immense allure that the bright divine cauldron and its space held for many beastmen, hoping she would comprehend the treacherous nature of human hearts. Yuan Jing, resembling an exemplary student, expressed her understanding. Ever since she became aware of the existence of the colossal dark beast, she realized that the kindness exhibited by the orcs here was, in part, a consequence of their primal instincts being dulled by the influence of the giant creature. Should fortune smile upon them one day, allowing them to escape the clutches of the colossal dark beast, the hidden selfishness of some orcs would likely surge uncontrollably, leading Yuan Jing into a myriad of troubles. Thus, she resolved to adopt a more discreet demeanor in the days to come. Refraining from engaging in the foolishness of seeking attention, she intended to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Yuan Jing felt that Huang Cancan understood even more than she did. The children of today are truly remarkable. After Yuan Jing and Huang Cancan agreed on the specific location for the construction of the seven stars isolation array, Yuan Jing once again placed the half-prepared stone tablet into the divine light cauldron. Utilizing the cauldron, she meticulously illustrated the exact position for the array's construction. Before long, a stone tablet adorned with ancient inscriptions and a map was completed. The inscriptions detailed various legends of the colossal dark beasts, while the map depicted the precise location of the seven stars isolation array. To enhance the tablet's credibility, the text was inscribed in a very archaic script from the beast era. As a member of the ape clan, Yuan Jing was well aware of the profound heritage of her lineage, which produced exceptional talents like Yuan Tian. Even Huang Cancan was taken aback upon seeing the ancient beast script on the tablet. He had not anticipated that the ape clan retained such a rich legacy. Huang Cancan was also quite astonished by Yuan Jing's cleverness in utilizing the tablet to convey information regarding the colossal dark beasts. Until then, He had assumed that Yuan Jing's continuous construction of amusement parks, toy rooms, game halls, and various entertainment facilities was merely a reflection of her penchant for leisure. He did not perceive her as a particularly contemplative or insightful being. Huang Cancan even believed that Yuan Jing's development of various lighting devices was solely to maximize the refining capabilities of the divine light cauldron. If Yuan Jing were aware of Huang Cancan's thoughts, she would surely be disheartened, realizing that in the eyes of the young ones, she was seen as a rather superficial individual devoid of deeper thoughts. Nevertheless, Huang Cancan's perspective was not entirely unfounded, as Yuan Jing did indeed wish to indulge in a life of leisure. In truth, many other beast folk also regarded Yuan Jing as someone who loved amusement or who had constructed entertainment facilities out of sheer survival necessity, generally perceiving her as lacking in intellectual depth. Otherwise, even if the beast folk had shed some of their primal instincts, Yuan Jing would still find life challenging. The beings kept in captivity resembled domesticated chickens and ducks from the past, while they were certainly more obedient than their wild counterparts. There remained a semblance of untamed spirit within them, albeit perhaps in a more subdued form. However, this was merely a possibility, not an absolute certainty. Huang Cancan harbored no worries about disseminating information regarding the colossal dark beasts, as he had no intention of sharing such news. With Yuan Jing having produced this tablet, he reluctantly agreed to assist her in the endeavor to spread information about the colossal dark beasts. However, the dissemination of information was not urgent. Revealing the existence of the colossal dark beasts would undoubtedly incite panic among the beast folk, and thus, there was no immediate benefit in sharing this knowledge. Yuan Jing and Huang Cancan's foremost task was to construct the 7 Stars Isolation Formation. Naturally, they would not wait for its completion to disseminate news. Instead, they would begin sharing information within their clan 2 or 3 days prior to its finalization. Subsequently, the clan's orc members would relay this information to several neighboring tribes. Throughout the daylight hours, Yuan Jing diligently labored in the laboratory, employing the bright divine cauldron to forge array flags and discs, items she had previously only encountered in fantastical tales. To her astonishment, she found herself amidst such wonders in this beastly realm, crafting them with her own hands. However, after a fleeting moment of surprise, she swiftly regained her composure. With imminent peril at hand, there was little space in her mind for thoughts of novelty or curiosity. The materials employed by Yuan Jing in the crafting of the formation flags consist of a white stone resembling jade, known as luminous jade. This stone possesses properties of light, which can counteract the dark energy emanated by the colossal dark beasts. Although the power of light can indeed suppress the forces of darkness, the sheer might of these gigantic creatures is formidable. Consequently, the 7-Star Isolation Formation, established with the power of light, holds only a slim chance of effectively sealing away the dark energy. Nevertheless, it is imperative to attempt it regardless. The luminous jade stones utilized by Yuan Jing in the forging of the array flags were all provided by Huang Sanzan. Yuan Jing speculated that Huang Sanzan might be the reincarnation of a powerful being, thus she found it entirely unsurprising that Huang Sanzan could produce such wondrous materials. Yuan Jing obediently followed Huang Cancan's instructions to forge the array flags as described by her. Yuan Jing now perceives that Huang Cancan is always right, and she believes that Huang Cancan harbors no intentions of causing her harm. What Yuan Jing remains unaware of is that, earlier, after Huang Cancan awakened his memories, he harbored an intention to seize Yuan Jing's radiant divine cauldron and the space it occupied upon first learning of their existence. When Huang Cancan previously gifted numerous colorful stones to Yuan Jing, it was with a motive to test her. Should Yuan Jing show no initiative in wielding the radiant divine cauldron and its space, Huang Cancan would not hesitate to claim them for himself. As the colossal dark beast was poised to unleash its dark power, Huang Cancan's sole focus was on devising a means to counter that darkness and survive, indifferent to the fates of others. However, since Yuan Jing developed the luminous orbs capable of emitting potent radiant energy, Huang Cancan found her to be of some value. Not all luminous objects possess the ability to emit radiant energy. Items such as shell lamps and sunflower chandeliers merely produce ordinary light and lack the capacity for true illumination. Thus, Huang Cancan felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Yuan Jing's creation of the luminous orbs. Furthermore, after spending several days with Yuan Jing, along with the enigmatic figures of He Hu and Bai Shu, he noticed a diminishing intent to harm them. In the eyes of Huang Cancan, Yuan Jing, and those who were dark and obscure, as well as those who were pale and insipid, are merely inconsequential figures. Yuan Jing remained oblivious to the numerous occasions she had lingered on the brink of death. Little did she know that the one she deemed most obedient and least troublesome, Huang Can, harbored intentions to take her life. With the aid of the luminous jade and the divine cauldron provided by Huang Can, Yuan Jing swiftly forged 49 array flags. However, these flags required the inscription of runes to enhance their efficacy. Lacking the skills to engrave the runes herself, Yuan Jing entrusted this task entirely to Huang Can. Yuan Jing had previously crafted toys with remarkable swiftness, often completing them in a matter of mere minutes. However, the internal structure of the formation flag was exceedingly intricate, requiring approximately the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks for its creation. Furthermore, the formation flags could only be refined one by one. After Yuan Jing successfully forged a formation flag, she would remove it. While Huang Can meticulously inscribed runes upon the flag that Yuan Jing had just crafted, Yuan Jing was wholly engrossed in the meticulous crafting of the formation flags. Oblivious to the psychological musings of Huang Can observing Yuan Jing wielding the remarkable divine cauldron of light, Huang Can was astonished that the process of forging a single formation flag consumed such an extensive duration, with the capability to produce only one at a time. In her heart, she silently branded Yuan Jing as inept. It was her first encounter with someone possessing such a formidable artifact, yet displaying such an efficacy. After more than a day of laborious effort, Yuan Jing finally managed to refine a total of 49 formation flags. When Yuan Jing successfully crafted the final array flag, Huang Can seized it and commenced inscribing the runes. Remarkably, within a mere few minutes, the runes on the last array flag were etched. After completing the array flags, the next endeavor was to forge the array disc, a task far more intricate than none of the flags. In recent days, both Yuan Jing and Huang Can have been diligently engaged in the creation of array flags and discs. Although He Hu and Bai Shushu noticed a subtle change in Huang Can, their youthfulness prevented them from dwelling on it, and they continued to frolic during their leisure time. After deeming Yuan Jing as inept, Huang Can pondered how to enable Yuan Jing to produce such a complex array disc. Had it not been for the absence of a suitable furnace, Huang Can would have preferred to personally craft both the array flags and discs. Alas, Yuan Jing's ineptitude was too pronounced. Consequently, Huang Can resolved to divide the array disc into 8 components. He guided Yuan Jing in the sequential crafting of each of these 8 parts. Thus, the process of creating the array disc was entirely under Huang Can's instruction, with Yuan Jing following his lead. However, the experience of the crafting process felt entirely disparate for both of them. Yuan Jing felt a growing proficiency in her use of the divine cauldron. Believing her talents to be exceptional, Huang Can regarded Yuan Jing as somewhat dull-witted. Had it been in the past, he would have swiftly dispatched such a character without a second thought. Keeping her around seemed a sheer waste of resources. Fortunately, Yuan Jing remained oblivious to Huang Can's opinions. Otherwise, her worldview might have crumbled. The duo spent an entire day painstakingly refining the 2 components of the formation plate, which were the smallest and simplest parts of the array. The materials for these components were all provided by Huang Can, who, lacking a storage bag, had accumulated only a limited supply. He knew the locations of further materials hidden within the dark forest, waiting for a moonless night to retrieve them. Huang Can lamented Yuan Jing's lack of discernment, noting that the dark forest held numerous beneficial resources for cultivation. While she seemed intent on filling her space with useless items, truly squandering opportunities, the once venerated divine cauldron space had been transformed into a mere planting ground and breeding farm under her stewardship. Huang Can was at a loss as to how he had cohabited with such a wasteful individual for so long in the past. He would have readily reduced such incompetence to rubble. Even he was perplexed by his newfound tolerance. Nightfall approached swiftly, and Yuan Jing and Huang Can stealthily exited the tribe, their mission for the evening being to gather the remaining materials necessary for the formation plate. Before departing, Yuan Jing hung a pouch made from mutated mugwort around her neck and Huang Can's, though Huang Can was displeased by this gesture. He kept his feelings to himself, as his patience had significantly improved. Their first destination was the site of the black rock crystals, which grew within the layers of black rock beasts. The nearest cave, located 50 miles from the snake tribe, was also quite distant from the tiger tribe, and Huang Can had discovered it long ago. Given Yuan Jing's speed, traversing this distance would take at least an hour. Observing her slow pace, Huang Can could no longer bear it. He swiftly pulled her along, hastening toward their goal. Lacking wings or the ability to fly, he employed a remarkable technique of rapid movement. Due to their swift progress, Yuan Jing felt as though the scenery whirled around her, accompanied by the rush of wind in her ears. She was thoroughly astonished, realizing that such exhilarating travel was possible. It seemed she would need to seek Huang Qingqin's guidance on cultivation matters more frequently. After all, as a bona fide four-pattern beastman, relying solely on walking felt rather humiliating. Just as Yuan Jing remained in a state of astonishment, Huang Qingqin had already come to a halt. In a mere 4 to 5 minutes, they found themselves before the entrance of the Black Rock Beast Cave. As Yuan Jing steadied herself at the cave's threshold, she was struck by a wave of dizziness, unaccustomed as she was to such rapid movement. Yuan Jing adjusted her demeanor before she became aware of her surroundings. It seemed she had arrived at the entrance of a cave, gazing at the cavern that emanated a strong, foul odor. Yuan Jing could distinctly sense that a formidable beast resided within. Yuan Jing observed as Huang Qingqin ignited a verdant branch at the mouth of the cave, which, upon catching fire, emitted a sweet and fragrant aroma. Subsequently, he set ablaze a dark, withered twig, releasing a cloud of black smoke that seemed devoid of any discernible scent. Then, Huang Qingqin pulled Yuan Jing to take refuge beneath a towering tree. After a span of more than 10 minutes, a creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, entirely cloaked in darkness, erupted from the cave and dashed towards the distant mountains. This creature, the Black Rock Beast, bore a striking resemblance to the Tyrannosaurus rex. Yet its body was grotesquely adorned with numerous unsightly flesh tumors, and its eyes glowed with an eerie green luminescence, rendering it a sight of sheer terror. Yuan Jing covered her mouth, suppressing even the faintest sound. The Black Rock Beast, having dashed to the opposite peak, appeared to be in a daze, repeatedly striking its head against the mountain. As the echoes of its collisions reverberated through the air, Huang Qingqin seized Yuan Jing, and together they ventured deeper into the cave, enduring the pervasive stench that filled the cavern, until they reached the lair of the Black Rock Beast. Much like the legendary dragon, the Black Rock Beast shared a penchant for collecting lustrous stones. The dwelling of the Black Rock Beast was littered with its excrement. The beast would deposit its waste upon the stones, and over time, as the stones were increasingly tainted by the beast's droppings, they would gradually transform into black rock crystals. Yuan Jing and Huang Qingqin's purpose for their visit was to procure the black rock crystals. Since these crystals were not collected by the Black Rock Beast, it would remain indifferent even if they took all the black rock crystals from its lair. However, if someone were to abscond with even a single one of the gleaming stones that the Black Rock Beast had painstakingly gathered, it would erupt in rage. Subsequently, it would track down the thief by scent and devour them whole. Huang Qingqin initially intended to seize all the black rock crystals and depart, deeming the stones collected by the Black Rock Beast merely ornamental and of no practical use. There was no need to confront the beast over such trifles. Had he wished to engage with the Black Rock Beast, he could have easily vanquished it beforehand without resorting to any subterfuge. What took him by surprise was Yuan Jing's inability to resist the allure of those sparkling stones. She collected both the radiant stones and the black rock crystals into her divine cauldron space. Huang Qingqin was momentarily at a loss for words. He decided to let it be. When the clumsy Black Rock Beast inevitably pursued them, he would deal with that cumbersome creature then. After all, subduing the beast would require little effort on his part. He simply wished to avoid any confrontation with such an unsightly entity. Huang Qingqin found himself utterly speechless at Yuan Jing's relentless gathering of worthless items, perceiving her as hopelessly inept in her choice of treasures. Yet, he chose to endure. In truth, Yuan Jing was not at fault. She simply lacked an understanding of what truly held value. She was unaware that the Black Rock Beast would retaliate against anyone who dared to steal its prized stones. Had she known that the beast would seek her out for those stones, she would have refrained from taking them. After thoroughly pillaging the Black Rock Beast's cavern, the two made a hasty retreat, not out of fear of the beast seeking retribution, but rather to proceed to their next location to gather materials for crafting their formation plates. Yuan Jing and Huang Qingqin's second destination was the purple clay hidden beneath the abyss. This place was considerably farther, approximately 500 miles from the tiger tribe. However, Huang Qingqin's speed of evasion was remarkable. Within merely 10 minutes, they reached the edge of the abyss. Having gained experience from their previous rapid journey, Yuan Jing had now adapted to this pace, no longer experiencing the dizziness that had plagued her before. As she steadied herself, she realized that she and Huang Qingqin stood atop the abyss, surrounded by the howling wind and the roars of various wild beasts. Indeed, the deeper one ventured into the dark forest, the more ferocious the creatures became. Listening to the sounds of these beasts, Yuan Jing felt that their strength far surpassed that of the gentle creatures she had previously captured. The purple clay lies within the sandy depths of this abyss. There are no beasts down there, so we can descend directly, Huang Qingqin remarked nonchalantly. He no longer referred to Yuan Jing as mother and had ceased pretending to conceal his true nature. In his current state, even 100 Yuan Jings would be no match for him. Not only did Huang Qingqian stop calling her mother, but he also no longer engaged with the childish antics of the dark and light creatures. Yuan Jing, for her part, was indifferent to Huang Qingqian's change in address. She did not expect a creature that might have lived for a millennium or more to call her mother. Whether or not he chose to do so was of little concern to her. She preferred to let fate decide. As Huang Qingqian spoke, Yuan Jing gazed into the unfathomable depths of the abyss, her legs growing weak. This chasm was even higher than the towering buildings of her previous life. With no elevator or stairs to aid their descent, and knowing that Huang Qingqian could not fly, she felt utterly bewildered. Could they truly retrieve the purple clay from the bottom of this abyss relying solely on their own strength? How are we supposed to get down? I can't fly either, Yuan Jing lamented, gazing helplessly into the abyss. Huang Qingqian was perplexed by Yuan Jing's thoughts. After all, she possessed the strength of a four-patterned beast. How could she lack such basic knowledge? He chose not to elaborate further. Grasping Yuan Jing, he swiftly descended the rocky walls of the abyss like a gecko. And soon they reached the bottom. Although Yuan Jing had experience with rapid movement, it had only been on flat ground. This swift descent was a different matter altogether. And she found herself feeling queasy, reminiscent of the dizziness she experienced in elevators in her past life. Seeing Yuan Jing struggling, Huang Qingqian was baffled. Hadn't she become accustomed to rapid movement? It was merely a quick descent. Why was she unable to cope? Ultimately, Huang Qingqian concluded that these female beastmen were indeed quite delicate. Once Yuan Jing acclimated, they began their search for the purple clay amidst the sandy soil at the abyss's base. Huang Qingqian quickly sensed the location of a fist-sized piece of purple clay, approached the sand that concealed it, and swiftly unearthed the treasure. To ensure Yuan Jing recognized the purple clay, he presented it to her. Uttering the name with great brevity, purple clay, Yuan Jing took the purple clay stone and nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. The radiant aura of Huang Qingqian was overwhelmingly powerful, causing Yuan Jing to unconsciously adopt the demeanor of a diligent student in his presence. However, it was only Yuan Jing herself who perceived this facade of studiousness. In Huang Qingqian's eyes, Yuan Jing resembled a block of wood, utterly incompetent. Upon receiving the purple clay stone, Yuan Jing felt its substantial weight. The material of this purple clay stone is indeed exceptional. A piece no larger than a fist surprisingly weighs over 100 pounds. The stone emanates a faint purple glow, making it quite distinctive. Yuan Jing also unleashed her five senses and quickly discovered several purple clay stones hidden within the sands. Although these stones were not as large as a fist, they were comparable to the size of eggs. Thus, Yuan Jing excavated all of these egg-sized purple clay stones. When Yuan Jing unearthed a handful of purple clay stones the size of eggs, she felt a sense of satisfaction and decided to cease her efforts. However, upon observing the magnificent purple stones at Huang Qingqian's feet, she was utterly astounded. The stones there were the size of basketballs and watermelons. There were nearly 50 of them, all heaped together. Glancing back at the egg-sized stone in her hand, Yuan Jing quietly placed it into the divine space of her cauldron. Huang Qingqian had long since noticed that Yuan Jing was only collecting scraps, yet he chose to remain silent about it. Yuan Jing no longer hesitated. She swiftly gathered the purple clay stones lying at Huang Qingqian's feet into the divine cauldron space. She could not help but marvel at how extraordinary the young ones had become, gazing at the approximately 100 egg-sized purple clay stones in her space. A surge of emotions welled within her. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was futile to compare herself to a mere juvenile. Such comparisons lacked grace. These egg-sized purple clay stones were indeed worthy in their own right, at least aesthetically pleasing. As for the scraps that Yuan Jing had found, Huang Qingqian paid them no mind. After all, the purple clay stones he had gathered were more than sufficient. With an ample supply of purple clay stones secured, the duo prepared to ascend back to the summit of the abyss. The descent had been effortless, yet the ascent was proving to be quite the challenge. During their climb, Huang Qingqian took the lead, assisting Yuan Jing. The journey upward was undeniably laborious. The abyss's sheer walls were devoid of flora or trees, leaving scant points for leverage. Thus, they sought out footholds while scaling the rocky surface, with Huang Qingqian continuing to guide Yuan Jing. Without a support, given her lackluster climbing skills, she would likely have remained trapped at the abyss's bottom for eternity. Huang Qingqian possessed a significantly greater sense of direction and strength than Yuan Jing, enabling him to swiftly transition from one foothold to another. Moreover, the points he identified for support were robust and dependable, Once they reached these secure grips, the fear of falling was diminished. As they ascended further, the distance from the abyss's depths increased, and the margin for error became ever more critical. Yuan Jing also compelled herself to calm her mind and closely follow Huang Qingqian's steps. Yuan Jing dared not look down, for she feared that once she cast her gaze below, she would lose the courage to ascend once more. Although Yuan Jing is not entirely unaccustomed to manual labor, being a female orc, her skin is more delicate than that of her male counterparts. Thus, as she ascended to the upper half of the abyss, her hands began to suffer from abrasions. Yuan Jing, unwilling to cry out in pain, decided it was best to endure in such a perilous environment. The orcs possessed remarkable healing abilities. As long as they could successfully ascend to the summit of the abyss, she believed that her wounds would soon mend. After approximately 20 minutes, the two of them finally reached the top of the abyss, emerging from their ordeal unscathed. Yuan Jing's hands bore multiple abrasions, a faint metallic scent of blood wafting to Huang Qingqian's nostrils. Upon realizing the condition of Yuan Jing's hands, Huang Qingqian refrained from hastily escorting her to the third material collection site. Instead, he guided Yuan Jing forward for a distance of 1 kilometer. They arrived at a depression in the ground, where a pale green herbaceous plant thrived. This was the hemostatic herb, renowned for its potent ability to staunch bleeding. Huang Qingqian carefully plucked several leaves from the hemostatic plant and instructed Yuan Jing to open her palm. He then gently laid the leaves over the wounds on her hand. Yuan Jing felt a refreshing chill radiating from her palms, a sensation that brought her great comfort. As that icy feeling faded away, her wounds began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. Before long, her hands returned to their pristine state, and the hemostatic herbs that adorned them transformed into shimmering stardust, vanishing into the air. Yuan Jing was astounded by the miraculous properties of the hemostatic herb. Without hesitation, she collected every single one of these herbs from the low-lying area into her divine space. Huang Qingqian finally witnessed Yuan Jing gathering something of value, and he felt a sense of relief. Had he continued to see her indiscriminately storing worthless items in her divine space, he would have been compelled to seize it from her. He believed she was truly squandering precious resources. Huang Qingqian guided Yuan Jing to the hemostatic herbs to tend to the wounds on her hands, concerned that the faint scent of blood might attract formidable beasts. Although he harbored no fear of such creatures, the sensation of being targeted by them was far from pleasant. Yuan Jing believed that Huang Qingqian was tough on the outside but tender-hearted within. Indeed, upon witnessing her injury, Huang Qingqian hurriedly took her to tend to her wounds. It must be said that this was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. After Huang Qingqian skillfully attended to Yuan Jing's injury, they swiftly set off towards the third location for gathering materials, which lay even farther from the tiger tribe. After approximately 10 minutes of rapid progress, they arrived at the third collection site. This location was dominated by a towering peak that pierced the clouds, surpassing all the mountains Yuan Jing had ever encountered. They needed to ascend to the mountainside to procure a material known as half-moon grass. The name of this material belied its true nature. It is not a fungus, but rather a type of stone, adorned with crescent-shaped markings. Half-moon grass bears a resemblance to lingxi, yet it is indeed solid rock. Nestled in the mountainside of this lofty peak resided a great python, making their quest for the half-moon grass particularly perilous. They would first need to confront and neutralize the formidable serpent. As Yuan Jing stood at the foot of the mountain, she beheld a colossal python coiling around the mountainside. Upon encountering the colossal python, Yuan Jing felt a shiver run down her spine. The serpent was extraordinarily immense, with its tail measuring over 10 meters in width. This python far surpassed the snakes she had observed lounging on the trees in the primordial forest. In comparison to this formidable creature, the snakes of the ancient woods seemed almost endearing to her. The mere sight of the python instilled fear within her, prompting Yuan Jing to glance at Huang Qingqian, her expression nearly conveying, "You can handle this. You are capable." Had it not been for Huang Qingqian's lack of storage space, he would have been reluctant to accompany Yuan Jing, whom he deemed a liability. He had never expected Yuan Jing to assist him in confronting the python. He merely hoped she would not cause trouble or hinder his efforts. Huang Qingqian subtly gestured for Yuan Jing to remain at the foot of the mountain, assuring her that once he had dealt with the python, she could retrieve the half-moon herb. Understanding his unspoken message, Yuan Jing quietly stood at the base of the mountain, awaiting Huang Qingqian's resolution of the formidable serpent. Yuan Jing was not particularly concerned about Huang Qingqian's safety, for Huang Qingqian's speed of evasion was remarkably swift. Even if she were unable to defeat an adversary, she could effortlessly flee. Yuan Jing could also discern that Huang Qingqian's evasion speed far surpassed the pace at which she was being carried. The reason for Huang Qingqian's considerably slower speed while escorting her was solely due to her apprehension that Yuan Jing might not be able to endure it. Yuan Jing kept her gaze fixed on Huang Qingqian, apprehensive of potential complications. Should any issues arise, she could devise a means to address them. For the strength of two is undoubtedly greater than that of one. Yuan Jing had yet to witness the feats of Huang Qingqian when the massive python's head drooped limply downward. It was evident that the great serpent was either deceased or had been rendered unconscious by Huang Qingqian. Is this truly possible? Yuan Jing was utterly astonished. She had anticipated a grand showdown. Now, the formidable python had been effortlessly subdued, with little time to ponder. Fearing that Huang Qingqian would once again scorn her for her sluggishness, Yuan Jing hurriedly sprinted towards the mountainside. As she passed by the colossal snake, her legs nearly buckled beneath her. However, the thought of how much sustenance this enormous creature could provide spurred her on. Unable to resist, she promptly stored the python within her spatial realm. After all, should provisions become scarce, this serpent could serve as sustenance for several days. Such a resource could not be squandered. Huang Qingqian, witnessing Yuan Jing's actions, was rendered speechless. He pondered how Yuan Jing had once again begun to treat the divine cauldron space as a receptacle for refuse. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yuan Jing was truly incapable of discerning value. Resolving to look away, he feared he might be unable to resist the temptation of seizing control of the divine cauldron space for himself. The light divine cauldron and the divine cauldron space were two distinct artifacts. To be frank, Huang Qingqian held little interest in the light divine cauldron. As long as he possessed a single cauldron, he could forge whatever he desired. While the light divine cauldron was indeed remarkable, it was of secondary importance to him. In contrast, the divine cauldron space, with its vast expanse, was something he greatly coveted. Yuan Jing, however, remained blissfully unaware that the light divine cauldron and the divine cauldron space were two separate entities, having always believed them to be a single item. Yuan Jing was only aware that she could not utilize the radiant divine cauldron within the divine cauldron space. This was due to the fact that the radiant divine cauldron and the divine cauldron space were two distinct artifacts, both of equal rank. Consequently, the radiant divine cauldron could not be employed in the divine cauldron space. Had the rank of the radiant divine cauldron been inferior to that of the divine cauldron space, its use would have been permitted within that realm. Yuan Jing arrived at the mountainside adorned with half-moon grass. The collection of half-moon grass proved to be significantly simpler than that of Zisha stone. The half-moon grass lay serenely on the slope, akin to pebbles resting by the riverbank. With a mere thought, Yuan Jing gathered all the half-moon grass from the area into her divine cauldron space. After securing the half-moon grass, Huang Qingqian continued her ascent toward the summit, prompting Yuan Jing to hastily follow in her footsteps. As they traversed approximately 10 meters, an intriguing fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of ripe fruit. After ascending another 50 meters or so, a fruit tree, about 2 meters tall and as thick as a wrist, came into view, adorned with a dozen crimson fruits. The delightful scent emanated from these vibrant fruits. This was no ordinary fruit tree. It was a tree bearing divine strength fruits. While consuming the fruits directly would only grant beastmen a modest increase in strength, gathering other rare materials to concoct divine strength pills could significantly amplify their power. The extent of strength enhancement depended greatly on the individual's constitution and innate talent. A beastman with inferior traits might only achieve a few hundred pounds of increased strength, whereas one endowed with exceptional qualities could potentially enhance their strength by thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds. The effects of the divine strength pills were nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing Huang Qingqian expound on the virtues of the divine strength fruits and pills, Yuan Jing was overwhelmed with excitement. She promptly relocated the divine strength fruit tree into her divine cauldron space. When Huang Qingqian advised her to refrain from consuming the fruits immediately and to wait until he had gathered the necessary materials to create the divine strength pills, Yuan Jing's enthusiasm soared even higher. She was astounded by Huang Qingqian's extraordinary abilities and couldn't help but marvel at how remarkable this little one was. It was imperative to secure a firm hold on Huang Qingqian's support. With the divine strength fruit tree in their possession, the duo hastened toward their next destination. Yuan Jing has evidently adapted to the rapid pace of their journey, rendering her demeanor markedly more composed. As Huang Qingqian led Yuan Jing forward, a sense of puzzlement lingered in her mind. Logically speaking, that clumsy behemoth, the Black Rock Beast, should have caught up with them by now. Yet, it had yet to make an appearance. Although the Black Rock Beast's strength could not be deemed formidable, it possessed an extraordinary aptitude for tracking. Its speed was also quite remarkable. Under ordinary circumstances, the foolish giant should have realized that its precious stones were missing long ago. Given the pace of the black rock beast, it ought to have overtaken Yuan Jing and her companion by this point. Unbeknownst to Huang Can, the sachets made from the mutated wormwood that Yuan Jing had hung around them not only provided protection against snakes, ants, and insects, but also had the remarkable ability to mask their scent. Even the highly skilled tracker, the black rock beast, had lost their trail long ago. Remarkably, Yuan Jing herself was unaware of this astonishing feature of the mutated wormwood. Their pace was swift, and after a mere 10 minutes, they reached their destination, the giant cold pool. This pool was situated even further from the Tiger Clan's territory, positioned in the heart of the dark forest. The giant cold pool spanned approximately several acres in width, and the water within was a deep, inky black. To the naked eye, it was impossible to ascertain the true depth of this colossal pool. Yuan Jing stood 100 meters away from the frigid pool. Despite the considerable distance, she could still feel the surrounding temperature plummeting, as waves of icy breath emanating from the colossal cold pool continuously infiltrated her body. Yuan Jing and Huang Can are tasked with retrieving the frost stone, which lies at the bottom of the colossal cold pool. Yuan Jing is uncertain of the water's depth, but the visibility in the obsidian depths is undoubtedly minimal. Yuan Jing felt that she lacked the strength to venture into the frigid waters to retrieve the cold ice stones. The question of whether she could acquire the stones was secondary. In such low visibility conditions, even with her night vision capabilities, she was at great risk of becoming disoriented within the vast icy pool. The very possibility of preserving her life was in jeopardy. The profound depths of the colossal cold pond made her reluctant to send Huang Cansong down. Although Huang Cansong no longer referred to her as mother, Yuan Jing regarded him merely as a thoughtful and capable young creature. To send Huang Cansong down for the cold ice stones would be tantamount to child endangerment, an act she could never commit. Just as she was grappling with how to descend for the cold ice stones, a faint scent of medicine wafted through the air. Following the direction of the aroma, Yuan Jing noticed that several black pills, about the size of red dates, had mysteriously appeared on Huang Cansong's forepaws. Yuan Jing pondered that Huang Can must have devised a method to retrieve the cold ice stone. Yuan Jing patiently awaited beside Huang Can. Her curiosity piqued regarding the method Huang would employ to procure the icy stone. Just as Yuan Jing felt a sense of calm settle within her, a sudden cacophony of water splashed forth. To her astonishment, a massive serpent's head, spanning over 3 meters in width, emerged from the water's surface, its eyes radiating a chilling aura. Yuan Jing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She contemplated fleeing alongside Huang Can. This formidable creature was certainly not to be trifled with. Although this snake was not as large as the colossal python they had encountered earlier on the mountainside, it exuded an aura that was undeniably menacing. Yuan Jing sensed that this serpent's prowess was markedly superior to that of the great python. Yuan Jing gazed at Huang Can, noticing his stillness, as if he were articulating words through silent lip movements. The great serpent appeared to be attentively listening to Huang Can's speech. Yuan Jing was unaware that Huang Can possessed the ability to communicate in beast language. At that moment, Huang Can was engaged in conversation with the colossal ice python residing in the vast frozen lake. The ice python was approaching its molting period, a critical juncture in its life. Failure to shed its skin could lead to its demise. The black pill nestled in Huang Can's forepaw was a molting pill, designed to assist serpentine creatures during this vital process. The allure of the molting pill was immense, not only for the ice python, but for all serpentine species. Thus, the moment Huang Can produced the pill, the ice python was drawn towards it, following the scent. As Yuan Jing pondered the peculiar movements of Huang Can's mouth, the sound of water emanated from the ice python reached her ears. Following the source of the sound, she discovered the great head of the python gradually descending beneath the surface. Having witnessed Huang Can effortlessly subdue a large python previously, Yuan Jing speculated that Huang Can might be casting a spell to eliminate the ice python. The thought of that formidable creature being vanquished left her incredulous. Yuan Jing couldn't shake the feeling that Huang Can's prowess was astonishingly extraordinary. The likelihood of the ice python being dispatched in a single encounter was quite high. It has gone to retrieve the ice stone, Huang Can remarked nonchalantly. Yuan Jing had initially intended to inquire further about the situation from Huang Can. Yet upon witnessing Huang's reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing the matter. Shortly thereafter, a series of splashes echoed from within the pond as the cold ice python emerged. With a swift flick of its tongue, it expelled several stone fragments. each the size of a rugby ball, emanating a chilling aura onto the shore. These frosty stones were indeed the precious cold ice stones they sought. After casting a discerning glance at the scattered stones and confirming their sufficiency, Yuan Jing tossed a few shedding pills from his forepaws towards the cold ice python. The serpent, upon receiving the pills, displayed a marked exuberance, swimming joyfully in circles before submerging itself into the vast, frigid depths of the pond. Yuan Jing seemed to have grasped the actions of Yuan Jing. He was engaging in a transaction with the ice python. The black pills offered by Yuan Jing were undoubtedly items coveted or required by the ice python. Without making physical contact, she utilized her spiritual consciousness to collect the ice stones into her space. Noticing Yuan Jing lost in thought, Yuan Jing called out to her. Prompted by his words, Yuan Jing swiftly gathered the ice stones from the edge of the cold pool into her space. In the end, she observed that after the ice python swam excitedly, numerous fish within the vast cold pool began surfacing for air. Ignoring Yuan Jing's thoughts, she swiftly entered her space, where she controlled her spiritual consciousness to create a pit measuring 5 acres in width and 4 meters in depth. Following this, Yuan Jing hastily exited the space. She noticed that the surface of the vast cold pool was still teeming with fish. Without hesitation, she drew the water from the area abundant with fish into her space, quickly filling the newly formed pit and creating a small cold pool. From the moment Yuan Jing entered the space to create the pit until the small cold pool was formed, the entire process took merely a few minutes. She felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and joy. Yuan Jing, however, was left speechless as he witnessed Yuan Jing once again filling her space with refuse. Yuan Jing has been labeled by Yuan Jing as someone who only picks up trash. Yuan Jing truly cannot comprehend Yuan Jing's behavior of exclusively selecting refuse. Choosing not to look at Yuan Jing any longer, Yuan Jing fears that she might impulsively seize her divine space. The 4 primary materials required for crafting the array disc have already been gathered. Only 2 more essential materials remain to be found. Other auxiliary materials can be replenished on the journey back to the tiger tribe. Yuan Jing continues to hasten forward with Yuan Jing, the distance between them and the tiger tribe growing ever larger as their destination approaches the periphery of the dark forest. The inner region of the dark forest is replete with abundant resources, yet Yuan Jing is resolute in her decision not to venture into this perilous territory. The inner depths of the dark forest lie closest to the heart of the gigantic dark beast, making it the most resource-rich yet simultaneously the most hazardous area. The danger here does not stem from the ferocious beast residing within the dark forest, but rather from the gigantic dark beast itself. Typically, the gigantic dark beast pays little heed to beings outside the inner region of the dark forest. However, it remains ever vigilant of the creatures within. Before it unleashes its petrifying dark power, it occasionally captures beings from this inner realm as a form of sustenance. Until Yuan Jing fully regains her strength, she dares not confront the gigantic dark beast directly. Within the inner region of the dark forest, only unsuspecting high-ranking beastmen and various formidable wild beasts roam. During their journey, Yuan Jing also glimpses other beast tribes whose combat prowess far exceeds that of the serpent tribe. Observing the numerous innocent beastmen dwelling within the dark forest, Yuan Jing cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow. Yet, she finds herself powerless to assist these creatures. Although she possesses the ability to notify them, the distance is too great for such a warning to facilitate a swift migration, and most critically, they are unable to construct formations capable of accommodating such a multitude of beastmen. Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of despondency, overwhelmed by her perceived helplessness. As her mind wandered, the 2 individuals arrived at the habitat of the Moonlight Branch. They traversed the distance with remarkable swiftness, journeying from the colossal icy pool to the Moonlight Branch's growth site in just a matter of minutes. The Moonlight Tree is an extraordinary species that flourishes atop the snowy peaks. Its branches are numerous, yet devoid of foliage. The Moonlight Tree sustains itself by absorbing the essence of moonlight. The Moonlight Branch is a rare treasure, taking a century or more for a single moonlight tree to nurture just one. Distinct from the other branches of the Moonlight Tree, the Moonlight Branch is entirely translucent, exuding a gentle blue luminescence. In contrast, the ordinary branches of the Moonlight Tree are a deep, shadowy hue. When a moonlight branch emerges from the tree, it is immediately discernible at a mere glance. Atop the snow-capped mountains, Yuan Jing and Yuan Jing encountered a multitude of moonlight trees, numbering no less than 100, with only a scant few dozen branches among them. Upon beholding such an abundance of moonlight trees, Yuan Jing was struck by an idea. She contemplated the possibility of transplanting these trees into her spatial realm. However, to cultivate an appropriate environment for their growth, she pondered whether it might be necessary to first construct a mountain of snow within the divine cauldron space. Uncertain about the nature of the divine cauldron, she hesitantly turned to Huang Qingqin for guidance. Indeed, Huang Qingqin replied succinctly. Yet, she found herself perplexed by Yuan Jing's thoughts. The sheer number of moonlight trees upon the mountain was unmistakable. These trees were commonplace, a mere abundance found on any snow-covered peak. Huang Qingqin could not fathom why Yuan Jing would expend such effort to collect what she perceived as mere refuse to incorporate into her space. Yuan Jing had no idea what Huang Qingqin was thinking. To her, a novice, these objects were truly wondrous. In her previous life, she had never encountered such remarkable items. Each one was a treasure in her eyes. Now, as she collected these items and stored them in her space, she felt an even greater sense of liberation. Previously, she had worried about the depletion of resources, adhering to the philosophy of prioritizing the significant over the trivial. However, now she understood that these items, if left unused, could potentially succumb to dark petrification, ultimately transforming into mere ashes. Thus, her apprehension in gathering them had entirely dissipated. Yuan Jing instructed Huang Qingqin to wait for her at the halfway up the mountain. Yuan Jing stood not far from the area where the moonlight trees flourished. Deep in thought, she contemplated whether she could entirely absorb this region, abundant with the enchanting moonlight trees, into her space. Yuan Jing sought to acquire not only the moonlight tree, but also the land upon which it thrived, along with the snow that blanketed this terrain. Yuan Jing's space possesses the ability to preserve, allowing her to cultivate an environment conducive to the growth of the moonlight trees without the necessity of constructing an actual snow-capped mountain. By simply incorporating the land where the moonlight trees thrive, along with the accumulated snow upon it, she can effectively provide the requisite conditions for their growth. This expanse, encompassing approximately 50 to 60 acres, is substantial, and Yuan Jing has never before attempted to simultaneously integrate such a vast area of land along with its flora into her space. Yuan Jing steadied her thoughts and communicated with the divine cauldron space. Aware that the moonlight trees thrived in icy atmospheres, she intended to transplant this grove adjacent to a small, frigid pond. Soon, the 50 to 60 acres of land adorned with moonlight trees were assimilated into the divine cauldron space, with the newly relocated trees now gracing the vicinity of the chilly pond. Yuan Jing felt immense joy at acquiring such a plethora of moonlight trees. However, the after effects were unmistakable. A sharp, needle-like pain throbbed in her head. Yuan Jing felt a sudden darkness envelop her, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. Yet, being endowed with the strength of a four-patterned beast, she managed to recover after 4 or 5 minutes. However, her stamina and energy were only at 30% of her usual capacity. The transference of the moonlit tree plot into the divine cauldron space had taken a significant toll on her. Huang Qingqin observed Yuan Jing's nearly exhausted state and was rendered speechless. He found her remarkably weak. The destination they were headed to was relatively perilous, prompting Huang Qingqin to grasp Yuan Jing's hand and lead her to a nearby hot spring, known for its rapid restorative properties. This particular spring had been discovered by Huang Qingqin not long ago. While its rejuvenating effects were merely average for him, it would undoubtedly be highly beneficial for Yuan Jing. Moments later, they arrived at the restorative hot spring. Huang Qingqin gestured for Yuan Jing to enter the spring to recuperate, while he settled under a large tree nearby to meditate and rest. Yuan Jing, without any hesitation, shed her garments and entered the hot spring to rejuvenate her vitality. Immersed in the warm waters, she felt every pore in her body opening up, as a gentle energy continuously flowed into her being. Yuan Jing guided the gentle energy to flow through her meridians, and after merely 2 cycles of breathing, she felt a significant alleviation of discomfort within her body. Consequently, Yuan Jing continued to meditate in the hot spring, restoring her vitality. Yuan Jing was acutely aware that their ultimate destination was far from ordinary. She dared not lag behind. After more than 20 minutes, she finally felt completely rejuvenated. Consequently, Yuan Jing emerged from the hot spring and donned a spare leather dress from the divine cauldron space. Once she was fully attired, she made her way directly to the great tree where Huang Qingqin awaited. Huang Qingqin extended her spiritual sense, confirming that Yuan Jing had indeed fully recovered, and together they set forth towards their final destination. The final destination that Yuan Jing and Huang Qingqin ventured to lies in the heart of the dark forest. This location is quite distant from the snowy mountains where they would gather the moonlight branch, and the two traveled for a full half-hour before reaching their journey's end. They arrived at a volcanic cluster comprising approximately 7 or 8 volcanoes, positioned between the realms of dormant and active. The central volcano, the most imposing of the group, boasts a crater from which molten lava flows vigorously. As Yuan Jing and her companion approached within several miles of the volcano, they could already perceive the surrounding air growing increasingly sultry. As Yuan Jing and Huang Cancan approached the base of the volcano, the surrounding temperature escalated significantly. Yuan Jing's forehead began to bead with sweat. The heat at the foot of the volcano was already considerable. One could only imagine how intense the heat would be at the crater. The journey thus far had already drained considerable energy in combating the oppressive heat, and the presence of fire elemental beasts residing upon the volcano only added to their potential peril. It was no wonder that Huang Cancan insisted on waiting until Yuan Jing was fully recuperated before embarking on this venture, even at her peak condition. Reaching the volcano's mouth would be a formidable challenge. In her weakened state, it would be utterly impossible. Fortunately, Yuan Jing was wearing ice jade sandals, which, despite her discomfort from the heat, provided her with a measure of relief. Considering the ample supply of unused mutated pine resin within her spatial realm, Yuan Jing decided to take action. She utilized the divine cauldron space to craft a specially tailored ice jade beastskin skirt for Huang Cancan, which could be effortlessly donned over her beastly form. This would undoubtedly bring her some comfort. Yuan Jing presented the ice-cold, hole-patterned ice jade beastskin skirt to Huang Cancan, gesturing for him to don it. As he felt the refreshing chill emanating from the skirt, he recalled the similar effect of the ice jade futon, and without hesitation, he adorned himself with the garment. Instantly, a wave of comfort enveloped him, prompting a shift in his perception of Yuan Jing. He began to appreciate her utility. Subsequently, Yuan Jing crafted herself a long, hole-patterned ice jade beastskin t-shirt. Once she slipped into the t-shirt, she too experienced a profound sense of comfort, making the ascent to the volcano's crater seem less daunting. Thus, Huang Cancan and Yuan Jing proceeded towards the largest volcano, one after the other. The mutated pine resin proved to be extraordinarily resilient. It did not succumb to high temperatures as common plastic products would in the past. Instead, the resin maintained its form even in extreme heat, continuously emitting a soothing, icy sensation. To Yuan Jing, the properties of this resin were shrouded in mystery. The volcano was enveloped in an enigmatic energy, preventing them from swiftly ascending. They could only advance steadily, step by step. It took them approximately 20 minutes to reach the volcano's summit. Their objective was to procure the fiery crystal, which resided within the molten lava, several meters beneath the surface. The temperature of the lava hovered around several hundred to over 1,000 degrees. A mortal like Yuan Jing could never retrieve the fiery crystal unaided. The lava was home to the fire beasts, which were particularly attracted to the explosive fire pills, coveted by lower-tier fire beasts for their potential to aid in evolution, a highly desired elixir. Much like he had done when acquiring the ice stone, Huang Cancan retrieved 2 fire-red pills, each the size of a soybean, and placed them upon his forepaw. Yuan Jing could sense a particularly violent and seething heat emanating from the fireball. As Huang Cancan placed the fireball before his forepaws, Yuan Jing understood his intentions. She too was eager to witness what kind of beast would emerge this time to negotiate with Huang Cancan. 3 minutes passed, yet aside from the bubbling effervescence of the magma, no creature surfaced. After 5 minutes, still no beast appeared. Even the usually composed Huang Cancan began to feel a sense of foreboding. According to his experience, these lower-tier fire beasts could hardly resist the allure of the fireball. How could it be that not a single fire beast had shown itself after such a lengthy wait? A furrow creased Huang Cancan's brow. If these fire beasts did not respond, he would have no choice but to descend into the magma himself. The molten rock posed no threat to his beastly form. Yet he could not recall the last time he had engaged in such menial tasks. In the past, others had eagerly competed to take on these responsibilities, leaving him free of such burdens. Huang Cancan, being a person with a penchant for cleanliness, was also reluctant to partake in these unsightly chores. Upon observing Huang Cancan's expression, Yuan Jing sensed a precarious situation. The fire radiance crystal resided merely a few dozen meters within the magma, a depth not particularly formidable. Consequently, Yuan Jing contemplated whether she could retrieve the fire radiance crystal. It was impractical for her to descend directly, yet she could employ tools. She extracted a branch from a type of iron birch and gathered some resin from a mutated pine. These two materials were cast into the divine cauldron of light. As she envisioned the form of a trash shovel from her previous life, she fashioned a shovel with a handle made of mutated pine resin and a blade crafted from iron birch, measuring approximately 40 meters in length. The iron birch material surpassed ordinary steel in quality, ensuring it could withstand several hundred degrees of heat. The handle, composed of mutated pine resin, would be impervious to high temperatures, reminiscent of the excellent thermal insulation properties of plastic heat-resistant mats from her past life. Yuan Jing believes that the heat-insulating handle made from mutated pine tree resin offers superior thermal protection. Thus, she remains unperturbed by the possibility of being scalded while retrieving the fiery crystal. After distancing herself from Huang Can, she brandishes the specialized garbage shovel and begins her quest for the fiery crystal. As anticipated, the heat-insulating handle proves to be exceptionally effective. After submerging the shovel into the molten lava for 2 minutes, she feels no warmth seeping into her palm. Assured of the shovel's efficacy, Yuan Jing commences her search for the fiery crystal. Unfamiliar with the appearance of the fiery crystal, she diligently retrieves any rock-like object she encounters. With each stone she unearths, she inquires of Huang Can whether it is indeed a fiery crystal. The quantity of fiery crystals is significantly less than that of ordinary stones, leading Huang Can to doubt the effectiveness of Yuan Jing's method. Enveloped by an aura of mysterious power, their spiritual senses are rendered ineffective, leaving Huang Can to conclude that the recovery of fiery crystals relies solely on luck. It is no simple task to gather a sufficient number of fiery crystals. While Huang Can has yet to devise an alternative strategy, he is willing to assist Yuan Jing in verifying whether the stones she retrieves are fiery crystals. Thus, he stands by her side, confirming the nature of the rocks she has gathered. Initially, Yuan Jing only recovers a few ordinary stones, none of which are fiery crystals. Yuan Jing remained undeterred. How could something as elusive as the fire crystal be obtained with just a single attempt? With unwavering patience, Yuan Jing believed that she would eventually succeed in retrieving the fire crystal. After managing to collect over 10 stones, she finally unearthed a piece of the coveted fire crystal. Yuan Jing frequently conducts experiments, which endows her with a remarkable sensitivity in her touch. When she successfully retrieves a piece of fire crystal, she meticulously remembers the tactile sensation associated with it. Thus, when she once again immerses her specialized shovel into the magma, she can discern, through subtle differences, whether the stone in question is an ordinary rock or a fire crystal. Although her spiritual sense is rendered ineffective, her other sensory perceptions remain acute. Relying on her heightened sensitivity and exceptional tactile skills, she swiftly recovers the second and third pieces of fire crystal. As 20 minutes pass, Yuan Jing has unearthed over 100 pieces of fire crystal, leaving her with an insatiable yearning for more. The act of retrieving fire crystals resembles the thrill of shopping on Taobao. The more fire crystals she collects, the deeper her fascination with this endeavor becomes. Yuan Jing feels an irresistible compulsion to continue her quest for fire crystals until Huang Can, with a voice of authority, informs her that she has gathered enough. It is imperative to return promptly. Otherwise, the excessive evaporation of bodily fluids may lead to dehydration. While dehydration itself is a minor issue that can be rectified, the volcanic environment harbors fiery toxins. Should she delay her return, the infiltration of these toxins into her heart and lungs could result in dire consequences. Yuan Jing became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, she gathered the fiery crystals and her specially designed garbage shovel into her spatial storage. And the two began their journey back. They had successfully located the 6 essential materials for crafting the formation plate. Yuan Jing and Huang Can were now returning to the Tiger Clan tribe. Their route was not the same as before, for they needed to gather an ample supply of auxiliary materials along the way. Huang Can had already scouted these materials. Thus he led the way while Yuan Jing simply collected them into her spatial storage as they progressed. Along their path, Yuan Jing observed various types of coniferous trees and other flora. She instructed Huang Can to pause, expressing her desire to also gather these trees into her storage, for one could never predict when they might be needed. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, it would be foolish to let these trees go. Once this moment passed, it would not return. Huang Can found Yuan Jing's habit of sporadically collecting refuse perplexing. Having recently altered his perception of her due to the specially crafted garbage shovel, he now watched as she gathered debris along the way, leading to a decline in his opinion of her. Waste is waste, after all. It was merely a collection of rubbish. He previously could not tolerate such behavior in others. Yet he was bewildered by his newfound tolerance towards Yuan Jing and her 2 juvenile companions. He contemplated that while they were somewhat bearable, They had not yet reached the point of inciting his wrath. Huang Can mused that perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. If he ever felt the urge to eliminate someone in the future, he could do so without hesitation. Yuan Jing was blissfully unaware of Huang Can's inner turmoil. She reveled in the joy of gathering supplies. With such abundant resources, she felt she could thrive even in the face of an apocalypse. Of course, this apocalypse did not account for the colossal dark beasts unleashing their petrifying powers. Yuan Jing is uncertain whether she can evade this calamity. For now, she is simply taking each day as it comes. She will gather supplies with the hope of weathering the crisis. Yuan Jing maliciously contemplated the malevolent nature of the colossal dark beast, envisioning the ideal scenario where she could ensnare the entire dark forest within the confines of the divine cauldron space. In that moment, she would allow the gigantic dark beast to perish from starvation. Yuan Jing devoted herself more fervently to the collection of supplies, regardless of her own dire circumstances. She was determined to seize as much sustenance from the formidable dark beasts as possible. If she were to endure hardship, she refused to allow this demon to thrive in comfort. The vastness of the dark forest was immeasurable, and the items she gathered were but a mere drop in the ocean. Thus, Yuan Jing continued her arduous journey, collecting various resources on her way back. Unbeknownst to her, the countenance of Huang Sanzan, who accompanied her, grew increasingly grim. It was only when Yuan Jing sensed the dawn approaching that she ceased her gathering and urged Huang Sanzan to hasten their return to the tribe. The two finally arrived back at the Tiger Clan before the break of day. Everything was as it had always been. Hu Shuang arrived punctually to prepare the meal. After dining, Yuan Jing urged the little ones, He Hu and Bai Shua, to engage in their training. As for Huang Sanzan, she left her be. He Hu, Bai Shua, you must diligently train. Do you understand? Once your training matches Sanzan's progress, I shall grant you the freedom to explore. At that point, if you wish to visit the amusement park, you may do so. But first, you must commit to your training, understood? Yuan Jing admonished as she oversaw the two little ones. She feared that He Hu and Bai Shua might become disheartened upon seeing Huang Sanzan freely engage in activities and neglect their own training, hence her insistence on their diligence. Yuan Jing mischievously pondered that the two little ones would never have the opportunity for free movement. Even she was no match for Huang Can, and the little ones needed ample time to diligently hone their skills. The notion of unrestricted activity was utterly inconceivable. Every morning and afternoon, they were required to diligently practice for an hour. Once the materials for crafting the formation plates were gathered, Yuan Jing embarked on a laborious existence of crafting these plates. Although the process was arduous, she dared not slacken her efforts, for it was a matter of life and death. Not a single detail could be overlooked. No one could predict when this serene existence would be shattered. The sooner the Seven Stars isolation formation was established, the more at ease she would feel. Yuan Jing was responsible for the crafting of the formation plates, with Huang Can providing guidance by her side. Yuan Jing, while gathering supplementary materials, encountered an unexpected ease that rendered her unfamiliar with the intricacies of these components. Several times, she nearly misused the materials, prompting Huang Can to deem her utterly inept. However, with hopes pinned on Yuan Jing's ability to forge the formation plate, he begrudgingly summoned her to present all the supplementary and primary materials, insisting that she categorize them meticulously and label each one accordingly. This task of classification consumed an entire day, leaving Huang Can exasperated. The act of simply placing the gathered materials into the designated space had been rendered chaotic by Yuan Jing's oversight, further solidifying Huang Can's belief in her ineptitude. At last, upon the completion of the classification, the duo resumed their endeavor to forge the formation plate. Fortunately, Yuan Jing had acquired some experience in this craft, and with the materials now organized, her skills in creation were, at the very least, acceptable to Huang Can. Nevertheless, the remaining components proved exceedingly challenging to refine, taxing Yuan Jing's stamina significantly. After merely an hour of labor, she required rest. While her technique was passable, the pace at which she was working was insufficient to complete a full formation plate in a timely manner. Moreover, once the plate was successfully forged, Huang Can would still need a minimum of a day to arrange the formations. It was imperative to expedite the forging process. Presently, their lives hung precariously, as if their heads were suspended by the belts of their trousers. Should this waste of time persist, the consequences would be dire. Huang Can found himself without a suitable furnace, and the bright divine cauldron was bound by a contract to Yuan Jing, preventing him from utilizing it. Thus, He was left with no choice but to devise a means for Yuan Jing to swiftly recuperate her energy. Unfortunately, the distance to the previous hot spring was considerable, and the journey would consume a significant amount of time, rendering the prospect of rapid recovery through the springs impractical. Yuan Jing deeply regretted not having previously incorporated that hot spring into the divine cauldron space. To expedite the crafting of the array plates, Huang Qinqin prepared energy-restoring pills for Yuan Jing. However, as Huang Qinqin currently lacked a cauldron for his use, the energy-restoring pills he produced were of a lower grade. While these pills held some utility for Yuan Jing, their effectiveness was limited. Unfortunately, the progress of crafting the array plates was exceedingly slow, leaving the two of them with no choice but to return to that hot spring once again. After Yuan Jing established a rejuvenating hot spring within her own space, she accelerated the refinement of the formation plates by leveraging the dual effects of the hot spring and the energy-restoring elixirs. Yuan Jing initially intended to complete the formation of the array plate before devising a plan to transport supplies to the construction site of the 7-star isolation array. However, it has become apparent that this timeline may be rather tight. Consequently, Yuan Jing has requested Hu Zhuang to enlist assistance in forwarding a portion of her supplies to the location of the 7-star isolation array. Although Yuan Jing is capable of transporting all her supplies into the divine cauldron space, the presence of many voices makes her hesitant to do so. Thus, she intends to transfer her materials through a more straightforward route. These tasks are undertaken by Yuan Jing in her spare time while crafting the array plates, requiring little time and not affecting the progress of her work. Furthermore, she is contemplating how to disseminate the specially crafted stone tablet she had previously made. Presently, her progress in refining the array plates remains exceedingly slow. If the two fragments of array plates she had previously created are likened to two-dimensional paintings, then her current work on these several array plate fragments resembles the complexity of a 5-dimensional artwork. The intricacies of a 5-dimensional illustration surpass those of a 2-dimensional one by an incomprehensible margin, a challenge far beyond mere multiples. It is akin to the power of 5 itself. Given Yuan Jing's capabilities, she truly finds herself in a position of earnest struggle. However, with no alternative solutions at hand, she must bravely persist in her endeavor to refine the array plates. Yuan Jing pondered her identity as a modern individual, realizing that she was ill-suited for the esoteric practice of crafting such fantastical items. Her true affinity lay in the pastoral life of cultivating flowers and tending to plants, along with a keen interest in studying lighting devices. The intricate mechanisms of formation arrays were beyond her capabilities. On a serendipitous occasion, Yuan Jing overheard Huang Qinqin discussing the matter of cauldrons. She recalled that the divine cauldron of light initially resembled a large tripod vessel. Indeed, this was the essence of a cauldron. If she were to possess such an artifact, she could delegate the complexities of formation arrays and the 7-star isolation formation entirely to Huang Qinqin. Clearly, Huang Qinqin was an adept in this field. Who better to entrust than him? However, the materials for the cauldron must be of superior quality. While the wood of the iron birch was commendable, it undoubtedly fell short in performance. The iron birch was akin to ordinary steel from her past life. To enhance the properties of this common steel, one must incorporate other metals, thereby transforming it into a more resilient alloy. If she could forge a metal that withstands extreme temperatures and resists deformation, crafting the cauldron would become a matter of mere moments. A cauldron, after all, requires more than mere shape. Otherwise, a common iron pot would suffice. The pivotal technology lies in the inscriptions etched within the cauldron. Yuan Jing was utterly ignorant of such inscriptions. Yet she knew that the divine cauldron of light possessed countless intricate patterns within, with a profound connection to the divine cauldron of light. Yuan Jing was confident that she could successfully create a replica of it. In due course, the cauldron would materialize, liberating her from the incessant pressure to forge formation arrays. Yuan Jing found herself exerting considerable effort while crafting array plates. In contrast, her research on various materials had always been a relatively effortless endeavor, as she typically dealt with commonplace and mundane substances. The intricate nature of array plates was an entirely different realm. Thus, during her recuperation periods, she began to delve into the process of transforming birch-like ironwood into a high-performance alloy. Yuan Jing possesses a considerable array of materials capable of extracting metals. Yet these are largely of a rather commonplace nature, with a low metal content. In contrast, the materials she and Huang Qinqin gathered for the forging of the array plates boast a significantly higher metal concentration. However, Given the paramount importance of these materials and the uncertainty surrounding the success of alloy creation, she resolutely refuses to compromise the integrity of the array plate materials in any circumstance. Yuan Jing soon turned her attention to the beast bones. There was undoubtedly a presence of metallic elements within the bones, though the specific type of metal remained a mystery. Setting aside her uncertainties, she decided to experiment. Thus, she took 2 beast bones from the iron ape and cast them into the divine cauldron of light, much like the process of refining the mutated pine leaves. Yuan Jing swiftly obtained a powder exuding a gray-black metallic luster. After acquiring this powder, she first assessed its hardness, finding it to be relatively soft. Yuan Jing contemplated the possibility of utilizing the relatively hard texture of the iron-like birch wood in conjunction with the softer, gray-black metallic powder to potentially create a superior alloy. The yield of gray-black metallic powder extracted from the bones of the 2-headed iron ape was rather limited. Sensing that the quantity of the gray-black metallic powder might fall short, Yuan Jing decided to directly cast the bones of the 2-headed iron ape into the divine light cauldron. This action yielded additional gray-black metallic powder. The quantity obtained was approximately 7 to 8 gene, which was deemed sufficient, following a 2% ratio. This amount of gray-black metallic powder could be combined with 350 to 400 gene of iron-like birch wood to forge an alloy. Yuan Jing chose to disregard all these concerns. Yuan Jing directly placed approximately 350 pounds of iron-like birch and all the gray-black metallic powder into the bright divine cauldron at a ratio of 2%. Yuan Jing directly contacted the divine light cauldron to thoroughly amalgamate the 2 materials. Before long, a substantial mass of blended metal was produced. Should this amalgam exhibit exceptional properties, it could be utilized as an alloy. Conversely, if the characteristics of the resulting amalgam fail to surpass those of the iron birch, it would be relegated to scrap, though it could still serve as material for pots and pans. With the blended metal now created, the next step is to assess its properties. The evaluation of the amalgam's performance is not as straightforward as it once was in the past. Previously, one could employ various testing instruments to conveniently measure the properties of mixed metals. Yuan Jing does not possess such favorable conditions. However, she can approximately compare the properties of hybrid metals with those of birch-like iron. Yuan Jing utilized the radiant divine cauldron to forge a metal rod, 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter in length, crafted from a blend of metals. Subsequently, she acquired a birch tree trunk, also measuring 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter in length. Yuan Jing first twisted the trunk of the pseudo-birch tree to ascertain its susceptibility to breakage. As a formidable 4-striped beast, she possessed considerable strength. With approximately 50% of her power exerted, the trunk of the pseudo-birch began to exhibit signs of bending and deformation. Yuan Jing exerted considerable effort to twist a 1 meter long, 1 meter thick rod made of mixed metals. It was only after she applied approximately 80% of her strength that the metal began to show signs of bending and deformation. This indicates that the properties of the mixed metal she crafted have reached a commendable level, suitable for use as an alloy. The smooth progression of these developments took Yuan Jing somewhat by surprise. Yuan Jing restrained her excitement, calming her mind. She gathered all the mixed metals, including the metallic rod, and cast them into the divine cauldron of light. Yuan Jing's consciousness connected with the cauldron as she silently envisioned the original form of the 3-legged vessel, while also recalling the intricate patterns that resided within it. Time lingered on, and it seemed as though nothing was transpiring within the divine cauldron of light. Typically, when Yuan Jing utilized the cauldron to forge items such as a beast skin volleyball or a scooter, the results would manifest swiftly, the finished products gracefully hovering above the cauldron. Yet now, as each second ticked by, there was no indication of failure, nor did any completed creation ascend from the confines of the divine cauldron. Yuan Jing felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She pondered whether it might be a failure in the refining process. If it were indeed a failure, so be it. However, what frightened her most was the thought that the divine cauldron of light might be unable to function properly in its ability to refine all things. Moreover, the formation plate had yet to be completed. This situation seemed excessively cruel. Yuan Jing could not help but rise to gaze into the bright divine cauldron. Inside, it was enveloped in profound darkness, rendering everything invisible. Such a circumstance had never occurred before. Yuan Jing felt a surge of panic within her, as her mind was inundated with images of colossal dark beasts, captivity, and words like dark petrification. Initially, the radiant divine cauldron was still functional. Although Yuan Jing's speed in refining the array plates was sluggish, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, Now the cauldron lay shrouded in darkness. The thought of the radiant divine cauldron becoming utterly unusable was a consequence she dared not contemplate. Yuan Jing pondered for quite some time. Yet the bright divine cauldron remained unchanged. She nearly resolved to take the cauldron into her possession and embark on a quest for materials to forge a luminous orb. This way, she could at least increase her chances of refining myriad substances. Just as Yuan Jing was about to act, a towering black cauldron emerged from within the bright divine cauldron. This imposing vessel bore an almost identical shape to that of the original bright divine cauldron. Yuan Jing took special care to examine whether the counterfeit Guangming Shinding contained any inscriptions. To her surprise, she discovered that the imitation indeed bore some carvings, albeit significantly fewer than those found on the authentic version. Nevertheless, any detail is better than none. To ascertain the usability of the counterfeit Guangming Shinding, Yuan Jing realized she must consult Huang Qingqian. After creating the suspected furnace-like imitation, Yuan Jing exited the laboratory with a sense of satisfaction, eager to find Huang Qingqian. The following day, after collecting the necessary materials for the refining array, Huang Qingqian relocated his swinging chair to the small courtyard. Whenever he found a moment, he would retreat to the swinging chair to rest his eyes, observing Huang Qingqian's actions. He Hu and Bai Shu, in a fit of imitation, also moved their own swinging chairs into the courtyard, resulting in a rather cramped space. However, Yuan Jing paid them no mind. With the little ones around, a home could hardly remain orderly. She decided to let them be, allowing them to do as they pleased. After Yuan Jing exited the laboratory, she happened upon Huang Qingqian, who was resting with her eyes closed in a swinging chair. Qingqian, I believe I have truly crafted a furnace tripod. Would you like to come and take a look? Yuan Jing exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Yuan Jing truly wishes that this is indeed the genuine furnace. The complexity of crafting the formation plates is exceedingly high, and she has recently found her mind buzzing incessantly. If possible, she would prefer never to engage with such intricate contraptions again in her lifetime. Yuan Jing finally admitted that when it comes to crafting formation plates, she truly feels quite inept. What Yuan Jing was unaware of was that Huang Qingqian had long since categorized her as the most inept among the inept. Upon hearing the term furnace tripod, he felt a stirring of interest. Should he acquire a suitable furnace tripod, he could concoct the advanced elixirs he required, thereby significantly enhancing his prowess. Although he was somewhat intrigued, he was fully aware that Yuan Jing possessed no understanding of inscriptions. He believed she could fabricate simple items such as pots and pans, but when it came to a furnace tripod, he doubted her capabilities. Regardless of its authenticity, there was no harm in investigating further. Thus, Huang Qingqian made his way to Yuan Jing's laboratory. Before him stood a tall, black, three-legged furnace tripod. Its appearance was indeed impressive, though he was uncertain whether the crucial inscriptions were properly inscribed. He approached the tripod with cautious anticipation, as he was desperately in need of a furnace. The quality of the furnace was not of paramount importance. He merely sought something functional. Once he escaped this wretched place, he would find a way to obtain any exquisite furnace he desired. For now, securing a usable one in this dreadful environment would suffice. Initially, he believed Yuan Jing could only create a mere imitation of a furnace tripod, especially since her previous creations lacked inscriptions. However, what he beheld next left him utterly astonished. Before him was a genuine furnace tripod, its interior inscribed with intricate runes, the overall quality at least of mid-grade. He had anticipated that even a subpar furnace would satisfy him, yet to discover a mid-grade quality one in this dismal locale was an unexpected delight. Without hesitation, Huang Qingqian proceeded to drop his blood onto the counterfeit light god tripod, establishing a subtle connection between it and himself. With a mere thought, the tripod seamlessly merged into his forehead. Yuan Jing gazed at the scene before her, unable to suppress her astonishment. It turned out that the furnace tripod required a blood oath for recognition. How enlightening. Can you truly confirm that this is a furnace tripod, Qingqian? Yuan Jing could not resist her curiosity. Indeed, this is a furnace tripod of commendable quality, Huang Qingqian replied, somewhat surprised at her own verbosity. Upon hearing Huang Qingqian's words, Yuan Jing felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She no longer worried about the potential issue of the divine light tripod being unusable, which could have hindered the refinement of the array plate. Thus, Yuan Jing joyfully entrusted Huang Qingqian with the affairs pertaining to the refinement of the array plate. She even offered her own laboratory to Huang Qingqian. She meticulously gathered the materials, organizing them by category within the lab. Huang Qingqian accepted the responsibility of refining the array plate, finding it far more gratifying than instructing Yuan Jing, whom he considered inexperienced. Consequently, the task of refining the array plate was smoothly transferred into Huang Qingqian's capable hands. Yuan Jing felt no shame in her act of shifting blame. After entrusting the task of refining the array to Huang Qingqian, she sensed the very air around her becoming sweeter and more fragrant. Her headache vanished, and her entire being felt invigorated, a profound sense of comfort enveloping her. Yuan Jing cheerfully ascended to the swing chair, allowing herself a brief respite, and before she realized it, she had drifted into slumber. It was not until Hu Shuang came to prepare dinner that Yuan Jing became aware of her surroundings, realizing that dinner time was rapidly approaching. After Yuan Jing exchanged pleasantries with Hu Shuang, she returned directly to the swing chair, settling down without a single thought. Everything could be addressed after dinner. Yuan Jing sat for a while, noticing the absence of the usual sounds that filled the room. She pondered where the two little ones had scampered off to in their playful antics. It had been quite some time since she had ventured outside. Thus, after exchanging a brief greeting with Hu Shuang, she decided to step out. She intended to summon the two little ones back for their meal and, in the process, discover what they had been up to. Yuan Jing walked through her clan, and many individuals approached her to exchange greetings. Many are aware that Yuan Jing transported various stone vessels, such as stone buckets, stone basins, and stone pots, along with wooden implements like wooden barrels and trays, to the vicinity of the salt lake within the dark forest. However, what remains unknown to them is that the location where she delivered these items is the site of the Qixing Isolation Formation. Curiosity surrounds Yuan Jing's motives for such actions. With time still on her side, she sought an alternative excuse. Yuan Jing had no intention of concealing her plans to extract salt from the lake. So she vaguely mentioned that she suddenly recalled a passage in the clan's ancient text regarding the technique for salt extraction from the salt lake. She intended to explore this possibility. Upon receiving her explanation, the clan members ceased their inquiries, as they had to return home to prepare dinner. The Tiger clan members were rather skeptical about Yuan Jing's endeavor to extract salt from the lake, given the known bitterness of its waters. The challenge of deriving salt from the lake was deemed exceedingly difficult, and previous attempts by other members of the Tiger clan had ended in failure. Consequently, they did not harbor hopes for Yuan Jing's success either. However, Yuan Jing remained unconcerned with their thoughts. For her, extracting salt from the lake was a trivial matter, with a success rate not merely above 50%, but exceeding 90%. Yuan Jing ceased her idle chatter with the Orcish members of the Tiger clan. She intended to summon the two little ones, the dark-hued and the white-furred, to return home for dinner. As Yuan Jing arrived at the amusement park, she found no trace of the two little ones. Logically, they ought to have been playing there. Why, then, was there not a single soul in sight? With no other option, Yuan Jing proceeded to the square pavilion in search of Hu Shuang, who would likely know the whereabouts of the two children. Upon inquiring, Yuan Jing learned that the two little ones had recently developed a fondness for the slides of Haida Mountain. After bidding farewell to Hu Shuang, Yuan Jing made her way to Haida Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she indeed discovered the two little ones joyfully playing on the slide with other young creatures. The little beasts possessed remarkably keen hearing. Yuan Jing called out for the dark and light ones from the base of the mountain, and they hurriedly slid down the slope. Yuan Jing returned home with the three little ones. What Yuan Jing did not realize was that a pair of eyes had been fixated upon her. After finishing dinner, she routinely coaxed the two little ones to sleep. Long ago, Huang Qingqian had moved out from the large wooden bed, constructing a small hut for himself in the backyard. Yuan Jing acquiesced and followed him. Yuan Jing had originally intended to wait until the three little ones grew older before assigning each of them their own room. However, with Huang Qingqian moving out first, Yuan Jing had no objections. When the two little ones, He Hu Hu and Bai Shu Shu, first beheld Huang Qingqian residing in a quaint little hut, they were filled with envy and would often climb atop the hut to play. It remains a mystery how Huang Qingqian communicated with He Hu Hu and Bai Shu Shu, but thereafter, the two little ones dared not venture to the hut again. Moreover, they seemed to harbor a certain fear of Huang Qingqian. Even He Hu Hu refrained from assuming a dominant demeanor in her presence. On ordinary days, upon encountering Huang Qingqian, the two little ones displayed an attitude of trepidation, as if to say, "I dare not provoke you." Yuan Jing found this situation rather normal, acknowledging that the thoughts of rebellious children are often inscrutable and futile to guess. Furthermore, there were no signs suggesting that Huang Qingqian posed any harm to He Hu Hu and Bai Shu Shu. Thus, Yuan Jing decided to leave the matter be. Yuan Jing was oblivious to the three individuals shrouded in darkness and light, who walked on the edge of a blade each day. Once the two little ones had fallen into a deep slumber, Yuan Jing rose. She intended to retrieve the stone tablet from her spatial realm. Reflecting on the fact that the material used for the tablet had been sourced from the sandy banks of the clan's river, Yuan Jing planned to place the tablet back into the sandy shore. However, drawing from her previous experience of venturing to the riverbank throughout the night, she became somewhat careless this time. It was only when she approached the vicinity of the clan square that she discovered several female beastmen engaged in an all-night game of mahjong, suggesting a fierce battle might ensue until dawn. Yuan Jing found herself in a predicament. With the capabilities of her four-patterned beast, she could effortlessly evade the perception of several female beastmen. They were merely ordinary beastmen, lacking any training, and their sensory abilities were undoubtedly feeble. Meanwhile, Hu Zhuang, responsible for the square pavilion, had already returned home to rest after hanging the sunflower pendant lights for them. There was no need for him to stay overnight in the game room, as there were no refueling stops along the way. Thus, Yuan Jing felt no concern regarding Hu Zhuang's presence. Yuan Jing harbored a tinge of concern regarding the male beasts of her female companions, uncertain whether they would stand guard by their side during the night. More precisely, there was a possibility that these males might be nearby, practicing quietly without disturbing the female beasts as they engaged in their game of mahjong. Yet, should any danger arise, they would be ready to provide timely assistance. Given the extent to which the male beasts dote on their partners, such a scenario seemed quite plausible. Thus, Yuan Jing regretted her earlier carelessness. Had she known that there were individuals at the mahjong parlor engaged in an all-night game, she would have opted to rest at home instead. The matter concerning the stone tablet was no trivial issue. It pertained to the lives of thousands, if not tens of thousands. Under such circumstances, Yuan Jing had no intention of unveiling the stone tablet. Just as she was contemplating her return home, she unexpectedly overheard the four female beasts gossiping about her. Since eavesdropping on gossip is not a crime, especially when it pertains to oneself, Yuan Jing decided to linger and listen to what these beasts had to say. However, she was not well acquainted with these four tigress-like females. In fact, she could not even recall their names. Yuan Jing had been in the tiger clan for quite some time, yet she was not sequestered at home pondering how to bring light. Instead, she was diligently engaged in constructing various recreational facilities. She had little opportunity to converse with the female orcs, resulting in her limited familiarity with them. In contrast, she was much more acquainted with the male orcs of her clan, as she spent considerable time alongside them during the creation of these amusement spaces. Yuan Jing nestled in a small corner, eavesdropping on the gossip of several female beastfolk. Female beastfolk A, with an inquisitive expression, remarked, "Have you heard the latest? I've been told that Yuan Jing's relationship with Huang Can has soured. She completely ignores Yuan Jing now." Female beastfolk B, while idly handling a game of mahjong, solemnly responded, "Indeed, I've heard the same. How pitiable she is. It seems her beast husband is unlikely to return. Now, she has also strained her bond with her offspring. I truly wonder how she will navigate her future." Yuan Jing found herself at a loss for words. Were the female orcs of her clan truly this mundane? The gossip was nothing short of toxic. She resolved to disengage from the conversation. Just as she prepared to leave, female Orcsy spoke up. "She will thrive. You may not be aware, but the mother of Hu Tai is a descendant of the golden-winged tiger. Once Yuan Jing's three little cubs ascend to the second tier of orc status, they may potentially create a space within themselves, enabling them to successfully evolve into flying beasts." Following this, several female orcs began discussing trivial matters such as sunflower seeds and chestnuts. Yuan Jing's own circumstances were mentioned only in passing. Yuan Jing no longer indulges in idle gossip. Listening only to trivial matters concerning sunflower seeds and chestnuts, she finds such topics exceedingly tiresome. Upon learning of the esteemed lineage of the three little ones' grandmother, Yuan Jing feels that her gains for the day are already substantial. However, reflecting on how the three little ones have yet to advance to the second tier of beasts, with no indications of having developed their potential or transformed into flying beasts, fills her with concern. It is evident that the scarcity of resources is insufficient to awaken these extraordinary abilities within the trio. Yuan Jing turned back, contemplating how to assist the three little ones in unlocking their formidable innate abilities. The scene of the Serpent Clan leader descending the winding mountain path of the seventh circle of Haida Mountain with Shiyu was still vivid in her memory. If she were to help the three young ones awaken their talents, they too would have the opportunity to glide down from the heights with their beloved companions. Just the thought of it filled Yuan Jing with exhilaration. Yuan Jing's mysterious departure this evening had not escaped Huang Can's notice. Curiosity piqued, he trailed behind her, eager to uncover her intentions. He had overheard the gossip of the four female beastmen and, on several occasions, contemplated reducing their incessant chatter to mere ashes. Yet, the sight of Yuan Jing, stealthily moving ahead, tempered his agitation. This was the first time Huang Qingqin learned that Huda's beast mother was a descendant of the golden-winged tiger. Now in possession of a mid-grade imitation of the divine light cauldron, unlocking his two innate abilities was within reach. The words of the female beastman, C, held a semblance of truth. If Huda's beast mother indeed possessed a pure lineage of the golden-winged tiger, the three of them could naturally awaken their latent talents upon transforming into two patterned beasts. However, the essence of the golden-winged tiger and Huda's beast mother had become exceedingly diluted. Even Huang Qingqin had failed to recognize the faint traces of this bloodline within himself. This evening, Huang Qingqin had made significant progress. He was poised to activate his two innate abilities without delay. Simultaneously, he thought of assisting the two naive youngsters, He and Bai. He imagined their exuberance upon discovering their potential to unlock their own talents. Yet, it was likely they would, much like Yuan Jing, incessantly fill their personal spaces with clutter. At this thought, Huang Qingqin's brow furrowed into a frown. The plan for the monument's placement had faltered today. Yet he took solace in the revelation of the formidable bloodlines possessed by the three young ones. Yuan Jing felt a swell of contentment within her heart. Unbeknownst to Yuan Jing, the bloodline of the three little ones, the golden-winged tiger, was exceedingly thin. It was utterly fanciful to think that she could awaken their two extraordinary talents with her limited abilities. The following morning, Yuan Jing awoke from her slumber, feeling as though she had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. The days spent in the arduous pursuit of forging were beyond her capacity to endure. At last, she felt as if she had truly come alive. Yuan Jing felt it would be preferable for the stone tablet to be revealed to her kin sooner rather than later. During breakfast, she pondered incessantly on how to bring forth the stone tablet. After the meal, she dutifully encouraged the two little ones, the dark-hued and the white-brushed, in their training. While they practiced, Yuan Jing took the opportunity to tend to her flowers and plants in the small courtyard. Perhaps it was due to her recent fears of the colossal dark beast, but she had not allowed herself to relax properly for quite some time. Upon learning about the formidable difficulty of crafting the formation plate, Yuan Jing suddenly felt a surge of confidence regarding the 7-star isolation formation. Additionally, having successfully delegated the task of crafting the formation plate to Huang Qingqin, she inexplicably found her heart at ease. Consequently, with a newfound sense of tranquility, she felt inclined to nurture her floral companions. As for the release of the stone tablet, Yuan Jing had formed a plan and decided to involve the two little ones in her scheme. As Yuan Jing tended to the flowers and plants in her quaint garden, she awaited the completion of the training of the two little ones, He Hu and Bai Shua. Time always seemed to fly by while nurturing the flora, and the training of the two little ones was drawing to a close. Once He Hu and Bai Shua had finished their training, Yuan Jing presented each of them with a small wooden bucket. Yuan Jing also took a large wooden barrel and brought along two small ones. Setting off with her two children, their destination this time was the riverbank within their clan. They did not invite Huang Sansong, as he was currently engrossed in the crafting of array discs. Yuan Jing dared not disturb him, and moreover, Huang Sansong had a penchant for cleanliness, making it wise to exclude him from such activities. Yuan Jing and the two others moved swiftly, and within a few minutes, they arrived at the riverbank within their clan. Yuan Jing instructed the two little ones, He Hu and Bai Shua, to diligently search for teapot shells, promising that finding just one would grant them a delightful exchange for a piece of candy at her place. The prospect of trading a single teapot shell for a sweet treat filled them with exhilaration. Typically, they could enjoy snacks for free at the snack shop, all accounted for by Yuan Jing. Each day, the trio could indulge in sunflower seeds at their leisure. However, they were limited to just 1 cup of fruit-flavored sugar water daily, a precautionary measure to prevent dental decay. Thus, candy held a significant allure for He Hu and Bai Shua, particularly for Bai Shua, who, even before Yuan Jing finished her sentence, had already begun the quest for teapot shells. The two little ones immersed themselves in their search, gradually losing awareness of their surroundings, their eyes solely focused on the elusive teapot shells. While they were engrossed in searching for teapot snail shells, Yuan Jing quietly concealed the stone tablet in the sandy ground, observing the two little ones, one black and one white, with their adorable little bottoms in the air as they rummaged for the shells. Yuan Jing couldn't help but chuckle. These two truly were delightful. She felt a twinge of guilt for using them to promote the stone tablet. Suddenly, memories of her past experiences catching bamboo clams by the seaside flooded her mind. The little ones had a penchant for play and a fondness for sweets. An idea struck her. She plucked 2 large leaves from the riverside and then retrieved some salt from her space, placing it upon the leaves. Yuan Jing picked up the salt wrapped in a large leaf and began to instruct the 2 little ones, Heihu and Baishua, on how to catch the teapot snails. During the day, the teapot snails moved with increased agility, relying solely on swift hands, if one's reflexes were not quick enough. The snails would immediately vanish into the mud, leaving no trace behind. The method of using salt to catch the teapot snails was indeed novel, and both Heihu and Baishua became utterly engrossed, finding the pursuit of these elusive snails far more exhilarating than sliding down a slide. Consequently, their quest for teapot shells in exchange for candy was momentarily forgotten. The riverbank echoed with their jubilant exclamations of "I caught one. Haha. Oh no, it escaped again. Next time, I'll catch you for sure." Listening to the joyful sounds of their play, Yuan Jing felt a wave of satisfaction surge within her. She wished these moments could linger a little longer and hoped that the day when the colossal dark beast would unleash its petrifying dark powers would never arrive. As the excitement continued, the salt on the large leaf was soon depleted, leaving both little ones with expressions of regret. "Mother, is there any more salt? I want to keep playing," Heihu lamented, casting a longing glance at Yuan Jing, clearly unsatisfied with their current playtime. "Mother, you still have candy, right? I want to eat some." Baishua looked at Yuan Jing with eager anticipation, revealing his greater interest in the sweets. The 2 little ones were clearly on different wavelengths, and Yuan Jing patiently responded to each of their inquiries in turn. Yuan Jing informed the 2 little ones that their playtime had come to an end. Although there were candies to be had upon their return, their current task was to assist Yuan Jing in searching for stone slabs in the sandy ground. They were eager to return for the delight of roasted meat on the stone slabs. Should they successfully discover a suitable slab, an additional reward of beast jerky, crafted by the Tiger Frost Gang, awaited them. This jerky was originally intended as a treat for the 3 little ones. The culinary skills of Tiger Frost were truly remarkable. Not only did the 3 little ones relish the jerky, but Yuan Jing herself was also quite fond of it. Upon hearing the prospect of both roasted meat and beast jerky, the 2 little ones felt a surge of excitement. What young creature does not delight in snacks? How could they possibly resist the allure of such delectable treats? Thus, both eagerly commenced their search for the stone slabs. Perhaps it was due to Yuan Jing's lackluster hiding skills that, after merely 2 minutes, the meticulously placed stone slab was discovered by Baishua. Yuan Jing could only console herself, believing that it was not her inadequate skill in concealing the stone tablet, but rather her exceptional prowess that made it so well hidden that even the 2 little ones were unable to find it. Heihu also found a stone slab roughly the size of a dustpan. Regardless, the objective of the expedition had been achieved. Yuan Jing then led the 3 little ones back home. The 3 little ones possessed commendable physical strength, allowing them to carry both the stone slab and the stone tablet with ease. Yuan Jing followed closely behind, carrying several wooden buckets filled with the teapot shell. Baishua truly proved to be a tremendous help. He laid the stone tablet flat upon his back, using his tail as an additional support, securely balancing the tablet while the inscribed side was prominently displayed for all to see. Heihu, on the other hand, hoisted the stone slab atop his head, effortlessly supporting it solely with his beast form, and maintained a swift pace, never once allowing the slab to falter. Yuan Jing also found it quite remarkable. As the 3 of them returned to their homes, they passed through the clan square, which was bustling with people. Many had noticed the stone tablet inscribed with characters, yet they could not discern what was etched upon it at that moment. Nonetheless, they all recognized that the tablet bore inscriptions. Yuan Jing desired precisely this effect. After exchanging greetings with the others, she swiftly returned to her stone dwelling. The 2 small creatures, one dark and the other white, took just a few minutes to carry the stone tablet and slab back to the courtyard. Yuan Jing was considerably slower than the 2 little ones. By the time she returned to the courtyard, they had already climbed onto the swing chair. Upon hearing her footsteps, the 2 little ones eagerly turned their gazes towards her, their faces brimming with anticipation. The white one promptly descended from the swing and leaped into Yuan Jing's lap, exuding a playful charm. The black one soon followed suit, rushing towards her. Now that both little ones had grown quite large, had it not been for Yuan Jing's formidable strength as a 4-patterned beast, she might have found it challenging to withstand their exuberance. Yet, Yuan Jing was not entirely at ease either. The 2 little ones were surprisingly heavy, and it felt as though her legs belonged to someone else. Truly, a delightful dilemma. Meanwhile, Huang Can, who was taking a brief respite in the small thatched cottage at the back, happened to witness the scene of the two little ones tumbling at Yuan Jing's feet. He merely tilted his head slightly, choosing not to indulge in the spectacle any further. The antics of those two juvenile creatures were simply too childish for his taste. Yuan Jing was oblivious to these matters. At present, her thoughts were solely occupied with how to resolve the situation concerning the two little creatures at her feet. She understood that they were now fixated on the prospect of candy and jerky. Thus, with a hint of mischievous delight, Yuan Jing presented them with a conundrum. Hello, shush. I propose a trade. For every teapot shell, you may exchange it for a piece of candy, and for every teapot snail, you may obtain 2 pieces of candy. Calculate for yourselves how much candy you can acquire from me, she said, gazing down at the 2 small beings at her feet. Once you've done the math, come and claim your candy from me. And don't forget to bring your little buckets for my inspection, she added with a smile. Yuan Jing has only taught the 3 little ones to count from 1 to 100. She has not instructed them in arithmetic at all. Therefore, Yuan Jing believes that this should suffice for their calculations. Yuan Jing contemplated that the world should now be tranquil, allowing the 2 little ones, who had never learned arithmetic, to figure it out on their own. Yuan Jing felt a twinge of mischief within her. However, this could serve as a valuable opportunity to impart the significance of education to the 2 little ones. When the time comes for them to officially relocate to the vicinity of the dark forest by the Salt Lake, she could commence their cultural lessons. The 2 youngsters appeared utterly illiterate, their expressions betraying a complete oblivion to the grand inscriptions on the stone tablet. It was truly a source of concern. Little did they realize Yuan Jing's clever strategy. All they could think about was that by mastering their counting skills, they would be rewarded with their cherished candies. The youngsters nodded eagerly, assuring her that they would diligently practice their counting. Without further ado, they hurriedly grabbed their small buckets to begin their counting, their demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency, as if they feared that any delay would result in the loss of their coveted sweets. Yuan Jing decided to join them. There was still a bit of time before lunch. What she needed to do now was to delve into the research of the tantalizing barbecue sauce. As the saying goes, one must go all out. Having proclaimed the intention to barbecue on the stone tablet, she was determined to do it well. Striving for the aroma of her deliciously prepared meat to waft through the air, enticing the orcs of her clan, Yuan Jing feels somewhat helpless, as she is about to embark on a life filled with theatricality. However, she has previously engaged in such endeavors numerous times. Oh well, if she must play the role of a dramatist, so be it. In her past professional life, she often took on the role of an actor. Life is but a performance, after all. She shall simply embrace the joy of her own performance. Yuan Jing, having composed herself, commenced her exploration of barbecue sauce. In truth, she possessed little skill when it came to culinary endeavors. If left to her own devices, it might take her several years to produce such a sauce. Lacking any natural talent for cooking, Yuan Jing placed her hopes on the divine cauldron of radiance, hoping it would assist her in crafting the barbecue sauce she desired. Yuan Jing does not hold particularly high expectations for barbecue sauces. She observed that the renowned female orc, Hu Shuang, who is celebrated as the foremost expert in roasting meat, employs merely 2 steps in her process. The first involves marinating the meat in a saline solution, allowing the salt to thoroughly infuse the flavor. The second step consists of roasting it over fragrant wood. The practice of brining the meat in salt water is indeed quite reasonable. In this world, barbecued meat serves as a staple food, and the quantities prepared are substantial, making it impractical to slice the meat as thinly as one might in her previous life. Therefore, it is essential to marinate the thick cuts of meat in salt water prior to roasting. Yuan Jing's envisioned stone slab barbecue consists of 4 steps. First, the meat is salted. Second, oil is brushed on. Third, water is applied. And fourth, barbecue sauce is brushed over the meat. It bears some resemblance to traditional grilling. Yuan Jing had no intention of preparing the stone slab barbecue herself. She planned to wait for Hu Shuang to arrive and assist her in trying it out. Given Yuan Jing's culinary skills, no matter how excellent the barbecue method, she would struggle to produce anything remarkable. The process of extracting beast oil was relatively straightforward. She decided to use the oil from the flower fox beast. This oil extraction step did not consume much time. Therefore, as long as Yuan Jing hastened to create the barbecue sauce, she would be able to enjoy stone slab barbecue by noon. For the barbecue sauce, Yuan Jing intended to use ginger, fragrant hardwood, and morana wood, as the spices in this beastly world were rather scarce. A simple mixture of these spices would suffice. Yuan Jing always felt that the barbecue sauce was lacking something. Suddenly, she recalled that in her previous life, when preparing barbecue sauce, She would not only add chili powder, but also incorporate ingredients like peanuts and sesame seeds. Although she did not possess those items, she did have sunflower seeds. It occurred to her that grinding the sunflower seeds into a powder to add to the barbecue sauce would be delightful. Thus, Yuan Jing first used the divine light cauldron to shell a small bag of sunflower seeds, yielding the kernels. The fragrant and morina would also require some preparation. At the very least, she needed to remove some of the wood components, for it would be quite peculiar to ingest wooden pieces. Therefore, Yuan Jing placed the fragrant and morina wood into the divine light cauldron and communicated with it, issuing the command to eliminate the wood components. Yuan Jing discovered that the wood had indeed been carved out, leaving behind 2 types of bark from the divine light cauldron. Yuan Jing took out 2 types of tree bark and inhaled their fragrant aroma, contemplating that tree bark could indeed be edible, thus sparing her from consuming wood. Consequently, she commenced the task of combining sunflower seeds, ginger, fragrant wood bark, and morina bark, along with water, in the radiant divine cauldron, adhering to a specific ratio. This ratio comprised approximately 20 pounds of sunflower seeds, 3 pounds of ginger, half a pound of fragrant wood bark, half a pound of morina bark, and 5 pounds of water. The rationale behind such proportions for the barbecue sauce was unknown to Yuan Jing. It was merely an intuitive feeling. Clearly, a greater quantity of sunflower seeds was essential, while the other spices could be used more sparingly. The amount of water was determined based on data derived from her chemical experiments. As for the outcome, she was uncertain, but she decided to give it a try. Thus, Yuan Jing issued a command to the radiant divine cauldron to produce a powder and mix the ingredients. To her surprise, nearly 30 pounds of a substance resembling barbecue sauce was indeed produced. Yuan Jing placed the barbecue sauce she had prepared into a stone basin. She extracted a small bowl of the sauce for her midday meal, while the remainder was returned to the divine space. Food tends to spoil when left exposed to the outside world, so it is far better to store it within the space. After successfully crafting the barbecue sauce, Yuan Jing proceeded to refine the oil of the floral fox beast. The process of distilling the floral fox beast oil was indeed quite swift. Before long, Yuan Jing had produced a teapot's worth of the exquisite floral fox beast oil. Yuan Jing sat patiently, awaiting the arrival of Hu Shuang for a delightful barbecue. As Yuan Jing awaited the arrival of Hu Shuang for a barbecue, she found it difficult to remain idle. She decided to cleanse the stone tablet, planning to utilize it for grilling meat. The rationale behind using a stone tablet for this purpose eluded her. Nonetheless, she felt an inexplicable affinity for the idea. Furthermore, having painstakingly crafted the tablet, she was determined to put it to use. Once cleaned, the inscriptions would still be legible, in no way detracting from its functionality. Moreover, Yuan Jing harbored no concerns regarding the tablet's potential for cracking, as its material was of exceptional quality. She mused that employing the stone tablet for grilling was indeed a splendid notion. Yuan Jing has already cleaned the stone tablet. Yet the 2 little ones are still busily counting, their little bottoms in the air as they tally their candies. This scene is one that Yuan Jing finds hard to bear. Are these 2 not a bit too foolish? Who exactly do they inherit this from? Yuan Jing believed that her condition was not hereditary. Consequently, her inexpensive beast husband unwittingly bore the brunt of the blame. The 2 little ones initially wished to abandon their counting, but upon noticing their mother engrossed in her tasks, they thoughtfully refrained from disturbing her. Anticipating that they would receive candies upon completing their counting, they persevered despite their reluctance. To be honest, arithmetic in the beast realm is not as intricate as one might think. Beastmen are quite familiar with measurements such as weight, buckets, and baskets. For instance, when Yuan Jing exchanged for salt fruits, it was typically a bowl of garlic-flavored melon seeds for a basket of salt fruits. Thus, arithmetic in the beast realm remains rather straightforward. Yuan Jing's request for the 2 little ones to count the candies is indeed beyond their capabilities. Yuan Jing no longer troubled the 2 little ones. She went to the storage room and fetched a large plate of candies. In truth, these candies were all kept in the divine cauldron space by Yuan Jing. The storage room was quite small, making it rather difficult for the 3 little ones to locate the candies. Thus, there were no candies in the storage room at all. Yuan Jing stepped into the courtyard, and the 2 little ones, upon catching sight of the large platter of candies in her hands, fixated their eyes upon the delightful treats. Yuan Jing was automatically overlooked by them, yet she bore no resentment. In her childhood, she too had eyes only for candy. It is a natural phenomenon for children to focus solely on what delights them. There is nothing peculiar about it, and Yuan Jing felt no envy. On the contrary, Witnessing their expressions of satisfaction and joy upon seeing the candy brought her great happiness. Thus, Yuan Jing placed a large platter of sweets upon the stone table in the small courtyard. Yuan Jing called the two little ones to fetch her animal skin backpack. She was about to distribute candies. Upon hearing that candies were to be given out, the two little ones hurried to retrieve their backpacks. This time, Yuan Jing's distribution of candy deviated from the previous norm of equal sharing, now embracing a principle of merit-based allocation. The two little ones approached the stone table, their expressions brimming with eagerness for the impending distribution. Yuan Jing found their anticipation amusing. The process was straightforward. They took turns placing their labor's yield into Yuan Jing's large wooden barrel. The dark-hued one was the first to contribute, depositing a clumsy teapot snail into the barrel, to which Yuan Jing promptly rewarded him with 2 pieces of candy. Subsequently, the fair-skinned one followed suit, placing another clumsy teapot snail into the barrel and receiving the same reward. Thus, they engaged in a lively exchange, filling the barrel with teapot snails and shells. As their leather backpacks grew increasingly swollen with candy, the initial back and forth continued until the barrel was depleted of its contents. Eventually, the fair-skinned one continued to add teapot snails and shells into Yuan Jing's barrel, while the dark-hued one observed his backpack swelling with each addition. A twinge of discomfort settled in his heart as he realized that candy, his beloved treat, was slipping away. It was only when the fair-skinned one had exhausted his supply that Yuan Jing ceased the distribution of candy. The fair-skinned one beamed with delight, his smile wide and radiant, savoring the satisfaction of having earned his bounty through hard work. "Look, hoo-hoo, Brushu has collected more candy than you. Are you not a bit disheartened?" Yuan Jing remarked. Noting the disparity, Brushu's greater haul is a result of his diligence and effort in gathering teapot snails and shells. If you wish to secure more candy in the future, remember to be more earnest and industrious during your collection endeavors, she advised. Furthermore, she added, last time, Brushu gathered a significant amount of chestnuts as well. He still has a few stashed away in his luggage. Your collection was rather meager, leaving you with no chestnuts to enjoy. When foraging for supplies, one must be attentive. Otherwise, hunger may ensue. Seeing the dark-hued one nod in understanding, Yuan Jing continued, emphasizing the importance of labor. It was indeed time for him to grasp the value of hard work. One cannot merely indulge in play. Whether the dark-hued one truly absorbed Yuan Jing's words remained uncertain, as he merely nodded in response. Yuan Jing contemplated that they were still young, and that matters of education could be approached gradually. Yuan Jing allowed the two little ones to roam freely. As Yuan Jing finished distributing the candies, Hu Shuang happened to arrive to prepare lunch. Yuan Jing wasted no time and directly informed Hu Shuang about her plan to prepare stone slab grilled meat. However, her culinary skills were rather lacking, and she hoped that Hu Shuang could assist her in crafting this dish. Upon hearing about the method of stone slab grilling, Hu Shuang's eyes sparkled with interest. It seemed that she possessed a natural talent for cooking. She instinctively sensed that the stone slab grilled meat was indeed a viable option, and her curiosity was piqued regarding the flavor of this intriguing dish. Yuan Jing also presented a small bowl of her homemade barbecue sauce to Hu Shuang. Yuan Jing was, in fact, uncertain about the flavor of the barbecue sauce. Therefore, she conveyed to Hu Shuang that if the taste was pleasing, they could incorporate the barbecue sauce. However, if the flavor was unsatisfactory, they could simply omit this step. After all, she had no desire to waste the precious meat. Yuan Jing merely mentioned the intention to use a stone slab for grilling meat and outlined the steps involved, to which Hu Shuang expressed her understanding. Yuan Jing couldn't help but marvel at Hu Shuang's remarkable comprehension skills. As for the stone slab grilling, Yuan Jing felt she could offer no further assistance. Nevertheless, Hu Shuang readily agreed to help Yuan Jing with the grilling, leaving her deeply touched. The stone slab grilled meat, even in the absence of barbecue sauce, would surely be delicious. Thus, Yuan Jing planned to invite Hu Shuang's child, Hu Ping, to join them for the stone slab feast. Typically, Yuan Jing would encourage Hu Shuang to bring her child over for meals with them, yet she always declined. Each time, Hu Shuang would take home the portion of grilled meat meant for herself and her son. Yuan Jing accompanied her as well, this time with the addition of slate grilled meat. Yuan Jing felt that sharing the meal would enhance the experience. The act of grilling and enjoying the food simultaneously was far more delightful. Thus, Yuan Jing gathered the remaining candies on the plate and placed them into a small leather pouch. These candies were a gift from Yuan Jing to Hu Ping. Yuan Jing stepped out with a small bag of candies in hand, intending to summon Hu Ping to savor the stone-grilled barbecue. Unable to resist Yuan Jing's charm, Hu Ping obediently followed her into her quaint courtyard. The little bag of candies was left on the Kong in Hu Shuang's room, awaiting their return to be discovered. As Yuan Jing re-entered her small courtyard, the air was already filled with the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Yuan Jing could not resist approaching the stone monument of barbecue, where the meat emitted a tantalizing sizzle. A drop of hot oil slowly trickled down the succulent grooves of the meat, which boasted a golden brown hue. The aroma, a harmonious blend of savory meat, rich fat, roasted goodness, charred crispness, and fragrant spices, wafted from the barbecue, intoxicating all who were near. Yuan Jing could hardly contain her enchantment. Not only did she find herself drawn to the stone tablet of grilled meat, dark and golden, but even Hu Ping could not resist the allure of this culinary delight. The aroma was simply irresistible. Observing Hu Ping's eager expression, Hu Shuang felt a pang of sympathy and ceased to reject Yuan Jing's goodwill. Consequently, they all indulged in a delectable feast of stone-cooked meat adorned with savory sauces, with Yuan Jing exclaiming her delight. It would have been even more splendid had Huang Zanzi joined their gathering to savor the grilled delicacies. Yuan Jing searched for a considerable time but could not find a trace of Huang Can. Observing the eager expressions of those around her, she deemed it unwise to wait any longer for Huang Can. Nevertheless, she decided to reserve his portion of the stone-grilled meat, placing it into her spatial storage. Should Huang Can return, he would still be able to enjoy the warm delicacy. In recent days, she pondered what he might be up to, as he had been rather enigmatic. Throughout the day, he remained elusive, and during the night, he would linger in the small cabin for merely a short while before vanishing without a trace. Were it not for the fact that she caught sight of him each night, Yuan Jing might have assumed he had mysteriously disappeared. Having previously accompanied Huang Can to gather materials for the formation plate, she had witnessed his formidable prowess, alleviating her concerns about any potential dangers he might face. He navigated the perimeter and the central regions of the dark forest with remarkable ease. Yuan Jing merely believed that Huang Can was continuing to gather the materials necessary for refining the array plates. In reality, Huang Can had ventured out in search of extraordinary treasures that could awaken her own talents, as well as those of the two Navi spirits, He and Bai. Yuan Jing could not fathom the reason behind her unwavering confidence in Huang Can. Consequently, her recent days had been quite pleasant. She eagerly awaited the completion of the 7 stars isolation array by Huang Can, after which her family would relocate to the vicinity of the formation. Yuan Jing had even moved in before the 7 stars isolation formation was established. Her vast resources resided within the Divine Cauldron space, so she harbored no concerns about transporting supplies. Were it not for the incessant chatter of others, she would have made the trip empty-handed. Having completed half of the task regarding the monument, she resolved to continue her work. At noon, she used the monument to grill meat, and now it bore the stains of grease and soot. Yuan Jing deeply regretted her decision, wishing she had refrained from using the monument as a grilling slab. The stone was rectangular with rounded ends, reminiscent of a miniature playground, making it quite suitable for barbecuing. Had it been shaped like a tombstone, she would have been too apprehensive to use it. Now that it was already employed for such purposes, she had no choice but to clean it promptly. For this, she used flower fox soap, marking Yuan Jing's first experience with it. It proved to be highly effective, comparable to the iron ape soap, demonstrating remarkable cleaning capabilities. Yuan Jing initially aspired to profit handsomely from the Huahu soap and Tiyuan soap. However, her thoughts have now shifted solely to the early completion of the formation. She even contemplates relocating to reside within the formation itself. Moreover, the Huahu soap and Taiyuan soap can only be exchanged for some beast meat, of which her space is abundantly stocked. She feels little inclination to pursue the production of Huahu soap and Taiyuan soap any longer, as such endeavors are ill-suited for promotion in times of peril. Yuan Jing worked with remarkable efficiency, utilizing floral soap as a cleaning agent. The monument was soon rendered as bright and pristine as new by Yuan Jing's diligent efforts. Yuan Jing's current task is to translate the ancient Beast World script inscribed on the stone tablet into the contemporary Beast World language, and then transcribe it onto the canvas. When Yuan Jing initially conceived the amusement park, she created numerous boards, though they were more akin to thin wooden planks than true boards. She decided against transcribing the map on the stone tablet, deeming it too cumbersome. The orcs could transcribe it themselves. The ancient Beast-era script inscribed on the tablet was originally crafted by Yuan Jing, though she was intimately familiar with its contents. She merely pretended to translate it. However, a new dilemma emerged. Yuan Jing intended to place both the boards and the stone tablet outside her small courtyard for the convenience of all to see. Previously, Her design sketches on the boards were for her eyes alone, untouched by others, alleviating her concern over them becoming smudged. The charcoal pencil, much like a regular pencil, was prone to smearing. If the young cubs were to touch the boards, the inscriptions would easily be erased. Therefore, Yuan Jing needed to swiftly devise a writing instrument that would render her markings resistant to erasure. Yuan Jing is a person of action, especially after enjoying a delightful meal at noon. Her efficiency in work has only increased. Yuan Jing recalled that the bile of the gugu beast they consumed was a deep black hue, adhering stubbornly to the hands and proving quite difficult to cleanse. This substance could easily be considered for use as ink. The simplest writing instrument would be to utilize a twig as a pen, dipped in the bile to commence her writing. However, such a crude method yielded unsatisfactory results, as the bile would readily drip onto the canvas, creating unsightly blotches of black liquid that rendered the entire board chaotic. The canvas was intended for the viewing of her kin, and it was unnecessary to present something that would strain their eyes. Thus, Yuan Jing turned her attention back to the gugu beast. This time not to extract bile but to pluck feathers. After all, during the extraction of bile, the gugu beast was already in a state of distress, making the act of feather plucking seem trivial by comparison. After several attempts that ended in failure, Yuan Jing finally fashioned a water brush from the feathers of the gugu beast. By infusing the feathers with the beast's bile, she could now proceed with her translation of the stone tablet. In several instances, Yuan Jing intentionally mistranslated certain passages, ensuring that the main content remained accurate. In conclusion, she inscribed a final note on the canvas. In order for more of our kin to access the contents of the stone tablet, please transcribe the information yourselves. Do not move this stone tablet or this canvas. Performing such theatrics was exhausting and mentally taxing. Yuan Jing truly hoped that the orcs would trust her words, and that everyone would successfully navigate this ordeal. Yuan Jing gathered an ample supply of river sand and resin akin to that of pine trees, employing them as a substitute for cement. Following the method for laying a floor of pine resin, she excavated a deep pit of 15 centimeters at the left side of the small courtyard entrance. She then filled the pit with river sand before placing the steel and the easel into the sandy recess, ensuring that the inscriptions and the map were fully exposed. She proceeded to pour a sufficient amount of pine tree resin into the pit. In her previous life, people utilized cement to secure the steel. Now, Yuan Jing achieved a comparable effect with river sand and pine resin. Both the steel and easel were firmly anchored into the pine resin floor. Once she had secured the steel and easel, Yuan Jing took great pleasure in admiring her creation, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Having completed her task, she joyfully entered the small courtyard. Yuan Jing gathered her belongings, preparing to reside by the salt lake amidst the dark forest. With Huang Qincan's formidable strength, her place within the clan had become inconsequential. Moreover, she had previously ventured through the dark forest under the cover of night, which had diminished her fears regarding this shadowy realm. Yuan Jing felt that although those fierce beasts were formidable, they could not possibly surpass the brilliance of Huang Qincan. As Yuan Jing began to tidy her belongings, a member of the tiger tribe passed by outside her courtyard. The beastman noticed the stone tablet in front of Yuan Jing's small courtyard. Though he could not decipher the ancient beast language inscribed upon it, he was well versed in the modern script. The more he gazed upon it, the more alarmed he became. Observing the tightly shut door of Yuan Jing's courtyard, he hesitated to knock. The tablet bore revelations of monumental significance, and he could not ascertain their authenticity. All he knew was that his heart raced with trepidation. Unable to contain his mounting anxiety, he hurriedly summoned his family and friends to the stone tablet. In a state of disarray, he struggled to articulate the gravity of the situation, yet his expression conveyed the urgency. Consequently, a multitude from his tribe rushed to Yuan Jing's courtyard. Drawn by the commotion, they were eager to witness whatever spectacle had unfolded. Yuan Jing was aware of the happenings outside. The sensory perception of the four-patterned beastmen was not to be underestimated. However, she chose to remain silent, understanding that some matters are better left unspoken. To elaborate could prove detrimental. Amidst the chaos outside her courtyard, Huang Sanzan suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, making his way to the small thatched hut in the rear. It was unclear how he had managed to evade the attention of those gathered, seamlessly entering the back of the courtyard. Upon Huang Sanzan's arrival in the small hut, Yuan Jing recognized that he had returned. She set aside her tasks and walked to the thatched hut, retrieving the stone slab of roasted meat she had prepared for him. Sanzan, this is the stone slab roast made earlier today. It is quite delectable. Please enjoy, she said, handing him the bowl containing the roasted meat. Huang Sanzan replied nonchalantly as he accepted the bowl, feeling a pang of hunger. He lamented his lack of strength, wishing he did not have to eat at regular intervals. After he finished the roasted meat, the clamor outside grew even louder. The small hut offered little soundproofing, and Huang Sanzan wished to escape the cacophony. He turned and left the courtyard, fearing he might unleash his frustrations upon the noisy beastmen. After a while, Yuan Jing realized that Huang Sanzan had vanished once again. She resigned herself to his absence, recognizing that the noisy atmosphere was a source of discomfort for her as well, let alone for him. She held little concern for the thoughts of the tiger tribe members, as she firmly believed in the existence of colossal dark beasts and suspected they resided upon such creatures. However, the other beastmen might not share her perspective. They likely had not encountered the treachery of humanity and could not fathom that they might be living in captivity. Moreover, having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, even the awareness of impending peril might not suffice to persuade them to leave this place. Yuan Jing felt that she had accomplished nearly everything she needed to do. As for spreading the news to other tribes, she had no intention of taking it upon herself. She believed in letting things unfold naturally. If the tribe leader and their family were convinced of the existence of the colossal dark beasts, they would undoubtedly relay the information to the serpent tribe. There had been continuous interactions among the tribes, making it impossible to conceal such news. However, the information would not travel far, as the orcs here were generally lacking in strength. Even if they wished to spread the word, they lacked the capability. Moreover, in the face of their urgent need for survival, engaging in such endeavors would be the least of their concerns. With a multitude of individuals, it was uncertain whether they could even enter the formation, given its limited space. An excess of people would certainly render it unmanageable. It all depended on their willingness to believe. If the tribe leader's family did not have faith, Yuan Jing did not expect any other orcs to be convinced either. Deciding to put such thoughts aside, Yuan Jing began to gather her belongings. In truth, there was little to collect. She had already stored the larger items in her spatial pouch, and the pots and pans had been transported. Thus, she was left with only the animal skin garments and blankets to pack. The meat and firewood could be gathered later at the salt lake. It would be more exhausting to transport them from here than to collect them anew. Outside, the clamor continued, accompanied by intermittent knocking at the door. Yuan Jing felt it prudent to step out and offer an explanation. This stone was found by me along the riverbank within our tribe. I cannot vouch for the authenticity of its contents. Our family, Kincan, has already advanced to the second-tier orc status, and we have decided to relocate to the location indicated on the map within the next few days, she stated directly as she opened the courtyard door. Noticing that the crowd had quieted, this morning, we set out with the map to seek the site of the ancient isolation formation. We believe it to be located near the salt lake within the dark forest, hence our intention to establish our home by the lake, she continued, before promptly closing the door. It was not that Yuan Jing was aloof, rather, she feared that she might inadvertently reveal too much. The situation was delicate. She no longer cared about the opinions of the orcs within her tribe. Yuan Jing felt confident about settling by the salt lake, for Huang Kincan was immensely powerful. Any unwise orc daring to encroach upon their territory would soon find themselves regretting it. Yuan Jing harbored an inexplicable confidence in Huang Kincan's abilities. Yuan Jing was eagerly awaiting Huang Kincan's return to discuss the matter of moving. It is indeed preferable to have Huang Kincan's approval regarding such matters, for he is the guardian spirit of the household. Yuan Jing is now relying entirely on Huang Kincan. Having a little gentleman at home certainly brings peace of mind. Yuan Jing suddenly recalled the whereabouts of the two little ones, Heihu and Bai Shua, whose absence was concerning. It was imperative to locate them swiftly and urge them to return and tidy up their belongings. The current situation was quite chaotic given the presence of numerous clan members. Yuan Jing felt a persistent worry regarding the safety of Heihu and Bai Shua. Yuan Jing wished to venture outside in search of the two little ones, the dark and shadowy one and the pale and bright one. However, the area beyond the courtyard was teeming with orcs, a dense and overwhelming mass. It was quite a challenge to even step out of the courtyard. Yuan Jing regretted her impulsive decision to erect the stone tablet at the entrance of her courtyard. She truly had invited trouble upon herself. Nevertheless, she resolved to venture out and search for the two young ones amidst the crowd. With that determination, Yuan Jing opened the courtyard gate. The clan's people continued to bombard her with inquiries regarding the giant dark beasts, to which her responses were limited to a few rehearsed phrases. She dared not divulge more, for revealing too much would only exacerbate her predicament. Yuan Jing expressed her intention to venture out in search of the two little ones. Blackie and Whitey, and began to pack her belongings. The others, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further inquiries regarding the colossal dark beast and willingly cleared a path for her. Gratefully acknowledging their gesture, Yuan Jing made her way towards the amusement park, relieved to find the two little ones still within its confines. Upon seeing Hu Zhuang in the square pavilion, she approached him to discuss her plans to leave the tribe, leaving him astonished. Given her decision to depart from the tiger tribe, she could no longer employ the tribe members to assist at the amusement park and the game room. Consequently, she asked Hu Zhuang to inform the tribe members that, starting tomorrow, she would no longer provide compensation for their assistance and that they need not return to work. Faced with impending danger, Yuan Jing found little motivation to continue managing the two entertainment venues. Her priority was survival. She needed to hasten her preparations for leaving the tribe. Yuan Jing, along with Hu Zhuang and the clan members assisting him, settled their earnings or compensation on a daily basis. Thus, after discussing this matter with Hu Zhuang, they found themselves devoid of any vested interests. Should Hu Zhuang choose not to relocate, all future income would be his to claim, with Yuan Jing taking not a single penny. As for the decision to continue employing the clan members, that lay solely in his hands. Yuan Jing summoned the two small creatures, the dark and shadowy one and the pale and bright one, and returned to his little courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, he had neglected to inform Hu Di, who was stationed at Black Tower Mountain. Yuan Jing and the two little ones arrived outside the courtyard, which remained as crowded as ever. After much effort, Yuan Jing managed to squeeze the two children into the small courtyard. The sight of so many relatives gathered outside their home left the two little ones quite perplexed. Yuan Jing feared that the two little ones would develop psychological scars upon learning about the colossal dark beast. Thus, she spoke vaguely, mentioning that they were headed to the salt lake in the dark forest to extract salt. If the environment proved favorable, they intended to linger by the salt lake for a while longer. The two little ones were unaware of the intricacies involved in collecting salt from the lake. Yet they understood it meant a family outing. Their memories of the previous visit to the serpent tribe lingered, and they found the prospect of an outing delightful. Consequently, when prompted to gather their belongings, both displayed an exuberant sense of joy. Yuan Jing suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. If only they were truly going out for a leisurely outing. However, it was not a mere excursion. They were fleeing for their lives. Let us hope that the 7-star isolation formation proves effective. Yuan Jing suddenly found herself unable to bear the sight of the two little ones joyfully tidying up their belongings. It filled her with a sense of discomfort. The dinner hour soon approached, and Hu Zhuang arrived punctually to prepare the meal. She too noticed the crowd gathered outside Yuan Jing's courtyard. Having heard within the clan about the astonishing secrets inscribed on the stone slab just moments ago, she had unexpectedly realized that the very stone slab in question was the one they had used for their midday barbecue. A wave of anxiety washed over her. As she pondered the possibility of a peaceful existence, if such tranquility were attainable, she and her child, Hu Ping, could continue to live harmoniously. However, as they were now a pair of vulnerable orphans, the thought of a terrifying calamity looming ahead filled her with dread, significantly diminishing their chances of survival. Thus, as Hu Zhuang prepared dinner, her mind was fraught with unrest. Yuan Jing invited Hu Zhuang to join her for a meal of barbecued meat, and Hu Zhuang accepted without hesitation. However, she decided to take dinner back for Hu Ping, as the presence of so many beastmen here made her reluctant to summon him. She feared that hearing certain news might instill fear in Hu Ping, who had become somewhat sensitive since the loss of his beast father and had grown a tad timid. Hu Zhuang's concerns were indeed justified, and Yuan Jing did not press the matter further. Huang Qingqin still had not returned, leaving Yuan Jing, Hey Hu, by Shua Shua, and Hu Shuar to dine together at the stone table. As Hu Zhuang prepared the barbecue, her mind wandered, resulting in a flavor that was not as exquisite as usual. Nevertheless, it surpassed the taste of the meals Yuan Jing had prepared herself. Observing her companions relishing their food brought Hu Zhuang a sense of relief, yet she recognized the inferiority of her cooking and felt a twinge of guilt. Being a reserved individual, she refrained from voicing her apologies. Yuan Jing remained unfazed, somewhat admiring the composure of Hu Zhuang. Were she to find herself in Hu Zhuang's situation, she could scarcely imagine the turmoil she would experience. A desire to assist Hu Zhuang once more began to stir within her. Yet she chose to wait and see how Hu Zhuang would ultimately decide. Upon observing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Yuan Jing spoke up. Sister Zhuang, I plan to relocate to the salt lake by the dark forest in the coming days. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will no longer require your assistance with cooking. However, if you are inclined to join us at the salt lake, I would still appreciate your culinary skills. Noticing the look of apprehension on Hu Shuang's face, Yuan Jing continued. I need to go back and contemplate this. Hu Shuang replied with difficulty. This decision was indeed a weighty one. It was not a trivial matter, but a matter of life and death. For Hu Shuang, the ominous and formidable dark beasts could at any moment threaten the lives of her and her child. The salt lake by the dark forest was equally perilous, and as someone devoid of power, how could she summon the courage to embark on a new life in a place teeming with danger? Yuan Jing was also aware of Hu Shuang's concerns. Although Yuan Jing could strive to safeguard the safety of Hu Shuang and her child, her abilities were limited, and her energy was finite. Should there be any oversight, the consequences would be beyond what Yuan Jing could bear. Yuan Jing's audacity to reside by the salt lake in the dark forest stemmed from her inherent power akin to that of a four-patterned beast. The two little cubs, dark and white, possessed the capabilities of two patterned beasts, while Huang Can's prowess remained enigmatic and profound. Thus, the salt lake by the dark forest posed no peril for her family. Indeed, had Yuan Jing still been the powerless female beastman, accompanied by her three young ones, she might have faced a grim fate within her clan. If Hu Shuang were willing to place her trust in Yuan Jing and take a chance, Yuan Jing would extend her support. Although she could not assure the absolute safety of Hu Shuang and her offspring, she would undoubtedly strive to safeguard them to the best of her abilities. Upon encountering Hu Shuang, Yuan Jing recalled her own feelings of uncertainty and helplessness during her time of vulnerability. She pondered the possibility of discovering a cultivation method for female beastmen. Hu Shuang, in turn, found herself in a quandary, her emotions tangled. After a brief stay in Yuan Jing's modest courtyard, she rose and returned to her stone dwelling. In her haste, she inadvertently left behind Hu Ping's dinner. Yuan Jing hastily brought out 10 pounds of salt, 100 pounds of dried beast meat, and Hu Shuang's dinner. These were the rewards for Hu Shuang. The beastmen had all returned to their meals, allowing Yuan Jing to exit with ease. Before long, she arrived at Hu Shuang's stone dwelling. Upon seeing Yuan Jing arrive with such a substantial amount of goods, Hu Shuang was taken aback. She had scarcely prepared meals for Yuan Jing over the course of a few days. How could Yuan Jing possibly bestow upon her such an abundance of provisions? Yuan Jing acted swiftly. After placing the reward for Hu Shuang on the ground, she promptly handed Hu Ping his dinner, urging him to eat quickly lest the barbecue grow cold. Subsequently, Yuan Jing produced a few candies to give to Hu Ping. He accepted the dinner and candies with gratitude. Yuan Jing couldn't help but marvel at what a well-behaved little one he was. Upon seeing the abundance of supplies in the room, Hu Shuang was taken aback. She quickly informed Yuan Jing that the rewards were far too excessive for her to accept. Sister Shuang, I can extract salt from the salt lake. Please keep these salts for now. When I go to the salt lake, I will have as much salt as I desire, Yuan Jing replied with a smile. Hu Shuang assumed Yuan Jing was jesting, which lightened her mood considerably. Observing Yuan Jing's optimistic demeanor, Hu Shuang suddenly made a resolute decision. She would move to live by the salt lake with Yuan Jing's family. Hu Shuang believed that both she and Yuan Jing lacked any combat prowess, which led her to hastily conclude her decision. Had she been aware of Yuan Jing's formidable strength as a four-pattern beastman, she might not have felt so optimistic. Hu Shuang promptly conveyed her thoughts to Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing was equally astonished. She never expected that this seemingly delicate female beastman possessed such remarkable courage, and moreover, she was an exceptional cook. Yuan Jing contemplated the prospect of introducing a reliable male orc to Hu Shuang when the appropriate candidate emerged. Thus, Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang agreed that when the time came for their departure, she would come to summon both Hu Shuang and her companion. In response, Hu Shuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yuan Jing repeatedly. After bidding farewell to Tiger Frost, Yuan Jing returned to her storage room. Inside, several large suitcases awaited her. These suitcases had been exchanged from her clan members, and Yuan Jing's intention behind acquiring them was to observe the craftsmanship of the beastmen. Little did she expect that these suitcases would prove to be of such utility. Carrying 2 of the suitcases to Tiger Frost, Yuan Jing believed they would be beneficial to her. Upon witnessing Yuan Jing's thoughtful gesture of preparing 2 large suitcases for her, Tiger Frost felt a deep sense of gratitude. She realized she had not misjudged her. After returning from Tiger Frost, Yuan Jing noticed the 2 small, dark figures energetically preparing their own luggage. Yuan Jing urged them to hasten their evening routines and retire for the night. Yuan Jing patiently awaited Huang Can's return, eager to discuss the precise timing of their departure to the dark forest salt lake. Yuan Jing waited for a while. Sensing that Huang Can had returned to the small thatched cottage in the backyard, she hurriedly exited her house and made her way towards the cottage. Even from a considerable distance, she could discern the figure of Huang Cancan. Yuan Jing hurriedly approached Huang Cancan and inquired, San, what have you been busy with lately? Do you need any assistance from me? Have you had your meal? I still have some roasted meat left from today, and it remains warm. Upon seeing Huang Cancan shake her head, Yuan Jing continued, No need? Huang Cancan replied softly. Subsequently, Yuan Jing asked about the progress of the formation plate's refinement and the timing of their departure to the salt lake in the dark forest. Regarding the formation plate, Huang Cancan's response was somewhat vague. However, Yuan Jing grasped the essence of her words, which indicated that the refinement was proceeding smoothly, and they would certainly be ready with the 7 stars isolation formation before the giant dark beast made its move. With this assurance, Yuan Jing felt relieved. As for the matter of residing near the salt lake, Huang Cancan had no objections. She was content to follow Yuan Jing's arrangements. Thus, Yuan Jing also felt at ease, and they promptly finalized their schedule, setting off daily towards the salt lake. Yuan Jing hurriedly informed Hu Shuangming about the matter of going to the shores of the salt lake the next day. Upon returning to her small courtyard from the stone house of Hu Shuang, Yuan Jing promptly commenced her evening ablutions. After a long day of toil, she sought a well-deserved respite. As if anticipating Yuan Jing's intentions, Hu Shuang had arrived at the entrance of her small courtyard well in advance, her belongings neatly contained within 2 sizable suitcases. Yuan Jing, no longer procrastinating, had tidied up her belongings as well as those of the 3 little ones. Thus, early in the morning, Yuan Jing and her companions departed from the Tiger Clan tribe, having not even taken the time for breakfast. Yuan Jing chose to depart early out of fear that her true self would be revealed. The monument was originally crafted by her own hands. Observing the throng of beasts outside her courtyard, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Acting was not her forte, and she had no desire to weave an excessive web of deceit. Thus, she opted for an early exit, even going so far as to secure her courtyard with a lock. She could only hope that the indecisive beasts would soon arrive at a resolute decision. Yuan Jing prepared quite an array of luggage for the 2 little ones, Heihu and Huang Can. Both of them donned leather backpacks, their tails dragging along 2 suitcases each. Yuan Jing herself carried a large backpack on her back, while her hands gripped 2 substantial suitcases. Huang Can, similarly, sported a leather backpack and towed 2 suitcases, though all of his belongings were personally curated. In his words, Yuan Jing and the others were burdened with mere trifles, whereas every item he possessed was a treasure. In contrast, Hu Shuang and her companion carried less baggage. Each of them managed a sizable suitcase and a large leather backpack. Thus, the group set forth, a majestic procession heading towards the salt lake nestled within the dark forest. With Hu Shuang and her companion joining the ranks, Huang Can wished to conceal his identity, prompting the entire party to travel on foot to the salt lake. Fortunately, the orcs' pace was swift. Upon reaching a point over 20 miles from the Tiger tribe's settlement, they had only taken approximately half an hour. This location was quite distant from the tribe, and coincidentally, it was breakfast time. Yuan Jing took out some jerky to share among the group, allowing everyone to satisfy their hunger before continuing their journey. Yuan Jing had developed an aversion to the stone tablet, which compelled her to hastily depart. It was only upon reaching this remote area, far from the Tiger Clan's territory, that she finally felt a sense of relaxation, such as the consequence of uttering too many falsehoods. In her previous life, Yuan Jing had also told her fair share of lies, yet she had never felt as disheveled as she did now. Perhaps it was due to her sheltered upbringing that left her lacking in many experiences. However, she resolved to dismiss these thoughts. At least she was no longer confronted by the incessant inquiries of the various beastmen outside her small courtyard. Everything would only improve from here on. Yuan Jing continuously reassured herself. The distance from the Salt Lake to the Tiger Clan was relatively short, merely a day's journey. Thus, she and her companions hurried along and finally arrived at the edge of the Salt Lake just before sunset. That night, they would have to take turns keeping watch by the lake, as there was no time to construct suitable accommodations in such a short span. They would have to make do for one night. Nevertheless, their circumstances were relatively favorable. Unlike other beastmen, they did not need to light a bonfire to spend the night. Yuan Jing possessed several luminous orbs, and merely a couple would suffice. Moreover, 2 of these orbs had been specially modified for enhanced convenience. She had crafted chains from transparent material for these 2 luminous orbs, using the leg bones of iron apes, delicate yet sturdy. The specially designed orbs resembled pendants, and thanks to the transparent chains, they did not obstruct the light, creating a pleasing visual effect. With these 2 unique luminous orbs in hand, Yuan Jing quickly put them to use. In contrast, Ordinary beastmen would typically seek shelter in caves, tree hollows, or simply sleep in open spaces when spending the night outdoors, as they would never choose to rest beneath trees due to the prevalence of snakes, ants, and insects, making such locations unsuitable for overnight stays. However, Yuan Jing was different. Armed with her two remarkable artifacts, it was perfectly suitable for her to sleep beneath the trees on a clear, pleasant night, enjoying the cool and breezy atmosphere. Yuan Jing chose a temporary dwelling beneath an ancient tree a few hundred meters from the edge of the salt lake. Once the location was selected, it was time to utilize her two formidable tools. Yuan Jing picked up a withered branch nearby and transformed it into the semblance of a clothesline. Soon, she hung a luminescent pendant resembling a glowing orb from a branch at the heart of the ancient tree. Subsequently, Yuan Jing crafted about 10 sachets from mutated mugwort and suspended them from branches positioned in various cardinal directions around the tree. The glowing orb and the mutated mugwort sachets were elevated more than 10 meters above ground, proving effective both in illumination and in repelling insects and ants. By the time Yuan Jing completed these tasks, the night had fully descended. Beneath the ancient tree where Yuan Jing and her companion spent the night, a gentle brown glow illuminated the surroundings, casting light over an expanse of several hundred square meters, a space even larger than the stone dwelling where Yuan Jing resided. Yuan Jing was delighted to discover the extensive illumination range of the luminous sphere for the first time, feeling akin to a small inventor herself. Her heart was filled with joy. Huang Can, too, experienced astonishment as he witnessed the outdoor lighting effect of the luminous sphere for the first time. He believed that Yuan Jing's possession of the divine radiance cauldron indeed held merit, thus preserving its honor. Hu Shuang was equally taken aback by Yuan Jing's remarkable display, her heart now at ease, confirming that her gamble had proven fruitful. The two little ones, He Hu Hu and Bai Shua Shua, were also witnessing the superb lighting effects of the luminous sphere for the first time. Previously, they had only played with the sphere within the stone house, where its light seemed confined by the stone walls, producing effects comparable to that of a sunflower chandelier. Now, liberated from the confines of the walls, the light from the luminous sphere radiated in all directions, enveloping them as if they were encased in a vast brown orb, albeit one that appeared to have been truncated at the base. He Hu Hu and Bai Shua Shua began to engage in a game of entering and exiting the enormous brown light sphere. The younger Hu Ping joined their playful antics, transforming their trio into a new team comprising He Hu Hu, Bai Shua Shua, and Hu Ping. The area beneath the tree resonated with the joyous sounds of their revelry. Observing the little ones frolicking in and out of the luminous sphere's illumination, Yuan Jing was not concerned about their visibility but rather anxious about the potential bites from snakes, ants, or insects. Consequently, she fashioned 3 pouches from mutated mugwort and hung them around their necks, informing them that these were insect-repelling pouches that should not be removed lightly. The 3 little ones nodded eagerly and resumed their playful antics. Subsequently, Yuan Jing distributed additional pouches to Huang Can and Hu Shuang, adorning herself with one as well. It was Hu Shuang's first time witnessing Hu Ping's sheer joy and play, which brought her happiness as well. The initial apprehension she felt about residing in Salt Lake alongside Yuan Jing dissipated, and her heart gradually found tranquility. She began to look forward to a more beautiful future. Having resolved the significant issue of finding temporary shelter, the next challenge was to address their dining needs. After an arduous day of travel, it was time to indulge in a hearty meal to reward their weary group. With Huang Can present, Yuan Jing decided that they would all enjoy a feast of stone-grilled meat together. Yuan Jing was reluctant to ignite a fire for dinner at the temporary dwelling. Fortunately, she possessed a luminescent pendant in the shape of a ball. She seized a withered branch, repurposed as a drying rack, and approached a nearby tree, approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, closer to the salt lake. Yuan Jing hung the luminescent pendant atop the tree. Subsequently, she repeated the process, adorning the same tree with several pouches crafted from mutated mugwort. The barbecue site was conveniently situated not far from the temporary dwelling. Ordinary female beastmen, like Hu Shuang, who lacked night vision, could traverse the distance to the barbecue area with ease. The sight of the 2 trees adorned with luminescent spheres created an enchanting ambience reminiscent of a well-lit scene, albeit within a modest radius of 500 to 600 square meters. With the barbecue location prepared, Yuan Jing began her search for suitable stone slabs and small rocks on the ground for grilling. The smaller stones would serve as the cooking platform. The illuminated area was substantial, prompting Hu Shuang to join in the quest for stone slabs and small rocks. While allowing the younger ones to continue their play, Yuan Jing held no expectations of assistance from them. Initially, Hu Shuang contemplated summoning Hu Ping for help. But Yuan Jing promptly declined. It was best to let the children enjoy their play. They were having a splendid time. The tasks were swiftly accomplished. Allowing the children to indulge in their amusement, Huang Qingcan then produced a makeshift version of the divine cauldron of light and began concocting something. Hu Xuan, astonished by Huang Qingcan's sudden emergence of the makeshift cauldron, could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Have you, Qingcan, awakened the extraordinary talent for refining tools?" Yuan Jing nodded in affirmation. Hu Xuan was astounded, realizing the extraordinary talent of Huang Qingcan, which explained Yuan Jing's confidence in residing by the salt lake. It seemed likely that this wondrous lamp was crafted by Huang Qingcan. However, Hu Xuan's thoughts remained unknown to Yuan Jing, who was currently preoccupied with gathering materials. The two worked swiftly, and within a few minutes, the roasting station was established, complete with stone slabs for grilling that had been cleaned by the salt lake's edge. Additionally, firewood for the barbecue was readily available, as numerous twigs lay scattered beneath the trees, ready for use. Yuan Jing prepared for Hu Xuan a supply of beast meat. A leather pouch filled with fresh water, a small bowl of roasted meat sauce, a small flask of flour fox oil, and a bowl of salt. The ingredients for stone slab grilling were also ready. Fortunately, Yuan Jing's stone bowls and basins were not far from the location. And with a luminous orb acting as a flashlight, she called upon a few of the smaller creatures, excluding Huang Qingcan, to assist in transporting some stoneware, such as bowls, basins, and cooking pots. Yuan Jing noticed a large, flat stone slab in the area where the stone utensils were placed. She had been troubled by the lack of a dining space. This expansive stone slab could serve as a picnic blanket, providing a makeshift dining table. Thus, Yuan Jing returned with her three little ones, and together they exerted their strength to transport the substantial stone slab to the barbecue site. At last, all the necessary tools were gathered, allowing Yuan Jing a moment of respite. It was only when Yuan Jing sat down to rest that she noticed some of the lights from the barbecue area directly illuminating the salt lake. Yuan Jing approached a spot closer to the salt lake and, to her astonishment, observed numerous saltwater fish swimming within its depths. Yuan Jing pondered that she had yet to savor the flavor of the brackish fish of this beastly realm, ever since she resolved to reside by the salt lake. She had begun to prepare fishing hooks and lines. Now, within her divine space, she possessed an ample supply of hooks and lines. She had even crafted a fishing rod from a tree resembling iron birch. However, it was currently impractical to extract the rod made of iron birch. Nevertheless, she could still retrieve the hooks and lines and seek out straight, sturdy branches that were resilient and unlikely to snap to serve as her fishing rod. The mere thought of fishing at night filled Yuan Jing with exhilaration. In her previous life, she often visited the artificial lake in her neighborhood to observe others fishing. Yet, her parents had always disapproved of her fishing ventures, fearing she might fall into the water. Thus, she would seize the opportunity during evening strolls after dinner to watch the night anglers. The number of individuals fishing at night was considerable, their rods adorned with luminous sticks, which cast a twinkling glow across the surface of the lake. The sight was simply enchanting. Simply gazing at those glowing sticks on the rods brought her immense satisfaction. Now, with the prospect of night fishing upon her, she could hardly contain her anticipation. Perhaps tonight she would indulge in the delectable delight of grilled brackish fish. The mere thought made her swallow in eagerness. With that, Yuan Jing took a luminous orb to serve as a flashlight and began her search along the salt lake for suitable branches to fashion into a fishing rod. The three little cubs, noticing her with the glowing orb, eagerly tagged along, their youthful curiosity making everything seem fascinating. Yuan Jing allowed them to accompany her. The lakeside was adorned with numerous trees, and she swiftly located appropriate branches. Upon seeing her use a bone knife to procure a branch, they too expressed a desire to obtain one. Consequently, she granted each of them a branch. After gathering the branches suitable for fishing rods, Yuan Jing commenced her return to the grilling site. She retrieved her pre-prepared hooks and lines, deftly tying a hook to one end of the line. Then, she secured the other end of the line to a branch, effectively crafting a rudimentary fishing rod. The efficacy of this makeshift rod could only be determined through trial. Yuan Jing had also prepared bait in advance. Her deep-seated desire to fish in her former life had led her to gather nearly all the necessary fishing paraphernalia. In truth, worms served as excellent bait for fishing. However, the worms of this beastly realm were exceedingly large and somewhat daunting. Yuan Jing harbored a profound aversion to such soft-bodied creatures. She had encountered a few worms while tending to her flowers, which had startled her considerably. Ultimately, Yuan Jing was too apprehensive to use worms as bait. Yuan Jing prepared her bait, resembling a type of feed, using sweet potato flour, corn flour, chestnut flour, sunflower seed powder, meat powder, bone meal, salt, and water. In her previous life, her aspiration to fish remained unfulfilled, leading her to delve into the study of bait. Thus, she was well aware that these ingredients were commonly used. Indeed, many fish have a diet not dissimilar to that of humans, primarily consisting of starchy foods, meats, and salt. This bait was crafted by Yuan Jing utilizing the divine cauldron of light. Had she attempted to create it manually, she would have lacked the requisite skill. Merely grinding these ingredients into powder would likely consume a considerable amount of time. With a handful of bait, a fishing rod, and a stone bucket in hand, Yuan Jing made her way to the shores of the salt lake, closest to her roasting site. The luminescent orb illuminated the surface of the lake, rendering it unnecessary to equip her fishing rod with a glow stick, for the waters were brightly lit, allowing all beneath the surface to be clearly visible. Furthermore, with her night vision ability, the need for a glow stick was rendered superfluous. As she threaded the bait onto the hook, Yuan Jing sought to test the efficacy of her bait and rod. In her past life, many salt lakes were devoid of fish due to their high salinity, which rendered survival impossible for most aquatic species. It was said that Lake Qinghai harbored a fish known as the Huan fish, but its growth was exceedingly slow. A 500-gram specimen could take over a decade to mature. Additionally, it was rumored that the Huan fish experienced gradual scale degeneration due to the high saline concentration. Yet its flesh was remarkably delicate, making it a rare delicacy. Perhaps the proximity of a freshwater lake to the salt lake created a certain connection between their waters, allowing for the presence of various saltwater fish. Moreover, it appeared that multiple species of saltwater fish existed, as Yuan Jing could discern at least two types with the naked eye. The saltwater fish in this lake were relatively large, weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds. In comparison to the freshwater fish, which could weigh several dozen to over 100 pounds not far away, they were indeed smaller. However, for Yuan Jing, a fish of this size was substantial, as she had previously consumed fish weighing only 1 or 2 pounds. A 7 to 8 pound fish was genuinely considerable. Presently, her appetite was roughly equivalent to 20 pounds of meat. Thus, her goal for this fishing endeavor was to catch 3 fish, sufficient to secure her provisions for the night. Yuan Jing had just cast the fishing hook into the saline lake when, after 2 minutes, a scaleless, dazed, yellowish brackish fish was caught. Yuan Jing felt an exhilarating thrill. Perhaps the bait he had crafted was simply irresistible. As he gradually drew the yellowish fish towards the surface, it made no effort to resist. It was only when Yuan Jing pulled it out of the water that the fish began to struggle, sensing its separation from its aquatic habitat. Despite its feeble attempts, the small brackish fish posed little challenge, and Yuan Jing effortlessly brought it to his side. With ease, he removed the hook lodged in its mouth and placed the 7 or 8 pound yellowish brackish fish into the stone bucket beside him. Yuan Jing had already filled half of the stone bucket with brackish water. When the yellowish brackish fish entered the bucket, the remnants of bait on the fishing hook were also discarded into the stone bucket by Yuan Jing. The joyful yellowish brackish fish swimming within the bucket did not forget to gulp down the remaining bait. Yuan Jing felt that the bait she had crafted earlier was remarkably successful. The 3 little ones, having witnessed her catch a fish, curiously approached and gathered around the stone bucket. Observing the frolicking, earthy-hued saltwater fish, the mischievous dark one even extended its tiny paw to touch the fish. In response, the fish leaped, splashing a torrent of water that drenched several of the little ones. Rather than becoming upset by the sudden shower, the youngsters found it immensely amusing, and thus, the 3 little creatures continued to playfully tease the earthy-hued saltwater fish by the stone bucket, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Yuan Jing paid no heed to the few little ones, as she was diligently laboring for tonight's sustenance. After 4 or 5 minutes had elapsed, she successfully caught a gray-black saltwater fish, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, devoid of scales. Yuan Jing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It appeared she would be able to savor 2 varieties of fish this evening. Drawing upon her previous fishing experience, she swiftly brought the gray-black saltwater fish to the shore. This fish was notably more responsive than the yellowish saltwater variety. From the moment Yuan Jing began to reel it in, it struggled vigorously. However, it was of little consequence. For the fishhook she had crafted featured a small barb, tightening its grip with every thrash. The strength of the gray-black saltwater fish was nothing in comparison to Yuan Jing. A 4-pattern beast, and she effortlessly landed it. After removing the fishhook, she unceremoniously tossed the gray-black saltwater fish into the wooden barrel. The commotion caused by Yuan Jing's fishing was quite significant, and even Hu Shuang could observe the scene. Hu Shuang felt a surge of joy within. If she could acquire the tools that Yuan Jing was using for fishing, it would undoubtedly enhance their quality of life. They would no longer have to fret over a lack of food. Had she not been roasting beast meat, she would have eagerly approached Yuan Jing to seek her knowledge. This method of obtaining beast meat was critically important to her. Even though fish often carried a distinct odor, for a female beastman like her, who was incapable of hunting, it represented a rare opportunity to satiate her hunger. After catching 2 fish, Yuan Jing no longer felt the urgency to continue fishing. She intended to prepare these 2 fish for Hu Shuang, requesting her assistance in grilling them. Although these saltwater fish, found in the saline lakes, were somewhat diminutive in size, their flavor was undoubtedly exquisite. She felt a tinge of anticipation. Yuan Jing had never personally killed a fish, yet she often accompanied her mother to the market in her previous life to purchase groceries. Her father had a fondness for fish, which led them to buy it frequently. She had witnessed the process of fish preparation numerous times. The steps were etched clearly in her memory: stunning the fish, scaling it, eviscerating it, removing the gills, and then washing it thoroughly. Yuan Jing possesses remarkable physical prowess and strength. The 2 fish in her grasp succumbed to unconsciousness within mere seconds. Lacking scales, she swiftly gutted them, extracting their entrails and gills, and rinsing them clean with ease. Her dexterity is commendable, as she efficiently prepared the 2 fish in just 10 minutes. At this moment, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the grill nearby. Yuan Jing brought the prepared fish to Hu Shuang, requesting her assistance in roasting them. Observing the stone slab barbecue nearing completion, Yuan Jing decided it was time to call the little ones to join for dinner. The youngsters were seated in a row along the lakeshore, attempting to emulate Yuan Jing's fishing techniques. Their ability to mimic was impressive, and they displayed great interest in the fishing rods she had crafted. However, their naive attempts to fish with bare hooks in the salt lake elicited amusement from Yuan Jing. They remained oblivious to the vital necessity of bait, resulting in a prolonged lack of success. Frustrated, the little one with dark fur, unable to catch any fish, handed the rod to the fair-furred one, who also found himself equally unsuccessful. Subsequently, the fair-furred one passed the rod to Hu Ping, who, in earnest imitation, attempted to fish without bait, leading to predictable results. Witnessing the harmonious interaction among the 3 little ones filled Yuan Jing with joy. Once they had played enough, she called the trio and Huang Qingcan, who was stationed at their temporary camp, to join for dinner. With everyone gathered, the meal commenced. The stone slab barbecue proved to be as delectable as the one savored the previous afternoon, so delicious it felt as though one might swallow their own tongue in delight. As Hu Shuang savored the barbecue, she continued to tend to the 2 fish, which required minimal attention. Just a few flips every few minutes would suffice, allowing her to enjoy her meal undisturbed. Yuan Jing also joined the ranks of those grilling fish. Soon, everyone savored a delightful meal of stone-grilled meat. The 2 fish were also perfectly cooked, and the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Inhaling the delectable scent emanating from the 2 fish and gazing at the golden-brown grilled delicacies, Yuan Jing could not help but sniff the air. It was fragrant. Although she had indulged in grilled fish many times before, she had never encountered such an enticing aroma. Yuan Jing removed 2 fish from the stone slab and placed them into an empty stone bowl. She brought the bowl before the crowd, took a pair of chopsticks, and delicately picked a piece of fish to savor. The exquisite and tender flesh ignited her taste buds, prompting her to squint her eyes in delight. It was simply delectable. Unable to restrain herself, she indulged wholeheartedly. Observing her reaction, the others eagerly began to taste the roasted fish as well. The allure of the grilled fish was irresistible, and soon they were all consuming the 2 small fish voraciously until nothing remained but bones. "Mother, let us catch more fish. I still want to eat." Bai Shuashua, clinging to Yuan Jing's leg, pouted. Everyone had enjoyed their dinner, and continuing to eat roasted fish would surely lead to overindulgence, which was not advisable. Even the little ones expressed their desire for more grilled fish. Not wanting to dampen their spirits, Yuan Jing considered that they could indeed continue enjoying the fish, but it would have to be as a late-night snack. After all, they wouldn't be able to have roasted fish at that moment since they needed to catch more first. The thought of fishing at night seemed rather appealing. Previously, she had merely watched others fish at night, but now the idea of participating herself filled her with excitement. "Sister Shuang, shall we go fishing by the lakeside later? What do you think?" Yuan Jing asked, glancing at the busy Hu Shuang, who was cleaning the stone bowl. Hu Shuang responded with enthusiasm, "Sure. Let us go fishing. I'm eager to try it out. Mother, I want to fish too. If we catch fish, can we eat roasted fish? Can I eat as many as I catch?" Bai Shuashua chimed in. "Mother, you have to help me with the fishing rod." "Aunt Jing, I want to fish too." Several little ones clamored excitedly. Night fishing is certainly more enjoyable with a crowd, and Yuan Jing readily agreed. She had gathered plenty of branches suitable for fishing rods. enough for each person to have one. Thus, she began crafting simple fishing rods. The hooks and lines had already been prepared, making the process quite convenient. With just a couple of knots, the rods were complete. Yuan Jing skillfully crafted 5 fishing rods. Although Huang Qinqin had returned to their temporary refuge to tinker with a makeshift version of the bright divine cauldron, Yuan Jing still prepared a fishing rod for him. Yuan Jing refrained from hastily distributing the fishing rods among the group. Instead, she prioritized imparting essential safety education. Yuan Jing primarily articulated the following points. First and foremost, fish hooks are exceedingly sharp. One must refrain from casting them towards others, as this could result in injury. Secondly, it is imperative to remain vigilant of one's footing. Carelessness may lead to an unfortunate tumble into the water. Lastly, should one encounter a particularly large fish that proves difficult to reel in, it is advisable to relinquish the fishing rod, for there are plenty more rods available and they hold little monetary value. It is far better to avoid being pulled into the depths by the fish. Yuan Jing was not one to be verbose. She succinctly conveyed her points before distributing fishing rods to everyone. Additionally, she handed out tin bait pellets and elucidated their significance. It is essential to employ bait when fishing to successfully catch fish. Yuan Jing also informed the group that even earthworms from the soil could serve as bait. This information was particularly directed towards Hu Shuang, as she could potentially enhance her life through fishing. By revealing that earthworms could be used as bait, Yuan Jing believed it would greatly benefit Hu Shuang. If Hu Shuang needed to improve her circumstances through fishing, she could entirely rely on her own efforts. A resilient female beastman like her would undoubtedly prefer to transform her life through her own capabilities. If she were apprehensive about handling earthworms, she could enlist the help of her little cub, Hu Ping. Stringing an earthworm onto a hook was not an overly time-consuming task. Upon hearing Yuan Jing mention that earthworms could be used as bait, curiosity swept through the crowd regarding what exactly an earthworm was. As the nomenclature of numerous creatures in this beastly world differed from that of their previous existence, it was entirely natural for them to be unaware. Meanwhile, Hu Shuang's heart raced. Initially, upon seeing Yuan Jing's bait, she felt a wave of despondency. The bait appeared far too complex to procure easily. She feared her aspirations of altering her life through fishing were dashed. However, hearing that a certain small creature could serve as bait reignited her hopes, causing her heart to race with anticipation. Yuan Jing remarked that earthworms are ubiquitous, especially when their numbers are abundant. Hu Shuang was particularly exhilarated. She felt a genuine sense of hope that fishing could transform her life. Yuan Jing picked up a branch and, upon discovering a patch of rich, loose soil, began to excavate the earth. Before long, a sizable, plump earthworm, measuring about 2 fingers in thickness, emerged before the onlookers. Yuan Jing gazed at the worm, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort as it made her skin crawl. However, the little ones showed no fear. They eagerly seized the dark, wriggling creature and deftly threaded it onto their fishing hooks. The worm squirmed incessantly, eliciting goosebumps on Yuan Jing's skin, while the children found it merely amusing. "Let us see if we can catch a fish," exclaimed Hu Ping, his face alight with excitement. Thus, Hu and Hu Ping ventured forth to test the worm's efficacy in fishing. Curiosity piqued, Hu Shuang joined them to observe the worm's fishing prowess. Meanwhile, Bai Shuashua, ever the action-oriented one, procured a stick and sought out a worm of his own, promptly threading it onto his hook to fish. Within mere minutes, both Hu and Bai Shuashua had successfully caught fish using the worms, their joy uncontainable. Yuan Jing approached them and instructed how to remove the fishing hook from the fish's mouth. The 2 youngsters quickly grasped the technique. After placing the fish into a water-filled stone bucket, the duo, one dark and the other pale, hurried off to catch earthworms. It seemed they were disinclined to use the bait Yuan Jing had prepared for them. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, Yuan Jing preferred the bait. Observing them catch one earthworm at a time, it was evident that their fishing experience would be rather unsatisfactory. Yuan Jing procured a stone bucket, instructing them to first capture the earthworms within it. Subsequently, she added some soil to the bucket to ensure the worms remained alive, for deceased worms would lack freshness, thereby diminishing the efficacy of fishing. This method provided an ample supply of earthworms, allowing for spontaneous fishing without the need to dig for worms each time. Observing the enthusiastic spirit of everyone, Yuan Jing proposed a fishing competition among the 3 little ones. Whoever caught the most fish would be rewarded with a specially crafted fishing rod, which surpassed the quality of their current rods by several magnitudes. The little ones were exhilarated. "Mother, I want to participate in the competition. I will surely catch many fish." "Mother, I am confident I can catch the most fish. Aunt Jing, I also wish to join the contest, they declared with fervor. The only challenge was the insufficiency of stone buckets. They needed to retrieve another from the place where the stone apparatus was stored. The little ones eagerly volunteered to fetch the buckets. The distance to the stone storage was not far, so Yuan Jing felt reassured allowing them to go. Hu Ping gazed enviously at the glowing orbs of both black and white, wishing for one of his own. Yuan Jing was not one to hold back. She produced 2 luminous orbs, handing one to Hu Ping and directly offering the other to Hu Shuang. Hu Shuang felt a sense of hesitation in accepting it. Such a precious gift left her feeling unworthy. Yuan Jing smiled and said, Sister Shuang, this shall serve as compensation for your future culinary endeavors. You must accept it. Just look at how much the 3 little ones adore the barbecued meat you prepare. Observing Hu Ping's affection for the luminous orbs, Hu Shuang reluctantly accepted the 2 glowing spheres, resolving to find a way to repay Yuan Jing and her companions in due course. It seemed the supply of earthworms was somewhat lacking, prompting Yuan Jing to instruct the 3 little ones to gather more. Once the earthworms were adequately collected and the stone bucket prepared, the 3 youngsters officially commenced their fishing competition. The thrill of a fishing contest was far more exhilarating than mere fishing itself. Yuan Jing had initially intended to partake in the night fishing. But upon witnessing the focused demeanor of the 3 little ones, she suddenly felt disinclined to interrupt their spirited competition. Hu Shuang shared this sentiment. Now that the ground was strewn with earthworms meant for fishing, she felt she could fish at her leisure, no longer harboring an urgent desire to catch anything. Sitting back to observe the little ones, she found greater enjoyment in watching them fish. Thus, Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang positioned themselves several dozen meters away. Observing the 3 little ones as they engaged in their fishing contest, the competitive spirit among the male cubs was palpable. Yuan Jing was witnessing for the first time how seriously the dark and light cubs were taking this, their chatter hushed as they fixated on their fishing rods. The earthworms seemed to possess a remarkable allure for the 2 saltwater fish within the saline lake. Once the little ones cast their hooks, the fish were quick to bite, their success far surpassing Yuan Jing's own. Perhaps the hunting prowess of the male cubs in this beastly realm was indeed formidable, Yuan Jing mused quietly. Reluctant to admit that her homemade bait paled in comparison to those unattractive earthworms, Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang sat by the shore, observing several children earnestly engaged in fishing. The sensation was truly delightful. It resembled the tender feeling of parents in a past life watching their children diligently complete their homework. Yuan Jing, embodying the heart of a devoted mother, felt a profound sense of comfort. Hu Shuang shared a similar sentiment, her gaze upon Hu Ping's figure softening with each passing moment. Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang were watching the little ones fish while engaging in light-hearted conversation about family matters. This way of life felt truly delightful. Originally, inspired by a sudden whim, Yuan Jing intended to organize a competition among the children, promising a fine fishing rod to the one who caught the most fish. However, witnessing the impressive performance of the little ones, she found herself in a quandary. Ultimately, she decided to award each of the 3 children with a fishing rod, believing that diligent effort should be rewarded. The trio had only been fishing for about 40 minutes yet managed to catch around 10 fish, and their basket was already overflowing. It seemed prudent to wait until they desired a meal to fish again, as freshly caught fish would undoubtedly be more delectable. When Yuan Jing called a halt to their fishing, the 3 little ones were reluctant to cease their activity, lamenting the prospect of missing out on grilled fish. To persuade them to stop, Yuan Jing expressed her mild exasperation. Upon hearing her words, the children reluctantly put down their fishing rods. Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang ventured together to admire the fruits of the little one's labor. The 3 younglings had successfully caught an abundant haul of fish, filling their stone buckets to the brim. Each of them was quite remarkable, managing to reel in a bucket overflowing with fish. Thus, they were rewarded with a brand new fishing rod each. They were instructed to collect their rewards the following day while being reminded to take good care of their current rods. After observing the impressive catches, Yuan Jing addressed the 3 little ones, who were incredulous at her words. Each felt confident that they had caught the most fish. In a spirited display, they lined up their 3 wooden buckets, eager to compare their catches. Indeed, as Yuan Jing had noted, all 3 buckets appeared equally full, though there might have been a discrepancy of 1 or 2 fish, which was indiscernible within the confines of the buckets. I caught the most. I was clearly reeling them in faster than the 2 of you, one of them proclaimed. The discussion soon escalated into a playful argument over who had the superior catch. However, as they compared their catches further, the little ones gradually recognized the truth. None had outdone the others. They had all caught an equal amount. You are all quite impressive. Soon, we shall prepare grilled fish on stone slabs. You have worked the hardest today, so each of you will receive 2 grilled fish. While Hu Shuang and I will only have 1 each, Yuan Jing remarked, noticing the slight disappointment among the 3. She gestured towards herself and Hu Shuang, emphasizing their modest portion. Indeed, you have all done splendidly. After such a hard day of fishing, each of you shall receive 2 grilled fish. Hu Shuang added with a smile. Upon hearing of their reward, the little ones were elated, their spirits soaring as they resumed their playful antics, seemingly forgetting the earlier dispute. As the 3 frolicked, Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang set about preparing the fish. The quantity caught was indeed substantial, and they focused solely on processing enough for that evening's meal, leaving the remainder in the stone buckets for future consumption. Given the inconvenience of accessing fresh water, Yuan Jing utilized salt lake water to clean the fish and the grilling stones. Although it was a makeshift solution, she contemplated ways to channel fresh water from the nearby lake for greater convenience. Should this prove unfeasible, she even considered relocating to the vicinity of the freshwater lake for a more accessible living situation. Yuan Jing has chosen to reside by the salt lake primarily due to its vast expanse that far surpasses that of freshwater lakes. Her intention is to construct dwellings above the salt lake, considering that if a multitude of orcs were to seek refuge here, she would not need to occupy a significant amount of land, thereby allowing that land to be available for other orcs. Establishing her abode upon the water, she anticipates that the aquatic orcs would likely have no objections. Yuan Jing contemplated how splendid it would be to construct a residence at the very heart of the salt lake. However, the technical challenges of erecting a dwelling in the lake's center seemed formidable. A thorough examination of the salt lake's conditions tomorrow would be necessary to ascertain the feasibility and methodology for such a venture. At present, Yuan Jing found herself too preoccupied to ponder the issues of freshwater availability and housing locations. She and Hu Shuang were engrossed in preparing stone slab grilled fish, with Hu Shuang predominantly taking the lead, while Yuan Jing merely assisted, well aware of her limited culinary skills. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted from the stone slab, drawing the 3 little ones, who were aware of the delectable scent, to gather eagerly before the cooking station, their expressions rife with anticipation. Observing the adorable demeanor of the trio, Yuan Jing felt a wave of affection. It reminded her of Huang Qincan in times past. Unable to resist, she cast a glance toward Huang Qincan, who was diligently engaged in some serious alchemical endeavor with a makeshift divine cauldron, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Yuan Jing sighed in resignation. It is no wonder that her kin gossiped about the emotional rift between her and Huang Qincan. Any reasonable person observing their interactions would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Yuan Jing now finds herself at a loss regarding how to interact with Huang Qincan. She senses that this little one is drifting further away from her. Well, one step at a time. Overthinking serves no purpose. Soon, the grilled fish was ready. Each of the 3 little ones received 2 pieces of grilled fish as a reward. Yuan Jing, Hu Shuang, and Huang Qincan each received a portion of grilled fish. The 3 little ones joyfully indulged in their meal. Hu Shuang, ever considerate, reminded them to be cautious of the fish bones. Yuan Jing approached Huang Qincan, holding the grilled fish designated for her. She said to Huang Qincan, "Qincan, this is the freshly caught fish grilled tonight. Be sure to savor it while it's still warm." After Yuan Jing placed the stone bowl containing the grilled fish on a large rock, she turned and returned to the barbecue site. As she took a few steps, Huang Qincan softly responded with a faint hum. Although her voice was barely audible, Yuan Jing still caught it, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. After enjoying a delightful midnight snack of grilled fish, Yuan Jing urged the little ones to wash up and go to bed. However, fresh water was scarce, so she discreetly drew a small amount from her freshwater fish pond in her space for the little ones to use. The water was limited, so they managed only a cursory wash. Yuan Jing instructed Hu Shuang and the 3 little ones to sleep first while she kept watch, planning to switch with Hu Shuang in the latter half of the night. Yuan Jing devoted herself to cultivation throughout the entire night, while Huang Qincan immersed herself in the alchemical process for the same duration. At the break of dawn, Hu Shuang awoke suddenly, startled by the light of day. She realized that she had slept soundly through the night, leaving Yuan Jing to vigil alone. A pang of guilt tugged at her heart as she chided herself for her deep slumber. Yuan Jing also noticed the expression on Hu Shuang's face and smiled as she explained, "Last night, it was Qincan who kept vigil. He has become a second pattern beastman. He meditated the entire night." Yuan Jing's words, though not entirely truthful, held a semblance of reality. Huang Qincan had indeed spent the night in wakefulness. It was plausible to assert that Huang Qincan had kept vigil throughout the night. Upon hearing Yuan Jing's remarks, Huan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Observing the three little ones sleeping soundly, she noticed Huang Qingcan was preoccupied with some task. Huan couldn't help but feel that Huang Qingcan was working exceedingly hard, prompting her to hasten the preparation of breakfast. Thus, Huan proceeded directly to the barbecue site to commence the culinary preparations. Yuan Jing assisted Huan in igniting the fire. Beyond this task, Yuan Jing felt that she could offer no further assistance. After exchanging a brief greeting with Huan, she ventured to explore the surroundings. Yuan Jing thoroughly explored the surroundings where they had taken refuge. Yuan Jing felt that her choice of location for constructing the formation was truly impeccable. The surrounding scenery was exquisite, and the more she gazed upon it, the more she fell in love with it. Yuan Jing believed that the site for constructing the Seven Stars Isolation Formation should be as distant as possible from the Serpent Tribe, yet not excessively far from the other three tribes. This location was deemed quite suitable for the establishment of the formation. The Serpent Tribe was the farthest from the Salt Lake, requiring a journey of 2.5 days to reach it. The Wolf and Leopard tribes, situated near the Tiger Tribe, were approximately a day and a half away from the Salt Lake, while the Tiger Tribe itself was about a day's travel from it. Given the proximity of the Salt Lake to the Tiger Tribe, should the entire tribe decide to migrate there, their journey would undoubtedly be the shortest. Although the Serpent Tribe was somewhat farther from the Salt Lake, Yuan Jing felt that they posed the greatest danger. Thus it was prudent to maintain a greater distance from them. After surveying several potential locations for the construction of the Seven Stars Isolation Formation, Yuan Jing took 2 laps along the shores of the Salt Lake. This served as both a morning exercise and an opportunity to evaluate whether the center of the Salt Lake was suitable for the construction of dwellings. Yuan Jing possesses keen eyesight and other heightened senses, allowing her to observe the conditions of the Salt Lake from the shore. When it comes to constructing a house, she lacks experience, prompting her to consider consulting Huang Qingcan, whom she believes may have better insights. With Huang Qingcan attending to the formation matters, Yuan Jing feels at ease. The construction can indeed wait. Residing beneath the ancient tree is quite comfortable. Today, her priority is to devise a solution for the water diversion issue, with the ultimate goal of enjoying fresh water without delay. As she ponders over this water issue, Yuan Jing is suddenly captivated by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat on a stone slab, mingled with the scent of roasted fish. The fragrances are irresistible, prompting her to inhale deeply. Unable to resist, she promptly turns towards the source of the barbecue. Dining is of utmost importance. Other concerns can be addressed later. After a satisfying meal, she can contemplate other matters at her leisure. When Huan begins cooking, the 3 little cubs are still fast asleep, possibly unaware of the enticing aromas wafting down to their resting place beneath the ancient tree. Eventually, the cubs awaken, realizing they have yet to wash up. Yuan Jing retrieves a bucket of fresh water from her spatial realm. She considers using the water from the fish pond for the cubs' washing. Even though it is essentially fish bathwater, she concludes that it will suffice for now. Yuan Jing acknowledges the necessity of creating a clean pond devoid of fish within her divine space. For the moment, she settles for the pond water, which is of excellent quality, as it is sourced from the lakeside in the Tiger Clan tribe. The water in her fish pond appears crystal clear, but the density of fish is quite high. She could easily scoop several fish with a basket. Thus, it is indeed fish bathwater she is using. Nevertheless, she dismisses these thoughts, rationalizing that male cubs can be raised a bit more ruggedly, unlike their female counterparts who tend to be more delicate. Yuan Jing muses on this with a nonchalant attitude. Yuan Jing prepared distilled water for Huang's meals, which she obtained through her process of making salt. The distilled water she used for her own personal hygiene was also sourced from her reserves. The treatment afforded to these little ones resembles the complimentary offerings one receives with a mobile top-up. Yuan Jing carried a stone bucket filled with water to the lakeshore, not far from the barbecue site, and took out a wooden ladle, instructing the little ones to line up for their wash. Yuan Jing observed that Huang Qingcan had ceased his forging activities, now resting with his eyes closed. She contemplated discussing the matter of constructing a house with him, believing it would not intrude upon his need for rest. Her modest 4-pattern beast could recuperate its strength while engaging in conversation, and undoubtedly, someone of Huang Qingcan's profound abilities could effortlessly restore his energy whilst conversing. The more powerful one is, the more adept they become at multitasking. As Yuan Jing approached Huang Qingcan, she noticed that he kept his eyes closed, feigning ignorance of her presence. Yet, deep down, Yuan Jing was convinced he could sense her arrival. Thus, she began to speak candidly. Qingcan, I envision constructing a house in the midst of the Salt Lake, allowing us to traverse to and from it by boat. My concern lies in the fact that building on land would restrict our space, and a house that is too small would surely render our living conditions uncomfortable. We are destined to reside here for an extended period, in close proximity to other orcs, which could lead to excessive noise and potential conflicts. Casting a glance at Huang Qingcan, she continued, I spent last night here, and despite the proximity to the salt lake, the comfort was undeniable. I am certain that a house situated in the center of the lake would also provide a pleasant living experience. However, I am at a loss on how to construct such a dwelling in the lake's center. I have yet to devise a viable solution. Yuan Jing rambled on for 5 or 6 minutes, finally articulating all her thoughts. Noticing Huang Qingcan's expression remained impassive, she began to doubt whether her words had reached him at all. Just as she was about to take her leave, Huang Qingcan lazily opened his eyes. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Yuan Jing and replied nonchalantly, there is a way. Once the 7 stars isolation array is properly set, I will take care of it. Yuan Jing was overwhelmed with joy, almost as if she could soar into the sky. Indeed, Huang Qingcan, this remarkable child, exuded an air of reliability and charm, embodying the essence of a domineering CEO. She mused to herself about the necessity of finding him a suitable partner in the future. Meanwhile, Huang Qingcan, noticing Yuan Jing lost in her thoughts, decided to rise on his own. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and he realized he was feeling quite hungry. With a glance at Yuan Jing, still ensconced in her own world, Huang Qingcan spoke softly, it's time to eat. Yuan Jing also awakened from her beautiful dreams, organizing her thoughts as she followed Huang Sansong to breakfast. Hu Shuang's culinary skills were truly exquisite, and the group enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Yuan Jing began to contemplate the tasks she needed to accomplish for the day. Huang Qingcan had returned to the ancient tree, engrossed in the alchemical processes of some concoction. The little ones had only just discovered the joys of fishing the previous night, and upon finishing their breakfast, they clamored excitedly to engage in the activity once more. However, Yuan Jing was resolute in her disapproval. She firmly stated, Shu, have you not observed how diligently Qingcan is working? She is still learning the art of concoction. You two must adhere to our previous routine, 1 hour of cultivation each morning and another hour in the afternoon. I will enlist Aunt Shuang to supervise you. Should either of you fail to fulfill the required hours, there will be no dried beast meat or candies, and dinner will be forfeited. Yuan Jing continued to emphasize. Yuan Jing specifically instructed Hu Shuang, Sister Shuang, please keep an eye on Hu and Shua. If they do not diligently practice, I shall deal with them upon my return. With that, Yuan Jing raised her tiny fist, portraying a playful yet fierce demeanor, as if to assert that disobedience would not be tolerated. Hu Shuang, too, sternly commanded Hu Ping to focus on his training, warning that the consequences would be even graver than those for Hu and Shua. The little ones resigned themselves to their fate and set about their practice. While the youngsters were engaged in their training, Yuan Jing mischievously winked at Hu Shuang, who understood the unspoken camaraderie. There was no actual punishment involved. It was merely a ruse to instill a sense of fear. The notion of withholding meals was entirely out of the question. Subsequently, Yuan Jing whispered to Hu Shuang, Sister Shuang, you should attend to your own matters and not concern yourself with those 2 little ones. They would not dare neglect their training. Finally, Yuan Jing informed Hu Shuang that she would be wandering nearby, and if anything arose in her absence, they could simply seek out Huang Qingcan for assistance. Before departing, Yuan Jing glanced at the several young ones practicing their skills and noticed that Hu Ping lacked an ice jade cushion. With a swift assessment of Hu Ping's physique, she crafted a new ice jade cushion for him on the spot. Subsequently, she approached Hu Ping and presented him with the cushion. The young ones often possess sensitive emotions. Witnessing their peers possessing items they do not can surely weigh on their hearts. Although Yuan Jing cherished her precious mutated pine resin, she believed in utilizing resources where they were most needed. Yuan Jing occasionally ponders whether she has become somewhat overly altruistic. However, she soon reflects that, being confined in her current circumstances, she ought to exhibit more kindness. If even within this sheltered existence she were to behave poorly, it would suggest that her inherent nature is even more flawed. Yuan Jing's aspiration was to lead a virtuous life in her early years. However, should she be fortunate enough to escape from this wretched place, she envisioned herself embracing a life of wickedness in her later years, reveling in the role of a villain, delighting in mischief. Yuan Jing whimsically pondered that a lifetime devoted solely to goodness lacked excitement. It was far more intriguing to embody both the virtuous and the nefarious. Yet, such musings remained mere fantasies, for it was entirely possible that before she could fully embrace her role as a good person, the colossal dark beast would obliterate them all. Yuan Jing chose not to disturb the young ones as they immersed themselves in their cultivation. Instead, she rose and meandered nearby. Her task for the day was substantial. Diverting water from the freshwater lake to the salt lake presented considerable challenges. In her previous life, she had merely utilized water pipes for such endeavors. Crafting pipes was within her capabilities as she possessed ample materials, including a vast expanse of iron birch, comparable to ordinary steel. Fabricating water pipes would be a matter of mere moments. However, such an approach carried significant risks should it attract the attention of scheming beasts. She would face considerable complications in the future. It would be wiser to seek out natural alternatives to pipes. Bamboo could serve that purpose. She resolved to search diligently, for she might yet discover bamboos suitable for use as conduits for water. Yuan Jing's pace was swift. She ventured over 100 miles in search, yet found no sign of bamboo or similar plants. Although her quest for bamboo proved fruitless, she did not return empty-handed. Instead, she harvested a considerable quantity of chestnut trees and other varieties that bore edible fruits. In addition, Yuan Jing managed to gather an ample supply of wild game. She diligently amassed resources, fully prepared for a protracted struggle. After all, enduring the crisis of the dark petrification necessitated readiness for an extended period of scarcity. Yuan Jing no longer fears the spatial wormholes. From Huang Can, she has unraveled the secret of these enigmatic portals. They're a creation of the colossal dark beast, which, prior to unleashing its petrifying darkness, seizes a handful of living beings from its back, transporting them to a hidden realm as seeds. After the dark petrification occurs, the survival of any creature upon its back is nearly impossible, necessitating the preservation of some seeds for the future. Once the force of the dark petrification dissipates entirely, and the conditions are ripe for various life forms to flourish once more, it will scatter the seeds it has safeguarded across its back. Years later, when these beings have grown robust, it can invoke another wave of dark petrification to replenish its energy. According to Huang Can, Yuan Jing indeed harbors no concerns regarding the spatial wormholes. Her lowly beast husband may still be alive, possibly to be released later. Yet there is also the chance he has perished, as many creatures are often shattered by the forces of space during the transfer of seeds. The legends surrounding the spatial wormholes among the beastmen contain both truth and falsehood. Indeed, rumors often arise from a kernel of reality. It is a curious matter. Had she not been confined, Yuan Jing would have deemed the colossal dark beast quite astute, far superior to the pig and cattle farmers of her past life. However, upon realizing her own captivity, she could never bestow any commendation upon the colossal dark beast. All the most unfavorable terms are reserved for it. And Yuan Jing will not utter a single word of praise, nor even a moderate assessment. Yuan Jing, unable to locate a plant akin to bamboo, returned to the vicinity of the freshwater lake after a vigorous harvest of resources. Yuan Jing wandered aimlessly by the freshwater lake, hoping that perhaps amidst her aimless stroll, inspiration might strike her. It was best to complete today's tasks promptly. After several laps, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to sit by the lake's edge and observe the various fish swimming in the water. As she watched the fish, an idea struck her. She had promised the 3 little ones rewards in the form of fishing rods yesterday. It would be impractical to conjure fishing rods out of thin air. But now, the situation had changed. Having spent considerable time outside, it would not be unusual for her to acquire 6 fishing rods made from birch-like ironwood. Noticing the absence of others around her, Yuan Jing decided to procure the rods without hesitation. She planned to carry them back with ease. To avoid any feelings of envy among the little ones, she devised a reason for Huang Can's possession of a fishing rod, stating it was a reward for diligent practice. As for her own and Hu Shuang's rods, she thought, children should not meddle in adult affairs. A stern reprimand would suffice to quell any discontent. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to an extraordinary stroke of luck or some fortuitous twist of fate, she stumbled upon something that could serve as a water conduit. This discovery was largely attributed to her keen eyesight. She had been drawn to a creature resembling a small squirrel, yet larger in stature, approximately the size of a teddy bear from her previous life, spotted several hundred meters away. Yuan Jing harbored a fondness for the charming little creature. Feeling rather bored and unable to devise a method for drawing water, she decided to observe the small beast as it foraged, reminiscent of watching ants at work in her previous life. Initially, the little creature searched for seeds and similar sustenance among the grasses. Perhaps feeling parched, Yuan Jing noticed it incessantly twitching its nose, as if seeking something beneath the ground. Subsequently, She watched as the creature diligently clawed at the earth, soon extracting a tubular vine that was precisely the size of a water pipe from her former existence. The small beast tugged the vine from the soil and gently nipped at it. To her astonishment, a pale green liquid began to flow from within the vine. After savoring the refreshing liquid, the little creature squinted its eyes in delight, clearly relishing the taste. Yuan Jing felt that she might have found a suitable material to serve as a conduit. The thought of this possibility brought her quiet joy, though she refrained from interrupting the little creature as it indulged in its meal. She continued to observe from a distance. Captivated by the blissful expression on its face as it ate, she was nearly compelled to pinch its tiny cheeks. The little creature was quite small, likely possessing a modest appetite. After several hearty gulps of the sweet liquid, it seemed satisfied, gently patting its little belly, which had indeed become round and full. It then ambled away from the vine, glancing back with each step until it disappeared into the underbrush. Once she was certain the creature had ventured far, Yuan Jing approached the vine, which resembled a water pipe in size. The pale green liquid continued to ooze forth, piquing her curiosity about its flavor. Thus, she retrieved a large stone bucket from her divine space to collect the flowing liquid. A significant quantity of this pale green substance filled the bucket, reaching about half its capacity before the vine ceased to exude any more of the liquid. The large bucket was substantial, and the half-filled contents were likely to weigh between 50 to 60 pounds. The sweet, fruity aroma wafting from the green liquid fascinated Yuan Jing. As typically only fruits emit such fragrances, it was indeed a rarity to discover a vine-like plant producing juice with a fruity scent. Yuan Jing remained hesitant to experiment with unfamiliar substances, especially regarding their edibility. Her previous courage to taste sunflower seeds and sweet potatoes stemmed from a familiarity acquired in her past life. However, the pale green liquid before her, which she had never encountered, deterred her from sampling it directly. Instead, she poured the majority of the green liquid into the divine cauldron of light and issued a command to remove 70% of its moisture. Employing a technique akin to candy making, this moisture extraction command had been a discovery of hers from earlier attempts. Initially, the divine cauldron of light could not comprehend the concept of moisture removal. To elucidate her intent, Yuan Jing had previously engaged in a laborious process of adding and draining water from the cauldron repeatedly. After much persistence, the cauldron finally grasped her meaning. Despite the effort involved, Yuan Jing marveled at the cauldron's remarkable capabilities, likening it to an intelligent computer governing its operations. Otherwise, how could it accurately eliminate moisture from various substances? Once the divine cauldron of light understood the significance of moisture removal, it promptly acknowledged Yuan Jing's command with an instant comprehension. Yuan Jing's directive to the bright divine cauldron to eliminate 70% of the moisture was indeed sensible. A certain level of moisture is essential in confections, otherwise, the sweetness can become overwhelmingly intense and unpalatable. Thus, it is clear that complete moisture removal is not feasible. Before long, the bright divine cauldron refined nearly 40 pounds of a substance resembling candy. It communicated that this creation was non-toxic. However, the absence of toxicity does not necessarily imply edibility. The information derived from manufacturing ice jade sandals was also deemed non-toxic, yet Yuan Jing certainly could not consume footwear. Therefore, it was imperative to sample the flavor to ascertain its edibility. Consequently, Yuan Jing sliced a small, green, plate-like piece from the sizable block of candy-like material. Upon inhalation, she was pleasantly surprised to detect a faint, sweet aroma reminiscent of confectionery. With a heart full of hope, she decided to taste this small morsel. It bore a flavor akin to that of a green apple lollipop, quite delectable indeed. Thus, Yuan Jing disposed of nearly 40 pounds of the candy-like substance and about 10 pounds of the leaf material into the bright divine cauldron. Soon thereafter, she procured a large bag of green candy. She had amassed a considerable quantity of these leaves, which served as wrappers for her previously crafted candies made in a large basin. These leaves were abundant among the tiger clan, with many of its beastmen utilizing them to encase meat. Their durability made them exceptionally suitable for wrapping items, as they resist decay and can be bent without tearing. Their functional performance is truly commendable. With the green candy in hand, Yuan Jing refrained from hastily investigating whether the vine could serve as a conduit for water. Instead, she intended to further explore the flavor of the green candy, while also confirming whether consuming it would induce any discomfort in her body. Seated by the lakeshore, Yuan Jing began to savor the candy, initially intending to test for any adverse reactions. Unbeknownst to her, she consumed around 20 pieces of the green confection. Observing the discarded wrappers strewn about, she suddenly questioned her motives for sampling the candy. The pretense of testing for discomfort was merely a fade. The genuine desire was to indulge in the sweet treats unabashedly. In truth, Yuan Jing possessed a rather youthful spirit. These delightful confections felt like a delightful bonus. She hardly perceived herself as a married woman. Rather, she fancied herself a charming matchmaker. Additionally, she now embraced another identity, the beautiful maiden in flight from peril. Yuan Jing cast another glance at the discarded candy wrappers on the ground. Her conscience pricked as she picked them up and tossed them into the dense underbrush. It was indeed wiser to obliterate the evidence. Each time, she used the excuse that excessive candy consumption would ruin the little one's teeth to deny them such treats. Yet now, indulging herself so voraciously, she felt a gnawing anxiety at the thought of not destroying these incriminating remnants. Once the wrappers were tidied away, Yuan Jing set about testing whether the slender, green-tinged vines could serve a purpose once dried. Currently, the vines were moist, successfully containing the pale green liquid within, which indicated their vitality and potential utility as conduits. However, should she employ these vines as water pipes, they would inevitably dry out and lose their life force. Thus, if, after drying, the vines retained their rigidity and proved watertight, they would undoubtedly be fit for such a function. Bamboo exemplifies this quality, as both dry and wet bamboo remains impervious to leakage, rendering it suitable for use as piping. Yuan Jing took a small section of vine and proceeded to kindle a fire by the riverbank, placing the vine over the flames to dry it thoroughly. Once the vine was adequately dried, she examined its potential as a conduit for water. First, she tested the vine's rigidity and found it to possess satisfactory hardness. Next, she filled the vine with water to ascertain if it would leak, discovering that it remained impervious to leakage. Whether dry or wet, the vine exhibited no signs of seepage, leading her to conclude that its properties were akin to those of bamboo. Thus, Yuan Jing resolved to utilize this particular vine as a water pipe. Yuan Jing began her quest to identify the vine with the pale green sap, as a single vine would undoubtedly be insufficient. The vine lay buried beneath the ground, and she needed to ascertain its botanical identity. Once she confirmed the type of plant, she could procure an ample supply of vines to serve as conduits for water. With the vines secured, Yuan Jing quickly located their source. Previously, she had assumed it to be a type of vine. However, she discovered that it was, in fact, a root structure of a tree. This tree stood approximately 20 meters tall and measured 4 meters in girth, resembling the phoenix trees from her past life. Numerous similar trees flourished in the vicinity. The root structures of these trees boasted as many as 1,000 vine-like roots, all growing remarkably straight, making them exceptionally suitable for use as water pipes. Yuan Jing decided not to incorporate the phoenix trees surrounding the 7-star isolation array into her spatial storage. Earlier that morning, while wandering through the dark forest, she had encountered several of these trees. As it was still before lunchtime, she returned to the dark forest and collected all the trees she had found. As Yuan Jing returned from the dark forest to the barbecue site, it coincided perfectly with lunchtime. Several little ones were already waiting by the stone grill. Upon seeing these youngsters, Yuan Jing was reminded that she had left behind 6 fish rods made from the birch-like trees by the freshwater lake. Calling upon Huang Sanzan, they began to indulge in a delightful lunch. The fish rods could be retrieved later. After enjoying their meal, the little ones commenced their training. Previously, they would take a midday nap after lunch, but as they grew older, Yuan Jing mandated that they train for an hour each afternoon. The little ones no longer napped. And observing their energetic demeanor, Yuan Jing decided not to enforce the afternoon rest any longer. While the youngsters engaged in their training, Huang Sanzan continued to concoct something in the makeshift divine cauldron, in whose Shuang was fishing by the salt lake. Noticing that everyone had their tasks, Yuan Jing resolved to gather some vine-like roots nearby to craft water pipes. There were approximately hundreds of the banyan-like trees near the freshwater lake, each boasting thousands of vine-like roots. Previously, Yuan Jing had extracted a light green sap from one of these roots, yielding about 50 to 60 pounds of the precious liquid. Yuan Jing contemplated the multitude of sycamore-like trees. If each vine-like root were to store 50 to 60 pounds of pale green sap, one could only imagine the vast quantity of this pale green liquid that would accumulate. Yuan Jing meticulously extracted the pale green sap from hundreds of catalpa-like trees, only to discover that each tree yields a mere 40 to 70 pounds of this delicate liquid. There exists a peculiar connection within the vine-like roots. By drawing the pale green sap from just one of these roots, the entire tree's sap is depleted. Thus, Yuan Jing was able to extract the sap at an astonishingly swift pace. Yuan Jing devoted approximately an hour to extracting the pale green sap from several hundred trees resembling the paulownia, yielding over 10,000 pounds of this delicate liquid. The sugar-making efficiency of the radiant divine cauldron is remarkably high, and Yuan Jing had prepared an ample supply of leaves suitable for wrapping sugar. After carefully combining the sufficient leaves with all the pale green sap, the radiant divine cauldron required merely a little over 10 minutes to transform the substantial quantity of liquid into a plethora of green candies. Upon witnessing the abundant pile of confections within the cauldron's space, Yuan Jing felt a surge of delight. The next task was to procure a sufficient quantity of vine-like tree roots to fashion into water pipes. The entire 7-star isolation array spans an area of 160 acres and is circular in shape. If one were to envision the 7-star isolation array as a Tai Chi Bagua diagram, the salt lake and freshwater lake would be positioned on 2 small circles within it. Consequently, the distance between the freshwater lake and the salt lake is a mere 350 meters, which is precisely why Yuan Jing contemplated constructing a dwelling above the salt lake. Beyond the salt lake and freshwater lake, the land enveloped by the 7-star isolation array extends to just over 140 acres. Assuming each tribe consists of 2,000 orcs seeking refuge within the 7-star isolation array that would accommodate 8,000 individuals residing on the 140-plus acres of land. This results in an average of merely 11 square meters per orc. Given such a high population density, if Yuan Jing were to build houses on land, survival would likely prove impossible within just a few days, since the freshwater lake lies a scant 350 meters from the salt lake, and each vine-like tree root measures 30 meters in length. Yuan Jing collected 14 of these roots, which would undoubtedly suffice for her needs. Upon acquiring a sufficient quantity of vine-like tree roots, Yuan Jing began devising a method to connect these roots into an elongated conduit. The viscosity of the resin from the mutated pine trees is remarkably high. Thus, Yuan Jing intended to utilize this resin as an adhesive, enabling her to bond the vine-like roots together. This approach aimed to enhance the durability of the water pipe crafted from the vine-like tree roots. Yuan Jing intended to excavate a straight trench, measuring 15 centimeters in depth and 10 centimeters in width, stretching from the freshwater lake to the salt lake. This trench was designed for the purpose of laying water pipes. If the pipes were placed on the surface, they would easily be crushed underfoot or gnawed by small creatures, leading to troublesome repairs. Thus, burying them underground, albeit more laborious, offered the advantage of durability. With this in mind, Yuan Jing took out a bone shovel and began to dig the trench. She marveled at her own physical strength, managing to complete the 350-meter-long trench in just 20 minutes. It was only when she reached the shore of the salt lake that Hu Shuang realized what Yuan Jing had been laboriously toiling away at. Yuan Jing's movements were rather discreet, and the lush vegetation of this beastly world concealed her efforts. Even the contrasting hues of the 2 patterned beasts could not discern her activities. Consequently, the incident of Yuan Jing extracting pale green sap from several hundred trees resembling phoenix trees by the freshwater lake remained a secret, known only to Huang Qincan. Now that Yuan Jing had excavated the trench to the edge of the salt lake, Hu Shuang, who had been fishing for over an hour, finally noticed the trench. She had caught 3 stone buckets of saltwater fish and had decided to cease her fishing endeavors. Without proper preservation methods, catching an excess of fish would only lead to waste. Observing that Hu Shuang appeared to be idly curious about the pit she had dug, Yuan Jing directly addressed her, saying, "Sister Shuang, I excavated this tunnel to channel water from the freshwater lake over there. Would you care to assist me?" Upon hearing that this tunnel could indeed redirect water from the lake, Hu Shuang's curiosity piqued, prompting her to wonder about Yuan Jing's method of water diversion. In the Tiger clan, water was typically fetched using wooden buckets from the riverbank. This required a more elaborate explanation. So Yuan Jing promptly grabbed a large wooden bucket and led Hu Shuang to the edge of the freshwater lake, intending to elucidate the process further while they worked together. Yuan Jing suddenly recalled the need to bring Hu Shuang to observe how to divert the water. Consequently, she fetched a large wooden barrel and proceeded to extract the resin from a large tree by the freshwater lake. After collecting the large resin in the barrel, her next task was to gather sand. Yuan Jing conveyed the general idea to Hu Shuang, which involved initially filling the tunnel with a layer of sand and mud approximately 7 to 8 centimeters deep. Subsequently, Yuan Jing would lay the pipe intended for water diversion atop this layer, before filling the tunnel completely with more sand and mud, followed by a coating of mutated pine resin. This would complete the water diversion system, allowing water from the lake to flow directly into the shores of the salt lake. Hu Shuang expressed confusion, but gradually began to comprehend the plan as they observed the process. Thus, the two commenced extracting sand and mud from the freshwater lake. Although the sediment here lacked the fine texture of the sand found along the rivers of the Tiger clan, it sufficed for their needs. As their expectations were not excessively high, with Hu Shuang's assistance, they swiftly filled the tunnel to half its depth with the mixture. Next, they connected 14 vine-like roots to form a long pipe. Initially, they intended to use mutated pine resin as an adhesive, but with Hu Shuang's involvement, Yuan Jing opted for regular pine resin instead. Although the efficacy was somewhat diminished, it remained acceptable. While they adhered the vine-like roots together, they placed the completed sections into the tunnel, soon covering it entirely. The subsequent task was to fill the tunnel with more sand and mud. Working in tandem, they completed the tunnel swiftly, awaiting only an adequate supply of pine resin to securely anchor the water pipe fashioned from the vine-like roots beneath the ground. The freshly harvested pine resin flowed rather slowly, necessitating a brief period of patience. Yuan Jing decided to excavate a substantial pit by the saline lake, designed specifically for water storage. This way, the lake's water could flow directly into the pit, allowing for convenient access when needed. With the assistance of Hu Shuang, the two swiftly dug a pit approximately 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide. The soil by the lake was quite moist, and they unearthed numerous earthworms, causing a shiver to run down Yuan Jing's spine. The thought of encountering worms surfacing from the water made her hesitant to use it. Therefore, Yuan Jing enlisted Hu Shuang's help, and the two set off in search of suitable stones, intending to install a large stone basin within the pit for optimal functionality. Yuan Jing and Hu Shuang swiftly located suitable stones, both being exceptionally strong female orcs, making the task of moving the stones into the large pit quite effortless. The training session for the three little ones was also completed for the day, and Yuan Jing decided to employ a bit of youthful labor. She instructed the three younglings to carve the large stone into a stone basin, promising a new variety of candy as a reward for their diligent efforts. The three little ones eagerly nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to craft the basin well. Yuan Jing, accompanied by Hu Shuang, returned to the large barrel designated for collecting the resin from the large trees. Sensing that there was an ample supply of resin, the two worked together to pour it into the tunnel. The process of pouring the larch resin was swift, taking merely about 10 minutes. Yuan Jing and the other person arrived before the stone tank, discovering that in merely 10 minutes, the three little cubs had nearly completed their task regarding the stone tank. Yuan Jing instructed Hu Shuang to keep watch over this area, and should the stone tank be completed, to call out to her loudly. She was preparing to divert water from the freshwater lake. Thus, Yuan Jing made her way to the lakeside, securing one end of the hose she had prepared earlier to the inlet of the water pipe, while holding the other end in her hand. The hose, approximately 1 meter in length, was crafted from the hide of a goat. It was remarkably pliable, allowing it to bend freely without the risk of breaking. Once she received word from the salt lake that the stone tank was ready, Yuan Jing would immerse the hose into the freshwater lake. Yuan Jing possessed an acute sense of hearing, capable of detecting the faint sound of water trickling through the pipes, which signified the success of her water diversion plan. Upon her arrival at the salt lake, she discovered that the basin had already accumulated some water, confirming her achievement. Elated by her success, Yuan Jing noticed the curiosity of the three little cubs and Hu Shuang regarding her methods, prompting her to invite them to explore the freshwater lake for themselves. Meanwhile, she busied herself excavating a drainage ditch that would lead directly to the salt lake. Once the ditch was completed, Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as today's tasks had been fulfilled with excellence. After concluding her water diversion efforts, she sought solace beneath an ancient tree to rest, recognizing that even the most robust physique requires respite after a long day of labor. Her resting spot was conveniently located near the shimmering area where the crafting of artifacts took place. Yuan Jing observed Huang Qingqian, who had been practicing tirelessly throughout the day, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. In contrast, after only an hour of training, she found herself dizzy and exhausted, leaving her with a sense of embarrassment. What extraordinary sustenance must these young prodigies have consumed to grow so remarkably? As Yuan Jing rested, she could hear the rhythmic sound of water from the stone tank. She realized that the little imp, cloaked in darkness, had pulled the hose out of the freshwater lake and then plunged it back into the water. Let them play, she thought. The hose was crafted by the divine craftsmanship of the light god, boasting exceptional quality. After a while, the sound of water from the stone tank settled into a steady flow, signaling that the main group was returning. She quickly retrieved a large stone bowl filled with green candies from the divine space, a reward for the little ones. Moments later, the voices of the group grew clearer. And when she turned to look, she was astonished to see the little ones carrying back 6 fishing rods made from iron birch wood. Yuan Jing felt that she had been quite forgetful lately. During lunch, she mentioned going to retrieve the fishing rod, only to completely forget about it afterward. However, it was of no consequence that she had neglected to bring it. Even if there were other beastmen around, they might not have desired it, as most beastmen were unaware of the purpose of a fishing rod. "Mother, I want this new fishing rod," one of the little ones exclaimed. "Aunt Jing, I want this fishing rod," another chimed in. "Mother, I want this one," several small voices eagerly contended. In truth, all the fishing rods were made of the same material. The only distinction lay in the varying patterns on them. Yuan Jing nodded in agreement, and the 3 little ones chose their favorite fishing rods, returning the remaining ones to her. The little ones, thrilled with their selections, eagerly clamored to go fishing. However, given that the catch from today, combined with the leftover fish from yesterday, was already substantial, there was truly no need to fish further. Overfishing would only lead to waste, as any excess catches would perish. Hence, Yuan Jing explained to the little ones the issue of wastefulness associated with excessive fishing, which eventually quelled their enthusiasm. To console them, she generously gifted each child 10 green candies and 5 red ones. Upon receiving the sweets, their spirits lifted, and they soon resumed their playful antics without a care for their fishing ambitions. Meanwhile, Yuan Jing encouraged Hu Shuang to select a fishing rod as well, emphasizing that each person should have one and insisting that she accepted. Hu Shuang, feeling no need for formality, graciously complied. Yuan Jing also offered some of the newly made green candies to Hu Shuang, who waved her hand and politely declined. Yuan Jing smiled and said, "Sister Shuang, this candy is something I have just made, and there is enough for everyone. If you find it delightful, I shall prepare more next time. However, if you find it unpalatable, feel free to return it to me." Unable to resist Yuan Jing's charm, Hu Shuang accepted the green candy. Yuan Jing was uncertain whether Huang Qinqin still had a penchant for candies. Nevertheless, as everyone was entitled to a share, she placed the portion of sweets designated for Huang Qinqin alongside a fishing rod crafted from ironwood. Yuan Jing cast a glance at Huang Qinqin, who was engrossed in his artifact crafting, and said, "Qinqin, I have prepared some new candies and a fishing rod for you to try. I will place them here." After speaking, Yuan Jing rose and departed, not wishing to disturb Huang Qinqin's concentration on his work. Huang Qinqin briefly regarded the items left by Yuan Jing. His expression remained inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. He then turned his attention back to his crafting, remaining silent throughout the entire exchange. When Yuan Jing approached the stone tank, she suddenly recalled that she had yet to construct the bathing area. The place she resided in could certainly be modest, yet a bathing area was indispensable. In her haste to arrive here yesterday, she had forgotten all about the necessity of creating it. Now, it was indeed time to set about this task. The establishment of the bathing area would be straightforward, as Yuan Jing had already made prior preparations. Yuan Jing retrieved a large iron ring crafted from birchwood and then affixed a waterproof animal hide, reminiscent of a curtain, which could be drawn back at will. She subsequently mounted the iron ring on a tree not far from the barbecue area, thus creating a rudimentary bathing facility. This makeshift bathing room bore a striking resemblance to a simple fitting room from her previous life, both straightforward and functional. After Yuan Jing completed the construction of the makeshift bathing room, she promptly instructed Hu Shuang on its usage. Hu Shuang found the rudimentary bathing facility remarkably convenient and complimented Yuan Jing, praising her cleverness. Yuan Jing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Much of her work was inspired by the inventions of esteemed predecessors. Without the guidance of those who came before her, she doubted her own ability to create anything of merit as a novice. However, she would never divulge this to Hu Shuang, despite drawing upon the innovations of others. Yuan Jing took great pleasure in the bathing room she had fashioned. The little ones had also discovered this newly constructed bathing space and were quite fascinated, engaging in a game of entering and exiting. Given the modest size of the bathing room, it offered little entertainment. Thus, they began to play hide and seek in the surrounding area. As dinner time approached, Hu Shuang set about preparing stone slab barbecues. Suddenly, Yuan Jing remembered that she had yet to sample the sweet potatoes from her space, which would make a delightful addition to the meal. The dark forest was abundant with sweet potatoes, and a few even thrived beside the freshwater lake. Yuan Jing was unperturbed by the thought of Hu Shuang discovering this. She could even teach a few individuals to identify sweet potatoes. With that in mind, Yuan Jing retrieved 2 sweet potatoes, each the size of a pumpkin, from her space. Such large tubers would be difficult to roast thoroughly. Therefore, she decided to prepare them by steaming. Aware of the challenge in steaming such sizable sweet potatoes, she cut them into smaller pieces and placed them into a large stone pot for steaming. The sweet potatoes cooked quite rapidly. And just as Hu Shuang finished grilling the meat, Yuan Jing's sweet potatoes were also ready. Yuan Jing called Huang Kankan and a few little ones to swiftly come over and wash their paws before dinner. The little ones approached the stone tank, washing their paws while frolicking together. It was their first encounter with the flowing water entering the tank, and they found it quite amusing, leading them to engage in playful antics by the edge of the stone tank. Yuan Jing allowed them to indulge, as she placed a pot of steamed sweet potatoes directly onto the stone slab designated for dining. Lifting the lid of the stone pot, a delightful, sweet aroma exclusive to sweet potatoes wafted forth. The steamed sweet potatoes were fluffy and plump, with thin skins and abundant flesh. Yuan Jing delicately picked up a piece of sweet potato with her chopsticks and placed it into her stone bowl. She eagerly savored the flavor of the steamed sweet potato, which was both fragrant and sweet and delightfully soft. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears of joy welling up, having spent so much time in this primal world. It was her first encounter with such wholesome fare, and she genuinely felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The little ones, too, were drawn by the enticing aroma of the sweet potatoes. They hurriedly ceased their playful antics and joined the feast. Soon, the joyous dinner hour arrived once more. In addition to the delectable stone-grilled meats, a new dish graced the table: steamed sweet potatoes. The aromatic and delectable sweet potatoes received unanimous acclaim from all, including Huang Kankan, who indulged in 2 pieces. Everyone possessed hearty appetites, finishing not only the grilled meats, but also devouring an entire pot of sweet potatoes. The sight of the white, contented diners who could hardly move amused Yuan Jing greatly. After the meal, it was time to contemplate the issue of sleeping arrangements for the night. Huang Kankan had yet to address the housing dilemma, as the primary concern was how to construct the 7 stars isolation formation. Hence, building accommodations in the near future was unfeasible, making it essential to find a way for everyone to rest comfortably. After all, it was unreasonable to expect someone to stand guard throughout the night for an extended period. Yuan Jing had a habit of cultivating her practice at night, allowing others to rest normally. However, having Hu Shuang on watch was also not an option, as it would be detrimental to a person's health. And if Hu Shuang were to keep watch, it would hinder Yuan Jing's cultivation. Yet, she worried that if Hu Shuang were not assigned to the watch, it might arouse suspicion. Yuan Jing harbors an abundance of secrets, compelling her to exercise caution. In this world, where every individual embodies the spirit of a formidable beastman, the potential for chaos looms should the giant dark beast's oppressive presence wane. Should the darker impulses within the human heart surge uncontrollably, it would spell significant trouble. Thus, prudence is of the essence. It is imperative to resolve the issue of temporary shelter expeditiously, ideally by tonight. Having just concluded her evening meal, she would not retire for rest until later. Therefore, Yuan Jing found herself seated beneath the ancient tree, contemplating solutions for her accommodation dilemma. The vicinity offered no caves, and even if such a refuge existed, it would necessitate vigilant watch through the night. The threat of wild beasts intruding upon a cave would be a considerable concern. Typically, beastmen seeking shelter outdoors might opt for tree hollows. Was it feasible to excavate a hollow within this venerable tree? However, such an endeavor is fraught with difficulty. A miscalculated dig could potentially harm the tree irreparably. This ancient tree, whose age is indeterminate, deserved respect, and the thought of jeopardizing its existence weighed heavily on Yuan Jing's conscience. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore alternative solutions. Nonetheless, if all else fails, the option of hollowing out a space within the tree remains a consideration. Yuan Jing intends to take a stroll around the vicinity, hoping to discover some inspiration. As Yuan Jing rose from her slumber, she noticed several little ones displaying expressions of discontent due to their unsuccessful fishing endeavors. Having played the game involving the entry and exit of the brown light orb yesterday, they now seemed rather disinterested in further amusement, gazing at the towering ancient trees. Yuan Jing contemplated ways to provide entertainment for the little ones. She envisioned hanging a few swings from the trees, a delightful yet uncomplicated activity. During the construction of the playground, several rudimentary swings had been created, featuring a simple seat suspended by sturdy ropes. These ropes, crafted by the orc hunters of the Tiger clan for securing their prey, were remarkably durable. Yuan Jing approached her large trunk and deftly retrieved 3 swings from within the divine space. Her act of approaching the trunk was merely for show. She was mindful not to disturb Huang Kandan as he forged his artifacts. With great care, she securely fastened the swing's ropes to a relatively low-hanging branch of a nearby tree, ensuring the safety of the little ones by adjusting the swings to a lower height. Yuan Jing had just completed the setup of 3 swings when the little ones appeared eager to try them out. However, she did not hastily allow them to play. Instead, she first tested the swings for stability. Applying a modest portion of her strength, she pulled at the swings to ensure they were indeed secure. Only after confirming their robustness did she permit the children to enjoy the swings. Observing the little ones reveling in their play brought a deep sense of satisfaction to Yuan Jing's heart. With little else to occupy her, Hu Shuang stood by, watching the children frolic. Seeing Hu Ping having such a delightful time filled her with joy as well. Yuan Jing observed as he swung higher and higher on the swing, the darkness enveloping him. A flicker of concern for his safety crossed her mind. Perhaps, she thought, allowing him to fall a few times might teach him to behave more sensibly. Yuan Jing observed the dark mass hovering perilously close to the treetops. And suddenly it occurred to her that at such a lofty elevation, wild beasts would surely be unable to ascend. Yuan Jing tapped her forehead, realizing that the treehouse's elevated position inherently provided greater safety. However, a treehouse was not particularly sturdy. She could easily suspend several hammocks from the ancient tree to serve the same purpose. Hammocks were quite simple to construct, only slightly more complex than swings. Yuan Jing had ample, strong animal hides at her disposal, making the creation of a few hammocks a trivial task. Furthermore, she could place a hammock made of ropes beneath the animal hide ones, ensuring that if the latter were to fail, the rope hammock would still offer support, thereby significantly enhancing safety. The primary challenge at present was how to ascend to the hammock, as it was positioned quite high above the ground. Crafting a wooden ladder seemed feasible, though this world lacked nails, complicating the construction. Alternatively, she could weave a soft ladder using ropes. However, such a ladder might be susceptible to being swayed by the wind, rendering it less reliable than a wooden one. Even with a soft ladder, Yuan Jing felt that without the assistance of the divine cauldron, she would struggle to create one. It might be worthwhile to consult Tiger Frost to see if she possessed the skills to weave a soft ladder. Yuan Jing approached Hu Shuang and inquired, "Sister Shuang, are you familiar with crafting a soft ladder using a suspension rope?" Hu Shuang, with a perplexed expression, responded, "What exactly is a soft ladder?" Yuan Jing had never considered that Hu Shuang might be unfamiliar with the concept of a soft ladder. However, she had heard that Hu Shuang possessed skills in weaving. Thus, Yuan Jing picked up a branch and began to sketch the form of the soft ladder while explaining its purpose. Indeed, Hu Shuang had experience in crafting such items, as there were climbing plants nearby that could be used for making ropes. After greeting Hu Shuang, Yuan Jing took a luminescent orb to serve as a flashlight and swiftly made her way towards the area where the climbing plants grew in her memory. Before long, Yuan Jing returned with an abundant supply of climbing vines. Upon seeing the considerable amount of vines Yuan Jing had gathered, Hu Shuang marveled at her swift actions and promptly joined her in weaving the soft ladder. Hu Shuang also recognized that resting in a hammock would greatly enhance their safety. After all, being elevated above the ground would protect them from many terrestrial beasts that could not reach them, while there were numerous flying creatures in the sky. The dangers of the dark forest at night meant that their numbers were significantly reduced during the evening hours. Yuan Jing also contemplated the issue of flying beasts. However, at present, there appears to be no superior alternative, thus one must make do for the time being. It would be prudent to hasten the construction of sturdy dwellings. Yuan Jing sought out a secluded corner, utilizing the divine furnace of light to craft an ample supply of beast hide hammocks and the accompanying ropes. Meanwhile, Hu Shuang worked swiftly, soon completing the soft ladder. However, upon the completion of the ladder, Yuan Jing found herself in a quandary regarding how to secure it. The soft ladder must be firmly fastened to the tree roots. Previously, the luminescent orbs resembling pendants were easily hung on slender branches, which allowed for the swing to be suspended low. In contrast, the soft ladder would require ascending the tree to securely attach it to the trunk. Yet, climbing trees was not within Yuan Jing's skill set, leaving her quite troubled. The little ones, dark and fluffy, scurried up and down daily. Yet she pondered if they possessed the ability to climb trees. Thus, she called upon the little dark one and the little white one, inquiring, "Little ones, do you know how to climb trees?" According to her recollection, tigers were indeed capable of climbing trees. To her disappointment, both cubs lacked this ability. Yuan Jing initially assumed they did not comprehend the concept of tree climbing and encouraged them to give it a try. Alas, neither was able to ascend the tree. And even Hu Ping, The little cub attempted to climb but likewise proved unable to do so. Yuan Jing was rendered speechless. Logically, the Tiger Clan orc should be more formidable than the tigers of her past life. Nevertheless, she decided to let it go, not wanting to dwell on it any longer. After considerable effort, she realized the soft ladder would not reach the desired height. Huang Sansong, who had been observing the situation, could not help but lament the incompetence of the others. Casting a glance at the hammock and the soft ladder piled at Yuan Jing's feet, he swiftly took charge, effortlessly securing them to a thick, flat branch of the tree that was over a meter wide. Having set down the soft ladder, he leaped down from the tree and proceeded to engage in his own endeavor of forging with a makeshift divine cauldron. Meanwhile, Yuan Jing and her companions stood beneath the tree, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and chaos in the wind. Before long, their attention shifted away from Huang Sansong's activities, and they began to focus on the hammock and the soft ladder. The three little ones were particularly fascinated by the hammock and the ladder, spending their time climbing up and down the ladder and frolicking in the hammock. Yuan Jing allowed them to play freely. That night, Tiger Shuang and the three little ones enjoyed a delightful slumber in the hammock, while Yuan Jing devoted herself to cultivating beneath the ancient tree throughout the night. Huang Sansong, on the other hand, seemed to have vanished, his whereabouts unknown for the entire evening. Yuan Jing felt it was imperative to expedite the construction of the houses, ensuring that each person had their own room. This arrangement would afford everyone a greater sense of freedom. After having vanished for an entire night, Huang Qingqian finally reappeared just before lunchtime, looking rather disheveled. His entire body was muddied, and his forepaws bore abrasions, oozing a trace of blood. Yuan Jing had been in this beastly world for quite some time. Yet it was her first encounter with an injured beastman. Upon witnessing Huang Qingqian's disheveled condition, she felt a pang of sympathy. Consequently, she retrieved hemostatic herbs from her spatial pouch and instructed Huang Qingqian to sit down. Gently, she applied the leaves of the herbs directly onto his wounds, and soon they began to heal remarkably. Yuan Jing let out a sigh of relief. "Qingqian, do you have any other injuries? Are you suffering from internal damage?" she inquired, her concern palpable. While external injuries were manageable, internal ones posed a significant challenge. Huang Qingqian merely shook his head lightly. He then approached an ancient tree, picked up a makeshift holy light cauldron, and commenced his alchemical endeavors. Yuan Jing felt a sense of relief upon seeing that Huang Qingqian was indeed unharmed. It seemed that Huang Qingqian recalled something as he turned his gaze towards Yuan Jing and said, "Do not let them have lunch today." His eyes pointed towards the two small creatures, dark and white. This left Yuan Jing somewhat bewildered. Had dark and white offended Huang Qingqian to such an extent that he would deny them food? She couldn't help but imagine that perhaps they had caused Huang Qingqian's front paw to bleed. "Why? Did they bully you?" Yuan Jing asked incredulously. Huang Qingqian rolled his eyes inwardly at the thought of those two insignificant beings. With their lackluster abilities, they were hardly worthy of his attention. However, he maintained a semblance of patience with Yuan Jing and succinctly replied, "Awaken your innate abilities." Yuan Jing was rendered speechless. The brilliance of this golden